The boy was expelled from the family tree while still in his mother's womb. The reason being that he was inherently insufficient and unworthy of becoming an imperial descendant. He thought he was doomed to live a life of humiliation with his mother. But fortunately, the system arrived 300 years early. Not only did it reward him with the saintess of the Wild Valley, but it also gifted him a supreme bone. By then, the imperial clan had a sudden realization. The outcast they had driven away years ago had become a god emperor. Is it too late for them all to kneel now? Just a short time ago, a beautiful woman, heavy with child, knelt on the ground, desperately begging the old ancestor to save her child's life. Her name was Jiang Cixin, a daughter of the Jiang clan. She had once saved the young clan leader Luo Zhantian's life by chance and later married into the Luo clan. Because her family was weak, she could only be a concubine. Over the years, her husband Luo Zhantian only pleased his legitimate wife, Mo Yun, who came from the imperial clan, ignoring Jiang Cixin completely without any complaints from her. But now, to be driven out of the family without a second thought was too much. In silence, Jiang Cixin stood up and left, her frail figure disappearing into the void. In the Golden Hall, a man's leisurely voice echoed, "Ah, why is Cixin so foolish? Her child's talents are mediocre, and he will inevitably share the Luo clan's resources with Yun'er's child in her womb. But her own roots and capabilities are simply not on par. Luo Yun's belly holds a celestial body, the hope of our Luo clan's future. How can her child compare? For the sake of our Luo clan's millennium legacy, young clan leader, you did nothing wrong. Jiang Cixin will surely regret it in the future." At this moment, Jiang Wang had accepted the reality of being transported into his mother's womb, but struggled to accept the current situation of himself and his mother. As he considered his identity, Luo Zhantian's indifferent voice from earlier sparked a wave of anger in him. To think you could act as a husband, as a father, while your wife carries your child and you kick her out in the middle of the night. But then, he thought, to break free from such a heartless, power-driven family, not having to recognize such a man as his father was perhaps not such a bad thing after all. The only one he truly pitied was his mother, Jiang Cixin. At that moment, Jiang Cixin was still cradling her belly, fearful of any jolts on the heavenly horse carriage that might take her back to her parental home. Beside her sat a young maid, who spoke with indignant tone, "Miss, that Luo Zhantian is truly a thankless wretch, now despising you for your inherent insufficiency. But he forgets, it was precisely because you saved him back then that your foundations were damaged. It's okay, little Lon, I'm fine. Wherever we go, as long as my child can safely arrive by my side. It's enough," Jiang Cixin said, her expression turning unavoidably somber. Through her abdomen, she stroked Jiang Wang's back, pitying her child. "It's all my fault for not being capable enough, making you be born less than others. I will do everything I can in the future to make it up to you, to protect you." Jiang Wang, tiny in form, felt a surge of maternal love so close and yet so bittersweet. As a person who had lived two lives, how could Jiang Wang not know that his mother, Jiang Cixin, was comforting that little blue duck? Now, being a surrogate sent back to her parental home without ridicule was already fortunate. If she wanted to secure some cultivation resources for herself, she would likely have to endure even more hardship. No, it can't be this way. Born to be mocked, and a mother who loves me scorned, while Luo Zhantian and the Luo clan sit high above us. Jiang Wang was urgently pondering how to break through this situation when suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and text appeared before his eyes. "Host Jiang Wang, 300 years old, late bloomer system activated. Your life has been nothing but hardship, inherently insufficient, unable to cultivate, and both you and your mother Jiang Cixin have long been scorned and mocked by many clans. Your half-brother by the same father has already proven his path, but you can only rely on the medicinal pills and goji berries your mother begs for to keep you alive. This year, racked with pain and illness, you resolved to turn the tables." When Jiang Wang saw the golden finger binding, he was initially ecstatic, himself and his mother finally able to defy fate. But soon he noticed something amiss. 300 years old. No, system, you couldn't have arrived 300 years too early, could you? After checking, Jiang Wang, seeing that his own future was just as miserable as he had imagined, was even more certain the system had arrived early. Arrived right into the womb, just not sure how to use it. If I could mature earlier, surely I could change fate for myself and my mother? As Jiang Wang was contemplating, suddenly a system task popped up. "Your mother Jiang Cixin has been heartbroken over you for years, and because you've always avoided cultivation due to your inherent insufficiency, she blames herself without resenting you. A beginner's task, your first act of cultivation. Let your mother see you in a new light. Reward, fusion with the Wild Valley Saint body." Saint body? Jiang Wang saw the reward. His two black and round eyes widened. Worth the system indeed, starting off with the fusion of a saint body, and not just any but the T0 level existence of the Wild Valley Saint body. Born to receive the worship of thousands of saintly phantoms from heaven and earth. With a bit of cultivation, invincible in the flesh, challenging the bones of the earth, all celestial and demonic bodies pale in comparison before her. Merging this physique, afraid of not being able to counterattack, Jiang Wang was extremely excited. The key being this was just the system's beginner task reward, and thanks to its arrival 300 years early. If it had really come to the 300-year mark of his unremarkable life, with channels blocked and old age high, how difficult it would be to complete the first cultivation. But in the womb, it was different. Thinking this, Jiang Wang immediately began to use the embryonic cultivation system. This was the novice benefit of the womb. Able to use his mother's meridians to circulate spiritual energy naturally as easy as drinking water. And just then, when Mother Jiang Xin came over thinking he was uncomfortable, the continuously nurturing spiritual charm was astounding. Mother Jiang Xin at this moment looked somewhat astonished. She noticed the spiritual charm she had passed was actually being actively absorbed by the little one inside her. My child really understands. Does he already know how to cultivate in the womb? She thought incredulously, her beautiful eyes moist. At that moment, the text in front of Jiang Wang reappeared. Task completed, now fusing with the Wild Valley Saint body. This book's realm division. Early stage, spotted snow, cave heaven, spirit transformation. Mid-stage, supreme, true immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, saint, saint king, saint emperor, heaven emperor. Late stage, divine realm. Mother Jiang Xin still unaware, within the womb. Jiang Wang's sea of consciousness had already unfolded a majestic scroll. This was the inheritance of the ancient saints obtained from the fusion with the Wild Valley Saint body. Long awaited, deep from the land of the Wild Valley Saint body, like an eternal deity standing under the heavens. Jiang Wang felt under his feet as if he were treading on countless valiant souls, forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, each spirit terrifyingly potent, with saints, almost emperors, even the remains of heaven emperors. Even these nearly immortal, mighty existences of heaven emperors, at this moment, turned into layers of stairs under the feet of the Wild Valley's land, everything ebbing and flowing. In Jiang Wang's heart, a storm surged, and just at that moment, that lord of this world of the land looked back, his gaze traversing endless years to fall upon his face. Jiang Wang felt a moment of dizziness, and then the figure of that lord rapidly retreated to before his eyes, close enough to touch, then merged into his body. From that moment, Jiang Wang felt as if the world around him had transformed. His spiritual consciousness magnified countless times, streams of golden warmth flowing through every limb and joint. He is transforming his roots, having begun to wash the marrow since in the womb. At the same time, it seems that countless vortices have appeared in the void, swallowing the world's spiritual energy like a whale and flowing back into Jiang Xixin's abdomen. Strange. Could it be that my child is truly cultivating in the womb? But isn't he innately lacking? Jiang Xixin was secretly shocked, yet she did not make a sound. A pair of affectionate, beautiful eyes stared at her lower abdomen, gently stroking it, once again feeling that the spiritual essence she transmitted not only had not decreased, but rather, a nourishing energy was entering her body. Could it be that you, little one, know that your mother is powerless, thus forcing you to begin cultivating in the womb? Jiang Xixin murmured self-deprecatingly, a wave of self-reproach and guilt rising within her. What she did not know was that this was merely a normal sight of Jiang Wang's cultivation. The ancient sacred body is too terrifying, easily giving birth to phenomena of heaven and earth. This was just an appetizer. Jiang Wang could truly feel the immense power of the ancient sacred body's cultivation speed, which was completely on a different level from before the fusion. Through the system, he learned that in this world, the division of combat strength in the early stages is divided into 3 lower realms, where generally great clans prodigies compete before reaching adulthood. They are blood-moving, cave heaven, and deity transformation. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. If one can reach the cave heaven realm before adulthood, they can be considered a genius. If they can reach deity transformation by adulthood, they are truly rare. As for breaking through to deity transformation before adulthood and achieving the respect realm, even if just the first level of respect, they are among the top tier of prodigies. Generally speaking, only the descendants of great clans born with innate divine veins or immortal bodies come into the world with spiritual essence, possessing the strength of the blood-moving realm 1 or 2, and have a chance to reach the respect realm by adulthood. For instance, Luo clan's young patriarch, Luo Zhantian, was born at the first level of blood moving and became a first-level respected figure at 18. And now, his lawful wife, Mo Yunchild, is also born with an immortal body, possibly having blood-moving realm at birth, and has the chance to reach the respect realm before adulthood. But now, Jiang Wang is cultivating on his own, yet finds that these worldly concepts do not quite apply to him. Name: Jiang Wang. Root: ancient sacred body, red. Identity: abandoned child of the Luo clan, bastard. Realm: first level of blood moving. Jiang Wang had cultivated for less than half an incense stick's time, and already had the strength of the first level of blood moving. But now, it seems there is still more than 3 months until his birth. He continued to cultivate, and a vast and majestic spiritual energy flowed into his body like a divine enlightenment. Second level of blood moving. Third level of blood moving. Fourth level of blood moving. Jiang Wang was immersed in the joy of rapidly becoming stronger. He knew that the means to reverse his fate was now in his hands. 3 months later, he looked forward to seeing what realm he could reach by the time he exited the womb, and before adulthood, what level he could achieve. Jiang Cixin did not publicize Jiang Wang's movement. Instead, after discovering that this little one was indeed cultivating, her mood improved greatly. That night, the heavenly horse flew through the clouds and stopped at the gate of the Jiang clan. Jiang Cixin and Xiao Lan flew into the Jiang clan's territory, arriving at the main hall, where she saw 2 familiar figures, a man and a woman, her elder brother Jiang Lisin and sister-in-law Bai Qianqian, with Bai Qianqian holding a young child in her arms. It was Jiang Cixin's 1-year-old nephew. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. Jiang Cixin greeted. She had initially informed the Jiang clan that there might come a day when the Luo clan would not accept her unborn child. So at this moment, when her brother and sister-in-law saw her with a big belly, they immediately understood what had happened. Little sister, come sit down quickly. It must have been a bumpy journey. Don't move too much for the sake of the fetus. Jiang Lisin helped her over. Then he sighed deeply. The Luo clan is powerful, and his younger sister was driven back home. It was such a humiliating matter, but as the young patriarch of the Jiang clan, he did not dare to say anything. At this moment, all she could do was take care of her younger sister. Brother, I'm fine, Jiang Cixin replied gratefully. At this time, beside her, her sister-in-law, Bai Qianqian, rolled her eyes. I told you not to marry that young leader of the Luo clan, but you insisted. Now that they won't let you have children, are you regretting coming back to your family? The Luo clan is stingy. They won't share the resources that come from the marriage with the Mo clan, so you've come back to your family? Jiang Cixin lowered her head and did not speak. She had never thought about resources. Her child was just an average one, and she only wished for her child to be a normal person and just survive. However, since she was back, her sister-in-law was the head of the household, so reprimanding her was to be expected. At this moment, Jiang Lisin was furious. How can you speak like that? She's my sister. Would our Jiang clan really lack 1 bit of cultivation resources for my nephew? Bai Qianqian said nothing more. She just gave him a glare and took the child back into the hall. Little sister, don't mind it. My sister-in-law is usually so sharp-tongued. It's okay, brother. Jiang Cixin smiled. In fact, she was quite familiar with Bai Qianqian. This girl from the Bai clan always had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She spoke harshly but meant well. That night, Jiang Cixin learned that her parents had gone to the Medicine God Valley to invite a medical immortal for her, and they were still on the way. She stayed in a side hall to rest, and just as she was about to sleep, a servant came in with a bowl of precious recovery soup. This was sent by the young lady. She had it simmered for 2 hours and said, since you are weak now, you should nourish yourself and not save money for the young master. Hearing that Bai Qianqian was secretly taking care of her, Jiang Cixin couldn't help but smile, feeling warmth in her heart. Calculating the time, this soup must have been instructed to be made by her sister-in-law as soon as she left the hall. It really seemed Bai Qianqian's hard exterior and soft interior never changed. At this time, Jiang Wang, who was in Jiang Cixin's womb, paused his cultivation. Since he entered the Jiang clan, he had perked up his ears, thinking he would have scenes of his mother being bullied to remember. But unexpectedly, the atmosphere of the Jiang clan was much warmer than he imagined. His aunt looked a bit fierce, but she wasn't really a bad person, all for the good of his mother. This was much better than the Luo clan, where he felt unloved by his father and grandfather. The only regret was that the Jiang clan was not strong in the ancient fairy domain at this time. At this moment, seeing his mother drink the recovery soup, she still passed it all to him, but Jiang Wang no longer needed it. Instead, he turned to nourish her body, to replenish the lost spiritual essence from years ago, healing the hidden injuries. Hearing his mother gasp again in surprise, Jiang Wang smiled slightly. After completing these tasks, he was going to continue his cultivation. And at this moment, two anxious figures suddenly flew to the side hall, accompanied by their concerned voices. Daughter, Mom and Dad are back. Dad even brought a miraculous sage from the Medicine God Valley. Quick, let the sage help you see if the child in your belly can have his roots repaired. Chapter 3. Your child is truly innately deficient? Her adoptive grandpa rushed in like a fireball. Behind him was her teary-eyed grandma, who immediately hugged her daughter tightly. Daughter, you must have suffered in the Luo clan. But don't worry about the fetus. I invited a miraculous sage with your dad. She is one of the 3 clan heads of the Medicine God Valley. We will surely find a way to help my grandson replenish his innate qualities and restore his roots. Mom, Jiang Cixin cried out, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Inside her belly, Jiang Wang felt deeply moved by what his grandparents were doing for him. Previously, he had heard his mother and uncle's conversation. His grandpa Jiang Jiaming was only a first-level immortal emperor, and his grandma only had the realm of an immortal king. Even the clan's secluded ancestor only reached the 5th level of the immortal emperor, and a family like this wanting to invite a sage for help. Still, the saint of Medicine Valley, even if they are kind-hearted and do not look down on others, they must have paid an immeasurable price. Jiang Wang was thinking that after going out, he must be a filial child, selling cuteness while ensuring he practiced well, never letting these family members down. Just at this moment, a light sigh came from the void outside, the voice ethereal, accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful figure that floated down as if untouched by the mortal world. Dressed in white, as pure as snow, her skirt swayed gently in the wind, like an immortal's robe among the clouds, untainted by dust. Her features were like a finely carved jade statue, with brows like distant willow leaves and eyes resembling autumn waters holding stars. Her noble and cold temperament set her apart from the world. Only the exquisite and graceful figure wrapped in a gauzy skirt under the moonlight reminded one that she was still of this world. Beside the divine saint, a snow-white spiritual crane quietly bowed its head. Though she appeared like a fairy stepped out of ancient paintings, graceful and enchanting, none present dared to gaze at her directly. They all bowed in reverence. In the mystical world, power is respected. In the eyes of the saint, their Jiang clan was nothing too special. To be able to be here was already rare. Who would dare to be presumptuous? Of course, except for Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang had already cultivated to the 9th level of blood-moving realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the cave heaven realm. His divine consciousness from the womb could now freely observe the fairy saint outside. So beautiful. No wonder this is a mystical world. Reaching a certain level of cultivation allows one's appearance to remain eternal, a true place where one can become a celestial being at age 3000. Jiang Wang made a remark. Suddenly, he heard the saint speak with her red lips slightly parted. No need for excessive formalities. In fact, I do not have much confidence in repairing the root bones. Innate deficiencies may have already determined the fetus's root bones. I can only do my best, depending on the situation. A powerful being of the saint's stature would normally not agree to the requests of the small Jiang clan. However, Jiang Jiaming and his wife had pleaded outside the Medicine Valley for many days. She could not bear to refuse, so she agreed to come and take a look. Now, stating the truth, the saint hoped they could prepare themselves mentally. We are deeply grateful that the saint is willing to lend a helping hand, Jiang Cixin said with a satisfied smile, sincerely thanking her. But just as the two were about to enter the side hall to check Jiang Wang's root bones, suddenly, Bai Qianqian rushed over with her child in her arms. Saint, you rarely come. Could you take a look at my child's talent? Everyone's gaze was drawn towards her. Jiang Lisan's expression changed. What are you doing? Can't you tell a situation? We're here for my little sister's treatment. He quickly signaled to his wife, but Bai Qianqian bit her lip and remained unmoved. Brother, sister-in-law, is also a mother. Since the saint has come to our clan, it wouldn't take much time to take a look. It won't delay the treatment. Jiang Cixin kindly understood. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian immediately cast a grateful look at her. A mother's love for her child is unavoidable for any mother. Seeing this scene, the divine saint couldn't help but admire the harmony of this family. Very well. The matter of root bones is already difficult to repair. It seems you will be disappointed later. I'll first take a look at this child, so my visit to the Jiang clan won't be in vain. After the saint finished speaking, she opened her spiritual eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her pretty face. This child has good talent, an innate fire spirit vein. When grown up, he may enter my chaotic immortal palace. The chaotic immortal palace is a top-tier sect in the ancient immortal domain. The Medicine Valley is one of its affiliated forces, which includes countless immortal kings and immortal emperors, not to mention the existence of saints and holy kings. Even just being an ordinary disciple is already a rare opportunity for transformation. What? Really? Thank you, Saint, thank you. Bai Qianqian was overjoyed, looking at Jiang Cixin with eyes full of gratitude. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel immense regret for being so sharp-tongued with Jiang Cixin during the day. Now, in front of Jiang Cixin, she felt a shameful inferiority. All right, everyone else wait outside first. I will go into the hall with the patient to check on the fetus. The divine saint ordered, taking delicate steps into the side hall. Thus, everyone could only comply. Jiang Jianming and his wife held each other's hands, their eyes fixed tightly on the hall. Although the mysterious sage had already said hope was slim, as close relatives, they still yearned for even the slightest hope. Jiang Lisin furrowed his brow, fearing that bad news about his sister and nephew might emerge. Bai Qianqian didn't express much, but her tightly closed eyes and hands clasped in prayer, while pulling the child into the corner, proved her silent pleading. Inside the hall, Jiang Wang sensed his mother lying down. The stunningly beautiful mysterious sage was now so close. Don't be nervous. The fetus is weak. I won't use spiritual sight to inspect, just the simplest way to check your pulse, the mysterious sage gently reassured. Okay, thank you, sage. Jiang Cixin said this, but how could she not be nervous? On the way here, the child in her belly had given her a glimmer of hope that felt like an illusion, and now she was about to learn the truth. As a mother, how could she not wish for it to come true? If her child could strengthen their roots, even if not as exceptional as her sister-in-law's child, just being able to cultivate and extend their lifespan, Jiang Cixin would be willing to do anything. At this moment, Jiang Wang did not know what his mother was thinking. He only felt the mysterious sage placing her slender hand on his mother's pulse, followed by a gentle energy flowing from her delicate fingertips, probing through his mother's veins. Feel free to look. After all, you are a sage now, and with my mother's consent, I can't resist and don't want to. Jiang Wang opened his round eyes wide, matching the mysterious sage's pace, releasing his essence without hiding. It was the aura of the ancient saint body, a thread of energy cultivated from the womb already reaching the Dantian realm. And at this moment, the mysterious sage, who was checking the pulse, suddenly trembled her fingertips, as if electrified, retracting her hand, her beautiful face showing a moment of blankness, her eyes filled with intense astonishment. What's wrong, sage? Jiang Cixin, not understanding the situation, thought it was worse than she imagined, and her heart tightened instantly. I'm fine. Perhaps it's because I've been in seclusion too long. My pulse-checking skill has gone awry. Let me take another look. All right. The mysterious sage checked the pulse again, but did not mention that she seemed to have sensed a terrifying aura from the chaos of ancient times. It was a kind of constitution not seen in the ancient immortal domain for over 100,000 years, a constitution that only existed in legends. Even with her cultivation level near that of Saint King, she still felt a slight shock, and that aura was coming from the fetus in Jiang Cixin's belly. Even if the mysterious sage discovered this, she could hardly believe it, preferring to doubt her medical skills, and could only check again for confirmation. However, moments later, the fairy-like mysterious sage sitting by the bed took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes seriously fixed on Jiang Cixin, slowly asking, "Are you sure your child is congenital deficiency? Is his root bone ordinary?" Chapter 4. The Extraordinary Genius. Yes. Jiang Cixin, her gaze anxious, nodded and said, "When I was in the Luo clan, the healers there diagnosed him. It was precisely then that the Luo clan forced her to terminate her pregnancy." These quack doctors do harm, the mysterious sage said. "If I hadn't confirmed several times, I'm afraid your Jiang clan would have lost an extraordinary genius." What? Jiang Cixin couldn't believe her ears. Her child wasn't congenital deficiency, with ordinary roots? The Luo clan even took pride in that. How could he turn into an extraordinary genius? Jiang Wang, hearing the mysterious sage criticize the Luo clan's doctors, secretly laughed. This time they were being wronged, as the ancient saint body had only just fused today. Jiang Wang just didn't want to hide anything. While pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was good, what he needed now more was for his mother to be happy, and for everyone in the Jiang clan who was good to him to be happy. For a little hope, for their safe arrival into this world, they had selflessly given everything. How could he let them down? Moreover, only by revealing absolute talent and crushing all with a dazzling saintly body can one obtain better growth resources. And this beautiful ant, the Miao Saint, is not the best resource that can be encountered at present. Seeing that Jiang Cixin cannot believe it, the Miao Saint does not want to keep the entire Jiang family in suspense. so she casually raises her jade hand. The spirit crane under her mounts unexpectedly spits out a completely blue treasure mirror. This item is called the Shintian treasure mirror. It can illuminate the truth of all things and is one of my life spirit treasures. The Meow Saint spoke, her voice crisp and pleasant. Since you all do not know the root bone of the fetus, I will use the treasure mirror to show you. How about that? Then, thank you, Saint. Jiang Zixin nodded in agreement. What else could she say at this time? Only a faint excitement and joy. The Saint wouldn't joke around. She just didn't know what kind of surprise the little one in her belly would bring her. Soon after, Jiang Zixin followed the Meow Saint out of the side hall. Upon seeing the two emerge, the expressions of the crowd outside froze. So, it's done in such a short time? Her chief grandfather, Jiang Jiaming, was indeed very anxious and directly asked. In their view, if a diagnosis showed insufficient root bone and one wanted to recover innate ability, there should at least be a treatment process. Or, they should spend some time with Jiang Zixin discussing treatment methods. But coming out so quickly felt like there could only be one explanation. Your grandson is beyond saving, and the Saint has no way to help. Jiang Jiaming was extremely anxious. As the dignified family patriarch, he would rather kneel down and ask the Meow Saint to think of another way, just like Jiang Lisin and his wife, who were equally restless. But just as everyone was about to crowd around, the Meow Saint waved her hand, and a beam of treasure light shot out. In the void, the Shintian treasure mirror became incredibly large, reflecting a sky above. Do not think too much. Her unborn child is not only fine, but possesses unparalleled talent. If it is really as I just investigated, perhaps it is I who is fortunate to witness this. The Meow Saint's words left everyone puzzled. Didn't you just say my grandson was insufficient in innate talent? How did it suddenly become unparalleled talent? Jiang Jiaming was bewildered. Dad, the Saint shouldn't be joking with us, right? Just now, when identifying Eeyer's fire spirit root, the Saint didn't say anything so exaggerated. You two shut up. When Jiang Wang heard the final shout from his grandmother, both the grandfather outside and the cheap uncle immediately fell silent. It seems that after getting out, he must first please his grandmother. She is the one who truly holds the power. Jiang Wang thought to himself, suddenly feeling a beam of clear light shining on him. Then, many images appeared in the outer Shintian treasure mirror. Everyone was nervously watching the treasure mirror, although the Meow Saint's words were precious and reassuring. Suddenly turning from a useless talent to an unparalleled prodigy. How could they dare to believe? Even the Meow Saint herself was now staring intently at the mirror's images. Her heart that had been calm for millennia was gradually stirring at this moment. All right, since you all want to see, I will simply show a glimpse. Jiang Wang thought to himself, and immediately, his entire aura no longer held back. A terrifying aura from ancient times suddenly spread from the reflection of the Shintian treasure mirror, and everyone sensed this aura, all changing their expressions. As soon as that happened, the images before their eyes began to shift. Under a blood-dyed sky, ancient peaks stood for an eternity, and a terrifying demon dragon of the nine-headed heavenly emperor realm brought a bronze giant coffin with it. The giant coffin was wrapped in countless thick chains, as if it sealed a being capable of overturning the entire universe. Clouds roiled, and rays of light crisscrossed. The sacred and chaotic aura intertwined, resembling the world's primordial form. The Jiang family stood amazed. Such scenes, are they something they can access? So magnificent, so terrifying. Not to mention anything else, just any one of those nine-headed monster dragons could crush the entire Jiang clan with a single finger. And who was being pulled from the bronze coffin? Could it be? The members of the Jiang clan gradually realized, their expressions filled with shock. They glanced at the images and couldn't help but look back at the pregnant woman's belly. When the nine dragons pulled the bronze giant coffin closer, the crowd finally saw that there was actually a person faintly lying inside. He looked like a young boy, seemed young, but just a trace of his aura was enough to make the nine-headed monster dragons bow their heads in submission. It seemed he breathed with the heavens, shared fate with the universe. In the ancient times, he was the only solitary peak, towering above all. When looking more closely, they also discovered that this boy actually bore some resemblance to Jiang Zixin. It truly is the ancient holy body. The Jiang clan will give birth to a heavenly emperor in the future. The beautiful saintess murmured in shock. When the Shintian treasure mirror had not shown any images, she was somewhat doubtful of her findings. But when the painting of the nine dragons pulling the coffin appeared, even the palace master of the Creation Immortal Palace had to admit that the so-called underdeveloped fetus of the Luo clan was a naturally born ancient holy body. In the chaotic, ancient times, the greatest achievers of the 9 holy bodies, even if they practiced randomly, they could challenge an emperor with their extraordinary physique. What? At that moment, Jiang Jianming heard the saintess's words, his face filled with disbelief. My grandson is an ancient holy body. Saintess, you can't be joking. Is this truly real? The Jiang clan members were extremely excited. Seeing the saintess smile and nod, Jiang Jianming's eyes brimmed with tears, embracing his wife as they cried. God knows how much they worried for their daughter, just to ensure their unborn grandson had a less tragic life. But now, they finally didn't have to worry anymore. Even their grandson was a genius beyond compare. Good. Heaven bless my Jiang clan. The Luo clan drove away my daughter and didn't want my grandson, but ended up with a naturally born holy body. Ha! In the future, there will be times for them to cry, and I can finally walk proudly as the uncle. Good boy, you truly bring honor to your mother, Jiang Cixin said, her eyes reddened, gently stroking Jiang Wang's back. And in her womb, Jiang Wang could also feel the joyful atmosphere of the entire Jiang clan. Of course, more than that was the respect for their mother and son. Even a sharp-tongued aunt by Qian came to her side at this moment, proactively handing her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Little sister has finally endured to a good outcome, being favored because of her son. Let the Luo clan know what regret is. Now, when my little nephew is born, let my ear take care of him and play with him. In the world of fantasy, strength is respected, and even among families, various emotions can arise. Jiang Wang understood deeply that if he were only slightly better in physique, he might be envied and hated, as that's human nature. But he was a holy body, a once-in-a-millennium ancient holy body. When your talent is enough to make everyone look up to you, all you gain is flattery and appeasement. At this moment, a gentle and elegant voice suddenly called out to Jiang Cixin. Miss Jiang. Everyone saw it was the saintess speaking, and they all looked over. What does the saintess have to say? I'm not good with words, so I'll be straightforward. Do you have thoughts of letting your child enter my creation immortal palace? In the past, I had never taken in disciples due to my insufficient qualifications. Now that my cultivation has reached the required level, I want. When the saintess said this, the crowd fell silent in shock. Jiang Jianming and his wife looked at each other, both seeing the surprise and shock in each other's eyes. The disciple of a saint from creation immortal palace. What kind of worth does that even need explanation? Even the direct heirs of imperial clans would fight for a direct disciple spot in the creation immortal palace. Earlier, their grandson Jiang, he had the innate fire spirit body. Even the Miao sage merely said that when he reaches adulthood, he can go to the creation immortal palace to apprentice. But now, where is Jiang Wang? The Miao sage, a stunning and extraordinary fairy, couldn't help but feel the urge to make an exception to take him as a disciple, even reserving the title of chief disciple while still in the womb. In the future, the entire Jiang clan will be able to rely on Jiang Wang's fortune, claiming to be under the protection of the creation immortal palace, sheltered by a sage. With such great favor from the sage, of course, I, Jiang Cixin, am willing. Our Jiang clan is naturally willing. Jiang Cixin said excitedly. Today's experience, in her eyes, was simply like a dream. Driven out of the house by the Luo clan, with the child's foundation broken, feeling utterly despondent. But in just one day, everything turned upside down. Not only did the child become the sage's direct disciple, but he is also an ancient great sage body. Could she possibly be the mother of the heavenly emperor in the future? Little one, you are also willing to be the sage's chief disciple, right? Jiang Cixin joked as she gently patted her belly. Jiang Wang was just observing outside and hadn't reacted before he was already given away by his mother to a beautiful lady. Although the Miao sage was indeed wonderful, beautiful, kind-hearted, and gentle, not looking down upon his mother and the Jiang clan, it was clearly her that was benefited. In fact, the Miao sage felt quite fortunate inside. Fortunate that a few days ago, she felt compassion in Medicine God Valley, coming to the Jiang clan with Jiang Jianming and his wife. Otherwise, she might have missed such an extraordinary genius. With a disciple of the ancient sage body, after 100 years, during the Immortal Palace Grand Competition, who would still dare to say my lineage is weak? The Miao sage secretly calculated in her heart. At this moment, a line of golden small words suddenly appeared before Jiang Wang's eyes. The system task arrived again. At the age of 300, you finally break through the heart demon, courageously taking the first difficult step in cultivation. But you will only suffer with little progress. Cultivation requires resources, requires background. This year, you fully realize this, so you decide to seek a master and join a sect. Task: Find a sect of third rate or above to become a disciple. Reward: unknown technique. The stronger the sect master, the higher the quality of the technique. Seeing this suddenly appearing system task, Jiang Wang's heart was very excited. The deeply skilled Miao sage has already spoken to take him as a disciple. The creation Immortal Palace is the top power, perfectly matching the system's requirements. Receiving the reward technique was already a done deal. Sure enough, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth before him, like a shooting star across the sky, leaving behind a line of brilliant golden small words. Congratulations to the host for completing the apprenticeship task, granting the super technique, Swallowing Heaven Demonic Technique. Swallowing Heaven Demonic Technique. Just hearing this name is enough to evoke images of devouring the heavens and earth, of demonic might dominating the world. A wave of unprecedented excitement and desire surged in Jiang Wang's heart. He knew that this technique was the key to his journey toward the supreme realm. Jiang Wang's character has always been decisive. After obtaining this long-desired super technique, he immediately devoted all his energy to the training of the Swallowing Heaven Demonic Technique. As his consciousness slightly moved, that profound and mysterious Swallowing Heaven Demonic Technique poured into his mind like a tide. Each word, each sentence contained countless secrets and power. He felt as if he was within a vast, boundless universe, surrounded by brilliant stars, and he was the supreme being about to swallow everything, mastering the unmatched demonic path. As an ancient and profound power slowly awakened within his small body, the Swallowing Heaven Demonic Technique, this super technique, quietly operated in his unconsciousness, as if it had been connected to his bloodline since the beginning of time. In an instant, the previously tranquil and thin spiritual energy around seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, wildly converging and rushing into the small space where Jiang Wang was. Upon contact with the Jiang Cixin's abdomen, those surging spiritual forces, miraculously, they tamed their wildness and gently blended into that warm land, gradually gathering into a brilliant vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex spun both quickly and steadily, radiating a soft yet dazzling light, illuminating the entire great hall like a dream. Watching the spectacular scene before her, Jiang Cixin's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. She trembled as she gently stroked her abdomen, feeling the resonance from the depths of her blood, her heart swelling with indescribable excitement and pride. Her elder brother, Jiang Lisin, and sister-in-law by Qianqian were both astonished, exchanging glances with eyes filled with disbelief. Is this my nephew? Cultivating even in the womb. How can it be like this? They could not imagine that an unborn baby could go against destiny like this, not only stepping onto the path of cultivation ahead of time, but also able to draw upon the world's spiritual energy to form such a magnificent vortex. At this moment, Jiang Wang's grandfather, Jiang Jiaming, and grandmother, two elderly people who have weathered many storms, were in tears. Those were tears of happiness and joy for the endless hopes of the future. They had worried countless times about their daughter Jiang Cixin's congenital deficiencies, fearing that this regret would continue to the next generation. But the scene before them was undoubtedly the greatest comfort to them. At this moment, all their worries and unease vanished like smoke, leaving only endless anticipation and affection for the soon-to-be-born little life. Even the highly skilled Miao Saint could not hide a smile at the corner of her lips. She never expected that her moment of kindness would unexpectedly discover the congenital primordial holy body, a legendary physique that is rarely seen for 100,000 years. At that moment, looking at the vortex of spiritual energy in Jiang Cixin's abdomen, Miao Saint's heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and expectation. Her lineage was weak in the sect, and the emergence of Jiang Wang, this congenital primordial holy body, undoubtedly brought a turning point for them. Originally, she had hoped that Jiang Wang could bring glory and respect to her lineage in the next sect competition. But now it seemed that with Jiang Wang's astonishing cultivation speed, he might bring glory to their lineage in the next sect competition in 7 or 8 years. Miao Saint could hardly wait to see that day come. To accept a disciple, one must have a meeting gift. I will first give this little fellow a treasure. In her joy, Miao Saint decided to give one of her life's treasures to Jiang Wang as a meeting gift. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, a treasure shining with interwoven cold light and blazing heat, the Qian Kuan cold fire shield slowly floated in the air. Then, the Qian Kuan cold fire shield slowly entered Jiang Cixin's abdomen invisibly, coming before Jiang Wang. Faced with this sudden great gift, Jiang Wang took a deep breath, and his inner spiritual power surged like a rushing river, instantly wrapping around the Qian Kuan cold fire shield. It originally took a lot of effort for a treasure to recognize its master, but with the pressure of the swallowing sky demon skill and the primordial holy body, the treasure seemed to feel Jiang Wang's sincerity and strength. The surface light gradually softened, eventually transforming into a warm glow that gently merged into his body, easily completing the master recognition ceremony. At this moment, Jiang Wang and the Qian Kuan Cold Fire Shield seemed to establish a bloodline connection, and his power thus achieved a qualitative leap. Seeing Jiang Wang so easily complete the master recognition ceremony of the treasure, Jiang Cixin's eyes were filled with pride and comfort. Her hands were tightly clasped, her eyes slightly red, seemingly moved by her son's achievements even while still in the womb. Jiang Wang's grandparents and uncles and aunts were all astonished and in awe. They had never seen such a heart-shocking scene. Never thought that my own descendants could have such a great opportunity. Originally planning to help Jiang Wang merge his magical treasure, the wonderful saint, after a slight surprise, was very happy to save her strength. She smiled and said, "To protect Jiang Wang's safety, I will wait here for a month. After I leave, I will also leave my mount, the spiritual crane, behind to continue protecting Jiang Wang. When Jiang Wang grows up, I will personally come to guide him into my sect and lead him to explore the vast world of cultivation." With the words of the wonderful saint, Jiang Wang's future is destined to be extraordinary. Not to mention the distant future, even the spiritual crane that protects him has the cultivation level of a celestial emperor, close to that of the Jiang family's ancestor. As Jiang Wang brought a series of surprises to the whole family and the wonderful saint, morning had already arrived. At that moment, a loud and arrogant shout broke the morning tranquility. A group of strangers dressed in magnificent armor, with a fierce aura, suddenly burst into the great hall, their figures overshadowing the whole Jiang family like dark clouds. Upon entering the Jiang family, these uninvited guests immediately shouted, "We are from the Daxia Divine Dynasty. The one in charge of the Jiang family. Come out quickly." Upon hearing the familiar words Daxia Divine Dynasty, Jiang Cixin's expression changed drastically. Because Jiang Wang was born earlier than the legitimate child of the Luo family, Jiang Wang had, in an invisible way, become the eldest son of Luo Zhantian. Though of secondary birth, he indeed was the eldest son of the entire Luo clan for this generation. The Luo clan's patriarch had long ago set up a marriage agreement for the Luo family's eldest son with the Daxia Divine Dynasty, and with Jiang Wang's birth, this marriage naturally belonged to Jiang Wang. Jiang Cixin had an inkling in her heart. Since the people from the Daxia Divine Dynasty arrived at the Jiang family at this time, they must have learned about her and her son's expulsion from the Luo family. They were impatiently here to cancel the engagement. Chapter 6. Cancel the engagement. The people dressed in luxurious armor stormed into the great hall and then divided into two rows, standing tall within the hall. Their faces were solemn, their breath powerful, and a subtle, killing aura spread within the great hall. The armor they wore had mysterious inscriptions faintly shimmering, appearing extremely luxurious and solid. The wonderful saint sat at the top, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, without any ripples stirring. But the expressions of the Jiang family members within the hall were not good at all. Jiang Jiaming endured his anger and smiled apologetically at the wonderful saint. "I'm sorry to make the wonderful saint witness this. Please rest in the back hall. I need to handle some private matters of our clan." "All right." The wonderful saint nodded without hesitation, then stood up to leave. Although she was Jiang Wang's master, she did not want to interfere too much in Jiang family's minor matters. Once the wonderful saint left, Jiang Jiaming's face completely darkened. "Why did you all intrude into my Jiang family's great hall? Are you Jiang Jiaming, the current head of the Jiang family?" A rough voice came from outside the great hall, and a tall, sturdy figure clad in black armor slowly approached from outside. When he entered the great hall, everyone could see his appearance clearly. This person was tall and sturdy, with a rugged face and a twisted, hideous scar that nearly split his face in half. Just looking at him made one feel a chill in their heart. "I am the General Wu Qi of the Daxia Divine Dynasty, here to inform the Jiang clan that our previous marriage agreement is null and void." Although Jiang Cixin had prepared for this, hearing it with her own ears caused a flicker of darkness in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by relief. Because they only knew they were expelled from the Luo clan, but they did not know their child was born with an ancient sacred body and had become a disciple under the wonderful saint of the creation of Mortal Palace. Although it is said this way, to publicly cancel the engagement, and Wu Qi showing not an ounce of respect to the Jiang family, inevitably made the faces of the Jiang family turn ugly. Jiang Jiaming was even more furious, his spiritual power starting to shake, a pressure beginning to spread out. "At first, it was your great Xia Divine Dynasty that actively requested to marry into our family. and now you come to cancel the engagement. Isn't this too much of a disregard for my Jiang clan? Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from Jiang Jiaming, Wu Qi snorted coldly, stepping forward. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, a pressure no weaker than Jiang Jiaming's radiated from Wu Qi, directly countering the former's aura. Jiang family head, do not be ungrateful. My great Xia divine dynasty previously arranged an engagement with the legitimate son of the Luo clan. Now, your good daughter has been cast aside by the Luo clan, and the child in her womb is naturally not the legitimate son of the Luo clan anymore. Do you think your insignificant Jiang family is worthy of a union with my great Xia divine dynasty? Absurd. What great audacity! The Jiang family members in the Great Hall were enraged upon hearing Wu Qi's unreserved sarcasm. Even if their Jiang family was not as strong as the great Xia divine dynasty or the Luo clan, they could not allow such disrespect. In an instant, their anger made their teeth itch, glaring at Wu Qi in the Great Hall. Jiang Lisin's face turned ashen, pointing a trembling finger at Wu Qi, saying, "It was your great Xia divine dynasty's prince who came to propose marriage to my Jiang family. If you want to cancel the engagement, then that prince should come." Hearing Jiang Lisin's words, a mocking smile appeared on Wu Qi's face. The prince of my dynasty came to propose for the legitimate son of the Luo clan. Now, let's not say anything unrealistic. After saying this, Wu Qi turned his gaze to Jiang Jiaming. It's still troubling Jiang family head to nod your head, so I can report back, to avoid an awkward situation. The scene unfolding in the Great Hall was fully observed by Jiang Wang. I have learned another piece of trash. Right now, Jiang Wang is still in his mother's womb, unable to understand the affairs of the world or the distribution of power. Currently known insignificant sects or families include the Luo clan. Just now, another great Xia divine dynasty was added. In truth, it's not that the Jiang clan wants to hold onto the great Xia divine dynasty. Although the great Xia divine dynasty is much stronger than the Jiang clan, at best, it can only stand equal to the Luo clan. It is not to that extent that they shamelessly cling on. But ultimately, this matter is not just a simple cancellation of marriage, but rather concerns the face of a large family. Originally, Jiang Cixin being cast out already made many people laugh. Now, the great Xia divine dynasty wants to cancel the engagement. Where will the Jiang clan's face be placed? Won't that just become a huge joke? Noticing Jiang Jiaming's silence, Wu Qi frowned again. I advise everyone to maintain some dignity. With the power of my dynasty, why would we need to inform your insignificant little family? My arrival at your Jiang clan today is out of the kindness of our emperor. Otherwise, you would just be there waiting outside the Golden Long Hall for the decree. You truly think that my Jiang family is without anyone? Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. What great Xia divine dynasty? Canceling the engagement is canceling. Our Jiang family does not care. Get him out. Wu Qi's words were like a powder keg, igniting the emotions of the Jiang family members in the Great Hall. Several hot-tempered elders of the clan directly started cursing. Wu Qi laughed heartily, crossing his arms over his shoulders, continuing with interest. Now it's more like it. This is good for both our families. Although the princess of my dynasty has not yet been born, but with the noble bloodline of our emperor, it is destined that our little princess will be extraordinary. Your Jiang clan's mediocre roots, do not misjudge yourselves. As Wu Qi finished speaking, the spiritual energy in the entire Great Hall suddenly became violent. Jiang Jiaming's eyes were dark, and his robe floated in the wind without any breeze. With a fierce glare, he spoke to Wu Qi. You dare to speak disrespectfully in my Jiang clan and slander my grandson? I will use the clan's great formation to kill you. Even if my Jiang family is wounded, I will still tear a piece of flesh from the great Xia dynasty. You. Wu Qi wanted to speak again, but upon seeing Jiang Jiaming's murderous gaze, he fell silent. After all, no one is willing to sacrifice their life. If Jiang Jiaming truly went mad, it was likely that none of them would leave alive. At that moment, a voice filled with sarcasm echoed from outside the hall, catching everyone's attention. The Jiang family is bustling today. Good, since there are so many people, let's talk about the matter of breaking off the engagement. Jiang Cixin looked in the direction of the voice and saw dozens of figures entering from outside the hall. Upon recognizing the leaders of the group, her heart sank. The visitors were indeed from the Li clan. Chapter 7. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. In the eyes of others, the comprehensive strength of the Li clan is on par with the Jiang clan. However, in reality, ever since the Jiang clan decided to form an alliance through marriage, the Jiang clan has continuously provided various resources to the Li clan, money for money, people for people, and things for things. But now, the Li clan has come to break off the engagement, creating quite a scene of when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Li Mitian, the head of the Li clan, wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he greeted Jiang Jiaming. Jiang clan leader, I hope all is well. Jiang Jiaming shot him a sideways glance, took a deep breath, and then spoke flatly. Li Mitian, are you coming to break the engagement now that my Jiang family has lost the support of the Luo clan? Oh, what are you saying, Jiang clan leader? How could I, Li Mitian, be someone who clings to power? Li Mitian paused briefly, then continued. However, breaking off the engagement is indeed my purpose for coming today. As for the reason, Li Mitian pretended to look very troubled. After much thought, I fear my little daughter's talent can barely reach the bloodbending realm. She really isn't worthy of your son. So let's just call off the engagement. Huh. Before Li Mitian could finish, Jiang Wang's aunt, Bai Qianqian, could no longer hold back. The claim that reaching the bloodbending realm is difficult was truly laughable. In this ancient fairyland, how many people achieve the bloodbending realm just by chance? Moreover, she was just a minor girl who hadn't even come of age. The Li clan was so perfunctory that they were too lazy to come up with a proper excuse. She pointed at Li Mitian and scolded him loudly. You just see our Jiang clan without the support of the Luo clan. Regardless of the Luo clan, just based on my son Jiang Yi alone, how is he not worthy of your daughter? Clearly, it's you Li clan who are heartless and shameless. Bai Qianqian's scolding showed no mercy, causing everyone's faces from the Li clan to turn pale. Li Mitian's smile vanished entirely at that moment, and he snorted coldly. If it were in the past, I would indeed be wary of your Jiang clan. But now, Li Mitian sneered. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, and he stomped fiercely on the ground. His figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Bai Qianqian. Now, do you still think you are like the people from the Luo clan? Jiang Jiaming, let me teach your Jiang clan a lesson. Qianqian, sister-in-law, Jiang Cixin, and the other Jiang family members were all horrified. Li Mitian's strength was on par with Jiang Jiaming. Bai Qianqian would certainly not be able to withstand his strike. Moreover, Li Mitian's attack was vicious and showed no mercy. Li Mitian, are you declaring war on my Jiang clan? Clang! With Jiang Jiaming's cold voice ringing out, a clear and melodious sword cry resonated throughout the hall. A sword light, several meters long, appeared out of thin air, carrying a powerful wind as it attacked Li Mitian. This sword light was extremely sharp, and wherever it passed, even the void seemed to be faintly marked with scars. If Li Mitian doesn't stop now, this sword light is likely to instantly behead him. Li Mitian frowned, suddenly turned around, and slammed his palm towards that fierce sword light. Boom! The violent ripples of spiritual power spread out, overturning all the decorations in the hall onto the ground. Jiang Jiaming slowly retracted his sword finger and sternly shouted. The Jiang clan prepares for battle. Activate the clan's protective formation. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be killed. Yes. With Jiang Jiaming's command, the elders of the Jiang family in the hall also responded one after another. Each pulled out a sword seal from their bosom. The sword seals were thrown into the air, and beams of light shot out from them, intertwining with each other. In an instant, the entire Jiang clan was enveloped in a huge light curtain. A bird soaring high in the sky did not have time to avoid it, and directly crashed into the light curtain. In just a moment, the originally calm light curtain suddenly revealed extreme, murderous intent. That bird had attracted thousands of sword lights, which instantly cut it into a mist of blood. Seeing the Jiang family members in the hall all exuding killing intent, Li Mitian couldn't help but smile slightly at Jiang Jiaming, then spoke with a laugh. Ha ha, why make things so serious? I haven't seen Brother Jiaming for a long time, and I'm a bit eager to spar for a bit. Was it exciting? If it wasn't enough, I can exchange a few more rounds with you. Ha ha, it was exciting, it was exciting. Li Mitian waved his hand, and then returned to the crowd of the Li family. Wu Qi sneered as he watched this scene, remaining silent, but feeling very gleeful about the Jiang family's current situation. He actually wanted to see more people come to break off the engagement with the Jiang family. There was no other reason. This was also his first time visiting the Jiang family. It was just that Jiang Jiaming's threat earlier made him feel quite unhappy. Jiang Cixin quickly came to the pale face Bai Qianqian, checked her up and down, and only felt relieved after finding she was unharmed. Returning to her senses, Bai Qianqian glared at Li Mitian, seemingly wanting to say something. But she was held back by Jiang Lisin grabbing her arm. Jiang Cixin bit her lip, pondered for a moment, then asked Bai Qianqian, Sister-in-law, why don't we just agree to them? Bai Qianqian snorted coldly, looking toward the Li family's direction, grinding her teeth and speaking. The Daxia Divine dynasty breaking off the engagement would be fine, but the Li family has already taken our bride price and now comes empty-handed. How can it be that easy to break off? Jiang Lisin also silently nodded, then explained to Jiang Cixin. It turned out Jiang Cixin grew up in the Luo family, not knowing the relationship between the Li family and the Jiang family. Ever since Jiang Cixin married into the Luo family, the entire Jiang family has also benefited. Many noble families have come to propose marriage, wanting to join the Jiang family to share the benefits. The Li family was one of them. The overall strength of the Li family was indeed inferior to that of the Jiang family, but since they were already engaged, the Jiang family, adhering to the principle of helping if they could, had given the Li family a lot of resources repeatedly, including rare items like spiritual treasures and cultivation methods. In these years, the Li family developed rapidly with the resources given by the Jiang family, thus reaching a level that could compete with the Jiang family. The benefits were taken, the bride price was received, and now you want to break off the engagement. It's simply shameless. Bai Qianqian spat at the group of the Li family again, glaring at them. But the members of the Li family chose to ignore it, as if those insults were not directed at them. A woman beside Li Mitian suddenly whispered to him. Looking at their armor, they should be people from the Daxia Divine Dynasty. After she said this, Li Mitian finally noticed. Upon seeing the Daxia Divine Dynasty people come to break off the engagement with the Jiang family, Li Mitian was even more convinced that this decision to break off the engagement was the right choice. For a long time, Wu Qi smiled and stepped forward to speak to Jiang Jiaming. Master Jiang, what is your intention in this matter? Since you have no more ties with the Luo clan, why put on a show? There is no need to act so disgracefully. Hearing Wu Qi's blatant sarcasm, the Jiang family felt a wave of anger and shame. Even Jiang Lisin clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing. Chapter 8. The two elders of Xianming and the confidence of the Li clan. Compared to the Jiang family's anger and humiliation, Jiang Jiaming's expression had calmed down as he looked at Wu Qi. I have no objection to my grandson breaking off his engagement with the princess of the great Xia Divine Dynasty. After speaking, he turned to Jiang Cixin. Cixin, what do you think? I have no objection. Jiang Cixin never wanted to entangle too much with the great Xia Divine Dynasty. She only hoped her child could be safe and happy. She definitely nodded in agreement to the engagement break. After hearing that the Jiang family finally agreed to the annulment of the engagement, Wu Qi laughed heartily. That's the way. This is the proper way to act. Now I have something to report back to my court. Even though Wu Qi achieved his goal, he did not leave, instead standing by the side with an air of entitlement. It seemed he wanted to watch a good show. Jiang Jiaming ignored Wu Qi and turned to Li Mitarian. We, the Jiang family, can also agree to break off the engagement for Jiang. That's wonderful. They say Master Jiang. Seeing Jiang Jiaming yield, Li Mitarian was overjoyed and was about to flatter him. But he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Jiaming. However, the betrothal gifts that my grandson Jiang Yi received, the Li clan must return them without a single item missing. The resources we previously sent to the Li clan could be considered as feeding dogs. Hearing Jiang Jiaming demand the return of the betrothal gifts, the smile on Li Mitarian's face gradually faded. The betrothal gifts must indeed be returned, but Master Jiang, you also know that my Li clan is currently in a rebuilding phase, and we have many places where we need money. Those betrothal gifts have been spent. I'm about to throw up. Jiang Wang, who had been paying attention to the situation outside, could no longer hold back. The series of actions taken by the Li clan made him feel disgusted. Especially this scoundrel named Li Mitarian, truly someone who lacks any shame. If it weren't for the timing, Jiang Wang would have loved to slap him to death. It seems the Li clan isn't any good either. After all, what good family would promote someone like Li Mitarian to be the clan leader? In Jiang Wang's heart, he had already categorized the Li clan, the Luo clan, and the great Xia Divine Dynasty together. Looking at Li Mitarian confidently speaking these words, the Jiang family members were filled with hatred. Jiang Jiaming snorted coldly, as if he already knew that the other party would not easily return the betrothal gifts. So, are you trying to play tricks here? Jiang Jiaming sat upright, his expression calm, but his right hand had already extended, and his fingers formed a sword gesture. In the air, a clear sound like a sword unsheathing echoed in the hall. Li Mitarian naturally noticed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the hall. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to direct his own spiritual energy. Ha! I wake up and find someone causing trouble in my Jiang family. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became tense, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from the void. The space twisted, and a hunchbacked elder in gray linen walked out of the void. With the appearance of this elder, the spiritual energy in the entire hall seemed to be suppressed. Ah, it's the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Jiang family members revealed joyful expressions upon seeing the gray-clad elder. including Jiang Jiaming. The Jiang family members all knelt down and paid their respects. This gray-clad old man is the ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Tao. Just as Jiang Cixin was about to kneel, a gentle breeze lifted her up. Jiang Tao's murky eyes looked at Jiang Cixin, and in the next moment, his figure appeared before her. Since you're already pregnant, there's no need for these cumbersome rituals. After saying this, Jiang Tao's gaze fell on Jiang Cixin's bulging belly, and a tender expression appeared in his eyes. Little one, I am very much looking forward to meeting you. Is this the ancestor of the Jiang family? He must be several hundred years old. Jiang Wang curiously looked at the Jiang family ancestor before him. From Jiang Wang's perception, the ancestor had not yet broken through the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor. Even after years of closed-door training, he still had not broken through. After looking at Jiang Cixin for a while, Jiang Tao slowly walked in front of the Jiang family members. Ancestor, you have come out of seclusion? Jiang Jiaming hurried forward, wanting to support Jiang Tao. Get lost, you little brat. You're so useless, letting people invade your home and even sit on your neck to defecate. How dare you call me ancestor? Jiang Tao's expression changed when facing Jiang Jiaming, his anger flaring as he glared. After all, Jiang Jiaming was now the head of the family, and he showed an awkward expression in response to Jiang Tao's scolding. Stand back. Jiang Tao snorted coldly and waved his hand at him. He then turned to the members of the Li family and spoke. Little brat, dare to be wild here. No use saying anything else. Call that old ghost Li, the old codger, to bring our Jiang family's betrothal gift and comfort the people. After saying this, Jiang Tao directly reached out his dry hand and grasped Li Mitian. At the same time, the pressure of the 5th level of the Immortal Emperor instantly expanded, rendering the latter unable to move at all. Ancestor is mighty. Jiang Wang immediately gave a thumbs up to his ancestor, who spoke little but was fierce, looking at the hand reaching out to suppress him. Although Li Mitian's face was very ugly, he did not show any signs of panic or fear. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly against the pressure. Elder Xianming, don't hold back. Ha, Jiang old ghost, at such an old age, your temper is still so explosive. Let us brothers have a little practice with you. Space twisted and squirmed, and 2 dry arms shot out from the cracks in space, colliding with Jiang Tao's palm. Bang! The deep sound of the collision echoed, and a violent spiritual energy smashed all the doors and windows in the great hall. Little rat's hiding, come out. After failing to strike, Jiang Tao snorted coldly and extended 2 fingers, with sword lights swirling around them and a crisp sword cry ringing out. A sword light, filled with killing intent, shot out from his fingers, piercing into the space crack. Bang! A dull sound of a crash echoed again, accompanied by a muffled groan. Jiang old ghost, your sword technique truly lives up to its name. As the voice fell, 2 old men in light blue robes emerged from the spatial crack. The 2 looked like they were carved from the same mold, both with white hair and beard, hooked noses, triangular eyes, their gazes filled with malice, and a sinister smile at the corners of their mouths. So, it's you 2 old ghosts. Upon seeing them, Jiang Tao snorted coldly, revealing their origins. I forgot to introduce you. These are the Xianming elders, already guest elders of my Li clan. Li Mitian, seeing the 2 appear, burst into loud laughter, his expression filled with pride. Chapter 9. The Saint Takes Action. Return it obediently. Xian Tian and Ming Tian, also known as the Xianming elders. Both of them have the strength of the 4th level of the Immortal Emperor, and being biological brothers, they work together in perfect harmony, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. They have always been in the business of taking money and eliminating disasters for others, but it is said that in their early years, they were suppressed by an extraordinary figure and have been wandering ever since. They're indeed infamous. The name is notoriously foul. Actually, being able to invite the 2 old men of Xianming as guest elders, I must thank the gift from your Jiang family. Looking at the smug expression on Li Mitian's face, even Jiang Lisin, who usually has a good temper, couldn't help but step forward and shout at him. Indeed, you scoundrel, have accepted my Jiang family's gifts and invited these 2 people to support your Li family. It's simply a den of snakes and rats colluding together. Is it your turn to speak? Before Li Mitian could retort, the gaze of the 2 old men of Xianming immediately locked onto Jiang Lisin. At the same time, the pressure of the Immortal Emperor was completely unleashed without reservation. Jiang Lisin instantly felt as if a mountain peak was weighing down on his back. His expression was painful, his teeth were gritted and squeaked, and his legs kept trembling. This pressure from the Immortal Emperor was something he couldn't bear. It was clear that the 2 old men of Xianming wanted Jiang Lisin to kneel down immediately. You 2 really think old man I am heir? Jiang Tao's face suddenly turned cold, and a trace of killing intent flowed from his eyes. With a single step forward, his whole aura changed instantly. If just now Jiang Tao was an old man on the verge of decay, then at this moment, he was like a long-hidden sword drawn from its sheath. His surrounding spiritual energy was sharp like a blade. Even the void seemed to show signs of being cut open. But just then, a strange and unfamiliar wave of spiritual power appeared in the grand hall. In the puzzled eyes of everyone. In the center of the hall, the void shattered, and a pitch-black, deep vortex appeared from it. Rather than a black vortex, it was more like a black hole slowly rotating. The black hole spun slowly, emanating a devouring force that could consume even the chaotic currents of space. This black hole seemed capable of devouring light itself. That's right, this black hole was the handiwork of Jiang Wang. Like to bully people, huh? Don't forget there's still me. Jiang Wang formed hand seals in his stomach, and his eyes turned an extremely pure, deep black. Devour. As Jiang Wang changed his hand seals, the black hole in the grand hall began to spin faster. In an instant, everyone felt the loss of spiritual energy in this world starting to accelerate rapidly. The pressure released by the two old men of Xianming was directly absorbed by that strange black hole. For a moment, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone present felt shocked. Even Jiang Tao squinted his eyes, looking perplexedly at that strange black hole. Among all, only Jiang Cixin knew what was happening, because she had already felt the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth filling her entire veins. Child, Jiang Cixin stroked her belly in shock, feeling exceedingly amazed. Let's attack together. The two old men of Xianming exchanged glances and then instantly redirected their spiritual energy. The strength of the fourth level of the immortal emperor erupted completely. They struck out a palm toward the strange black hole. But before this palm could descend upon the black hole, a treasured item shining with brilliant dual-colored light suddenly materialized. Its glow flowed, slightly tilting in response to the fierce palm wind. Immediately, an extremely cold aura erupted from that treasure. A light blue glow surged, forming a torrent of spiritual energy that washed down toward the two men. Not good, this thing is strange. The fierce and domineering palm wind of the two was instantly swept away by the chilling torrent. Although the torrent was weakened, the remnants still poured down toward the two men. Everyone in the grand hall felt the temperature drop instantly, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Upon seeing this spiritual treasure, the Jiang family already knew who was making a move. They couldn't help but feel incredibly shocked. My big nephew is probably the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, right? Not even born yet, and already know how to defeat bad guys. At this moment, the two old men from Xianming were also troubled by the chilling, cunning, and cold fire. This icy aura was so domineering that it could freeze even spiritual power. They could only use more spiritual power to counter it. Who is it? Dare to come out? Hiding and peeking is nothing. Xiantian gritted his teeth and shouted into the void, seemingly trying to anger the person hidden in the dark. Jiang Tao let out a sarcastic cold snort at this. Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. These two old geezers, are they not just talking about themselves? Just as Jiang Wang wanted to urge his spiritual treasure to give them some fire treatment. A clear and sweet voice, like a silver bell, echoed in the hall. This spiritual treasure belongs to me. Is there a problem? As the voice fell, a person dressed in white, as pure as snow, with a noble and cold temperament, appeared in the hall. This beautiful saint, like a celestial being, lightly raised her slender arm and gently beckoned with her fair fingers. The Kuntian cold fire, which had just displayed great power, instantly flew to her side, spinning around her like a child summoned by its mother. The two old men from Xianming squinted their eyes, realizing they could not see through this seemingly ethereal beauty. They were not fools. Although the saint looked extremely enticing, even they could not discern her strength, so they did not dare to provoke her. After hesitating for a moment, Xiantian was about to speak, but the saint lightly waved her hand and parted her red lips. I'm visiting the Jiang family today and do not wish for bloodshed here. You shall return all gifts to the Jiang family, and this matter shall end. The saint's voice was calm and light, but the undeniable authority within made one feel fear. The two old men from Xianming frowned. You are being unreasonable. Before Ming Tian could finish, the saint pointed her jade finger. Instantly, he was sent flying backwards, spewing out blood as if he were a kite with a broken string. Silence, a dead silence. The saint's finger literally silenced all questions. Xiantan was shocked and hurriedly apologized to the saint, then disappeared into the void with the unconscious Ming Tian. Can we now return the gifts? Ignoring the fleeing, Xianming old man, the saint turned her cold gaze towards Li Mitian. Being looked at like this, he almost wet his pants. How could he dare to say no now? In a flurry, he took out a Kuntian pouch from his bosom and presented it to the saint with both hands. Here's the payment. At that moment, Jiang Wang used his spiritual power to send it into Jiang Jiaming's hands. Jiang Tao snorted coldly. Hurry up and get lost. All right, we will leave right now. Chapter 10. The beautiful ant slightly makes a move, already their limit. Watching the dejected figures of the Li family leave, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. The appearance of the saint was a devastating blow to the Li family. As for Wu Qi at this moment, ever since the saint appeared, he had tucked away his smile. What a joke, such terrifying power. If he were to take off his armor now, one would see his back drenched in cold sweat. When the saint turned her gaze towards him, he immediately bowed respectfully. Great Xia Divine Dynasty, General Wu Qi, greetings, saint. The saint's beautiful eyes were as calm as a still ancient well, maintaining her cold demeanor. Saint, your arrival at the Jiang family is a rare fortune for us in a century. I feel ashamed to have disturbed you. Jiang Tao boldly spoke to the saint. It's no trouble. After all, I am a guest at the Jiang family. It's just a small matter. To everyone's surprise, the saint's cold and beautiful face actually revealed a rare smile, like a celestial being in a painting, making it hard to look away. It's Wu Qi. Today, coming to the Jiang clan, he first ate a turtle, then saw the attitude of the Miao saint towards the Jiang clan, and couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. It's a joke, no matter how arrogant he is at this moment, with a saint in front of him, even if he cultivates for a few hundred years, he wouldn't dare to act out. Therefore, feeling apprehensive, he cupped his hands in front of the Miao saint and left with his people, unwillingly. Farewell. Now, he felt a wave of fear. Thinking back, his actions today were like searching for poop in a latrine with a lantern. After Wu Qi and the people of the Li clan left, the people of the Jiang clan in the Great Hall could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Jiang Wang and the Miao saint today, their Jiang clan would really have been nailed to the pillar of shame. Jiang Tao, with his somewhat murky eyes, glanced at Jiang Cixin, then looked towards the Miao saint again. Miao saint, today's matter was greatly thanks to your help. It's no trouble, since I have accepted Jiang Wang as my disciple. Your Jiang family's matters are now somewhat related to me. As the Miao saint spoke this, the eyes of all the Jiang family members present lit up. What the Miao saint said held extraordinary weight. Although they had been driven out by the Luo clan, relying on Jiang Wang, their Jiang clan actually gained another Miao saint as a support. Furthermore, behind the Miao saint not only stood the Medicine God Valley, but also the Creation Immortal Palace, which ranks at the top even in the ancient immortal domain. How many clans would desperately seek such a backing, but could not obtain it? Hearing this, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy and waved his hand to the Jiang family members. You may leave. I have some words to discuss with the Miao saint. Yes. After everyone left, Jiang Tao bowed and asked the Miao saint, May I ask, Miao saint, what kind of physique does that little guy have, able to control spiritual treasures in the womb? Upon hearing Jiang Tao's question, the Miao saint knit her brows slightly. After pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke. You Jiang family has tremendous fortune. That little guy possesses the ancient holy body. What? Even for an old monster like Jiang Tao. Upon hearing the words, ancient holy body, his pupils shook. His face filled with shock and ecstasy. In disbelief, he confirmed with the Miao saint. Is it the legendary holy body that can once perfected? Exactly, the ancient holy body, once perfected, can challenge the great emperors of ancient times. The Miao saint paused, then slowly continued. As for why he can manipulate spiritual treasures while in the womb, I am not clear. The last time the ancient holy body appeared was tens of thousands of years ago. It might be a unique power of the ancient holy body. Moreover, not only that, the little guy is currently still cultivating. I can sense that his aura is becoming increasingly powerful. I truly wonder how strong he will be on the day he comes into the world. Once the Miao saint finished speaking, Jiang Tao's wrinkled old face was filled with pride and joy. Good. My Jiang family has produced a prodigy. On another side, Jiang Cixin was helped back into the room by Qianqian and Jiang Lisin. Qianqian had a face full of joy, with an unmistakable pride in her tone. My big nephew is really amazing. It seems our Jiang family is about to soar. Listening to Qianqian's words, Jiang Cixin couldn't help but feel comforted in her heart. She reached out to touch her belly, reminiscing how her child had made her proud today. Jiang Lisin also smiled and nodded. Yes, Jiang Yi is lucky to have such a brother. Exactly, that ancient Luo clan truly has no eye for talent. They will be waiting to regret. Listening to all this from within, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel emotional. This world really is one where strength reigns supreme. The beautiful Aunt only slightly exerted herself, and that was already their limit. Jiang Wang made up his mind. He must work even harder, not only to win at the starting line, but he also wanted to win while still in the womb. Determined, Jiang Wang joined his hands in a seal. He began to swallow the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and that originally powerful aura grew once more. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Cixin arrived at the back mountain villa where Jiang Tao usually closed himself off. Jiang Tao stepped out of the void, Tsusheng Ly looking at Jiang Cixin. I've come to pay respects, ancestor. Haha, no need for that. Jiang Tao waved his hand with a smile, then motioned for Jiang Cixin to sit down. I have already heard from the wonderful saint that this little fellow is an ancient sacred body. Although I have not seen this sacred body, I also know a bit from the wonderful saint and some ancient texts. This sacred body is incredibly strong, but the resources it requires are enormous. Hearing this, Jiang Cixin couldn't help but show a hint of gloom on her face. Why not let my granddaughter go to the Luo clan? No way. As soon as the Luo clan was mentioned, Jiang Tao felt furious, stood up, and couldn't help cursing. This child has nothing to do with the Luo clan anymore. How could they be so ungrateful? Jiang Tao paused, then slightly softened his tone as he comforted Jiang Cixin. Don't worry, I've already decided. Once this little fellow is born, I will give all my resources to him. That absolutely cannot happen. Jiang Tao smiled and waved his hand, signaling Jiang Cixin to calm down, then spoke seriously. I know my own situation better than anyone. Breaking through to the sixth realm of the immortal emperor is already hopeless. Since that's the case, why should I occupy a position without contributing? So, no more discussion. I've made my decision. Besides, this child is the future of our Jiang family. He is worth it. Jiang Cixin opened her mouth, and all her grateful words turned into one sentence. I thank you on behalf of Wanger, ancestor. Inside Jiang Cixin's belly, Jiang Wang also opened his eyes, fully aware of what was happening outside. He too felt the love from Jiang Tao. Chapter 11. Transforming into the 9th level, Reward of Supreme Bone. At this moment, the familiar little text from the system began to emerge before Jiang Wang's eyes. Although you are lacking in innate talent, your Jiang family ancestor still loves you very much. Not only has he shown no bias, but he also patiently teaches you, and when you are bullied, he will stand up for you. Now, your Jiang family ancestor's lifespan is short, and you decide to work hard for a month to make him feel relieved. Task: work hard for a month continuously to astonish your ancestor. Reward: fusion of Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. Jiang Wang looked at the reward for this task, nearly drooling. He understood very well what Supreme Bone meant. Jiang Wang couldn't dare to think any further now. He didn't even want to imagine just how strong he would be after fusing with Supreme Bone. If in 300 years, with his trashy constitution, he couldn't astonish his ancestor after a month of cultivation, even if he practiced for a whole year, it wouldn't be easy. But for now, working hard for a month to astonish his ancestor was quite simple. Without further delay, Jiang Wang focused his mind, joined his hands in a seal, and began to cultivate. At the same time, he activated the sky-swallowing devil technique to accelerate his training. Jiang Wang currently possessed the strength of the 3rd level of the transformation realm. He retracted all his aura, preparing for a stunning performance in a month during the sprint phase. Thus, unexpectedly, the entire Jiang clan began to anticipate something. That is, they were all looking forward to the birth of Jiang family's child. Inside the grand hall of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tao sat at the top, with Jiang Jianming and other elder members of the Jiang family below. From this day on, I will no longer close myself off and will personally guard the Jiang clan. While sipping spiritual tea, Jiang Tao casually spoke to everyone. Jiang Jianming frowned upon hearing this, expressing concern as he spoke. Ancestor, you are at a crucial time for breaking through to the 6th realm. Why not? Why not what? How can I trust you useless bunch to let me close myself off? In the beginning, I thought you were hard-working enough. But who knew that after so many years, you still had such trivial strength? Can you really make it with this? Jiang Tao sarcastically mocked Jiang Jianming. Jiang Jianming's face suddenly turned red with shame. Even though he was now the head of the clan and a grandfather, in front of Jiang Tao, he was still a junior. Seeing Jiang Jianming's guilty expression, Jiang Tao let out a cold snort. Then he announced to everyone the decision made yesterday. However, this time, no one spoke out in opposition. Because everyone present in this great hall was a core member of the Jiang clan. They understood the astonishing talent of Jiang Wang and under the pressure of the command from the ancestor Jiang Tao, nobody dared to speak against it. Inside the hall, Jiang Tao also instructed Jiang Jiaming and Jiang Lisan to take good care of Jiang Cixin. Once everything was announced, Jiang Tao took a sip of spiritual tea and addressed everyone. Don't think that this old man is biased. To say something unpleasant, our entire Jiang clan, including my old bones, doesn't even measure up to that little guy. Is there still a need for me to say how things are for the Jiang clan now? Even that group of filthy Li clan members dare to ride on our necks and defecate. Do you not feel ashamed? The efforts we put in now are all meaningful. That little guy's future will definitely shine brightly. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, dogs and chickens rise to heaven. He is our Jiang clan's future. Jiang Tao's words were pearls of wisdom. Every sentence was the truth. Once he finished speaking, everyone in the Jiang family, standing in the great hall, rose together. They bowed and clasped their hands towards Jiang Tao. Ancestor is wise. A month later, Jiang Cixin had now moved to a beautiful and peaceful villa. This was to better take care of her pregnancy. Inside the villa, Jiang Cixin sat in front of the mirror while Xiaolan happily arranged her hair behind her. Xiaolan, there's no need to make it so elaborate. I'm just staying in this villa, not stepping outside the door. It's unnecessary to look so exquisite. That's unacceptable. Miss, you're now a great contributor to the entire Jiang clan. Xiaolan is following you to bask in your glory, so you must be made beautiful. Jiang Cixin smiled and nodded. She looked at her gradually growing belly, her face full of love. Actually, I just want my child to grow up happily and live their life. The higher the status, the heavier the burden. At that moment, Jiang Cixin suddenly froze, because she suddenly felt a wave of heat surge from her abdomen. That was a sign of vast spiritual energy pouring into her meridians. What's wrong, miss? Seeing Jiang Cixin's expression, Xiaolan was confused, thinking something was wrong with her, and was immediately alarmed. In an instant, the space fluctuated, and a figure dressed in white, like a celestial being, appeared out of thin air. Then, the space twisted, and a worried Jiang Tao also stepped out from the crack in space. What happened? Jiang Tao and the celestial being were both monitoring the villa, fearing that something might happen to their clan's prodigy or disciples. At the same time, within Jiang Cixin, Jiang Wang gradually opened his eyes. 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. That should be enough. Then, Jiang Wang instantly released all the suppressed energy from this past month. The overwhelming aura burst forth from Jiang Wang's body without reservation, forming a visible golden ripple of spiritual energy. Feeling Jiang Wang's rising energy within Jiang Cixin, both the celestial being and Jiang Tao were taken aback. Especially Jiang Tao. His eyes were filled with shock. Even his lips were quivering uncontrollably. This aura, is this the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm? Exactly, and it's only a hair's breadth away from reaching the peak of spirit transformation realm. The celestial being added. At the same time, the celestial being couldn't help but ponder. This little guy is truly cunning. He's been suppressing his aura all this time. Even I have been deceived, and I'm looking forward more and more to the moment when the little guy takes over my legacy and rises to prominence. The mysterious saint smiled gently as he looked at Jiang Tao and spoke softly. Congratulations, Elder Jiang. At this rate, your Jiang family will have another innate supreme being. That's great. Innate supreme is wonderful. With so many surprises, Jiang Tao's old face was now beaming like a blooming flower. At the same time, Jiang Wang in his belly was also very happy, because once again, the little system script appeared before him. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, Fusion Supreme Bone. Suddenly, Jiang Wang felt a strange bone appear on his chest. This peculiar bone looked like the most exquisite jade carved in the world. Countless mysterious runes flickered on it, and supreme Taoist essence wrapped around and intertwined on it. Jiang Wang was extremely excited inside. With the sky-devouring demon art combined with the supreme bone, he had taken a big step closer to the so-called supreme path. Chapter 12. Fusion Successful. Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. Throughout history, only a very small portion of innate supremes are born with this bone. From ancient times to the present, anyone born with a supreme bone has always been a contemporary prodigy or sage, a multitude of great saints, and among them are not lacking in ancient emperors. In simple terms, not all supreme beings possess a supreme bone, but those who possess a supreme bone are indeed supreme. This supreme bone can actually be viewed as a form of evolution of a great divine power. Depending on each person's constitution, the divine power contained within the supreme bone is also different. Jiang Wang observed the supreme bone on his chest. The supreme bone, seemingly carved from white jade, was radiating immeasurable golden light as it slowly fused with Jiang Wang's body. I wonder what kind of divine power is derived from my supreme bone. Jiang Wang gazed thoughtfully at the incredibly exquisite supreme bone. Well, it seems that fully fusing with the supreme bone will take some time. Jiang Wang looked at the progress bar that appeared before him. He estimated that by the time the supreme bone was fully fused, it would be about the time he was born. I should focus on my cultivation and not be lazy. With this thought, Jiang Wang closed his eyes again and began to cultivate, waiting for the day of his birth to arrive. The next morning, the entire Jiang family gathered in the square. The mysterious saint smiled as he spoke to Jiang Tao. Elder Jiang, I will take my leave now. When Jiang Wang comes of age, I will come here to guide him to my creation immortal palace. Very good, very good. During these days, we have truly been greatly blessed by the mysterious saint's protection. Yes, I also thank the mysterious saint for protecting my unborn child. Jiang Zixin stepped forward, sincerely speaking to him. The mysterious saint nodded gently. Then he extended his elegant arm, gently stroking the head of the crane beside him. You must protect my disciple well, did you hear? The crane beside him nodded, clearly understood. Seeing this scene, the mysterious saint did not intend to stay longer. In a ripple of space, the mysterious saint's slender figure disappeared right there. Once the mysterious saint left, the crane raised its long neck, as if searching for someone among the Jiang family. Soon, the crane's gaze locked onto Jiang Zixin. The crane let out a clear call. Then it flew to Jiang Zixin's side, affectionately rubbing its head against her palm. From this, it seemed to have acknowledged Jiang Zixin. Or rather, it had acknowledged Jiang Wang in Jiang Zixin's womb. Jiang Tao's old face was full of joy. Although the mysterious saint had left, the crane remained here. This crane's strength had already reached the immortal emperor level. This meant that the Jiang family now gained another immortal emperor-level powerhouse out of thin air. Now, the Jiang clan not only had a Qilin child, but also had a powerful warrior standing guard. Every day, Jiang Tao's mood was either refreshed or happy. Elder Crane will be our Jiang clan supreme elder from now on. He must receive the same treatment and offerings. Yes. After giving instructions to the Jiang family members, Jiang Tao hummed a tune and left, while the others dispersed. Jiang Jiaming stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands to Elder Crane and speaking politely. Elder Crane, why not follow me to the Supreme Elder's residence? Elder Crane shook his head directly and then glanced at Jiang Zixin. The meaning was very clear. Let Elder Crane stay in my courtyard then. Jiang Zixin smiled as she spoke to Jiang Jiaming. Seeing this, Jiang Jiaming could only nod in agreement. At the same time, Jiang Wang's grandmother held Jiang Zixin's hand lovingly and said to her, If you need anything, make sure to tell your mother and your father, all right? Don't worry, mother. I lack nothing. Jiang Wang's grandmother nodded, then looked at Jiang Zixin's already noticeably bulging belly. If we count the days, are you about to give birth? Jiang Zixin nodded, placing her hand on her belly, her face showing a hint of expectation. Yes, in a few months, it will be about time. Then should we invite the ancestor to set up some barriers for our Jiang clan? Father has been reading ancient texts these days. It is said that some powerful physiques are born with extraordinary signs. Jiang Jiaming spoke with concern to Jiang Zixin. But this idea was immediately rejected by Jiang Wang's grandmother. Why hide? Can't our Jiang clan's Qilin child stand out? It would be best if the entire ancient fairy domain knew. Seeing her mother like this, Jiang Zixin could only smile helplessly. Her mother was not one to seek fame and fortune. She preferred to do things quietly and without fuss. But now it was different. It was simply because she was angry about being expelled by the Luo clan. All right, go back and rest. The closer you are to giving birth, the more careful you must be. Understood, father. After saying goodbye to Jiang Jiaming and his wife, Xiaolan helped Jiang Zixin back to the residence. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Zixin felt the connection with the little one in her belly. Even though this child was not recognized by the Luo clan, she was now very content. And within Jiang Zixin's belly, Jiang Wang was radiating a dazzling golden light. This was the unique golden blood energy of the ancestral holy body. It is said this energy can dispel disasters and ward off evil, impervious to all laws. At this moment, Jiang Wang's aura had already broken through the transformation god realm and entered the supreme realm, and the aura was continually rising, growing more powerful. Just like that, days passed one by one. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. The Jiang clan was buzzing with excitement, as it seemed everyone had started to get busy, because Jiang Zixin from the Jiang clan was showing signs of going into labor. On this particular day, Jiang Wang opened his tightly shut eyes for several months. Instantly, pure golden light filled his eyes. The supreme bone in his chest erupted with dazzling golden light, surrounded by swirling purple runes, exuding a profound aura of the great Tao. Supreme bone fusion progress complete. It's done. Jiang Wang clenched his small fist. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his limbs and bones, he felt that he could easily crush a small mountain now. And Jiang Wang could sense that today was the day he would enter the world. At the same time, the sky above the Jiang clan suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky, free of clouds, was suddenly covered by rolling dark clouds, as if shrouded by a night curtain. Simultaneously, above the cloud-covered sky, thunder and lightning erupted. Thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were furious. Caw! A clear and loud crane's call echoed through the earth and sky. The silhouette of the crane and Jiang Tao appeared simultaneously outside the Jiang clan. Jiang Tao looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky, a serious expression appearing in his eyes. Chapter 13. The Birth of the Sacred Body, shaking the 8 directions. He could clearly feel the power contained within the heavens above. Could it be that the little guy will face a lightning tribulation at birth? Beside him, the crane shook its head, signaling Jiang Tao to stay calm. Meanwhile, Jiang Cixen lay on a bed in another courtyard, drenched in sweat. She kept shouting with all her might. Surrounding her were Jiang Wang's grandparents and Jiang Li Xian's family. Bai Qian held Jiang Yi in her arms, her face full of worry and urgency as she spoke. Push, Cixen, just hang in there. Everyone in the room had anxious and worried expressions, afraid something might happen to Jiang Cixen at this moment. Not only were they anxious, even Jiang Wang inside her body was extremely anxious. He couldn't break out directly, so he could only pin all his hopes on his mother. Come on, Mom. At this moment, Jiang Cixen was already very weak, but she still gathered her last bit of strength to let out a painful scream. As Jiang Cixen suddenly exerted herself one last time. Boom! In an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a surging golden light. The dazzling golden light forced everyone to close their eyes, only hearing a loud roar. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Jiang Wang, like a golden cocoon, soaring into the sky, directly breaking through the roof of the hall and flying out. At the same time, the aura around Jiang Wang erupted uncontrollably. This, Supreme Realm 7th Layer. Supreme Realm 8th Layer. Supreme Realm Great Perfection. Everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, staring at the scene before them. That incredibly strong aura spread wildly throughout the Jiang clan. However, the shock Jiang Wang brought them was far from over. Golden blood energy surged out from the top of Jiang Wang's head. It was as if a golden sun appeared above the heavens. The golden blood energy even dyed the dark sky into gold. This aura, is this the Supreme Realm Great Perfection? Oh my God, a naturally born Supreme Realm Great Perfection. Look, before everyone's surprise could end, the power within this realm suddenly seemed to be devoured by a whale. The sky was filled with golden light that slowly formed into a golden sea, with golden lotuses rising from within. The golden lotuses swayed in the wind, as if holding the mystery of the world's creation. At this moment, the Jiang clan was already in an uproar. Not only that, countless powerful beings nearby also felt the tremor. They appeared in midair, watching Jiang Wang's birth together. At the same time, everyone present suddenly felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. This aura was extremely powerful. The crane reacted first, spreading its wings and unleashing its strength of the 5th layer of the Immortal Emperor. Roar! In an instant, a massive, loud dragon roar resonated through the heavens and the earth. The crane's aura was instantly suppressed. At the same time, everyone saw a dazzling golden dragon flying from the horizon. As the giant dragon approached the Jiang clan, the golden light flickered and gradually transformed into a human figure. This figure stood tall, dressed in a golden dragon robe, with sharp and strong features, its aura extremely overwhelming, making one unable to help but want to worship it. This is the Emperor of the Great Xia. That's right, it's the Emperor of the Great Xia. No wonder he has come. The commotion of the Jiang family is too great. The powerful beings standing in the heavens whispered to each other. The Emperor stood in the air, ignoring the others, his eyes filled with shock as he gazed at the scene before him. This vision, it is the bitter sea birthing the golden lotus, this. The human emperor wanted to ask Jiang Tao, but at that moment, before he could finish speaking, strange phenomena erupted in the world again. In the golden ocean, a scroll suddenly flew out, shaking and bursting forth with boundless golden light. Mountains and rivers, flying birds and running beasts all within it, containing countless paths of saints. beautiful rivers and mountains. Many powerful beings gasped in surprise at the reappearing vision. Before the human emperor could be shocked again, the next scene completely robbed him of his ability to speak. In this world, countless stars appeared, each one more brilliant than the sun. It seemed as if they would ignite the heavens and earth, heavy like mountains, dazzling beyond compare. The stars shine in the blue sky. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a colossal painting slowly emerged in the air. This painting was black and white, the colors intertwining and weaving together, yet they were incompatible. Yin embraced Yang, and Yang embraced Yin, life and death standing together. The diagram of Yin and Yang, life and death, has appeared. Oh my, how many wonders does this Jiang family's prodigy have? Finally, the spiritual force of this world became completely wild. As Jiang Wang's handprint above the sky changed, all the visions in the sky vanished, replaced by a vast golden blood aura bursting out from the top of Jiang Wang's head. Then, this aura slowly coalesced into 9 indistinct human figures in the sky. At the same time, behind Jiang Wang appeared a massive human figure sitting on a throne. This golden figure was unclear in face, appearing as another Jiang Wang, seated in the 9 heavens, surrounded by golden mystic energy, overlooking the world, as if a celestial king had descended into the mortal realm. These 9 figures turned toward Jiang Wang, slowly bowing. The human emperor's eyes trembled wildly, staring in shock at the unfolding scene before him. This is the celestial king descending upon the 9 heavens. Jiang Jianming gazed blankly at Jiang Wang, suspended in the sky, tears flowing down his face. He murmured, my grandson has the bearing of a great emperor." At this moment, Jiang Wang felt a wave of comfort, finally opening his mouth. He began to absorb that vision into himself. The figure seated behind Jiang Wang even reached out a hand, grabbing a thread of purple energy from the void. This purple energy was incredibly pure and rich, and the spiritual energy in front of it was utterly incomparable. As this thread of purple energy was swallowed by Jiang Wang, the Supreme Realm's grand completion aura surprisingly wavered at this moment. The human emperor let out a long breath, his tone revealing shock. This little guy has absorbed a thread of primal purple energy. It seems he will become a true innate immortal. Many powerful beings present couldn't help but gasp in surprise upon hearing this. Expressions of envy appeared on their faces. Bai Qianqian curiously asked Jiang Lisin beside her, "What is this primal purple energy?" Jiang Lisin's face also revealed a deep emotion. Primal purple energy is a unique aura that Tendi Chu Kai Itrisha, the most pure energy in the world. Even a strand the size of a hair can cause top experts to battle fiercely. Jiang Tao's smile had not faded, now feeling a vague pain in his cheeks. Grinning foolishly, he gazed at Jiang Wang above the sky. Good, a true, innate immortal. That reckless Luo Zhantian could only boast about being a supreme one wait when he reaches adulthood. In the future, don't come begging to me. The 14th chapter, Regret of the Human Emperor. Jiang Wang would never disappoint anyone. After absorbing the thread of primal purple energy, he instantly felt the shackles between the supreme realm and the true immortal realm shattered completely. Boundless pure spiritual energy filled Jiang Wang's veins and limbs. He looked up at the dark clouds still shrouding the Jiang clan sky. His brow furrowed. Why is it still a gloomy day? With me here, there will be no more gloomy days for the Jiang clan. After saying this, Jiang Wang took a deep breath and then let out a roar towards the sky. Retreat. Golden blood energy erupted from Jiang Wang's mouth, like a wide, flowing golden torrent. At the same time, the power of true, celestial realm instantly spread out. It directly scattered the dark clouds gathering above the sky. As the clouds dispersed, the world between heaven and earth returned to a clear, bright expanse. This majestic and thick golden blood energy, it must be the ancient sacred body without a doubt. Yes, it's been so many years, and the ancient sacred body has appeared again. It is said that the fully realized sacred body can rival the ancient emperors. The Jiang family truly has great fortune. Watching Jiang Wang's actions, many powerful beings below couldn't help but talk among themselves. At this moment, the human emperor stood not far away, also observing Jiang Wang closely. The shock within his golden eyes had not completely faded. The human emperor sighed. His feelings were somewhat complicated now. Why is this ancient sacred body of the innate, true, celestial realm not born in my great Xia divine dynasty? If my great Xia had such a person, it would surely rival the creation immortal palace and endure for hundreds of thousands of years. To be honest, The great Xia human emperor felt somewhat envious of this small Jiang clan. Moreover, compared to envy, he felt more regret now. Very much regret. He originally thought that since the woman named Jiang Cixin was swept out by the Luo clan, her child would have lost political significance. His daughter could not possibly marry a mere child of the small Jiang clan. So when someone advised him, he readily agreed. What a serious miscalculation. Looking at the Li clan, seeing such a grand spectacle, Li Mitian immediately led the clan's strong ones to check it out. Much to his dismay, he instantly regretted it to the core upon looking. With such a prodigy in the Jiang clan, how could the Jiang clan not flourish? Yet compared to regret, Li Mitian felt more fear. After all, Jiang Wang was born with such astonishing abilities. Once he grew up, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant to annihilate their Li clan? At the same time, the great Xia human emperor's hands hidden beneath his dragon robe kept rubbing, as if weighing something. Just as the human emperor was pondering whether to put aside his pride and bring up the marriage alliance again. A loud, hearty laugh echoed throughout this realm. Ha ha! The innate true, celestial realm's ancient sacred body is indeed a rare existence, even in ancient times. With the sound of this hearty laughter, an elderly figure appeared in everyone's view. The old man was dressed in a tattered red Dao robe with patches, inscribed with a mysterious flame totem. As this figure appeared, everyone felt the temperature of the surrounding world rise. This is the Burning Heaven Saint from the Fire Virtue Dao sect. Incredible! Even the Burning Heaven Saint has come. The Burning Heaven Saint first glanced at Jiang Wang, who was tilting his head to look at him up in the sky. Then he nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, everyone saw flames flickering. Within the blink of an eye, the Burning Heaven Saint appeared before Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was taken aback, just about to clasp his hands and greet, but was stopped by the Burning Heaven Saint waving his hand. No need for excessive courtesy. Hee, I was just passing by and noticed some unusual phenomena, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter the noble clan's dragon son being born. It seems to be a wonderful thing. I see, but you. Jiang Tao was somewhat puzzled by the Burning Heaven Saint's intention. Hee, it's nothing else. Just coincidentally, our sect's holy maiden was born just 2 years ago, and I thought I'd ask if this little fellow has any marriage arrangements. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. It turns out that this Burning Heaven Saint was actually harboring this intention. Old ghost of Burning Heaven. Even if this child is to marry, he cannot marry one of your Fire Virtue sect's fierce women. As these teasing words fell, the space trembled. An old man in a deep blue robe appeared in everyone's sight. His robe was just as exquisite as that of the Burning Heaven Saint, but the mysterious and unique flame runes on it were different. This, today, is truly an eye-opener. Not only has the human emperor from the Great Xia arrived, but also 2 saints from the Fire Virtue sect and Water Virtue sect. Indeed, and I heard that Saint Tong Hai seems to have come here for the Jiang family's ancient holy body. That's right, after all, it is an ancient holy body. Everyone wants to bring it under their wing. Upon seeing Saint Tong Hai, the originally warm expression of the Burning Heaven Saint instantly turned serious. You old ghost are still alive? What are you doing here in the Jiang clan? If you're not dead, how could I bear to die? After retorting, Saint Tong Hai smiled and looked at Jiang Tao, saying, Why not let this child marry my Water Virtue sect saintess? The women of my Water Virtue sect are gentle as water and extraordinarily beautiful. Additionally, I can guarantee that once your Jiang clan has this marriage, my sect will do everything to nurture this child. In the sky, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. The Water Virtue sect seems quite good. However, he didn't want to consider these things right now. After all, this body was only 1 year old, or rather, not even a year yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang directly leaped down. He pounced into Jiang Cixin's embrace. Although Jiang Wang still retained memories from his previous life, the bond of blood was something he couldn't let go of. At the first sight of his mother, he knew that she was the closest person to him in this world. As for that cheap old man, he should just stay far away. Oh, is this my big nephew? He really looks good. At this moment, Jiang Wang, although just born, already looked like a 6-month-old child. His skin appeared as if carved from beautiful jade, perfectly smooth and flawless. A pair of big, watery eyes sparkled with golden light and spirit, looking extremely adorable. One couldn't help but want to hold him in their arms and play with him. Jiang Cixin reached out to stroke Jiang Wang's plump little face, her eyes filled with love. Little sister, rest assured, in the future, with me, Jiang Lisan around, no ancient clan will dare to touch a single hair on my big nephew. Seeing his little nephew for the first time, Jiang Lisan felt a soft heart. Out of luck, Bai Qianqian rolled her eyes, holding Jiang Yi, who was less than knee-high, and waved her fist. "Child, this is your cousin Jiang Wang. It is thanks to his kindness that you have the chance to enter the Creation Immortal Palace. I must remind you, if you bully your brother in the future, you will have to eat a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat." Bai Qian usually spoiled Jiang Yi, but now with these words, it was clear that she truly cared for her husband's little nephew from her heart. The Jiang family members couldn't help but exchange smiles. Even Jiang Wang felt his heart move. He could feel that their smiles came from deep within. With such an amazing little kid in the Jiang family, the Luo clan must be regretting it terribly. Seemingly affected by the Jiang family's happiness, a powerful figure below clicked his tongue in frustration. "I wouldn't say that. This Jiang family child is indeed gifted, but the rare treasures supporting the ancient Luo clan are not few either. Don't forget, on the main family side, isn't there also a child? The child of the main family refers to Mo Yun's son. How can skills relying on heavenly materials and earthly treasures compare to the innate abilities brought from the womb? But with the ancient Luo clan's capabilities, if they truly target the Jiang family's child, it is likely that before he reaches adulthood, he will forcibly take people away. At that time, the Jiang family will inevitably face another storm of blood and rain." Hearing this, Jiang Wang furrowed his brows. But made sense. The so-called noble family and ancient clan is nothing more than a huge marketplace for fame and fortune. Back then, they disregarded their faces and drove their life-saving benefactor out. In the future, what would stop them from toppling the Jiang clan for their own desires? Thinking of the humiliation and cold words his mother suffered not long ago, a chilling aura emanated from Jiang Wang's body. The Luo clan, before adulthood? It will not take long. Before reaching adulthood, he would certainly make a trip back to the Luo clan. He would have a good meeting with these old ones. Chapter 15. The Strange Aura of the Back Mountain. With the passing of spring and autumn, flowers wither and bloom. In the dense forest outside the Jiang clan, the trees have grown a little taller, and the rings within the trunks have increased by 5. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, within the Jiang clan, in the place where Jiang Tao was in seclusion, a young figure was sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus platform. This figure had an extraordinary aura, surrounded by dazzling golden light, as if it were ethereal or illusory, like a divine spirit. His long hair was naturally tied behind his head, with 2 strands of hair falling on his forehead. His skin was white, tender, and exquisite, like a beautiful jade. This figure was Jiang Wang. Who else could it be? At this moment, the space twisted, and Jiang's figure appeared in this realm. As Jiang Tao appeared, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, and 2 golden glimmers flashed through his gaze. The golden light surrounding him also dissipated. "Ancestor." Jiang Wang smiled and greeted Jiang Tao. The latter grinned, looked up and down at Jiang Wang, and then couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Tisk, truly the later generation surpassing the earlier ones. You are only a little over 5 years old, and you have already reached the peak of the Immortal King realm. In a few years, even this old man won't be your match. Hearing Jiang Tao's sentiment, Jiang Wang's tender, slightly chubby little face turned rosy. Ever since the moment he was born, Jiang Tao had given him all his cultivation resources. The number of spiritual stones used for cultivation was countless, and the key was various heavenly materials and earth treasures, spiritual pills, and miraculous medicines. Under such a mountain of resources, plus Jiang Wang's monstrous talent, this was how he achieved the peak of the Immortal King at the age of 5. After consuming so many resources, you definitely have to achieve some results. No need to bear too much burden. The old man and the Jiang family can only provide you with this, and in the future, your needs will only increase exponentially. At this point, Jiang Tao couldn't help but snort coldly. It's all because of that disdainful Luo clan. If you were born in the Luo clan, now you would probably... Jiang Tao's words were left unfinished, but Jiang Wang already knew what he wanted to express. It was nothing more than a sense of shame and anger. If he had been born in the Luo clan, with the resources of the Luo clan, he would have definitely already broken through to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Wang chuckled. "Ancestor, don't worry, just give me a little more time. Once I become stronger, the Jiang family will definitely stand at the top of the entire continent, and I won't even care about that Luo clan. After I reach adulthood, I will go to the Shaping Immortal Palace to cultivate. It is much better than that worthless Luo clan." Yes, we don't care about that worthless Luo clan. Jiang Tao was very fond of this great-grandson who was pleasing to his temperament, and most importantly, from childhood to adulthood, he had actually never gone through a rebellious phase and was respectful and courteous to everyone. Even when dealing with the servants of the Jiang family in private, Jiang Wang was very considerate and never scolded them. Jiang Tao stroked his beard and said to Jiang Wang, "You have been cultivating here for several months. It's time to go back and see your mother. She misses you very much." "Okay." Jiang Wang nodded, and then his figure transformed into a beam of golden light and flew away. He returned to the courtyard where Jiang Zixin had originally nurtured him. Originally, Jiang Wang's birth. The Jiang clan intends to build a separate palace for themselves. But Jiang Wang feels that would be a waste of effort and money, meaningless. In his eyes, a magnificent palace is far less appealing than this quiet courtyard. Just after landing, he saw Jiang Zixin carrying 2 plates of food coming out of the kitchen. She set them down on the stone table in the courtyard. "Mother, why not just have the chef cook?" Jiang Wang sat down with a happy smile in front of the stone table, feeling a wave of happiness at the sight of the food. Jiang Zixin, with a face full of affection, touched Jiang Wang's head and said to him, "Didn't you say you like the dishes I make? Your aunt just sent over some spirit bamboo, which is good for your training. These low-level spirit foods are no longer of much use to me. Better to save them for my cousin." Alas, what a pity! Before Jiang Zixin could finish her sentence, Jiang Wang waved his hand to interrupt. "Mother, are you going to say, if only this were in the Luo clan again?" Seeing Jiang Zixin's bitter smile, Jiang Wang also seemed very helpless. Then he emptied his bowl while speaking. "All right, mother, you have never wronged me. I've said before, when I come of age, I will go to the Luo clan to seek justice for you and the Jiang clan." Jiang Zixin touched Jiang Wang's head, smiling as she said, "Mother doesn't want you to seek justice. As long as you grow up safely, I would be very happy." After finishing the meal, Jiang Wang still sat cross-legged on the stone by the small pond in the courtyard, practicing. As the swallowing sky demon skill operated, a black vortex appeared above Jiang Wang's head, continuously devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But at that moment, Jiang Wang suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His figure transformed into a beam of golden light shooting up into the sky, rushing toward the back mountain of the Jiang clan. While practicing, he suddenly sensed a trace of a strange and evil aura. This aura made one feel inexplicably disgusted. Even his ancient holy body was extremely repelled by it. Thus, Jiang Wang continued to follow that trace of aura. He arrived at the back mountain of the Jiang clan, a forbidden area. It was not far from usual training grounds. Jiang Wang landed and looked at the dense forest ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he walked inside. After all, he had some confidence in his current strength. Moreover, this was still within the Jiang clan's territory, so he was not afraid of anything uncontrollable happening. With that in mind, Jiang Wang confidently stepped into the dense forest. Just as he entered, he furrowed his brow. This place gave him a very strange feeling. It could be due to his ancient holy body, but there was no doubt this place must have something unusual. Jiang Wang followed the increasingly intense aura deeper into the forest. Finally, a huge cave appeared ahead. That aura was emanating from within this cave. The repulsive disgust grew stronger, and even the ancient holy body couldn't help but activate itself at this moment. Golden blood energy surged into the sky, as if resisting that evil aura. Jiang Wang slowly took 2 steps back, because he sensed that within the cave, there was something formidable. At least not something he could handle right now. At this moment, Jiang Wang began to carefully examine the cave before him. He saw an incredibly large formation shrouded over it. The formation was extremely mysterious and peculiar, with mysterious runes interweaving and emitting soft light, completely sealing the cave entrance. Chapter 16. The Evil Spirit of the Back Mountain, Disaster for the Jiang clan. Is this a formation? But who in the Jiang family could set up such a high-level formation? Could it be that the Jiang family has hidden masters? Jiang Wang gazed at this mysterious grand formation and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just then, suddenly, a shadow rushed out from the depths of the cave. Extremely fast, with an intense breath, it suddenly charged toward Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's face immediately changed slightly, and he quickly mobilized all of his spiritual energy, his small body tightening like a drawn bow, ready to face it with all his strength. But just at this moment, the large formation sealing the entrance of the cave suddenly emitted a soft white light. It directly repelled the shadow. The white light looked very gentle and stable, but when it came into contact with the shadow, it was like the last snow of early spring meeting the scorching sun. In an instant, it began to corrode in large patches, both sides melting away. Faintly, Jiang Wang seemed to hear a series of chilling screams. These screams sounded inhuman, like the painful howl of some kind of animal. The shadow seemed extremely eager to break free, so it also began to fight back. Endless black mist surged out, seeming to form a pitch-black sea. It crashed mercilessly toward the formation. Jiang Wang frowned, watching the scene before him. Although he couldn't see what exactly was under the shadow, he could feel that within that shadow seemed to be endless evil and resentment, as if all the evil thoughts in the world were inside it. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's consciousness became a little blurry. In his daze, he saw a land full of scars. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. This world seemed to have no light at all. The sun in the sky had disappeared. The ground was full of bones, while the sky was full of these extremely evil black shadows running wild. They kept emitting eerie, creepy laughs, as if admiring their own work. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly filled the world in front of Jiang Wang. Ah! Jiang Wang instantly woke up, realizing that the scene he had just seen was an illusion. Damn it, I almost fell for it. At this moment, the ancient saint body had automatically activated, and thick golden blood energy enveloped Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang couldn't help but frown. It's a good thing we have this formation, otherwise. Just as Jiang Wang was relieved about the mysterious formation, a terrifying scene appeared. He saw that, in the collision with the formation, the symbols on the mysterious formation started to dim, until they disappeared completely. Jiang Wang quickly swept his eyes across the entire formation. Just in this short time, hundreds of symbols on the formation had disappeared. This is bad. The power of the formation is weakening. Jiang Wang furrowed his brows tightly, not daring to stay any longer, and immediately turned into a golden light and flew away. He needed to resolve this quickly. Once the thing in the cave comes out, the Jiang family will definitely face utter destruction. Jiang Wang flew rapidly and found Jiang Tao, who was leisurely drinking wine in a pavilion. From Jiang Tao's carefree expression, it was clear that he had no idea how serious the situation was. Seeing Jiang Wang, Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment and then asked in confusion, "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to stay and accompany your mother?" "Ancestor, is there something in the back mountain of our Jiang clan?" Jiang Wang asked, speaking the matter that very few in the Jiang clan knew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao's expression changed. "You actually sensed it? It makes sense. The ancient saint body is naturally sensitive to these evil beings. It's normal for you to sense it." Jiang Wang didn't rush to speak, but sat down and waited for Jiang Tao to finish. It turns out that the ancestor of the Jiang clan, when he was out training, encountered a demon that tormented living beings. But for some unknown reason, he was unable to kill it, so he had to use an ancient formation to suppress and seal it. The back mountain was where the demon was sealed. The Jiang clan chose this location to better suppress the demon. Normally, that demon shouldn't be able to break the seal, so there's no need to worry too much. Seeing Jiang Wang listening with a serious face, Jiang Tao smiled and spoke to him. To comfort each other. But Jiang Tao quickly remembered something and spoke again. "By the way, even I don't know what that sealed thing is or how powerful it might be, so it's best not to approach the back mountain to avoid any accidents. When you, little guy, fully develop your holy body and step into the realm of saints, perhaps you will be able to slay it." "Don't worry, ancestor. I'm just unable to contain my curiosity, so I came to ask." Jiang Wang smiled and nodded. Then he didn't linger here and transformed into a beam of golden light, flying away. Jiang Wang directly returned to the other courtyard. He sat cross-legged on a stone, but this time he did not practice. Instead, he kept pondering how to respond. Looking at the rate the formation was wearing down, within half a year, the sealed evil spirit would definitely break free, and it seemed that the ancestor had no ability to resist. By then, the vision seen in the illusion would likely come true for the Jiang clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but become worried. The founding ancestor of the Jiang clan couldn't deal with that evil spirit, and the current Jiang clan had even less ability to handle it. Even with Jiang Tao and the Celestial Crane teaming up, they still couldn't solve it. Could it be that I have to take action myself? Jiang Wang kept thinking of countermeasures, considering if his own strength could help the Jiang clan overcome this crisis. But after a moment of thought, he helplessly shook his head. Even though the ancient holy body naturally restrained these evil spirits, his own strength was still here. Right now, he definitely couldn't handle that evil spirit. What if I asked my beautiful master for help? But the next moment, Jiang Wang negated this idea. Because the palace of creation was far away from the Jiang clan, and the miraculous saint had things to do. If he left for too long, he feared unexpected changes might happen, and he wouldn't even have time to cry. I still have to think of a way to solve it myself. I wonder if the divine powers in my supreme bone can severely injure that evil spirit, and then I can gather the entire Jiang clan's strength to erase it. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand and touched the supreme bone on his chest. But at that moment, a few lines of golden small characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Wang's eyes. 300 years later, you want to search for a chance that belongs to you, so you find the lowest level of secret realm, and in it, you obtain a mixed spirit pill. From then on, You are fascinated by experiences and secret realms, eager for more opportunities. Task: find a secret realm and obtain opportunities within it. Reward: directly grant the host heaven and earth spiritual energy, infusing it into their cultivation, depending on the level of the secret realm. Hooray, what a great system for a peaceful life. Chapter 17. Going out to experience, directly getting lost. Jiang Wang laughed heartily and couldn't help but feel that he truly was sent a pillow when he was sleepy. Just a moment ago, he was worried about how to deal with the evil spirits suppressed in the back mountain. Now the system's task has been handed directly to him. Moreover, the task reward was the simplest and most violent, infusing spiritual power into his body. With this, his cultivation could easily break through to the immortal king level and step into the immortal emperor realm. 300 years later, he had only found the most low-level secret realm. But the current him could find it easily. As long as it wasn't a secret realm left by an ancient emperor, he could roam freely. With the system backing him up, Jiang Wang felt much less worried. He leisurely lay on the back of the celestial crane, gazing at the clouds floating across the sky, and slowly said, "It seems I am finally about to leave the novice village and enter the first dungeon." The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Wang woke up early because he had to attend the monthly clan meeting. Although Jiang Wang was only 5 years old now, ever since he broke through to the immortal king realm, he qualified to attend the clan meetings. But Jiang Wang had never attended before. What was there to talk about with a bunch of old men? Listening made people sleepy. Instead of wasting time, it's better to practice or tease Sister Lon a bit, isn't it? In the Jiang clan, within the council hall, all the management from the Jiang clan were present at this moment. Among them, Jiang Jiaming and Jiang Wang's grandmother sat at the forefront, while Jiang Tao occupied the central position. Just as Jiang Jiaming was about to speak, Jiang Tao let out a soft "oh." Everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. Jiang Wang entered the hall, smiling as he looked at everyone. The arrival of Jiang Wang surprised everyone a bit. "Grandson, why are you here? Where's your mother?" Jiang Jiaming curiously asked Jiang Wang. "I came by myself. Mother is in the other courtyard." After saying this, Jiang Wang began to greet the elders in the hall one by one. He showed no airs of being the Jiang clan's Shilin child. Good. My Jiang clan's Shilin child is not only extraordinarily gifted, but also knows how to be humble and polite. Rare, very rare." The Jiang clan elders all nodded and praised Jiang Wang. From top to bottom in the Jiang clan, there was hardly anyone who didn't like Jiang Wang, and everyone was very satisfied with him. Jiang Tao nodded and smiled with great satisfaction. "Come, get a chair for Jiang Wang." Jiang Tao pointed to the spot beside him without asking Jiang Wang what he was there for. Jiang Wang sat beside Jiang Tao. He began to listen to what everyone was discussing. Basically, they were just talking about some allocations of resources. The first branch needed more spirit stones today, and the second branch needed more spirit stones today. From Jiang Wang's perspective, there wasn't much serious business going on. He forced himself to resist the urge to sleep, participating in the entire meeting. When the meeting finally concluded, Jiang Tao called out to the crowd that was about to leave. "It's rare for this little guy to come out. Since everyone is here, let's let him speak." Jiang Tao looked at Jiang Wang, unable to help but smile as he spoke. Jiang Wang felt exposed about his inner thoughts. So he shyly smiled and cupped his fist towards the Jiang family members and spoke. "Dear elders, uncles, several months ago, I reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, but I've been hindered by a barrier preventing my advancement. So, I wish to leave the clan and venture outside." As Jiang Wang said this, his entire aura began to operate. Golden blood chi soared into the sky. The peak power of the immortal king realm erupted, causing everyone in the Jiang family, except for a few close relatives, to widen their eyes in shock. In just a few years, Wang Heir has already reached the peak of the immortal king. But is it too risky to let Wang Heir go out alone? While the Jiang family members were astonished, some voiced different opinions. They felt it was too dangerous for Jiang Wang to venture out on his own. Jiang Lisan also frowned and spoke up. "I also believe letting Wang Heir leave alone is a bit risky. After all, he shines too brightly and might attract unwanted attention." Jiang Wang's grandmother also felt the same, coming to Jiang Wang's side and affectionately stroking his head. "Why not let Jiaming go purchase an immortal breaking pill for him? This way, my grandson won't need to take risks." "That's a good idea." Jiang Jiaming nodded in agreement as well. While feeling helpless, Jiang Wang also sensed the love from his family. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Tao spoke first. All right, look at you. Wang Heir is already at the immortal king peak. Isn't he stronger than most of you? He could already establish his own sect outside. How could it be as dangerous as you all say?" Jiang Tao's words left the attendees feeling embarrassed. Indeed, although Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, His strength was enough to place him in the top 3 of the entire Jiang clan. With Jiang Tao speaking up, the audience no longer had objections. So how long do you plan to be outside? At quickest, 10 days. At slowest, a month. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth to reply. All right, then go back and tell your mother, and set off with Elder Crane. Okay. With a series of instructions, Jiang Wang left the grand hall and returned directly to the courtyard to explain the situation to Jiang Zixin. Upon hearing that Jiang Wang was about to leave, Jiang Zixin's face immediately showed worry and anxiety. You are so young. How can you go out to experience the world? How can I rest assured? And %, and percent you and percent, hashtag you and hashtag at. Finally, after Jiang Wang's eloquent persuasion, Jiang Zixin reluctantly agreed, mainly because Elder Crane would accompany him for care. In a reluctant gaze of the latter, Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on the back of the crane and flew out of the Jiang clan, heading swiftly toward the distance. Thus, the crane carried Jiang Wang forward until evening when it slowly landed. This place was a dense primitive forest. Now night had fallen. Countless birds, beasts, insects, and ants began to awaken at this moment. Listening to the strange howls of spirit beasts in the forest, Jiang Wang couldn't help but observe the area. Elder Crane, what place is this? The crane shook its head. Seeing the crane shake its head, Jiang Wang felt a bit confused. I want to find a secret realm. Why did you bring me to this deserted place? The crane rolled its eyes humanely at Jiang Wang. Then, a thought was sent out. How would I know where the secret realm is? Jiang Wang was speechless. Yes, he couldn't blame anyone but himself, because he didn't know where the secret realm was either. What should I do? Jiang Wang squatted on the ground, a hint of gloom rising on his porcelain-like cute little face. He was so focused on completing his task that he forgot he had no idea where the secret realm was. At this moment, the crane sent another thought. Someone's coming? Jiang Wang turned his head to look, only to see footsteps coming slowly from the dense forest ahead, getting closer. It better not be some blind fool. After all, I'm lost in my ventures right now, and I'm pretty agitated. Jiang Wang stared into the dense forest while muttering to himself. Chapter 18. The Merchant Team, Daily Cuteness. Jiang Wang sat on a stone, not moving from his spot. With his current strength, there weren't many who could make him wary here. Since he had been born, he hadn't fought with anyone, and he was eager to test the power of the ancient holy body. Soon, 2 figures, one male and one female, walked out from the dense forest ahead. The man was tall and burly, bare-chested, with several gruesome scars covering his body. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, not exceptionally stunning, but still fair in appearance. However, her skin was likely tanned from being exposed outdoors for too long, so it wasn't very fair. Jiang Wang sensed the auras of the two. He found that the man was merely at the 3rd or 4th level of the cave heaven realm, while the woman was even weaker. Understanding their strength, Jiang Wang completely relaxed. In front of him, these two were like ants, easily squashed with just a flick of his finger. Song Manling and Wu Yong also spotted Jiang Wang sitting on the stone, looking troubled. Both were taken aback. Hey, how come there's a little kid here? So cute. Song Manling's eyes lit up, noticing how adorable Jiang Wang looked. Unable to resist, she ran over. She directly squatted in front of Jiang Wang and reached out to pinch his little face. So cute. What's your name? How did you end up here? Jiang Wang. Oh, there's a bird here too. Wu Yong also noticed the crane beside Jiang Wang, but evidently, he didn't recognize it, so he simply called it a bird. Caw! As soon as the crane heard Wu Yong's term, it instantly fluffed up in anger and roared at him. Haha! This bird really has a bad temper. Little child, is this bird yours? Wu Yong laughed heartily, then looked at Jiang Wang and asked. Yes, it's mine. Jiang Wang nodded, deliberately blinking his watery eyes, and spoke to the two. Brother and sister, I went out by myself and got lost just now. As Jiang Wang spoke, a hint of tears could be seen in his lively eyes. It was heart-wrenching to see. Song Manling's motherly love burst forth, and she picked up Jiang Wang in one swift motion. Yonggu, let's take this little one with us. Look how pitiful he is. Hearing Song Manling wanted to take Jiang Wang, Wu Yong showed a moment of hesitation. But then he turned to look at the delicate Jiang Wang. He nodded. Okay, how much trouble can a child be? Let's go. Hey, little one. Do you want to go back to the campus, sister? Song Manling seemed very happy, reaching out to pinch Jiang Wang's little face while asking. Okay. Jiang Wang smiled sweetly, then was held and walked towards the camp. In her arms, Jiang Wang couldn't help but glance at the crane guest who was rolling its eyes repeatedly. Then, feeling the faint fragrance of a girl in his nostrils, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how long this special treatment can last. Oh well, let's cherish it while we can. The treatment Jiang Wang mentioned was certainly his identity as a child in an adult mind. With that, Jiang Wang was carried back into the camp. In this camp, there were over a dozen people, both men and women. There were also many supplies stacked in the camp. From the looks of it, this group should be a merchant caravan. Jiang Wang quickly scanned the entire camp. He found that most people in the camp had relatively low abilities, with a few only having very thin spiritual power fluctuations. The strongest person was Wu Yong. When the people in the camp saw that Song Manling was holding a child, they were a bit surprised. Manling, where did you find this child in the wilderness? Yeah, how long have you and Brother Wu been out scouting? And you found such a big child? Ha ha. Hearing the teasing voices in the camp, Song Manling couldn't help but blush, shyly lowering her head and lightly scolding. Wu Yong also scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Oh, Jiang Wang glanced at the two untraceably. It turned out these two were involved. After the teasing stopped, Wu Yong and Song Manling finally told the people in the camp about Jiang Wang's background. Once they finished, a woman walked out from a camp. The woman looked to be a bit older than Song Manling. She was very kind towards Jiang Wang. After all, Jiang Wang was a truly adorable little boy now. Little child, where did you run off from? And where is your home? Jiang Wang thought briefly and quickly answered. My surname is Jiang. This is my first time out. Zhao Qing looked a bit troubled upon hearing Jiang Wang's answer. Oh, what should we do? We can't just keep this child with us, right? Zhao Qing said to Wu Yong and Song Manling. Well, there's no other choice. This child is lost. We can't just ignore him. He might be taken away by a spirit beast. Zhao Qing thought for a moment, then spoke to Jiang Wang. How about this, little one? Our next stop is Yin City. When we get there, we will leave you in Yin City, and then we will find someone to send you home. Okay? Okay. Thank you, beautiful sister. Jiang Wang was very understanding and thanked Zhao Qing. With his tender voice and cute appearance, Jiang Wang easily earned smiles from Zhao Qing and others. Then you stay here and play with your bird. Don't run around. We need to get busy first, and we'll call you when the food is ready. Wu Yong chuckled, stretched out his large hand like a fan, and patted Jiang Wang's head. Then he returned to the center of the camp and began to get busy. After everyone left, the crane transmitted a thought. Are you planning to go to Yin City? Since I don't know where to go anyway, might as well go to Yin City with them first. Then I could get a map or something. Following them around and having fun counts as training. It's like completing a task. After hearing Jiang Wang's plan, the crane didn't say anything more. It closed its eyes and rested on its own. To be honest, Jiang Wang wanted to use this whole time to practice, but he was also afraid of attracting attention and causing trouble. Jiang Wang was helpless and could only close his eyes to rest. Soon, the meal was ready. Song Manling hugged Jiang Wang, and everyone sat around the campfire. She handed Jiang Wang a small bowl and a spoon, smiling at him. You should be able to eat by yourself now, right? No need for anyone to feed you. Jiang Wang nodded obediently and took the bowl. Just as he was about to lower his head to eat, he noticed. The bowl was full of corn and jerky. This food didn't even have a trace of spiritual energy. It was just for filling his stomach. This made it a bit hard for Jiang Wang, who had grown up in luxury. Chapter 19. Standing for Justice, the Li Clan Young Master. Due to Jiang Wang's special status in the Jiang family, basically all the good things were enjoyed by him first. 3 meals a day were spiritual food, and the tea he drank was spiritual tea. Even on the day of Jiang Wang's 3rd birthday, Jiang Tao personally led a team to hunt a spiritual beast of the immortal emperor level, leading to some injuries on Jiang Tao's part. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Now, looking at the food in his bowl, Jiang Wang was at a loss for what to do. Although he could already go without food, Jiang Wang still held memories of his past life and wanted to satisfy his taste buds. At that moment, a delicate hand reached over, taking the bowl from Jiang Wang's hands. Then, another bowl of milk was placed in Jiang Wang's hand. Jiang Wang looked up. He saw Zhao Qing smiling sweetly at him. You clearly can't get used to our food. This is milk from the tiger and bull beast. It's warmed up for you. Drink up. Thank you, Sister Qing. Jiang Wang took the milk and blew lightly at it before bringing it to his lips. Zhao Qing squatted on the ground, looking at Jiang Wang with a cheerful expression. Looking at your clothes, you probably aren't from a small town. You wouldn't be from some big family or sect, would you? Jiang Wang just smiled and didn't answer. At that moment, the pleasant and relaxed atmosphere of the camp was suddenly shattered by a sarcastic shout. Damn it! How can we encounter mud-covered people in this broken place? Everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a group of more than 10 people walking out of the nearby forest. The leader looked to be in their teens, with a face full of arrogance. When looking at Wu Yong and the others, the disdain in their eyes was unhidden. Zhao Qing frowned at the leader and, after a moment of thought, spoke up. May I ask this young master you are? Before Zhao Qing could finish her sentence, the leader coldly snorted. He stomped his foot on the ground. The early stage energy of the transformation stage spread out, directly pushing Zhao Qing back. Get lost. Who gave you the guts to talk to me? Let me tell you. I am Li Zhongqing from the Li clan. Scram with your people. This place is occupied by our Li family. The attitude of Li Zhongqing angered the merchant group, but due to his identity and strength, they didn't dare to explode. Zhao Qing's face turned pale, both from shock. There's also a reason for being hurt by that aura. Even so, she still forced a smile and spoke to Jiang Wang. Let's change places. Jiang Wang glanced at the direction of Li Changqing. Then his gaze locked onto the gray-clad old man behind him. Among this group of people, the old man in black had the strongest power, resembling the appearance of an immortal king in the first or second level. After weighing it for a moment, Jiang Wang furrowed his brows, but decided to continue observing what the Li family intended to do. Sigh, I just hope there won't be any melodramatic plot. Please don't come and provoke me later. Before Jiang Wang's inner monologue could finish, someone let out a scream. He saw that Song Manling's slender wrist was now tightly grasped in Li Changqing's hand. He didn't expect to run into such a wildflower. Not bad. Let go of me. Song Manling's face was filled with terror as she struggled to break free from Li Changqing's grip. Let her go. Seeing this scene, Wu Yong instantly reddened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a long knife appeared in his grip. He charged angrily toward Li Changqing. Ha ha! Scattered cultivator ants. Li Changqing and his followers burst into reckless laughter upon seeing Wu Yong charge toward them. Get lost! Li Changqing waved his sleeve, and a savage, spiritual energy surged, directly sending Wu Yong flying. Poof! Wu Yong crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. His eyes, looking at Li Changqing, were filled with bloodshot veins. Yongge, DeYong, are you okay? Are you all right? Get up quickly. The people in the camp hurriedly gathered around, fearing something worse might happen to him. Li Changqing wore a mocking expression and coldly sneered at the crowd. Don't worry, this little girl will be taken by this young master. Just one more night, I'll compensate you. It'll be more than what you earn from trading. Saying this, Li Changqing dragged the crying Song Manling toward the back. This scene made Wu Yong's eyes instantly widen with rage, and the spiritual energy within him flared up. You beast, I'll fight you to the death. Diono. Yes, Wu Yong was prepared to fight to the death. Sigh. At that moment, a voice with a hint of youth sighed. A pale, tender hand pressed onto Wu Yong's shoulder. Wu Go, there's no need to do this. With Jiang Wang's tender hand pressing onto Wu Yong's shoulder, the violent spiritual energy within Wu Yong gradually began to calm. Wu Yong could feel a powerful but gentle spiritual energy entering his body, suppressing the turbulent spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his body trembled like a mouse before a cat, shaking in fear. You! Wu Yong looked up at Jiang Wang in shock, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Qing and the others were equally stunned, all with expressions of disbelief. Leave it to me. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. Then his figure turned into a streak of golden light, instantly vanishing from the spot. The next moment, Li Changqing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed a thick killing intent locking onto him. Not good, young master. Quickly hide. The gray-clad old man beside Li Changqing, Li Yintian's face changed drastically, but he couldn't finish speaking. Everyone at the scene saw a dazzling golden light appearing between heaven and earth. This golden light seemed like the sun descending to the world, blinding their eyes. At the same time, a thunderous roar sounded. Boom! In an instant, the trees within several miles collapsed and broke. The ground also caved in at that moment. When everyone opened their eyes, they were greeted with a sky full of yellow sand. There's a master! Li Yuntian shouted in anger, then violently shook his arms. He blew away the dust in front of him. The Li family members looked in terror as they saw a huge palm print appear before them. This palm print had caused the ground to collapse and sink. In the center of the palm print, there was a pile of shattered flesh. From the torn clothing, there was no doubt. Only Li Changqing could be the one. At this moment, his limbs had already turned into a mist of blood. Only this pile of broken meat remains. The people of the Li clan let out a terrified scream. Dare I ask, why did you attack us? Li Yuntian's face darkened, his muscles tensed, and his spiritual energy surged rapidly as he scanned for the figure of the one who attacked. Old fool, stop searching, I'm here. A childish voice emerged as Jiang Wang, dressed in white, slowly descended from the sky, holding the already frightened Song Manling, landing among the caravan members. After comforting her for a moment, he stepped forward, the harmless little child smiling at Li Yuntian. Chapter 20. The Sage's Secret Realm. Jiang Wang walked out slowly, and at the same time, his spiritual energy began to circulate. Dazzling golden light enveloped his entire being. The powerful and domineering spiritual energy fluctuations soon spread out. Li Yuntian was shocked, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Wang. He never expected it. The child before him, who appeared to be only a few years old, was actually at the peak of the immortal king realm. "Sir, we are from the Li clan." "Still daring to mention the Li clan? Then you might as well die now." Before Li Yuntian could finish speaking, Jiang Wang let out a cold laugh. He then stamped his foot on the ground, his figure like a golden arrow, charging straight at Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian saw this, and a flash of fear crossed his eyes. He didn't know why mentioning the Li clan made Jiang Wang so enraged. But now, the latter had already reached him, and there was no time to think further. Li Yuntian could only grit his teeth and block, channeling all of his spiritual energy at that moment. "Han Yuan Palm, TCH a little trick." A look of disdain appeared on Jiang Wang's little face. He also struck out with his palm, clashing violently with Li Yuntian's palm. Boom! The palms collided. Immediately, a visible ripple spread out from the point of collision. At this moment, the space trembled, waves of vibrations spreading as if the world would collapse at any second. Crack! Crack! Many of the surrounding trees were snapped in half. Ah! A miserable scream echoed as Li Yuntian's right arm twisted into an unnatural shape. His hand hung limply. With just one strike, Li Yuntian's entire arm was crippled. The gap in power was undeniable. Such a powerful body. Li Yuntian's face was filled with terror. Although they had different realms, it was impossible for a single palm strike to cripple his arm. What kind of person is this little child? No, is this really a child? Retreat! Li Yuntian shouted loudly to the people of the Li clan. He was the first to turn into a beam of light, flying towards the Li clan's direction. Jiang Wang looked at the Li clan members scattering and couldn't help but sneer. "Run! Do you think you can escape?" After saying this, Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed. Sword technique. 98,000 swords. Jiang Wang's hand sign changed abruptly, and immediately, the sound of clear sword chants echoed through the entire world. Behind Jiang Wang, golden swords materialized in the void. Each sword looked like a peerless weapon, with a gleaming metallic shine that sent a chill down one's spine just by looking at it. Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! A rain of swords, like a storm, flew towards the Li clan members who were fleeing in panic. Screams filled the air as one by one, the Li clan members fell into pools of blood and ceased to breathe. Li Yuntian, high in the sky, saw this scene below and his eyes widened in shock. Sword technique. It's the Jiang clan's sword technique. But when did the Jiang clan? Li Yuntian suddenly remembered something. The Jiang clan had experienced a huge event a few years ago. Could it be that this kid has come out? His growth speed. No, I must hurry and report to the clan leader. In his terror, Li Yuntian couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Wang's rapid cultivation. In just 5 short years, he had reached such a level. It was at this moment that Li Yuntian suddenly realized. His own sky seemed to be overshadowed by something. He looked up, and in the next moment, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. There, he saw Jiang Wang leisurely floating above him. Go in peace. With a gentle touch of his lips, Jiang Wang smiled and spoke. Then, he struck with the palm. Golden blood energy soared into the sky, and that tender hand transformed in the air into a giant golden palm. It was as if an ancient emperor had crossed time and struck a palm that could suppress the entire universe. Below, the merchants heard a chilling scream coming from above. Then they saw a small black that rapidly plummeting from the sky. As it got closer, they could finally see it clearly. It was Li Yuntian. But at this moment, his chest was caved in, his body limp. It seemed as if every bone in his body had been shattered. Boom! Li Yuntian's body slammed into the ground, his 7 orifices bleeding, with no trace of life left. At the same time, Jiang Wang also descended to the ground. Looking at the bodies of the Li family scattered on the ground, Jiang Wang's eyes showed no emotion. He stretched out his hand, and the chinquan bag from one of the corpses was drawn into his hand. And Master, Zhao Qing and the others looked at Jiang Wang, somewhat dazed, and their way of addressing him changed. They had foolishly thought they had saved a little kid. But this power, even moving a little finger, could probably annihilate the entire merchant convoy. What were they so proud of earlier? I don't know if you. Zhao Qing was about to speak, his tone full of respect he hadn't even noticed. Although the other party was just a child, the power just displayed was enough to make him realize the vastness of the world. Such a child, either born with these abilities or backed by powerful family connections. Either way, the merchant convoy was not something they could provoke. A heavy chinquan bag was suddenly shoved into his arms. Here, the share for you. Jiang Wang lifted his clean little face, and the previous bloodiness didn't touch him at all. His tone was as cute as if he were sharing a candy he had gotten tired of eating. Only the others present knew how terrifying this knee-high little child really was. That was the Leaf family. No joke, when they heard the wind, they were already considering escape routes. Yet Jiang Wang had wiped them out like squashing ants. And the key was that this child didn't even get a drop of blood on him. Wasn't this just defying the heavens? This is a spirit stone. Zhao Qing, after feeling the weight of the Chinquan bag, almost cried out. What kind of divine child was this, helping in a fight and rewarding them with spirit stones? They knew that if they wanted to hire someone with such power, their entire yearly income probably wouldn't even be enough for one trip. Jiang Wang nodded his soft little head, politely bowing, then, farewell, everyone. Then he rode off on his crane, flying away. After he left, Zhao Qing and the others were still in a daze, slowly coming back to their senses. When they opened the Chinquan bag and saw the quality of the spirit stones inside, they gasped in astonishment. Damn, this quality? He just gave it to us? Is this some Final Fantasy before he dies? So surreal. We escaped from the Lee family and even got high-quality spirit stones. If I told anyone, they'd think I'm bragging. The merchants marveled. From today on, Zhao Qing interrupted the other's words. Then, with a serious face, he bowed in the direction Jiang Wang had left. If we are destined to meet again, young Master Jiang Wang, I will do everything to help you, no matter the cost. Zhao Qing was a businessman, driven by profit, but for him to offer his life in aid showed how much weight Jiang Wang held in his heart. The remaining few in the convoy exchanged glances and also became serious. They knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Wang, it might have been their blood that was turned into mist today. Then, they all faced the blazing sky, hands raised in salute, and spoke in unison with solemnity. If we are destined to meet again, young Master Jiang Wang, we will do everything to help you, no matter life or death. And high in the sky, Jiang Wang sat languidly on the back of a celestial crane, completely unaware of the vow from the forest below. He hurriedly walked, but discovered something good. In the bag of heaven and earth, there were only a few spirit stones and some low-level divine techniques. Naturally, there's no need to mention the low-level techniques. Those spirit stones were also common in the Jiang clan, so he simply did a small favor. However, beneath the techniques, there was a worn sheepskin map concealed. On the map, there was a marked area with a red dot. Next to it were small words marking it. Saint's Secret Realm. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. Truly, he had searched high and low, but found it without effort. Though it was just one place it was easy to get to. After communicating with the celestial crane, he flew straight towards the marked location. Thus, Jiang Wang and the celestial crane dashed along, arriving outside this secret realm. It was amidst the vast mountains, and the surroundings were already crowded with people. By the looks of it, this secret realm had not yet been broken open. The celestial crane brought Jiang Wang down to the ground. He began to observe the entrance to the secret realm not far ahead. It was a large cave, and at that moment the entrance was faintly emitting powerful waves of spiritual energy. Jiang Wang then turned his gaze to the crowd waiting outside. To his surprise, he found that people from various sects were all accompanied by children of about 10 years old. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he casually pulled someone and asked, "Big brother, may I ask if this is the Saint's secret realm?" The person initially showed impatience on his face, but upon seeing Jiang Wang's calm and profound aura, as well as his fine clothing, his irritation faded significantly. "Indeed, this is the Saint's secret realm. Which family or sect do you belong to?" "Hee, just a wild sect," Jiang Wang replied. "But why do all these sects bring a child?" Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the person's face clearly revealed displeasure. That's because this secret realm has been monopolized by the Great Xia divine dynasty and powerful families like the Luo clan. They only allow children under 18 to enter, claiming it's for training. People like us who are loose cultivators are simply not allowed in. Chapter 21. The Secret Realm opens, encountering the elder of the Luo clan. So that's how it is. It's no wonder they say strength is revered in the fantasy world. In the eyes of these loose cultivators, what is a grand opportunity is actually just a trial ground for their children. A few powerful sects and families united. They directly turn this secret realm into their own territory, and anyone over the age limit is driven away. At that moment, the heavens suddenly darkened with thunder and lightning. All eyes turned skyward. A golden divine ship, shaped as if cast from gold, broke through the clouds and appeared in the heavens above. The ship was covered with intricate and magical runes. On the deck stood 2 rows of tall figures dressed in golden armor, a large flag standing firmly atop the divine ship. Xia, as the golden ship appeared, the entire world seemed to fall into a dark hue. Wow, is this the divine ship of the Great Xia divine dynasty? I heard it's quite a high-ranking treasure. A treasure? Their budget must be enormous. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, unable to help but marvel at the display of the great Xia divine dynasty. Who could be coming? Just as this thought crossed Jiang Wang's mind, several beams of light shot down from the divine ship, revealing figures before everyone. The lead person was a young girl dressed in a snowy white outfit, with an extraordinarily beautiful face, looking no more than 14 or 15. She was pure and flawless, as if a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains had been born. With a celestial grace, she had a tall and slender figure. 3,000 strands of green hair cascaded down, draping over her slim waist and curvy hips. Incredible, incredible. The princess of the Daxia divine dynasty, Xia Mengxian, is now so beautifully stunning. Who says otherwise? She looks like a celestial being. This woman is indeed Xia Mengxian of the Daxia divine dynasty, now 16 years old, here to participate in the secret realm trial. Beside Xia Mengxian stand two generals dressed in armor. Their powerful aura suggests they are at the immortal emperor level, looking incredibly formidable. Xia Yuan scanned the crowd and then smiled at Xia Mengxian, saying, "It seems the quality of a younger generation is truly lacking. This time, the greatest opportunity in the secret realm must belong to you, princess." Xia Mengxian slowly shook her head. "Don't speak too soon. The current younger generation is much stronger than the last. Let's not mention those ancient noble families and supersections. Just consider the Luo family, which has yet to produce a heir. The young lord of that family is rumored to have been born with extraordinary omens, and they have been training him as a treasured possession, very mysterious indeed." At the mention of the word omen, several people, including Xia Mengxian, paused as if they were reminded of something. Xia Mengxian slightly parted her red lips and sighed softly. "So, do not underestimate anyone. Have you not learned from my cousin's situation? Losing that Jiang family's unicorn child is a tremendous loss for our Daxia divine dynasty." Hearing Xia Mengxian's words, the two generals' expressions turned somewhat bitter. That day, when a human emperor returned from the Jiang family, he was furious. Due to the superficiality of some in the Daxia divine dynasty, they lost an innate true immortal and a reverse heavenly son-in-law of the ancient sacred body. To say they had no regrets would be a lie. However, for the sake of face, the human emperor could not lower himself to apologize for a child's talent, so he could only vent his anger on them. "All right, you two generals are my strong support. Just remember to learn from this lesson." The two great generals exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Understood." Jiang Wang looked at the almost celestial Xia Mengxian and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, she's really beautiful." Before he could think too much, the sky above suddenly crackled with lightning. Thick bolts of lightning roared and raged through the clouds. Boom! Lightning flashed as ancient war chariots, inscribed with countless lightning patterns, rushed in from the horizon. These war chariots bore a mysterious symbol. Upon seeing this symbol, Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer passing through them. He recognized this symbol, or rather, this family crest. It's the Luo family's skyward battle chariot. The Luo family has arrived, so the secret realm is about to open. Jiang Wang exhaled, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be my good little brother is coming? As he pondered that, several rays of light shot down from the leading ancient chariot, landing on the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, two figures emerged in front of everyone, one old and one young. The former was a frail old woman, leaning on an extravagant cane, her hair all white. She looked decrepit, as if she was barely hanging on. However, no one in the crowd dared to underestimate this old woman. For this person was one of the ancient ancestors of the Luo family, Luo Wanxiu. Next to Luo Wanxiu was a young man. He was Luo Dong, a standout of the younger generation of the Luo family. With chiseled features, sword-like eyebrows, and fair skin, he looked handsome and elegant. But the slight smirk at this young man's lips gave off an uncomfortable hint of mockery. It seems like the two generals from the eldest princess's line are here." Luo Wanxiu laughed, looking at Xia Mengxian. Hearing Luo Wanxiu's name, Jiang Wang's coldness intensified. This Luo Wanxiu was one of the ancestors of the Luo family who had once advocated driving his mother away. "So it's Elder Wanxiu. Since you're here, let us join forces and open this secret realm." "Okay." Luo Wanxiu nodded in agreement, and the three of them acted at the same time. In an instant, the spiritual energy within this world surged violently. Countless powers of spirit were absorbed by the three, and then they struck together. Boom! Three incredibly powerful streams of spiritual energy roared out, crashing into the seal of the secret realm like dragons leaving the sea. In that moment, the The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and cracks began to appear on the seal within the secret realm. Even a holy man's grave could not withstand the passage of time, let alone the combined force of 3 celestial emperors. Soon, cracks spread all over the entire seal. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through this world. At that moment, the seal of the secret realm shattered. Countless young people began to swarm in, hoping to seize their own opportunities. Don't now. Go. Don't embarrass our Luo family. Yes, then I will go in too, Xia Mengqian said to the 2 generals beside her, and with a graceful movement, she rushed in. Jiang Wang saw the seal break and looked at Luo Wanxiu and Luo Dong. He turned to the immortal crane and spoke. Wait for me outside. I will go in first to collect some interest from the events of the past. After saying that, Jiang Wang transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed into the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Wang looked back once more. Surprisingly, he unintentionally locked eyes with Luo Wanxiu. A mysterious smile curved Jiang Wang's lips, and he no longer hesitated, diving straight in. Chapter 22. System Rewards, Century-Long Hard Work, and Spiritual Power Enlightenment. Luo Wanxiu frowned, feeling an unexpected unease upon seeing that boy just now. Who was this child? Luo Wanxiu did not know Jiang Wang, but sensed the coldness in his eyes very sharply. This child's features actually resemble that woman a bit. Luo Wanxiu frowned deep in thought. Could it be that abandoned child from back then? Luo Wanxiu was startled, calculating the time. That abandoned child from the Luo family should be around this age. If this child really is the abandoned one from my Luo family, can he actually come out to train alone now? A cold glint flashed in Luo Wanxiu's eyes, and killing intent filled the air as she made up her mind. Over the years, she had heard whispers in the Luo family about the Jiang family concerning that abandoned child. Now, she would rather mistakenly kill him than let him go. Once Jiang Wang emerged from the secret realm, Luo Wanxiu thought about striking him down without hesitation. Back to Jiang Wang. Since flying into this secret realm, Jiang Wang felt a bit surprised, because this secret realm appeared to be a cave. However, inside it, there was an entirely different space. The saint buried here had actually transformed the entire secret realm into a primeval forest using great divine abilities. Jiang Wang landed on the ground and began to look around at the scenery. Indeed, roar! Just as he was about to speak, a furious roar burst forth from the forest ahead. A spirit beast covered in black fur sprang out, lunging at Jiang Wang with its huge mouth wide open. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Instead of dodging, he reached out his arm, as if offering it to the spirit beast. Crack! A sound of shattering rang out. Of course, it was not Jiang Wang's arm that shattered, but the spirit beast's teeth. What a joke! If the primordial sacred body could be bitten off by a mere blood-touched beast, he would have nothing to play with. Well, the spirit beast's eyes showed a human-like fear. Letting out a painful whimper, it attempted to escape. You've already bitten, so don't think about leaving. Saying that, Jiang Wang threw a punch at the spirit beast's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed, but the imagined scene of the spirit beast turning into a mist of blood did not appear. The spirit beast's body was simply shattered by Jiang Wang's punch. It transformed into countless sparkling points of spiritual power, gradually entering Jiang Wang's body. Interesting, the spirit beasts in the secret realm are actually manifested. Jiang Wang sighed and then regretfully shook his head. What a pity, it's of no use to me. I should find a place to claim my reward. These points of spiritual power had minimal effect on Jiang Wang. In other words, the entire secret realm had little attraction for Jiang Wang. He came only to complete a task. Having said that, Jiang Wang's figure turned into a golden light and shot upward. While racing through the air, Jiang Wang saw many people below hunting these spirit beasts made of spiritual power. Moreover, quite a few so-called great clan talents were fighting fiercely over the treasures of heaven and earth in this secret realm, competing with each other. Jiang Wang paid them no mind and instead searched for a more secluded cave. He moved a large stone to block the entrance of the cave. Then, he embedded a few luminous pearls inside the cave and finally took out a golden lotus for cultivation. After doing all this, Jiang Wang clapped his hands. Everything is ready. With that, he directly sat cross-legged on the golden lotus, and his consciousness began to connect with the system. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Detecting saint-level secret realm. Rewarding 100 years of hard training spiritual energy infusion. As the small words slowly disappeared, Jiang Wang instantly felt an incredibly pure force of heaven and earth's spiritual energy rushing into every part of his body. This system rewards spiritual energy did not need to be tempered. It could be directly absorbed and used. Ah, refreshing. Jiang Wang let out a comfortable murmur. Then, a vast and thick golden blood energy erupted from the top of Jiang Wang's head. It lit up the entire cave brightly. The shackles that had held back Jiang Wang's advancement were instantly shattered. In this moment, the earth shook, and everyone in the secret realm felt the ground tremble. Rocks rolled down from the towering cliffs, startling the birds and beasts in the forest to flee in all directions. At this time, Jiang Wang's aura had reached the second layer of the immortal emperor, bathing in brilliant golden light, as if a deity had descended. But at this moment, Jiang Wang's aura was still soaring, not showing any signs of stopping. Feeling the continuously growing power, it was about to boil within him. Jiang Wang slightly opened his eyes, looked up at the stone wall above, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted in a smile. Come on, let's see what 100 years of hard training can achieve. With that, Jiang Wang closed his eyes again, accepting the overwhelming infusion of spiritual energy. Thus, the infusion continued until late at night, and Jiang Wang's aura was completely undetectable in the cave. At a glance, it seemed as if there was an ordinary person sitting cross-legged on this golden lotus. But at this moment, Jiang Wang's whole body shook, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, two beams of golden light shooting directly from his eyes, shattering the large stone blocking the cave entrance. His figure instantly turned into a streak of golden light, leaping out. Ah! Jiang Wang stretched his body. His bones crackled like firecrackers. Feeling the thick power within him, Jiang Wang let out a roar towards the sky. In an instant, a heavy, surging golden blood energy erupted, striking up to the heavens. It shattered the cloud layers above the secret realm. Huh? What the hell? Everyone in the secret realm saw golden light shooting up from Jiang Wang's direction, as if the heavens had broken apart. What is that? I don't know. What's causing such a huge commotion? Could it be that some treasure of heaven and earth has emerged? Treasure of this level might have already turned into an immortal medicine. Let's go. Quickly, let's check it out. Everyone in the secret realm immediately paired up to head to Jiang Wang's location. I planned to investigate, but just when I was about to enter this region, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the sun and moon were dimmed, as if doomsday had arrived. The entire secret realm was shrouded in dark clouds, inside which rolling thunder flickered. Jiang Wang stood above the heavens, and at this moment, his aura began to rise steadily, reaching the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor. After the immortal king comes the immortal emperor. Each ascent through the heavens beyond the immortal emperor requires enduring heavenly tribulations. If one survives, they can roam freely through the 9 provinces and 10 lands. If one does not, they will die and perish, turning into a handful of dust, dissipating with the wind. While absorbing spiritual power, Jiang Wang briefly shielded the heavenly secrets to solidify his realm, so he did not trigger the heavenly tribulation. However, now he had absorbed all the spiritual power and could no longer suppress his own aura. So now, the heavenly tribulation was upon him. Moreover, it was the 9th layer of tribulation converging together. Chapter 23. The 9-layered heavenly tribulation. Is someone crossing the tribulation? Endless thunder began to gather above the secret realm. With every thunderclap, it seemed as if the heavens were enraged and wanted to turn the world into a land of thunder. At this moment, bolts of lightning as thick as a human torso began to coalesce high in the sky. Amidst the flickering lightning, the thunder slowly formed into a palace made of thunder. This palace had white walls and green tiles, exquisite and stunning, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, flying eaves and pointed corners. It was as if a temple from the 9 heavens had appeared here. The intertwining lightning shimmered and roared, illuminating the entire secret realm as if it were broad daylight. Even people 100 miles away could see the Thunder Palace clearly. At this time, Xiao Mengxian was leading a few teenagers and young girls, just finishing a fierce battle against a monster. They finally solved the towering serpent at the peak of the transformation realm. As the huge, fierce snake's head fell powerless to the ground, its massive body transformed into countless points of spiritual light. Xiao Mengxian lightly waved her sleeve, collecting the swirling points of spiritual light into a robe, then divided them into different portions, distributing them to the others. One of the children spoke up. Sister Qian, you've put in the most effort, so you should have more. Yes, Sister Qian, with your strength, you really don't need to team up with us. We don't feel right taking this spiritual power. Xiao Mengxian smiled and shook her head slightly. You all contributed quite a bit too. Take it with ease and... Boom! Before Xiao Mengxian could finish her sentence, everyone heard a loud explosion. Immediately after, brilliant lightning appeared in the sky, and that magnificent thunder palace entered everyone's view. With the appearance of the palace, everyone gasped in shock. Oh my God, is that heavenly thunder? Why is there heavenly thunder in this secret realm? Could the elixir of immortality have appeared? Hearing the murmurs around her, Xiao Mengqian's mouth slightly opened, taken aback. Even she had never seen such heavenly thunder. Jinner, how about we form a team to go together? With such a spectacle, there's likely a remarkable treasure emerging, and with both our strengths combined, we can surely secure it. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the voice. They saw Luo Dong walking over slowly, a slight smile on his face. Xiao Mengqian recognized that it was Luo Dong, and a hint of bewilderment flashed in her eyes. But she still smiled and spoke to him. So it's young Master Luo. No need to be so polite, Miss Qian. My Luo clan and your great Xia divine dynasty have always been on good terms. With countless marriages, we should not be strangers. Xiao Mengqian merely smiled politely, then turned her gaze towards the palace in the sky. Luo Dong noticed the attitude of the former, a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. His breath slightly hurried, but it was quickly hidden away. He continued to speak. Since Miss Qian is so interested, why not go together? If it truly is a treasure from heaven and earth, I will seize it and present it to you. Then I thank young Master Luo in advance. Xiao Mengqian neither actively accepted nor refused, just slightly bowed to Luo Dong, each movement as if a gentle breeze, refreshing to the heart. This scene caused Luo Dong to be momentarily stunned. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. Immediately, he extended his arm courteously and smiled as he spoke. Miss Qian, please. All right. After saying this, Xiao Mengqian led several companions toward the palace. Luo Dong stood in place, gazing at the figure of Xiao Mengqian flying ahead. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Mengqian's slender waist, a hint of greed appearing in his gaze, and a smile forming at his lips. Xiao Mengqian, the daughter of the emperor, you will surely be mine. Meanwhile, at this moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden blood energy, his robes flying about, his golden hair billowing, as if a celestial being had descended. Jiang Wang looked up at the palace in the sky, smiled slightly, then bellowed towards the palace. Come! A thick and powerful stream of golden spiritual energy burst forth from his mouth, striking directly at the palace. Boom! Angry thunder roared, as if provoked by an enormous challenge. Soon, the palace forged from thunder began to emit arcs of lightning. It seemed like shadows of people flickered within. Countless bolts of thunder converged towards the palace. At this moment, time felt frozen, and the flickering lightning in the clouds vanished. Only the Thunder Palace began to shake violently. Boom, boom. The next second, millions of bolts of thunder fell from the sky. It destroyed all life in a radius of several miles, turning it to dust. Of course, Jiang Wang at the center could not escape, as countless bolts of heavenly thunder rained down upon him. Even the clothes on him turned to ashes. Jiang Wang felt his entire body tingling and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Is this all you've got? Is there nothing stronger? The golden blood energy surged upwards, while Jiang Wang's hand seals changed. A black hole appeared behind him, beginning to spin rapidly. As the swallowing sky demon technique operated, Jiang Wang's eyes showed one gold and one black, looking incredibly mysterious. This black hole began to devour the rich thunder power, returning it to Jiang Wang's surrounding meridians, bones, and flesh. At this moment, Jiang Wang felt as if he was electrified, clearly sensing the fierce thunder power flowing through his entire meridians. Moreover, Jiang Wang's loud bellow seemed to have enraged the divine beings residing within the palace. Lightning flickered, and from the palace emerged hundreds of thunder-like figures. These figures were formed from thunder, clearly visible in armor, like valiant warriors clad in thunderous armor. These warriors shouted in unison. Thunder spears appeared in their hands, which they hurled towards the laughing Jiang Wang below. Come on then. Jiang Wang did not retreat, but charged forward into the thousands of thunder spears. Carrying endless golden blood energy, he met them head-on. Boom, boom. Countless heavenly thunders howled, as this place seemed to transform into a realm of thunder, where each bolt was enough to strip a supreme-level strongman. Now, this place was overcrowded. All those in the secret realm had been attracted here. Everyone was watching this once-in-a-century spectacle together. This is really outrageous. What on earth has been born that can attract such terrifying thunder? I don't know. Even when my ancestor crossed the thunder tribulation to become an immortal emperor, it wasn't this ridiculous. Wait, why do I feel like this isn't some heavenly treasure? Why do you say that? Look at that figure in the sky. Doesn't it look like a person? No one could have imagined that there would be an immortal emperor crossing tribulation in an experienced realm that limited bone age. 18 years old, an immortal emperor before. Chapter 24. Body adjustment successful. Team formation. A figure, no kidding, there really is a figure in there. Is this for real? Everyone looked toward the terrifying and fearsome thunder abyss ahead. Indeed, they found a tiny figure sitting cross-legged in the air, allowing countless bolts of thunder to strike down, but standing tall like an indestructible pillar. Once they confirmed there was someone inside, everyone was shocked and exchanged looks of disbelief. Even Xia Mengxian, who had seen many grand scenes, was startled, her lips slightly parted in surprise. Luo Dong was the same, his brows tightly knitted, his eyes fixed on the blurred figure within. Who on earth is that? Could they be crossing the tribulation here? But this is an experienced realm that limits bone age, right? This is serious. This thunder tribulation could only be triggered by a saint. When everyone learned that such a powerful being existed in this realm, they became anxious and uneasy. In no time, they began to group together in pairs and form teams. At that moment, Jiang Wang felt the power of the thunder tribulation slowly weakening. The attacks were not as fierce as before. He knew that this thunder tribulation would soon come to an end. While he was deep in thought, a figure slowly emerged from the thunder palace in the sky. This figure wore an imperial crown and a long robe, looking like a king who controls thunder. As this figure appeared, everyone present felt the spiritual energy of the surroundings begin to stir. All the thunder seemed to calm down at that moment, as if paying homage to their king. The figure slowly raised its arm and pointed towards Jiang Wang. Buzz! It felt as though the entire realm was trembling at that moment, as a thin lightning bolt like a serpent shot forth from its fingertips. But this bolt contained more power than all the previous ones. In it, there were even faint rainbow colors mixed in. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. He felt danger for the first time. He could clearly sense the apocalyptic power contained within that lightning, enough to injure him. So, Jiang Wang no longer underestimated the situation. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His hands formed a strange seal, and at that moment, all the spiritual power within him was mobilized. Jiang Wang formed his right hand into a sword finger and slowly began to rise. Sword art, radiant sword light. Clang! The clear sound of the sword echoed through the world. At the same time, a gigantic golden sword, thousands of feet long, slowly appeared behind Jiang Wang. As the sword passed, even the void was cut open. This was the most powerful ancestral technique of the Jiang family, the sword art's strongest move. Now, Jiang Wang's cultivation and physique were top-notch, but he struggled without a technique to match his strength. But now, this strongest move of the sword art was enough to bring forth his power. Slash! Jiang Wang immediately pointed his sword finger toward the lightning. The giant sword behind him instantly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the bolt of lightning. Boom! At the moment of collision, the surrounding space was instantly torn apart by the immense power. Countless spatial turbulence arose, shattering trees and stones within a radius of several miles. Oh my, this is insane. I'm out of here. At this rate, this entire realm will be shattered. Quick, fall back a bit. The powerful spiritual energy shockwaves affected those who were watching on the edges as well. These people all opened their mouths wide, feeling incredibly shocked. Some even wanted to back out. Chinner, do not be afraid. Luo Dong stepped forward and powerful spiritual energy spread out. It formed a layer of spiritual shield in front of several people, protecting everyone inside. Thank you. Xiao Mengxian smiled and nodded to Luo Dong. This made Luo Dong feel very proud, just as everyone was using their abilities to resist the impact. The thunder prison in front slowly dissipated, and the thunder palace in the sky also vanished from the world. As everyone wanted to see what kind of divine being was involved, they were shocked to find that the thunder prison only remained in ruins. There was not a single person left, not even a strand of hair. At this time, the protagonist Jiang Wang had already left the place, a being not even worthy of their gaze. Jiang Wang hid in a sparsely populated area and then took out a set of clothes from his bag and put them on. After all, he couldn't stay a naked child forever. Though this body was that of a 5-year-old child, he had a mature heart. After changing his clothes, Jiang Wang thought for a while and then decided to return to the earlier crime scene. So, 2 hours later, Jiang Wang returned to the same spot again as an observer, listening to the whispers of the crowd around him. By now, many people had spontaneously formed a team. One reason was to hunt these spiritual beasts together, and the other was to jointly guard against the mysterious powerful being crossing tribulation here. Chinner, why not team up with me? Luo Dong smiled as he spoke to Xiao Mengxian. No, I have already formed a team with some friends. Young Master Luo, your strength is great, but being with us may not be worth it. Xia Mengxian almost did not hesitate at all and directly rejected him. This made Luo Dong's smile stiffen. However, Xia Mengxian seemed not to see it, politely giving a slight bow, then tilted her long and fair swan-like neck, about to brush past. At that moment, Luo Dong's face looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Unable to hold back his anger, he glared at Xia Mengxian's lovely silhouette, his wrist slightly turned, as if something was building up in his sleeve. Just then, Xia Mengxian's gaze was suddenly attracted by a child in white, looking cute and handsome. Oh, whose child is this? So good-looking. Yeah, so adorable. I want a pinch. Several boys and girls beside Xia Mengxian also noticed Jiang Wang standing there. They couldn't help but praise him. At this moment, Jiang Wang was lost in thought, staring at the thunder area he had just created. He was mostly reflecting on himself. Now, his body and spiritual power were very strong enough to handle most troubles. But as he advanced to the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor, the Jiang family sword technique in his hands had begun to feel insufficient. It seems it's time to find some powerful martial arts techniques. Just as Jiang Wang was thinking, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, he found it was Xia Mengxian, looking down at him with a smiling, charming gaze. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be soaked in warm spring water, with just one look, making it hard to look away. Because of his height, Jiang Wang accidentally found himself close to Xia Mengxian's fair and delicate skin. He could even faintly smell the mild fragrance that drifted from her, stirring one's heart. Seeing Jiang Wang like this, Xia Mengxian covered her red lips with her delicate hand and pretended to be angry. Am I that scary, little brother? Oh no. Jiang Wang quickly got into character, smiling as he said, It's just that sister is too beautiful. I've never seen someone so good-looking. Chapter 25, A Shocking Constitution, Killing the Heart. Jiang Wang quickly reacted, switching to the innocent and sweet-talking mode of a 5-year-old child. Xia Mengxian had heard compliments before. In fact, people who admired her beauty praised her from morning till night. But when these words came from the little boy in front of her, she unexpectedly enjoyed them. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she giggled. Little brother, judging by your looks, you're only about 4 or 5 years old, right? MHM, 5 years old. Jiang Wang nodded with an air of maturity, unaware that in Xia Mengxian's eyes, he was pretending to be a little grown-up, which melted her heart. You're so young, yet you dare to come to this secret realm? You're really bold. I had no choice. My family has declined, and I'm the only one who can cultivate spiritual energy, so of course, I have to seek opportunities myself. Jiang Wang spread his tiny hands, deliberately putting on a pitiful expression. Poor little thing. Do you want to follow Big Sister in the secret realm? It's quite unsafe for you to be here alone. After we leave, I can even take you back to the great Xia divine dynasty. Xia Mengxian reached out her jade-like fingers and pinched Jiang Wang's soft, bouncy cheeks. Take me away? Living with you in the great Xia divine dynasty doesn't sound too bad. Of course, Jiang Wang could only say this in his heart, letting his weak, childish self enjoy the thought. He originally wanted to find an excuse to refuse, but suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something, and his lips curled into an irresistibly adorable smile. Okay. Wow, Big Sister, you're from the great Xia divine dynasty? That's amazing. Haha, then let's go. With that, Xia Mengxian grabbed Jiang Wang's small hand and led the group away. As for why Jiang Wang suddenly changed his mind, the reason was simple. Just now, in the corner of his vision, he saw Luo Dong standing nearby with a dark expression. He instantly understood what was going on. There was a 99% chance that Luo Dong coveted Xia Mengxian's beauty, but had been coldly rejected. Now, tell me, if there's a chance to make a Luo clan member suffer, does Jiang Wang have any reason to refuse? Of course not. Besides, Jiang Wang was already planning to find an opportunity to kill Luo Dong and leave this secret realm, taking a direct descendant of the Luo clan as interest. Very reasonable. Killing him was inevitable, but before that, Jiang Wang didn't mind twisting the knife a little. Just like that. As he followed Xia Mengxian away, he deliberately turned his head. Then, he stuck out his tongue and made a playful face. Luo Dong stood in place, watching them leave, his expression dark and terrifying. His eyes flickered with changing emotions. Raging fury twisted his once handsome face. You little brat, you're walking straight into death. Don't blame me. Luo Dong gritted his teeth and spoke before disappearing from the spot. Jiang Wang followed Xia Mengxian and the others, hunting spirit beasts everywhere. Boom! In the jungle, Jiang Wang punched a spirit beast in front of him, shattering it into countless glowing light particles. Then, he handed it to Xia Mengxian. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. You're only 5, yet your body is so strong. You're not from the Beihai Dragon Subduing Hall, are you? Someone in Xia Mengqian's team gasped in astonishment, their lips slightly parted. They had seen many powerful cultivators who could crush spirit beasts with a single punch. But Jiang Wang was only 5 years old. How could he be this heaven-defying? As for the sect Xia Mengqian mentioned, Jiang Wang had heard of it before. It was a sect dedicated to body refinement. Jiang Wang chuckled and shook his head in denial. Once again, Xia Mengqian was completely stunned by the little milk dumpling before her. He wasn't from the dragon subduing hall. That meant his terrifying physique was entirely self-cultivated. That was even more absurd than being trained by the dragon subduing hall. Impressive, little brother. I really couldn't tell. You flatter me. You flatter me, Jiang Wang responded humbly. After the group had slain enough spirit beasts, they found a wide open space to rest. Surrounding the fire, they began to distribute today's harvest. Xia Mengqian handed a golden pill to Jiang Wang. Here, this is yours. Jiang Wang thought for a moment, but still did not refuse. After all, he did not want to reveal himself yet. So he smiled and accepted it. In the next instant, a breath entered Jiang Wang's mind. With his current strength, he could spread his consciousness dozens of miles around. So since its appearance, Jiang Wang had been locking onto the breath's direction. And the holder of this breath was Luo Dong. He had caught up, yet did not reveal himself. This indicated that there was likely some sort of scheme. This was even better. Jiang Wang had been regretting that Luo Dong didn't join their team. But now, he had come right to their door. Over here, Luo Dong's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. His gaze was fixed on Xia Mengqian. His eyes were filled with greed. Xia Mengqian, I came to this secret realm just for you. You won't escape. After speaking, Luo Dong raised his palm. A delicate red pearl appeared in his hand, slowly rotating. This red pearl was engraved with dense, mysterious runes, and a special power radiated from it. Just looking at it made one feel a stagnation of spiritual power within. This immortal capturing pearl was personally forged by the ancestor Luo Wanxiu. It contains the power to imprison immortal emperors. I don't believe you can escape my grasp. Luo Dong had come with a purpose. He had long been lusting after Xia Mengqian. Even though his talent was not weak, and he was from the Luo clan, handsome and extraordinary. He had countless pursuers even within the Luo clan. But Xia Mengqian was not interested in him, always maintaining a lukewarm attitude. With normal methods, he would never win her over. So Luo Dong had schemed in this twisted way. At that time, he would enforce himself upon her, and it would be cooked rice, no turning back. He firmly believed that the great Xia divine dynasty would never start a war with the Luo clan over a younger generation's matter to the point of no return. After all, things had already happened, and the Luo clan was very powerful. Even if the emperor of the great Xia were to act tyrannically, facing this marriage proposal, he would have to yield. Thinking of this, Luo Dong began to tremble with excitement. His eyes' greed grew more intense, even revealing a hint of madness. Ha ha ha, Xia Mengqian, you are mine, huh? The 9 Yinling body, you're also mine, huh? At the same time, by the fire, Jiang Wang lazily leaned against a dark giant stone. Listening to the howling sounds nearby, he found it somewhat amusing. This Luo Dong, not even hiding his consciousness, was he announcing to everyone that he was here to rob? Still, what could be more enjoyable than killing and breaking hearts? Is there? No. It's just a simple inquiry about Xia Mengqian's relationship status, along with wanting to figure out what made Luo Dong so unwilling to let go of Xia Mengqian. As for Xia Mengqian, whether in body, appearance, or status, she is truly top-notch. But Luo Dong is not a fool. He wouldn't risk offending the great Xia divine dynasty just for beauty. So Jiang Wang feels there must be some other secret involved. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, a hint of loneliness flashed in Xia Mengqian's eyes. She shrugged her delicate shoulders and shook her head. No, Jiang Wang pretended to be surprised. How is that possible? Sister Xia is so beautiful, and also the long princess of the great Xia divine dynasty. How could there be no one chasing her? There are indeed many men by my side, but they all have impure intentions and come with purposes. What purposes? Xia Mengqian turned to look at Jiang Wang, seeming to hesitate. But when she saw his clear eyes, she felt relieved. Her red lips parted as she let out a light sigh. With a bitter smile, she asked Jiang Wang, do you know about the 9 Yinling body? Hearing this, the confusion in Jiang Wang's heart was instantly resolved. Oh, so it turns out Xia Mengqian has the 9 Yinling body. No wonder Luo Dong, even risking offending the great Xia divine dynasty, would try to scheme against Xia Mengqian. The so-called 9 Yinling body is one of the many extraordinary physiques in this world. However, this physique does not have a particularly significant feedback for oneself. At most, it may slightly speed up the cultivation process. But this physique can be of great help to its partner. yin and yang embrace, gathering yin to nourish yang. The benefits are numerous. Jiang Wang had read in a book that in the past, some evil sects specifically collected women with this physique from all over to use as furnace cauldrons for cultivation. Speaking of which, it's not really a very respectable physique. As she spoke, Xiao Mengqian embraced her legs with her delicate arms, and a slight hint of loneliness appeared in her beautiful eyes. She looked exceptionally pitiful. Jiang Wang also let out a sigh. Then he slowly stood up, feeling it was about time, and said, "Ah, Sister Xia, I seem to have lost something important. I need to go back and look for it." When Xiao Mengqian heard Jiang Wang say he was going back, she immediately stood up. "Why don't we go back together tomorrow morning? Spirit beasts come out to hunt at night, and there might be some high-level spirit beasts." "That's not possible. That thing is a bit important to me." Jiang Wang gently waved his hand and then dashed straight into the woods. Just as Jiang Wang was about to spread his spiritual consciousness to find Luo Dong, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. "Ah, Sister Xiao, why are you here?" At this moment, Xiao Mengqian's exquisite little face actually showed a touch of anger and helplessness. "Hey, you little rascal. How could I let you come out looking for trouble alone? I really don't know who raised you. So stubborn." Saying this, Xiao Mengqian reached out and pinched Jiang Wang's little face again. Jiang Wang was somewhat speechless. He actually didn't want Xiao Mengqian to follow him. He thought that since he already knew Luo Dong's intentions, he might as well act directly and eliminate him, then escape quickly. But now, there was no choice. Since Xiao Mengqian had come, he could only adapt to the situation. With that, in order to further provoke Luo Dong, Jiang Wang proactively took hold of Xiao Mengqian's soft, bone-like jade hand. Meanwhile, in the depths of this dense forest, on a tree trunk, Luo Dong, who had been observing the tall and short figures below, had a gaze that was somewhat terrifyingly dark. Many blood vessels crept up in his eyes. "Good boy. Since you were looking for death, then don't blame me." Luo Dong's eyes narrowed, and the spiritual power surged from his body. "Kid, Feeling the surge of spiritual power erupting not far behind, Jiang Wang curled his lips into a smile. He knew. Luo Dong has taken a bait. We see Luo Dong leap from the tree, his body surrounded by dazzling lightning. The violent spiritual energy rushes towards Jiang Wang and Summer Mengqian. Jiang Wang's expression remains unchanged, showing no intention to make a move. But beside him, Summer Mengqian furrows her brows slightly, her lotus-like arms stretching out, delicate hands forming seals. Her wide sleeves carry a fragrant breeze that pushes down the incoming spiritual energy. "Young Master Luo, what do you want to do?" What do I want to do?" "You'll find out soon." Saying this, Luo Dong flips his palm, and the red prison immortal orb appears in his hand. The prison immortal orb slowly spins. Waves of strange spiritual power begin to spread out. "Go!" Luo Dong shows a sinister smile, then snaps his fingers, and the prison immortal orb instantly appears above Jiang Wang and Summer Mengqian's heads. A light red, peculiar glow envelopes them, directly suppressing them within it. "How dare you!" Summer Mengqian's face changes dramatically. She suddenly feels weak all over as the spiritual energy in her meridians begins to slow and stagnate. Biting her silver teeth, Summer Mengqian flips her hand. A jade tablet engraved with the character Summer appears in her hand. Luo Dong, I, Summer Mengqian, and the Great Xia will not let this matter rest. If you don't want to receive my Great Xia's declaration of war, then release us quickly. Luo Dong sees the jade tablet in Summer Mengqian's hand, and there is no surprise on his face. Instead, he shrugs dismissively. "Go ahead, crack." Seeing Luo Dong's attitude, Summer Mengqian, regardless of everything else, grits her teeth and directly crushes the jade tablet in her hand. The jade tablet shatters, and a wave of divine thought attempts to tear apart space and escape. But this divine thought flits around in this space, unable to tear through it. How can this be? A trace of disbelief flashes in Summer Mengqian's beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your effort. This prison immortal orb was personally crafted by old ancestor Wanxiu, who has a deep understanding of the way of space. Can you battle-hardened warriors even compare? Hearing Luo Dong's mockery, Summer Mengqian's expression becomes unsightly. Turning to Jiang Wang, she seems to have made a certain decision and quietly speaks. "I will use a method to send you out of this secret realm. After you go out, call my Great Xia Divine Dynasty to come and rescue me." Jiang Wang raises an eyebrow, but says nothing. At this moment, Luo Dong sneers at Jiang Wang, his tone dripping with mockery. "And you, damn brat, you are that abandoned child of my Luo clan from 5 years ago, aren't you?" Chapter 27. Prison Immortal Orb. One finger suppression. Ah, Luo Dong's words caused Summer Mengqian to be taken aback. Her red lips slightly part, looking at Jiang Wang with surprise. The latter smiles slightly, gazing at Luo Dong with a calm expression, slowly extending 2 fingers. First, don't associate me with your filthy Luo clan. My name is Jiang Wang. Second, do you really think you have already won? Ha 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 ha. Still holding out with death at hand? Can't you see the situation? Luo Dong wears a mocking look, the curve of his lips becoming even more loathsome. Hee hee. Don't be anxious. No need to rush to your death. Your life I will take for the Luo clan, but before that, I would like to enjoy my 9 Ling Yuntai. You shameless beast. Summer Mengqian is now so suppressed by the prison immortal orb that she is drenched. I have a simpler way. Jiang Wang wore a confident smile, and then his whole body began to emit a faint golden light. At the same time, the golden blood energy shot straight up into the sky, scattering the clouds and the heavens. What? Luo Dong's mouth opened in shock, his eyes trembling wildly. You can still use spiritual energy under the suppression of the immortal trapping pearl. Jiang Wang pretended to be confused. Oh, the immortal trapping pearl? You mean this broken pearl? With that, Jiang Wang reached out his hand, curled his fingers, and directly absorbed the immortal trapping pearl hovering above their heads into his palm. Finally, right before Luo Dong's wide-eyed, ghostly expression, Jiang Wang pinched it with 2 fingers, shattering it into dust. I don't like you speaking to me while you're bowing your head. Change your posture first. Before Luo Dong could even say something in shock, Jiang Wang's figure vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luo Dong. A finger slowly extended and pressed against Luo Dong's forehead. In an instant, Luo Dong felt an irresistible force invade his body's meridians with a violent impact. His meridians were shattered by this force, and all the spiritual energy within him dissipated at that moment. Years of hard practice turned into nothing in the blink of an eye. A large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into dozens of trees before finally hitting the ground. Luo Dong's face was full of disbelief as he tried to struggle and stand up, but he found he couldn't. The force from before had not only destroyed his meridians, but it also shattered all the bones in his body. Luo Dong tried to speak but coughed up another mouthful of blood. His 7 orifices began to bleed, and his life was hanging by a thread. Seeing this, Xiao Mengqian was beyond shock. Her jade hand covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling in disbelief. Jiang Wang chuckled, then waved his hand. The space around them twisted. In Xiao Mengqian's eyes, everything blurred for a moment, and then they appeared right in front of Luo Dong. At this moment, Luo Dong barely lifted his head, seemingly trying to raise his hand. But he couldn't do it anymore. Jiang Wang smiled and spoke to him. So, how do you feel about the strength of this outcast of the Luo clan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Dong trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear and shock. Don't kill me, please. I swear I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. What do you mean won't tell anyone about today? Do you think I fear the Luo clan finding out? Jiang Wang's gaze turned cold, and a faint murderous intent began to spread in his tone. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, before I reach adulthood, I will definitely visit your Luo clan. As for now, let me collect some interest from you. Saying this, Jiang Wang extended his palm, pinching his index finger and thumb together. The spiritual energy in the surrounding world began to be crazily compressed and absorbed by Jiang Wang. A golden, round pill appeared between his fingers. Go! Jiang Wang flicked his fingers, sending the golden pill directly into Luo Dong's body. What did you do to me? Luo Dong's face was filled with terror as he tried to feel the golden pill inside him. But he forgot that all of his spiritual energy had been destroyed by Jiang Wang, so he couldn't sense anything. Jiang Wang smiled faintly, patted Luo Dong's shoulder, and spoke to him. I, Jiang Wang, am not a killer. My mother, Jiang Cixin, always told me to be kind. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The golden pill I put inside you can give you temporary strength, but it will also turn you into ash. Jiang Wang's voice paused. He continued to smile and said, Now hurry up. If you run fast enough, you can find your ancestor to help you retrieve your golden core. All right. Luo Dong nodded repeatedly, daring not to delay any longer. He stood up, suppressed the hatred in his eyes, and ran wildly toward the outside of the secret realm. After Luo Dong left, Xiao Mengqian frowned and spoke to Jiang Wang. Little Jiang Wang, if you just let him go like this, it might bring trouble to you and the Jiang family. Xiao Mengqian's tone was filled with worry. Jiang Wang chuckled and waved his hand to Xiao Mengqian. Don't worry. What? The gaze shifted to Luo Dong, who was swiftly fleeing through the jungle. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression filled with deep hatred. Jiang Wang, you wait for me. Once I return to my clan, I will make every ancestor of the Luo clan flatten your Jiang family, and let your Jiang family run with blood. I will personally smash every bone in your body. At that moment, Jiang Wang stretched out 3 fingers. Simultaneously, he began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As Jiang Wang lowered his last finger, the countdown also ended. Snap! The crisp sound of finger snap echoed through this world. At the same time, boom! A huge explosion sounded within this secret realm, as if the entire secret realm trembled at that moment. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled. The center of the explosion was Luo Dong, who had just shown a face full of hatred. At this moment, he had turned to ashes, leaving only a chinquan bag on the ground. Jiang Wang smiled at Xiao Mengqian's shocked eyes and spoke. Hehe, I was lying to you. In fact, I rarely listen to my mom, and even if you run fast, you will still be blown to ashes. Chapter 28, The Bait. Jiang Wang waved his sleeves and, along with Xiao Mengqian, appeared at the spot where the huge explosion sound came from. Xiao Mengqian saw that the originally flat ground had turned completely charred. Moreover, there was a pit about a meter deep left behind. Jiang Wang curled his palm. The chinquan bag on the ground was snatched into his hand. Then, without effort, he erased the divine consciousness seal on it. After putting away the chinquan bag, Jiang Wang looked at Xiao Mengqian and smiled slightly at her. She was still a bit dazed, staring at the scorched earth in front of her, unsure of what to say. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and looked at Jiang Wang with a complicated gaze. You actually are the Jiang family's divine son from 5 years ago. What divine son? It's just that my cultivation was a bit high when I was born, plus I made a bit more noise. Jiang Wang waved his hand and modestly replied. Xiao Mengqian, upon hearing Jiang Wang's incredibly humble words, slightly pouted her red lips. Then tell me honestly, wasn't it also you who caused that thunderstorm that disturbed the entire secret realm? Jiang Wang couldn't help but blush when he heard this. Then he cleared his throat lightly. Well, I didn't expect that just a simple breakthrough to the peak of the immortal emperor would cause such a big stir. How I wish the heavens wouldn't be jealous of talents. Listening to Jiang Wang say the most pretentious words in the simplest tone, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but facepalm and smile wryly. At the same time, Xiao Mengqian felt a chill run down her spine. It turned out that the Jiang family's divine son, Jiang Wang, had already reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm. According to Jiang Wang's current realm, he could already act as a senior elder in most sects. Even in some super sects and ancient families, he could become core personnel. Most importantly, Jiang Wang was only 5 years old now. Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but imagine. If Jiang Wang continued to progress at this speed, would he directly become an emperor by the time he reached adulthood? An 18-year-old emperor. Thinking of this, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but look at Jiang Wang's youthful face. With clear brows and eyes, a well-defined face, and an extraordinary aura. A unique charm emanated from her, as if a true celestial being had descended to the mortal world. Thinking of this, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but start to imagine Jiang Wang as an adult. What kind of celestial appearance would that be? In this way, Xiao Mengqian's charming face couldn't help but flush slightly. What's wrong, Sister Xia? Jiang Wang asked in confusion, looking at Xiao Mengqian who was staring blankly at him. It's nothing. Since everything is resolved, let's go. Okay. After saying this, the two of them soared towards the direction of their base. In the air, Jiang Wang blinked, then glanced at the calm-faced Xiao Mengqian. With a bitter smile, he asked, Sister Xia, will you be angry? What is it? When you came to find me, I could have made you go back, but later I thought, having you here would better excite that Luo Dong So, you used me as bait, right? Jiang Wang fell silent and didn't deny it. Because he indeed thought this way at that time. Xiao Mengqian was just a bait role. Seeing Jiang Wang's expression, Xiao Mengqian covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Jiang Wang chuckled. So, that means you're not angry, right? Not only am I not angry, but I also want to thank you for helping me resolve a hidden danger. Hee, that's good. After learning that Xiao Mengqian was not angry because he had used her, Jiang Wang also felt relieved. Then, he stopped talking and continued to keep up with Xiao Mengqian's pace. Beside Jiang Wang, Xiao Mengqian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She looked deeply at Jiang Wang and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It is said that the Qilin son of the Jiang family might be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Now it seems that this is not without reason. Not to mention that monstrous talent, just this level of cunning and eloquence. How many in the younger generation can reach this point? Thus, after nearly 15 minutes of journeying, Jiang Wang and Xia Mengqian returned to the base. At this time, the others still in the base had anxious looks on their faces. When they saw Jiang Wang and the others return, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xia, there was such a loud explosion just now. We were all very worried about you two. Yeah, it's good that you two are fine. Xia Mengqian first comforted everyone, then cast a helpless glance at Jiang Wang, who was acting innocent and playing dumb. Jiang Wang smiled at Xia Mengqian, then ignored the others and directly sat down on a stone, starting to meditate and adjust his breath. Although his current realm had already broken through the peak of the Immortal Emperor stage, he still needed time to adapt to the surging spiritual power. In fact, there was a way to quickly complete this process. That was to have an exhilarating battle with someone. He was quite eager for such a battle, but unfortunately, with his current strength, not to mention among peers, even in the entire peak of the Immortal Emperor stage, there was no one he could find to make him fight with all his strength. Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. At that moment, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a fragrant breeze approaching. He opened his eyes, and what came into view was Xia Mengqian's delicate and exquisite face. At this moment, she was squatting on the ground, resting her cheeks on her hands, looking at Jiang Wang with a face full of helplessness. Moonlight poured down, like a winding light veil gently falling to the mortal world, covering Xia Mengqian. Even her hair, blown by the gentle wind, was stained with moonlight, appearing incredibly crystal and beautiful. Her hands were like soft silk, her skin like her neck like a delicate curve, her teeth like a white jade, her eyebrows like a moth, as if she were the unparalleled beauty of the world. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wang couldn't help but be slightly dazed. In the Jiang family, there were also many beauties, perhaps because this world was nourished by spiritual energy. Basically, there's nothing ugly that cannot be looked at. But Xia Mengqian is definitely the most beautiful girl he has seen since he was born. Seeing Jiang Wang in this dazed state, Xia Mengqian seemed to think of something, lowering her head slightly, and two rosy flushes appeared on her cheeks. Jiang Wang finally came back to his senses, looking at Xia Mengqian, and couldn't help but feel emotional. I don't know who is so fortunate to marry Sister Xia in the future. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Xia Mengqian's already rosy cheeks deepened in color again. Knowing how to tease girls at such a young age, you deserve a beating. I still want to talk to you about serious matters. Xia Mengqian spoke to Jiang Wang with a hint of teasing in her tone. The latter grinned, hearing that Xia Mengqian wanted to discuss serious matters, so he quickly straightened his expression, ready to listen attentively. Chapter 29, The End of the Secret Realm, A Girl Gifts a Jade. Although you have the bloodline of the Luo clan, you have grown up in the Jiang family since you were young. You may lack understanding of the Luo clan. The Luo Dong you killed today, though not among the very top of the Luo clan, is still a direct descendant. At this point, Xia Mengqian paused slightly and glanced at Jiang Wang's expression. After not finding anything abnormal, she continued to speak. You also know that although the Luo clan is not an ancient family, it has a long-standing heritage. The old ancestors within the clan are extremely conservative and place great importance on bloodlines. Jiang Wang indeed agreed strongly with what Xia Mengqian said. Those old geezers have frighteningly thick braids at the back of their heads. Jiang Wang nodded, signaling Xia Mengqian to continue. And that Luo Wanxiu is even more so. Luo Dong is also one of her lineage. Luo Dong died in this secret realm, and she will surely not let it go easily. Jiang Wang scoffed, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. What can she do if she's unwilling? At worst, I could just slap her to death when I go out. Xia Mengqian shook her head helplessly. Even if you have extraordinary abilities and can slap Luo Wanxiu to death, have you thought about it? The moment Luo Wanxiu dies, the true power of the Luo clan will instantly arrive. What will you do then? Hearing Xia Mengqian's serious words, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. The so-called true power of the Luo clan, in her words, should refer to the real experts at the saint level. The Luo clan has a long history. In addition to the old ancestors like Luo Wanxiu, there is also the current clan leader. That is a genuine middle-aged saint. Besides that, no one knows how many old monsters are in closed-door training within the Luo clan. These hidden old monsters are the true trump cards that allow the Luo clan to stand firm in the ancient immortal domain. However, he didn't concern himself too much. With the system in hand, he can handle anything that comes his way. He could swagger out of this secret realm. So what? Even if he was locked on, he had plenty of ways to escape. If that old geezer Luo Wanxiu dared to go berserk at the entrance, he would just slap her to death. But what Xia Mengqian said was absolutely correct. Even if he used all his means to survive, it would surely bring disaster to the Jiang family behind him. Just thinking about this, even Jiang Wang frowned slightly. Being locked on was bad enough for him. But the people of the Jiang family did not have the ability to contend like he did. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have been bullied like that at the time. Seeing Jiang Wang lost in thought, Xiao Mengqian smiled slightly, then raised her hand. A beautiful jade pendant appeared in her hand. This is a spiritual treasure given to me by my father, which can help you hide your aura. Even Luo Wanqiu won't be able to detect it. After saying that, the exquisite jade pendant flew towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang reached out and caught the flying jade pendant. There was still a hint of warmth remaining. Jiang Wang blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Mengqian, wanting to say something. There's no need to say more. You not only helped me solve the hidden danger of Luo Dong. Xiao Mengqian paused, biting her red lip with her pearly teeth, as if she had some untold secret. Moreover, the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, actually. When Jiang Wang heard the 4 words, Great Xia Divine Dynasty, his expression turned cold. He still remembered how a general named Wu Qi had once shown off in his Jiang family 5 years ago. Sister Xia, our friendship in this secret realm is purely personal. I have no good feelings toward the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. I'll say this up front. If I ever encounter your Wu Qi in any place, I will make him pay for insulting my mother and bullying my clan. Hearing Jiang Wang's determined tone, Xiao Mengqian felt quite helpless. Actually, my father is also incited by treacherous individuals. Jiang Wang didn't dwell too much on this matter because, no matter what, he still likes Xiao Mengqian very much. Thus, with 3 days left until the end of the secret realm, Jiang Wang stayed with Xiao Mengqian and a few others. Since he had been discovered by Xiao Mengqian, and he himself had killed Luo Dong, there was no need for Jiang Wang to hide anymore. He began to show off his strength in this secret realm grandly. This day was the last day in the Saints' secret realm. Xiao Mengqian and the others hid behind a giant rock, fearfully watching the scene before them. Before them stood a giant ape as large as a mountain, roaring at the sky. Its massive, muscular arms pounded against its chest, echoing like thunder. The terrifying and frenzied spiritual energy swept through the land, comparable to the peak realm of a celestial king, spreading out without reservation, making onlookers feel a chill in their hearts. At the feet of this giant ape stood a young figure dressed in white. This figure was even thinner than the giant ape's toes. Yet, in the terrifying turbulence of spiritual energy, this figure stood still like a mountain. Jiang Wang looked at the ferocious and terrifying giant ape, his expression slightly displeased. He dug at his ears. Why are you yelling so loudly? As he spoke, Jiang Wang's lips curled into a slight smile, and golden blood energy surged up, majestic and thick like a golden flood. His form transformed into a streak of golden light and shot upward, striking the giant ape's head with a single palm. Roar! That massive giant ape was directly sent flying by this palm, its colossal body smashing down small mountains. Half of its head was crushed by Jiang Wang, lying on the ground and howling in pain. Heavens, this overwhelming blood energy. Is this the legendary ancient sacred body? This is truly an eye-opener. This trip was worth it, completely worth it. This big brother, Jiang Wang, can defeat his enemies with just this blood energy alone. Big brother? You're 10 years older than him. So what? Whoever has strength is the big brother. That's what my dad told me. What your dad said is pretty right. Jiang Wang stood tall in midair, his hair dancing wildly, his body straight and tall like a spear, as if he could pierce through heaven and earth. He extended his right hand and pointed at a mountain below with 5 fingers curling. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. They watched as the mountain began to shake and actually lifted off the ground, being held up by Jiang Wang. Then, he suddenly smashed it down onto the giant ape below. Boom! The mountain fell, directly enveloping the giant ape, transforming it into countless points of spiritual energy in an instant. These points of light were incredibly bright and transparent, many times more advanced than the previous points of spiritual energy. Jiang Wang waved his hand. These points of light began to transform into worthless golden pills, flying into the hands of those who treated them like treasures. Thank you so much. I will definitely tell my father when I go back. Our clan must unite in marriage with your Jiang family. Even if I have to marry in, I'm willing. Chapter 30. The tribe's son's death, the ancestor's fury. Jiang Wang listened to the various praises around him and couldn't help but chuckle. He then looked at Xiao Mengqian and slowly opened his palm. In his hand lay a golden elixir radiating dazzling light. This spirit pill is specially reserved for you. Along with what you got before, it should be enough to help you break through to the 8th level of the Transformation God Realm. Seeing the pill in Jiang Wang's hand, Xiao Mengqian felt her cheeks flush but she truly needed this elixir. So she reached out to take it. Thank. Before Xiao Mengxian could finish her second, thank you, Jiang Wang waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. If it weren't for so many people around, I would have directly pushed the entire secret realm over. The elixirs would all be yours and yours. Just then, the secret realm began to shake with waves of spatial fluctuations. Cracks in space appeared before everyone's eyes. The secret realm is over. Xiao Mengxian turned to look at Jiang Wang, biting her red lip with her pearly white teeth. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke up. Jiang Wang, when you grow up, come find your sister in the great Xia divine dynasty, okay? Jiang Wang was momentarily stunned, then chuckled and scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. What do you want me to find you for, Sister Xia? I'll tell you when you come. Xiao Mengxian's exquisite and beautiful little face flushed red, and she playfully blinked her big, bright eyes, and then spoke to him. Then I'll go out first. You take advantage of the crowd to leave. Remember to use the treasure I gave you. Don't expose your aura and get into unnecessary trouble. Don't worry. Jiang Wang nodded, then watched as Xiao Mengxian and the others left. The others were extremely grateful to Jiang Wang. In the past few days, following Jiang Wang was like finding treasure. Finally, just before Xiao Mengxian stepped into the spatial crack, she turned back to look at Jiang Wang. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, 2 strands of hair slightly swaying at his forehead. Even though his face was still very youthful, with Jiang Wang standing there, it felt like he was the ruler of this world. Take care. After giving Jiang Wang another piece of advice, Xiao Mengxian reluctantly turned and left. Once Xiao Mengxian and the others were completely gone, Jiang Wang moved his mind, and the space around him twisted. In an instant, he appeared hundreds of miles away. With his fingers together, he directly carved open a crack in the space before him. Then he jumped in. Inside the crack, Jiang Wang took out the spirit treasure Xiao Mengxian gave him to conceal his aura. This jade pendant began to emit a soft glow under Jiang Wang's spiritual power, enveloping him within. I think with this, even that old man Luo wants you will be unable to find me. After saying this, Jiang Wang didn't waste any more time and accelerated to his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this spatial passage, leaving only a golden afterimage. When Jiang Wang appeared again, he was already outside the secret realm. He immediately spotted Luo wants you leaning on a cane. A glimmer of killing intent emerged in his eyes. But Jiang Wang still controlled himself and let out a cold snort. Old goat, I will settle accounts with you together with the Luo clan in the future. After saying this, Jiang Wang directly mounted the celestial crane and soared away. The celestial crane flapped its wings, and Jiang Wang's figure instantly vanished from this world. At this moment, Luo wants you was standing together with 2 war generals from the great Xia divine dynasty. The former's gaze swept constantly over the boys and girls emerging. Moreover, his spiritual sense expanded out, trying to locate Jiang Wang's figure. He had already decided that after this secret realm ended, he would directly move to kill Jiang Wang. However, after searching everywhere, he still did not find Jiang Wang's shadow. Is it possible that he died in there? Never mind. Luo wants you's heart had never really put Jiang Wang on his mind. Once the best was blocked, if it couldn't be done, there was no need to force it. In Luo wants you's view, Jiang Wang was no different from an ant. They were both existences that could be wiped out with just a flick of a finger. Moreover, among the 2 people from the great Xia divine dynasty, one of the generals frowned as he watched the continuous stream of young men and women coming out of the secret realm, his tone somewhat worried. Why hasn't the princess come out? Did something happen? The other general simply shook his head indifferently. Absolutely not. The princess carries the spiritual treasure bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. Even facing a powerful being of the immortal Emperor realm, she will not be powerless. Beside them, Luo wants you showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this, but it was quickly concealed. He then smiled and said, the 2 generals can rest assured. My prodigy Luo Dong is also among them, and I will ensure the princess of our noble dynasty is safe and sound. I've heard much about young Master Luo Dong. Just as the 3 were talking, Xiao Mengxian's graceful figure appeared here. The 2 generals, seeing her figure, immediately looked pleased and moved forward to check. Is the princess hurt? Xiao Mengxian smiled slightly and shook her head slowly. Not only am I unhurt, but I also gained many benefits in this secret realm, enough to achieve a breakthrough. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 generals lit up with joy. At this moment, Luo wants you smiled at Xiao Mengxian and said, Your Highness, the princess, Luo Dong has not yet appeared. Could it be that he received the greatest inheritance and is digesting it in the secret realm? What Luo wants you did not expect was that Xiao Mengxian ignored him and directly told the two generals, "Let's return to the court." Having said that, her figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished from a spot. Xiao Mingqian's action left the two generals somewhat puzzled, but since the former had already spoken, they smiled slightly at Luo Wanxiu and took their leave. Once the people from the great Xia divine dynasty had left, the smile on Luo Wanxiu's old face slowly faded, and with a cold snort, he continued to wait for Luo Dong's appearance. So, they waited for a long time. Many people had already left the secret realm, yet Luo Dong still hadn't shown himself. It was at this moment that Luo Wanxiu began to feel something was off. Just as he was about to find someone to ask, a divine thought descended from the horizon. "Luo Wanxiu." Before Luo Wanxiu could finish, a blurred figure appeared before him, which was another immortal emperor from his lineage. "How could you?" Before Luo Wanxiu could complete his question, the immortal emperor spoke with anger in his tone. "Can't you even keep an eye on a young one? An accident can happen in such a place." When Luo Wanxiu heard this, his face changed dramatically. "What do you mean? If you still don't know? Luo Dong's soul lamp has extinguished. He has been killed." "What?" Luo Wanxiu was stunned for a moment before erupting in fury, and at this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding world began to grow wild. Thunder roared from the clouds above. With a cold snort, Luo Wanxiu extended his dry palm and directly tore a crack in the space before him, rushing into it. Chapter 31. Confrontation of the Luo clan and Great Xia. In the next instant, her figure appeared in the shattered secret realm, her murky eyes scanning repeatedly. "I don't believe anyone would dare to kill my Luo clan's disciples. Today, I want to see the living, or I want to see the dead." Having said that, Luo Wanxiu directly took to the sky, her divine thought rapidly spreading as she began to search for Luo Dong's aura. After a while, she appeared at the deep pit where Luo Dong had died. Feeling the remnants of Luo Dong's aura, her expression gradually became sinister and twisted. Outside of this secret realm, there were still some scattered cultivators who hadn't left, wanting to slip in and pick up the spoils. But at this moment, outside, the scattered cultivators heard a furious roar. Then came the rolling thunder from within the secret realm, as if the heavens were enraged. Boom! Another loud sound echoed out, and this secret realm began to collapse. The cave that once stood in this forest crumbled into a pile of stones, no longer accessible. Just as everyone was in shock, Luo Wanxiu's figure appeared in this space. With a cold glare, she scanned the crowd, suddenly recalling Jiang Wang's face and his icy eyes. Could it really be that kid? The moment this thought appeared, Luo Wanxiu dismissed it immediately. Absolutely impossible. Luo Dong is a prominent figure even within the Luo clan. How could he be killed by some nameless kid? In the next moment, he rejected this idea entirely. What a joke. Although Luo Dong is not a direct descendant of the Luo clan, he is certainly not someone who can be bullied. Thinking of this, Luo Wanxiu's gaze suddenly turned to the direction where a few from the great Xia God dynasty had left. At this moment, the divine ship hanging in the sky had completely disappeared without a trace. Luo Wanxiu's expression kept changing. She now felt that Luo Dong's death must be related to Xiao Mingqian. It might even be worse. Perhaps Luo Dong was killed by her, because Luo Dong was from her lineage, and their relationship was extremely close. She certainly knew what kind of character her clan's boy was. She also had an understanding of Luo Dong's feelings for Xiao Mingqian. After all, that confined immortal pearl in his hands came from her. Regardless of the reason, even if it is the great Xia God dynasty, they cannot kill my Luo clan's disciples for free. Thinking of this, Luo Wanxiu snorted coldly and chose not to ride the Luo clan's war chariot. Instead, she used her own speed to begin chasing after the great Xia divine ship. It was said before, Luo Wanxiu is very knowledgeable in the path of space, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared 1,000 miles away. And at this moment, Xiao Mingqian. Her graceful figure stood at the very front of the divine ship, the vast sea of clouds drifting past her. Xiao Mingqian gently brushed her hair with her jade-like hand, her mind filled with the image of Jiang Wang standing with his hands behind his back at the end. It seemed that this figure had already imprinted in her mind, hard to erase for a long time. Xiao Meng and Xia Yun, the two battle generals, exchanged glances. Then the former stepped forward and hesitated before speaking. "Your Highness, since coming out of the secret realm, your mood seems a bit off. Did something happen in that secret realm?" Xiao Mengxian gently shook her head, not explaining anything to the two. At that moment, the sky above the great Xia divine ship was suddenly shrouded in thunderclouds, causing day and night to become opaque, and the thunder roared. Crack! A thunderclap exploded out of nowhere. A thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck down from the clouds, attacking the great Xia divine ship. Bold! Upon seeing this scene, the two battle generals, Xia Meng and Xia Yun, immediately frowned and shouted. The former soared into the sky, flipping his palm, and a golden long spear appeared in his hand. God of War's spear. The long spear in Xia Meng's hand was like an angry dragon, charging toward the thunderbolt. Boom! The violent wave of spiritual power spread out. After Xia Meng shattered the thunderbolt, he coldly gazed into the void ahead. In the next moment, Luo Wanchio's figure appeared in the void ahead. Then she landed on the great Xia divine ship. Senior Luo? Seeing Luo Wanchio's figure, Xia Meng and Xia Yun both showed a hint of confusion. But soon, a trace of displeasure appeared on both of their faces. Senior Luo, what do you mean? My dynasty has had good relations with your Luo clan for generations. Why did you attack our great Xia divine ship for no reason today? Luo Wanchio, failing to land a blow, leaned forward. Even though she came to seek an explanation, the great Xia god dynasty's reputation is well known. She had to show some respect, so she suppressed her voice. The expression was hard to discern. Don't mind us, but my Luo clan's Luo Dong was killed in the secret realm, which has caused much offense. What? Both were extremely shocked upon hearing the news of Luo Dong's death. On one hand, they were shocked that someone could kill Luo Dong in that secret realm. On the other hand, they were shocked that someone would dare to act against a member of the Luo clan. Compared to their shock, Xia Mengqian's expression was surprisingly calm. Seeing her expression, Luo Wanchio became certain. Even if Luo Dong's death had nothing to do with Xia Mengqian, she definitely knew something about it. So Luo Wanchio looked at Xia Mengqian, forced a smile, and asked her, "May I ask, Princess, who killed our Luo Dong?" "I don't know." Xia Mengqian showed no courtesy to Luo Wanchio and directly shook her head, indicating that she did not know. "How can you not know? Luo Dong admires you. He has always admired you, and after entering the secret realm, he would surely seek you out. How could you not know?" Listening to Luo Wanchio's words, Xia Mengqian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then, she ignored him and continued to look at the thick sea of clouds ahead. Seeing this scene, a cold look appeared in Luo Wanchio's eyes. He wanted to reach out to grab Xia Mengqian. Oomph. A cold snort came out, and her dry palm instantly froze in midair. Slowly turning her head, she saw that Xia Meng and Xia Yun's faces had completely turned cold. Their gazes towards Luo Wanchio also began to turn unfriendly. The overwhelming spiritual power started to vibrate continuously, and the long spears in their hands all pointed at him. "Elder Luo, we respect you as the ancestor of the Luo clan, but don't forget, our princess is the eldest daughter of the human emperor, and we are tasked with protecting her." Xia Yun also slowly spoke. "And we receive the order that if anyone threatens the safety of the princess, we must kill them on the spot, no matter who it is." As they spoke, the aura of their celestial emperor realm was fully unleashed, ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, many armored warriors burst out from the cabin of the divine ship. Their expressions towards Luo Wanchio were also unfriendly. Luo Wanchio showed a hint of embarrassment, although the two of them were individually weaker than him. Together, they were sure to be a challenge for Luo Wanchio. Moreover, it was said that the divine ship of the Great Xia was a treasure of the Great Xia dynasty, and no one knew what powers it possessed. If a real fight ensued, Luo Wanchio might not only fail to come out on top, but he might also end up staying here. Chapter 32. Resolving the Evil Beasts of the Back Mountain. After thinking it over several times, Luo Wanchio abandoned the idea of fighting here and awkwardly chuckled. Hee, I'm getting old, and my temper is getting weirder. I meant no offense, princess." Xia Mengqian's expression remained unchanged as she turned to look at Luo Wanchio, her red lips slightly parted. Fortunately, Elder Luo did not act impulsively. Otherwise, your Luo clan would have to prepare for war with my great Xia dynasty. Xia Mengqian paused for a moment. And since when has the Luo clan become so domineering and unreasonable, ready to strike at the slightest disagreement? No wonder Luo Dong met such a fate. Hearing the sarcastic remarks from Xia Mengqian, Luo Wanchio's expression turned completely dark. He could now be certain that Xia Mengqian and Luo Dong had definitely met in the secret realm. She must be connected to Luo Dong's death. Thus, Luo Wanchio no longer pretended and spoke coldly. "Princess Xia, I will ask one last time, how did our Luo Dong die? He is after all a direct descendant of our Luo clan. If he was killed, by whom was he killed? If you do not speak now, I'm afraid my clan sage will come to your great Xia for an explanation." Xia Mengqian snorted coldly, her eyes showing a hint of icy anger. The current Luo clan truly made her feel disgusted. "Then you should try and see if you can represent the Luo clan in declaring war against my great Xia. Your Luo clan is truly impressive now, actually bullying my great Xia. You rely on strength to oppress the weak. You have poor vision, misjudging jade for common stone, and now you dare to act so arrogantly. I'll tell you this. I know exactly who is responsible for Luo Dong's death, but I will never tell you. Both generals. Here, see them out. As the words of Xia Mengxian fell, General Xia Meng and Xia Yun erupted with powerful waves of spiritual energy. They looked at Luo Wanqiu with icy eyes and spoke. Please. Xia Mengxian's previous series of criticisms made Luo Wanqiu's face look as if she had eaten a fly. Now, facing the two generals ready to strike, despite her unwillingness, she could only snort coldly and sweep away her sleeves to leave. This matter will definitely not end here. I remember today's humiliation. After saying this, Luo Wanqiu's body flickered, and she vanished without a trace. Once Luo Wanqiu left, General Xia Meng and Xia Yun slowly calmed their stirred spiritual energy. The former snorted coldly and gazed in the direction Luo Wanqiu left, saying, "What an audacious thing! How dare they disrespect the Princess Achang?" The princess was indeed sharp with her words just now. This Luo clan has become increasingly excessive in recent years, truly believing they are the overlords of the ancient fairy realm. Xia Yun nodded in agreement. In recent years, as the saints of the Luo clan have not shown themselves, it has been old ancestors like Luo Wanqiu calling the shots. And now, both the clan leader and young clan leader are of her lineage. They've become tyrants. After the two finished speaking, they both looked at Xia Mengxian again. They were surprised that Xia Mengxian was truly related to Luo Dong's death. After hesitating for a while, Xia Meng finally whispered, "Princess, did you kill Luo Dong?" Xia Mengxian shook her head, the image of Jiang Wang flashing in her mind. A smile appeared on her delicate face as she turned to the two and softly said, "Luo Dong was killed by Jiang Wang." Upon hearing this name, both were stunned. Jiang Wang? The surname Jiang. Is he from the Jiang family? But is there really someone so powerful among the younger generation of the Jiang family? As they spoke, it was as if they suddenly recalled something, their faces showing shock as they exclaimed in unison. 5 years ago. At this moment, both recalled the Jiang family's godly son who was born 5 years ago, their eyes filled with deep astonishment. That Jiang family godly son was said to have been a genuine, innate immortal since birth. Now, he must be. They looked at each other, filled with shock but unable to voice it. Xia Mengxian turned to the two, softly saying, "That Jiang Wang is far stronger than you both imagine. Speed up, lest the Luo clan becomes desperate." Understood. After that, the great Xia divine ship instantly increased its speed, roaring and disappearing into the sky above. Meanwhile, back to Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already returned to the Jiang clan, riding a celestial crane. As soon as his feet landed, he deliberately unleashed his peak emperor-level aura, drawing everyone's attention. The young clan leader has returned. Oh my, I'm not mistaken. The young clan leader has already reached this realm. The members of the Jiang family stared in disbelief at Jiang Wang, who had only been away for less than half a month, feeling the aura around him. Jiang Tao appeared, his face filled with shock. "Little one, in just half a month, you've surpassed even this old man. Truly a prodigy." Jiang Wang grinned, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the back mountain. He could sense that the strange aura from the back mountain had intensified significantly over the past half month. It seems that the day the thing breaks free from its seal is sooner than I expected. Without delay, he spoke to Jiang Tao. "Great-grandfather, please gather our Jiang clan senior members. I have matters to discuss." "All right." Jiang Tao nodded without hesitation. After all, Jiang Wang's strength had already surpassed that of the entire Jiang clan. Even now, Jiang Wang wants to take over the Jiang family. Jiang Tao would gladly agree. Soon, people like Jiang Jiaming and Jiang Lisin were all summoned to the Jiang family council chamber. They all looked at Jiang Wang, who was sitting next to Jiang Tao in the main seat, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth to speak to everyone. "Elders, I have summoned you here today for an important matter." At that time, the situation was urgent, and I did not make it clear. "Actually, I came out of the clan for this matter." Jiang Jiaming frowned and said, "Grandson, what exactly is this matter? Even you, at this moment, are not confident." Jiang Wang nodded. "Before leaving the clan, I had no confidence at all. Even now, I only have 60% confidence, but time waits for no one. Even with this little confidence, I need to explain to you all now. That is, the evil thing that our Jiang family's ancestors suppressed on the back mountain is about to break free." The latter half of Jiang Wang's words plunged the council chamber into a brief silence. Then, a heated argument began. Many older elders shook their heads repeatedly. "Absolutely impossible. That seal was crafted by our ancestor at the cost of his lifespan, a great formation of heaven and earth. Not to mention that evil thing. Even a sage cannot break through the seal. I actually believe the young clan leader's words. After all, he wouldn't joke about such matters. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Wang. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Jiang Wang, this matter must not be taken lightly. Did you really sense that the evil thing is about to break free? Jiang Wang sighed, stood up, and spoke to everyone. Elders, I don't dare to speak nonsense about the evil thing. My ancient holy body has a unique sensitivity to such evil spirits, so I can detect the unusual movements of this evil thing. Jiang Wang paused, then continued. All right, then let's go check it out together. Fine. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members exchanged glances and then stood up together, skeptically following Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao to the back mountain. In the Luo family, in the Wanxiu Hall, Luo Wanxiu sat on the throne at the top of the palace, his expression dark. At this moment, two figures shrouded in black robes appeared from the shadows in the hall. They knelt on one knee before Luo Wanxiu. Luo Wanxiu slowly sat up, his murky eyes looking at the two, and asked, "What have you discovered?" One of the black-robed figures thought for a long while, and then answered, "There's no news that young Master Luo has any enmity with anyone, but, returning to the ancestor, while we were investigating in the eastern part of the ancient fairy domain, we heard of a strange matter." Hearing their words, a flicker of doubt passed through Luo Wanxiu's eyes. The eastern part of the ancient fairy domain? Isn't that the territory of the great Xia divine dynasty? What strange matter? According to rumors, 5 years ago, many unusual phenomena appeared in the eastern region all in one day, and Luo Wanxiu frowned, his tone impatient as he yelled at the two. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you stuttering? Hurry up and say, what's the matter?" Yes. Moreover, the place where the phenomena appeared is the Jiang family. It is said that 5 years ago, a divine child was born in the Jiang family, and on the day of his birth, countless phenomena manifested. The sea of bitterness gave rise to golden lotuses, the map of mountains and rivers, and even the phenomenon of an immortal king descending to the heavens arose. What? Luo Wanxiu's figure instantly disappeared from the throne and appeared before the two. His murky eyes were now filled with shock. The phenomenon of the immortal king descending to the heavens can only be formed by the ancient holy body. Could it be that? Exactly. That Jiang family divine child is indeed an ancient holy body, and, on the day of his birth, he was already a true immortal at birth. What? After hearing this, Luo Wanxiu felt his vision go black. Fortunately, the two immediately supported her. Otherwise, this would have already been lying on the ground. Suspicion, shock, and a moment of uncontrollable regret. Luo Wanxiu almost cried out directly. The ancient holy body of the innate, true, immortal realm. Even if he does not become an emperor, he would at least be a peak holy king. If this child were born in the Luo clan, how could the Luo clan not prosper? Wouldn't there be one more ancient family on the continent from now on? But, just like that, he was directly driven away by herself. She now wanted to slap herself hard several times. Luo Wanxiu sighed deeply, and after thinking it over, she directly waved her sleeve robe. With that, the two people in front of her disappeared directly from the hall. Luo clan, Battle Heaven Palace. Standing tall and handsome, Luo Zhantian was sitting on a chair, looking at a roll of documents. Suddenly, his eyes moved, directing his gaze to the center of the hall ahead. The space twisted, and 3 figures emerged from a crack in space. It was Luo Wanxiu and the 2 people in black robes. "Ancestor, quick, please have a seat. Why have you come?" Luo Zhantian was a bit surprised to see the visitors, then stood up to help Luo Wanxiu to her seat. As the young clan leader of the Luo clan, his status and strength were above Luo Wanxiu. But in terms of generation, the latter was still his ancestor. Thus, Luo Zhantian treated Luo Wanxiu with utmost respect on regular days. However, Luo Wanxiu waved her hand. "I won't sit. You two, repeat what you just told me, word for word." Luo Wanxiu turned her head to look at the two behind her. The two spoke again the words from before. At first, when Luo Zhantian heard about the Jiang clan, he was a bit disinterested, but as he listened, his brows furrowed tighter. By the end, even Luo Zhantian had his mouth agape, full of disbelief. "Absolutely impossible. I have personally investigated. Jiang Zixin's child has no aura fluctuations, and their foundation is damaged. They may never reach the divine transformation in this life. So how could they attain the innate, true, immortal status? Let alone be an ancient holy body?" Luo Zhantian spoke in shock, then turned his gaze to the two, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. "Oomph." First came a cold snort. In an instant, the pressure of the immortal emperor at the 9th heaven was released, directly causing the two to be pressed to the ground. "Do you two know what the outcome is for speaking nonsense in front of me?" Young clan leader, We would never dare to speak nonsense. Yes, young clan leader, what we said is true. You can investigate yourself. Luo Zhantian's expression was serious, his eyes starting to wander unsteadily, a trace of regret flashing by. At that moment, a light snort came from the back of the hall. A stunning woman dressed in a light purple silk skirt, slender and graceful, walked into the hall. So, it is Mo Yun who has come. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Mo Yun bowed to Luo Wanqiao, then looked at Luo Zhantian and spoke. Those two are only repeating what they heard. It is also possible that the Jiang clan is just trying to regain face and deliberately concocted a lie. Luo Zhantian sighed heavily, speaking slowly. If it were a lie, then that would be fine, but what if it is true? Hearing this sentence from Luo Zhantian, a flicker of displeasure passed through Mo Yun's eyes, but suddenly her gaze shifted. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Luo Zhantian's, speaking softly. Zhantian, I know you still feel guilty towards Cixin. Otherwise, we could send someone to bring her and her child back to the Luo clan. That child also carries my Luo clan bloodline. Isn't it only right to recognize our roots? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhantian's eyes instantly brightened. Then he turned his gaze to Luo Wanqiao. Ancestor, Yun's idea is feasible. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Wanqiao directly waved her hand. You are thinking too simply. Not to mention whether that child is willing to come back, just Jiang Cixin, I fear it won't be so easy to let go. The little Jiang clan, bringing back my Luo clan's maid is a favor to them. If they are unwilling, then let it be crushed. Mo Yun coldly snorted, her tone filled with disdain. In her eyes, the Jiang clan seemed no more significant than ants. The Jiang clan surely poses no threat, but consider where the Jiang clan is located. The eastern part of the ancient immortal domain, the great Xia divine dynasty. Exactly. If this matter is true, the emperor of the great Xia will surely be aware, and then he will inevitably court that child, standing against us. After hearing Luo Wanqiao's words, both of them fell into deep thought. Indeed, a small Jiang clan is nothing. Their war chariots leave only ruins in their wake. But Jiang Wang is a genuine treasure. Not without reason the emperor might feel inclined to recruit him. If the Luo clan really employs unconventional methods, it would be akin to pushing Jiang Wang away. It would be a case of losing more than gaining. Chapter 34. The talented Luo Xing, the Emperor's Fury. Seeing Luo Zhantian's troubled expression, Mo Yun also appeared somewhat displeased, but it was quickly concealed. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Luo Zhantian, and spoke. Zhantian, even if that child is unwilling to return, I feel there is no need to worry. With Xing'er in our Luo clan, the clan will surely prosper. Upon hearing this name, the worry on Luo Zhantian's face lessened somewhat. Luo Wanqiao beside him also nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, on the day Xing'er was born, there was also a celestial phenomenon, and moreover, Xing'er's physique. Father, mother, ancestor. A voice infused with a hint of youth surfaced. Then, outside the hall, a brilliant starlight swept down from the clouds. It directly entered the great hall. As the starlight gradually receded, a child dressed in blue, handsome and extraordinary in demeanor, appeared within the hall. The child had fair and delicate skin, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, an otherworldly presence, as if enveloped in layers of radiant starlight. Most astonishingly, the child's eyes were as profound and mysterious as the endless starry sky, filled with twinkling starlight. Xing'er has returned. Upon seeing this child, Luo Zhantian immediately revealed a smile filled with affection. This child is Jiang Wang's half-brother, the legitimate successor of the Luo clan, Luo Xing. Luo Zhantian gently patted Luo Xing's head, then said, Next month is the Immortal Palace Grand Competition. I will personally accompany you to participate. Luo Xing smiled slightly at this. Okay, you should go back and cultivate. Cultivating is like rowing upstream. If you do not progress, you will fall behind. You must not be negligent. Your father and mother have some matters to discuss with the ancestor. Luo Xing nodded, then bowed to Luo Wanqiao. Ancestor, Xing'er takes his leave. Go on, go on. After saying this, Luo Xing directly left. After Luo Xing left, Luo Wanqiao nodded in satisfaction. Not arrogant, not impatient, humble and polite, Xing'er will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Upon hearing Luo Wanqiao's praise, Mo Yun also nodded happily, a look of pride appearing on her face. She then turned to Luo Zhantian and said, Zhantian, are you really going to the Immortal Palace Grand Competition next month? Luo Zhantian nodded upon hearing. The Immortal Palace Grand Competition is indeed a grand event within this ancient immortal domain. The creation immortal palace gathers disciples extensively, selecting the best. I believe that child will participate to accompany Xinger to the competition and also to see that child. All right, Jiantian. How to proceed will still require you two to decide, as it is your family matter. I'm merely giving a reminder. Luo Wanqiu spoke to the former, then waved his sleeve and departed with the two. Once Luo Wanqiu left, Mo Yun changed her expression and spoke unhappily. You still think of Jiang Zixin. As soon as you heard that abandoned child has exceptional talent, immediately your heart was moved, right? You won't bring them back. Luo Zhantian sighed, helplessly saying, After all, he is also my child, Luo Zhantian's. There flows the blood of the Luo clan within me as well. If he truly possesses exceptional talent and extraordinary qualities, it will be good for our Luo clan if we can win him over with a little kindness. When Mo Yun heard this, her expression became even more displeased. She directly turned around and said angrily, I refuse to believe he could be stronger than our Xing. Actually, I have my doubts too. After all, not only did the saint physician from the Medicine God Valley say it, but I also personally investigated. It seems his bones are damaged. How could? Forget it. We will know next month. In the ancient immortal domain in the east, the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The influence of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty spans the entire eastern region of the ancient immortal domain. It covers a vast area and has a large population. The founding emperor of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty had once used divine powers to directly transport a piece of shattered continent, establishing it as the foundation for the entire dynasty to develop. On the ground lies a grand and vast giant city. Within the city, people crowd together, bustling and animated. However, above this city, there's a whole imperial city hidden among the clouds. Inside the imperial city, divine light flows, with countless guards in golden armor patrolling the skies. Boom! People outside the imperial city heard a buzzing sound. The next moment, a grand and luxurious divine ship appeared before everyone's eyes. The divine ship, the princess has returned, right? No need to guess. With our princess's abilities, she is surely the leader of this secret realm. Actually, it's hard to say. I've heard that there is someone from the Luo clan named Luo Dong who also participated in this secret realm. Accompanied by some whispers, the divine ship smoothly descended into the plaza of the inner city. Xia Mengqian, Xia Meng, and Xia Yun flew down from the divine ship. Generals, I will report to Father first. Okay. After Xia Meng and Xia Yun left, Xia Mengqian whistled. A completely golden phoenix flew from the horizon and landed beside Xia Mengqian. The huge bird head affectionately rubbed against her palm. Let's go to see Father. Xia Mengqian gently stroked the bird's head, then climbed onto its back. The golden phoenix gave a clear chirp and flapped its wide wings, taking Xia Mengqian toward the divine emperor's palace. Inside the palace, the resolute-faced divine emperor sat on his dragon throne, propping his head with one hand, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly resting. Radiating brilliant golden light around him, there was even a small golden dragon circling back and forth, emitting waves of dragon roars. This was the protective dragon aura of the divine emperor of Great Xia, a unique divine skill of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Even while sleeping, this dragon aura would be the most loyal guardian, protecting the safety of the emperors of past generations. At this moment, the little dragon emitted a peculiar dragon roar. The divine emperor opened his unique golden eyes and looked towards the outside of the palace. Xia Mengqian was now standing below the palace, with the golden phoenix lying beside her. Seeing the divine emperor open his eyes, Xia Mengqian bowed to him. I greet Father. The divine emperor calmly waved his hand, straightened his posture, and casually asked, Jinner, how was your harvest in the secret realm? Upon hearing the divine emperor's question, Xia Mengqian reported everything that happened in the secret realm in great detail. However, she only spoke about the first half, leaving out anything regarding Jiangwang for now. Xia Mengqian was organizing her thoughts, trying to figure out how to inform the divine emperor. After the divine emperor listened to the whole story, especially the part about Luo Dong attacking Xia Mengqian, he instantly became furious. The Luo clan dares to be this bold. The divine emperor stood up, and a tremendous dragon's roar echoed within the palace. This instantly shattered the table in front of him. His eyes filled with fury. At that moment, Your Majesty, a clear voice entered the great hall. A stunning woman wearing a pink long dress, adorned with luxurious jewels, with a graceful figure and noble demeanor, walked into the great hall. This woman had smooth, fair skin, as pure and brilliant as white jade, her figure graceful and full, her small lips like cherries, with a prominent nose, all showcasing her own beauty. Moreover, She had a pair of slightly elongated eyes that added a touch of enchanting charm. This was none other than the beloved consort of the emperor of the great Xia divine dynasty, Ru-O. Ru-O lightly moved her delicate footsteps, approaching the emperor, extending her jade hand to gently stroke his chest that heaved with anger. Your Majesty, why are you so angry? The Luo clan is too much. Daring to harm my daughter, they clearly do not take me or the great Xia divine dynasty seriously. How is this different from declaring war? The emperor was enraged, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Come, draft an edict. I demand that the Luo clan give an explanation. Your Majesty, Father, Ru-O and Xia Mengxian spoke in unison. The former said, Your Majesty, you must not act impulsively. Although the Luo clan is not an ancient aristocratic family, they have deep roots and a long heritage. If war breaks out, it will definitely not be good for our great Xia divine dynasty. Our great Xia divine dynasty cannot be afraid of the Luo clan. Xia Mengxian stepped forward and advised, Father, please calm down. You are unmatched in bravery, and our great Xia divine dynasty has plenty of soldiers and generals. We are not afraid of the Luo clan. However, if war breaks out, the entire ancient immortal domain will fall into turmoil. I do not want to see the scene of suffering. I beg you to calm down. After hearing Xia Mengxian's words, the emperor gradually calmed down. He sat back on the dragon throne and began to think carefully. Both Ru-O and Xia Mengxian were not wrong. There was actually no distinction of superiority between the great Xia divine dynasty and the Luo clan. Both had deep roots and a long legacy. Once a full-scale war broke out, both sides would reveal their trump cards. Even if they could destroy the other side, the surviving families would still face disaster. One must know that the entire ancient immortal domain was not just occupied by these two powerful clans. The entire ancient immortal domain was divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. The great Xia divine dynasty resided in the east, the Luo clan in the north, while the southwestern regions were divided by the other 2 powerful clans or sections. Once the 2 sides went to war, the remaining 2 would naturally sit back and watch the tiger fight, and then step in to completely wipe out and divide the remaining side. With this thought, the emperor let out a long sigh. His expression changed, and eventually he spoke. Even so, I cannot swallow this anger. Draft my holy edict, question the Luo clan, and demand they hand over Luo Dong for this matter. Otherwise, I will not let it go. Xia Mengxian was about to speak, but Ruo spoke first. Your Majesty, our 2 clans have been on good terms for generations. Why provoke the Luo clan over such a minor issue? Ruo's words made Xia Mengxian frown below. Minor issue? Of course it is a minor issue. Luo Dong merely has a bit of affection for you. In my opinion, why not let your Majesty directly marry Mengxian to Luo Dong? Not only would this strengthen the relationship between the Luo clan and our dynasty, but it would also directly resolve Mengxian's marriage, as she is already of age. The emperor furrowed his brows. What are you saying? You want me to marry Mengxian to that kind of scoundrel, a shallow man who seeks beauty by any means necessary? Absolutely not. A displeased look crossed the emperor's face, and without thinking, he directly rejected her. I'm not interested in Luo Dong either. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Luo clan and will inevitably become a powerful figure within the clan. Women are destined to marry, so we are merely interested in his position within the Luo clan. Ruo said this in a very calm tone, as if in her eyes, Xiao Mengxian's lifelong matter was nothing to speak of. The emperor frowned again, but hadn't yet opened his mouth. Xiao Mengxian's calm words then came from her lips. If Consorto looks up to Luo Dong, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Xiao Mengxian paused and continued. Because he is already dead. What? Ru-O and the human emperor were both startled and spoke at the same time. How did you kill him? As far as I know, although Luo Dong is not the best among the younger generation of the Luo family, he is still one of the outstanding ones, right? Xiao Mengxian smiled slightly, and the figure of Jiang Wang flashed in her mind again. It was Jiang Wang who saved me. Jiang Wang. The human emperor looked at Xia Mengxian in confusion, seemingly pondering something, and then suddenly exclaimed as if realizing something. Could it be the divine son of the Jiang family from 5 years ago? Exactly, it was him. The human emperor understood and then quickly asked. If he took action, it would be normal for Luo Dong to die at his hands. He has been a congenital true immortal since birth. Given that monstrous constitution, he should have already reached the immortal king realm, right? I don't know what his cultivation was before, but I know that in the secret realm, he triggered an extremely powerful thunder tribulation, and by the time he appeared, he was already an immortal emperor at his peak. Both the human emperor and Ru-O were startled by Xia Mengxian's words. Even as the human emperor, his pupils shook with disbelief on his face. Mengxian, Do you know that Jiang Wang, according to time calculations, is only 5 years old this year? Yes, he really is still a child. After hearing Xia Mengxian's affirmation, the shock in the human emperor's heart deepened. I can't believe it. At this moment, Ruo spoke softly. This sentence completely enraged the human emperor, and his gaze towards her was filled with fury. It was you who made this emperor break off the marriage with the Jiang family. I did not wish to take such an action, yet you boldly made the decision and sent your cousin to flaunt his power in the Jiang family. Now, you have caused my great summer divine dynasty to lose such a precious gem. What punishment do you deserve? The human emperor was furious, his dragon robe billowing without wind, and the surrounding space began to twist as if dragon roars echoed throughout the grand hall. Your Majesty! Seeing the human emperor like this, Ruo understood that he was truly angry. So she didn't dare to act recklessly anymore and immediately knelt down, her face pale and filled with fear. Wu Qi, summon him to come here. The human emperor's roar echoed throughout the celestial palace. Soon, Wu Qi entered the grand hall with a face full of fear. Your Majesty, shut up and die. Before Wu Qi could finish a single word, the human emperor, filled with rage, struck out with his palm. The space shattered, the grand hall trembled, and a massive handprint transformed into a golden giant dragon. Opening its ferocious jaws, it bit Wu Qi into a mist of blood. Ruo's face instantly turned pale, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground. Wu Qi, a powerful immortal emperor of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Just because he had listened to her suggestion to break off the marriage, he was turned into blood mist and his soul extinguished by the palm of the Great Summer Human Emperor that day. Chapter 36: The Little Princess Who Broke Off the Engagement Years Ago. Wu Qi's body and soul were extinguished by the human emperor's palm, and a mist of blood fell from the sky. It splattered on the bright floor of the grand hall, particularly glaring. Your Majesty! Ruo's face turned pale, and her delicate body shivered uncontrollably on the ground. Fearing that the human emperor's anger had not dissipated, she too would become that mist of blood. The human emperor let out a cold snort, and then looked down at Ruo, speaking to her. You should go back and reflect on your actions. Without my command, you are not to leave the palace. Yes. Upon hearing that she was to be confined to her quarters for reflection, Ruo was reluctant, but did not dare to say more, fearful of igniting the human emperor's anger again. As the human emperor's words fell, 2 guards dressed in golden armor took Ruo away. Although it was the emperor's order, these 2 guards did not dare show any disrespect. Rather than saying they were taking her away, it was more accurate to say they respectfully escorted her out. Thus, the 2 guards followed Ruo back to a magnificent, vast palace. Your Highness, we beg your pardon for the offense. The 2 guards clasped their fists in apology and then stood like statues. Standing at the entrance of the grand hall, no more words were spoken. Unexpectedly, Ruo turned her face, let out a cold snort. Her eyes flashed with resentment. Then she angrily returned to the palace. Inside the palace, 2 maids were stunned when they saw Ruo like this, and then immediately came forward to support her. Your Highness, what happened to you? Who made you so angry? How could someone in court dare to upset you? The 2 maids helped Ruo sit down and then asked her. Ruo let out a cold snort. The emperor actually made me reflect on my mistakes in the palace over such a trivial matter. How can I not be angry? What? The emperor actually made you reflect? The 2 maids looked somewhat shocked upon hearing this news. Ever since you gave birth to the little princess, the emperor has been completely obedient to you in everything. Why this time? Before the maid could finish, Ruo became angrier as she thought about it, and impatiently waved her hand. Enough! Where is Yaoer? The little princess. Before the 2 maid could say where she was, suddenly a clear, pleasant, and youthful voice, like a silver bell, came from outside the grand hall. Why are you 2 standing here? Upon hearing this voice, Ruo's expression brightened. Yaoer, come in. As soon as the words fell, a small figure ran into the grand hall from outside. This figure was a charming little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, her little bare feet lightly tapping the air as she flitted in. She was petite, agile, with thick black hair tied in 2 playful ponytails that danced with her movements. Looking at her face, her long eyelashes, lively eyes, delicate nose, and lips like ripe cherries. She seemed like a little spirit born from nature, clever yet mischievous. Once inside the grand hall, she immediately spotted Ruo. Then her small face revealed a sweet smile. When she smiles, her 2 tiny tiger teeth also show, and her lovely face has 2 small dimples, making her appear extremely playful and adorable. This little girl, like a little spirit, was the daughter of Ruo and the emperor, and also the one who had broken the engagement with Jiang Wang. The youngest princess of the Xia divine dynasty, Xia Mengyao. It is said that on the day she was born, purple qi rose from the east in the sky of the Xia divine dynasty, stretching for miles. Mother. Xia Mengyao flew into Ru O's arms. Then, with her sparkling eyes, she spoke. Mother, why did our guards change? Why are they not the previous two? Hearing this, Ru O sighed softly, touched her little head, and explained the situation. Mother, I will go ask Father to intercede. Father will definitely listen to me. Ruo thought for a moment, but still shook her head. It's fine, your father is indeed very angry this time. And Mother just cannot go out, there's no need for you to plead. At this point, Ruo let out a cold snort. You don't have to mention your elder sister. She has long been a thorn in the eye this time. It's all that damn boy's fault. Which boy? Did he make Mother get punished? I will help Mother teach him a lesson. Xia Mengyao sat in Ru O's embrace, clenched her small pink fist, her small face filled with anger. At this moment, Ru O's eyes kept flickering. Even now, she still believed that the Emperor would punish her. It was simply because the Emperor was furious about losing a gifted gem. Seeing Ru O bowing her head in silence, Xia Mengyao let out a cold snort. Mother, why won't you say anything? Is he stronger than your daughter? At least from what I've heard from others, it seems that way. Xia Mengyao's eyes flashed with disdain. I don't believe it. Who is he? Could it be that heir of the Luo clan? There's indeed a connection to the Luo clan, but he is just an illegitimate child they don't acknowledge. After saying this, Ru O let out a sigh, then informed Xia Mengyao about Jiang Wang's situation. After listening, Xia Mengyao also slightly parted her lips, her eyes showing a hint of shock. Is actually the ancient sacred body. Who knows? If we must blame someone, let's blame those foolish Luo clan people for driving him away. That's why. Before Ru O could finish, Xia Mengyao chuckled and raised her small pink fist. Don't worry, Mother. Even if that guy has good talent, I will definitely stand up for you. Looking at Xia Mengyao's delicate little face, like a porcelain doll, Ru O's anger dissipated significantly. Of course, our Yaoer is also a celestial spirit body. Whether he is a sacred body is still unknown. Exactly, Father said. My body type is the same as a legendary emperor of our human race. Pride appeared on Ruo's face as well. With a precious child in her arms, she became the most esteemed woman in the entire Great Xia. For any of her requests, the emperor would unconditionally satisfy them. When a marriage cancellation happened, she thought a mediocre little clan disciple was unworthy of her daughter, so she took the initiative to send Wu Qi on his way. Although the emperor was a bit displeased when he learned about it, she was still pregnant at that time. So, for this matter, he just turned a blind eye. But today, such punishment was a first since she was pregnant. Thinking of this, Ru O suddenly spoke. Yaoer, you need to focus on your training recently. Next month is the great selection of the Creation Immortal Palace. You must join the Creation Immortal Palace. Only then will you truly step into the world of the strong and honor your mother. Xia Mengyao nodded. Don't worry, Mother. If I encounter that kid at the Immortal Palace selection, I will definitely beat him up to avenge you. Chapter 37. The Thoughts of the Summer Emperor, Odd Spiritual Child. Inside the Emperor's temple, the Emperor was no longer as angry as before, but still sitting on the dragon throne, his expression was somewhat uncertain. His eyes flickered with light, as if pondering something. After a while, the Emperor slowly called out to Xia Menxian below. Qianer, Father, in your opinion, does that kid deserve this Emperor to personally go to the Jiang clan to apologize? Upon hearing this, Xia Menxian froze for a moment. She did not expect that her usually domineering father would ask her this question. Xia Menxian quickly thought for a moment, and then said firmly, absolutely worth it. Not to mention anything else. Even just gaining Jiang Wang's goodwill would be worth it. Father, you haven't seen him. He is not only extraordinarily strong, but also has a mind like no other. At just 5 years old, he can. At first, the Emperor listened carefully, but soon, his expression gradually became a bit strange. He shifted his gaze to the faces of those below. At this moment, Xia Menxian showed her admiration without holding back. Even her beautiful eyes, like autumn waters, were shining with different brilliance. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, then looked at Xia Menxian with great interest. Realizing the Emperor's gaze, Xia Menxian felt like a girl caught by her parents while secretly dating. A blush crept onto her exquisitely beautiful face. Her expression was shy, endearing, and lovely. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, the Emperor laughed heartily and waved his sleeve. Tell me, how does that kid look now? After all, the last time this Emperor saw him was 5 years ago, when he was still in swaddling clothes. But you weren't much older then. Hearing this from the Emperor, Xia Menxian instantly understood his meaning. Her already flushed cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. Father, haha, all right. Father won't say any more. Since my daughter has taken a liking to him, he surely can't be wrong. This emperor believes in your vision. In a mystical world, strength is paramount. Women are naturally attracted to power. Moreover, with lifespans extending tens of thousands of years, what does a few years of age difference amount to? Oh dear father, look at you. At this moment, Xiao Mengxian felt incredibly shy, as if she was trying to find the right words to defend herself. Xiao Mengxian bit her rosy lips slightly and slowly began to speak. Jiang Wang, whether in temperament, talent, or strength, is truly one in a million. Next month is the Celestial Palace Grand Competition, and I believe he will certainly gain fame throughout the entire Wilderness Valley. It's even possible for him to claim the top position. Oh, a 5-year-old claiming the top position at the Celestial Palace Grand Competition. The human emperor, listening to Xiao Mengxian's praise for Jiang Wang, was somewhat shocked. Is that evaluation a bit too high? Not to mention the mysterious divine son of the Luo family. Just your sister, Yaoer, is an innate spiritual body. I don't believe she would be far behind that boy. To the human emperor's words, Xiao Mengxian merely smiled slightly. I have confidence in him. Ha, good. Now I'm somewhat looking forward to it. In the back mountain of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already led everyone to the back mountain. Now, in Jiang Wang's view, the back mountain was completely shrouded in a strange black mist. The repulsive and uneasy aura had also intensified significantly. Jiang Wang brought the members of the Jiang family to the ceiling area, where the incredibly profound Great Formation had now been corroded almost beyond recognition by the strange black gas. The runes on it had dimmed considerably. The black gas scattered throughout the valley of the back mountain was emanating from the seal. The members of the Jiang family looked at the scene before them. Even the foolish could understand what was happening now. This evil spirit has actually recovered to such an extent. How could this be? How does this evil spirit possess the power to break the seal? Jiang Tao's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with shock and fear. This is bad. If this evil spirit breaks free, our Jiang family might. Jiang Tao's words trailed off, and he could not bring himself to finish. However, everyone present understood what he meant. Since the establishment of the Jiang family, before Jiang Wang had fully grown up, undoubtedly, the ancestor of the Jiang family was the strongest in the history of the Jiang family. The Great Formation that had consumed his lifespan could not even confine this evil spirit. If it were to emerge now, the fate of the entire Jiang family was unimaginable. At that moment, Jiang Tao seemed to have thought of something. Where are Jiang Yuan and Jiang Zhuang? As soon as he spoke, 2 young boys dressed in white suddenly sprang out from the depths of the back mountains forest and appeared before everyone. I greet the ancestor. These 2 boys bowed to Jiang Tao. However, at this moment, Jiang Wang frowned upon seeing the 2 boys. Boys? Jiang Tao nodded and replied to Jiang Wang. These 2 boys were deliberately left here by me, in case any changes occurred at the seal. Jiang Wang was somewhat speechless. Guarding for what? The black gas has blinded our eyes, yet no one has reported anything. Moreover, Jiang Wang was quite puzzled. According to Jiang Tao, these 2 boys have been guarding here for a long time. How come he hadn't seen these 2 boys during his last visit? Jiang Tao turned to the 2 boys and spoke. You 2 have been stationed here all this time. Why haven't you reported any abnormalities to me? At this moment, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a chilling aura sweeping over, his pupils contracting sharply. Ancestor, be careful. At the same time, the 2 boys suddenly changed their expressions wildly, and boundless black gas erupted from their bodies. Their eyes turned blood red, and their mouths lip were torn apart, stretching to the roots of their ears. With a surge of overwhelming black gas, they lunged towards Jiang Tao. Boom! The sky was filled with black gas, and simultaneously, a tremendous explosion echoed throughout the space. Ancestor. Seeing this scene, the members of the Jiang family instantly felt their eyes bulge with anger and shouted loudly toward the front. Jiang Wang's brow furrowed, leading the Jiang family members to a safe area. Then he looked at the dense black mist in front of him. With a cold snort, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy soared into the sky, directly dispersing the black fog. As the black mist gradually dissipated, everyone saw 2 children glaring at them. In front of the 2 children was a deep pit smashed by enormous fist prints. But fortunately, there was no sight of Jiang Tao inside the pit. Just now, the 2 had displayed their strength at the 8th level of the Immortal Emperor. If Jiang Tao had been hit by them, he would definitely be in grave danger. Space twisted, and a crisp, loud sword chant echoed across the land. An ancient long sword flew out, transforming into Jiang Tao's figure in midair. At this moment, his expression was serious, with both hands forming sword fingers, his entire aura radiating ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 38. The evil spirit emerges, Jiang clan in crisis. Luckily Wang Er reminded me in time, otherwise this old bone of mine would have suffered today. Jiang Wang waved his hand gently to the worried crowd below, signaling that he was fine. At this time, when the two children saw the golden blood energy that could disperse the black mist, their eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He. A strange and eerie laughter echoed from within the cave. So it's the ancient sacred body. This Jiang family bloodline aura is still so disgusting. As the eerie and sinister voice faded, the two children in front of everyone began to tremble, as if they had received some kind of command. A torrent of black mist surged from their 7 orifices. Not good, quick! Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened, and his hands were about to form seals. Everyone then heard a deafening rumble. The sound was ear-splitting, as if the earth was trembling at that moment. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the great array sealed over the cave began to split with cracks. Kacha! Finally, a cracking sound was heard. Ha ha! I have finally come out. Jiang Rujuan, you have still lost to me. As the great array completely shattered, boundless, strange, and evil black mist surged out from the cave. The black mist obscured the sky, instantly covering the entire firmament. At this moment, the sun and moon lost their light, and within the black mist, there were chilling cries, shouts, and wails echoing out. At this point, the back mountain of the Jiang family seemed to have transformed into a hell on earth. Within the sky of black mist were 2 crimson giant eyes, resembling lanterns. These eyes revealed endless resentment and evil. I didn't expect that upon breaking free from my seal, I would encounter the ancient sacred body. What great luck! Jiang Wang's expression was serious, bathed in golden blood energy, blocking the sinister and eerie black mist from outside. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family were all behind Jiang Wang. Many of them appeared a bit pale. The sinister aura shrouded in black mist was strong, having reached the peak of the immortal emperor, even to the point of great perfection, just a hair away from stepping into the realm of the saint. So the seal actually contained them. Jiang Tao looked at the evil spirit that appeared before him, his gaze heavy, his face extremely grave. Jiang Wang looked at him with some confusion. Jiang Tao seemed to understand what this thing was, shook his head, revealing a hint of determination, and deeply looked at Jiang Wang, saying to him, Wang Er, you are the future of the Jiang family. As long as you are here, the Jiang family will not disappear. Jiang Wang was taken aback. He didn't expect the sealed thing to be so terrifying. The ancestor just took one look and directly made the worst assumption. Wang Er, leave with Elder Xinhe and your mother right now. Seek refuge in the Luo family or the great Xia Shenchao. With your talent, they will definitely treat you and your son well. Jiang Wang finished saying this and turned his head to look at the people of the Jiang family below. Everyone, the evil spirit has broken through the seal. My Jiang family sons will protect against the evil spirit. Yes, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family below all responded in unison. At this moment, the Jiang family had fallen into chaos. The evil aura from the back mountain had been sensed by everyone. The people of the Jiang family looked at the strange, evil black fog that covered the sky. Despair flashed in their eyes involuntarily. Keek, a group of ants still think they can stop me? You ants are nothing but food for me. As the words fell, a red light suddenly shot out from the huge scarlet eyes. The 2 young boys who had already collapsed on the ground were instantly engulfed by the black mist. At the same time, a chewing sound came from within the black mist. The bones were being chewed, creaking as they were consumed as blood food by the evil spirit. Ah, such delicious blood and flesh. Today, the entire Jiang family will be turned into nourishment for me. After the evil spirit took over the 2 boys' bodies, it let out a thunderous laugh. Then, the vast black gas began to gather, gradually forming a figure that appeared before everyone's eyes. This figure wore a black robe with sunken eyes. Its body was thin and emaciated, and its face, devoid of color, had strange lines spreading across it. Keek, I am the protector of Bichuan. Ants, prepare to meet death. Bichuan grinned, showing his pitch-black teeth, his eyes cruel and crazy as he stared at everyone. Attack together! When Jiang Tao saw the true form of the evil spirit, he did not hesitate. He immediately summoned all his spiritual energy. He swung his arms. Sword art, 980,000 swords. Countless long swords materialized in the air, as if endless. Sword art, 980,000 swords. The Jiang family members below also formed hand seals, channeling their spiritual energy and attacked the evil spirit. A bunch of ants still think they can resist me. Bichuan saw the endless rain of swords attacking him and sneered coldly. Then, he he formed a strange hand seal. Swallow. With a loud shout, an enormous, eerie black mist spewed from his mouth, like a huge curtain blocking the sky. It directly blocked the entire rain of swords, and then, to everyone's shock, swallowed it all. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of metal clashing came from Bichuan's stomach. But Bichuan showed no signs of pain, instead wearing a satisfied expression. He grinned at the people. Ha ha, the strength of these ants will eventually be regurgitated and become nutrients for me. Jiang Wang's face suddenly became strange when he saw this scene, because he sensed a familiar feeling from Bichuan's spiritual energy. But as soon as the feeling appeared, it disappeared. Suddenly, Bichuan turned his gaze toward Jiang Wang and grinned. And you, the undeveloped ancient holy body, if I devour you, I will directly step into the realm of a sage. Bichuan's eyes were full of greed, like a starving wolf seeing the most delicious rabbit in the world. Saliva dripped from his mouth, falling to the ground, corroding the grass and trees on the ground. Jiang Wang sneered. You want to eat me? Then you better see if your teeth are strong enough. Don't let me break them. Keek keek, such sharp words, little one. Don't worry, after I devour your entire Jiang family, I'll savor you properly. Big words, Dai. Jiang Tao's brows furrowed in anger, his white hair flying wildly in the wind. His entire body's spiritual energy gathered at this moment, and the entire sky seemed to resound with a crisp sword hum. Sword art. Sword light shines through the 9 heavens. Jiang Tao knew the evil spirit's strength. At the very beginning, he directly unleashed the strongest move of the sword technique. A huge, ancient, long sword slowly appeared from the space crack, exuding an incredibly powerful and sharp aura. Chapter 39. One strike to suppress celestial calamity light. Slash. Jiang Tao pointed with his finger, and the massive sword trembled, instantly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the giant long sword suddenly appeared in front of Michuan, directly cutting towards his head. Michuan let out a cold grunt, violently retreating, as strange black gas surged wildly around him, trying to block the giant sword like before. But this giant sword was like a piece of divine iron forged countless times, its sword light swirling. It continuously cut apart the corrosive black gas that approached. Seeing this, Michuan frowned, a killing intent surging in his eyes. With both hands forming seals, strange black gas erupted around him, and piercing screams echoed throughout the world. All things in existence, evil invades the world. At this moment, countless spiritual powers spread out from Michuan's body, and black gas erupted from within him. Slowly, it transformed behind him into a terrifying, ferocious skull. As the giant skull's mouth opened and closed, countless black gases spewed forth from it. It seemed that even the void could not withstand the corrosion of this strange black gas, beginning to dissolve in large areas. The giant, menacing skull collided directly with the giant sword. Violent and terrifying ripples of spiritual power visibly expanded, destroying everything around it. Jiang Wang extended his palm, and a shield of cold fire appeared in his hand. The two-colored flowing light flickered, flying in the air. The two-colored spiritual power cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a protective barrier to separate the Jiang family from danger. Then Jiang Wang himself transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing into the sky, filled with black gas. Grandson, Wang. Jiang Wang plunged into the black gas, causing the Jiang family to feel a wave of panic. They feared something might happen to Jiang Wang. Once inside, Jiang Wang quickly spotted Jiang Tao, who was struggling against the black gas. Why did you come in? Hurry and leave. Jiang Tao frowned tightly, unable to help but scold Jiang Wang. Don't worry, ancestor. I have a plan. I'll take you out first. After saying that, Jiang Wang's youthful voice emerged, and he immediately grabbed Jiang Tao's arm. At the same time, the ancient saint body was urged to its limit, the golden blood energy shining like a guiding light on the vast sea, extremely dazzling. The golden blood energy enveloped both Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao. As the strange black gas encountered this golden blood energy, it dissolved like the remaining snow of early spring meeting the blazing sun. Keek keek, as expected of the ancient saint body. Such rich and intense blood energy, I really want to taste it. Amidst the swirling strange black gas, Michuan's figure appeared. His face was full of endless greed and savageness. Jiang Wang calmed Jiang Tao, who wanted him to leave. He spoke slowly. Don't worry, ancestor. As I said earlier, I have a way to deal with him. Ah, arrogant and ignorant junior, what can you do? Facing Jiang Wang, Michuan did not hide his ridicule, letting out a maniacal laughter. But Jiang Wang's expression remained calm as he slowly closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Huh, With the exhale of turbid air, everyone suddenly felt the spiritual power in this world gradually becoming violent. Jiang Wang slowly formed seals with both hands. His whole body's golden blood energy soared into the sky, directly dispersing the dark clouds covering the heavens above. He looked like a brilliant sun, radiating endless light. The ancient saint body was pushed to its peak by Jiang Wang. At the same time, the strength of his peak immortal emperor realm completely erupted, causing the surrounding space to start shaking restlessly. Celestial calamity light. Jiang Wang suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth from them. The whole person became solemn and dignified like a divine being, sacred and inviolable. A dazzling golden light gradually blossomed from his chest. The spiritual energy in the surrounding world began to boil completely, as if welcoming the birth of something. Jiang Wang stretched out his arms, the golden light on his chest shining brightly, as if embracing the blazing sun from the heavens within his torso. Opposite Jiang Wang, Michuan was filled with terror at this moment. At this moment, he felt an extremely intense aura of death emanating from Jiang Wang. How is this possible? Kid, let's talk nicely, hey. I will leave your Jiang family. Jiang Wang paid no attention to Michuan, but instead continuously formed hand seals, beginning to mobilize all the spiritual power within him, crazily filling the supreme bone on his chest. That's right. What Jiang Wang was about to use was the supreme bone. Since acquiring the supreme bone, it was Jiang Wang's first time using it. The previous enemies were not worthy to witness this scene. Moreover, it's one thing not to know, but once used, it's shocking. If it weren't for the ancient holy body, I wouldn't be able to unleash this innate skill, celestial calamity light, today. Jiang Wang looked up at Michuan across from him and said softly, "This supreme bone on my chest has the power to cover the sun, moon, and stars. It can look down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. To be buried under my celestial calamity light today is a reward for you, for your years in my Jiang family." After saying that, Jiang Wang raised his hand and lightly tapped. "Exterminate the demons." A brilliant beam of light, as if molded from gold, shot out from Jiang Wang's chest. This golden light seemed like the most terrible punishment in the world, hard to describe. Even the space along the way was completely shattered by this golden light. Like an unstoppable golden angry dragon, it charged toward Michuan. "No, I don't want to die." Michuan roared to the sky, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Several mouthfuls of essence blood spewed out, as if he still wanted to make a last stand. But he found that the golden light was like it came from the heavens, carrying a vast aura of destruction, directly appearing in front of Michuan. The latter's pupils displayed a golden light spot, which then rapidly enlarged. "No!" Before a shrill scream could escape his lips, Michuan's entire form was directly engulfed by the dazzling golden light. Along with the hundreds of miles of forest and mountains behind him, were all completely destroyed. Looking down, Jiang Wang's celestial calamity light had directly pierced through the entire back mountain, forming a bare boundary line. The dazzling golden light slowly dissipated. The gazes of the Jiang family members also returned. They saw that where Michuan had been just moments ago, there was only a wisp of black ash drifting by, and nothing else remained. Was he killed by Xiao Wang? Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and all turned their gazes toward Jiang Wang. The latter was now also on the ground, and aside from his pale face from excessive exhaustion, his clothes had not a speck of dust on them. Jiang Wang looked at Jiang Tao, who had his mouth agape, and smiled. "Old ancestor, now that the evil demon is dealt with, can you tell me what that was?" "Ah, dealt with, that's good." Jiang Tao stammered out his response, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. In an instant, the entire Jiang family erupted into a fervent cheer. "Xiao Wang is majestic. A single move to exterminate the demon, truly worthy of the future young patriarch. He is only 5 years old. I truly cannot imagine how far he will grow in the future." Chapter 40. The former heavenly demon palace. Listening to the deafening cheers coming from the entire Jiang family, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family, at this moment, all had their mouths wide open. The evil demon that had just been tyrannical and unstoppable had just been exterminated by Jiang Wang with a single move. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, afraid that she might shout out due to her excitement. After a while, she finally spoke with a dazed expression. "My little nephew is truly extraordinary. Even a saint would have to peel away some skin if hit by that divine power." After saying this, she turned to look at her husband, Jiang Lisin. At this moment, the latter had his mouth wide open, staring blankly at the distinct boundary line not far ahead. "I say, what's wrong with you? Did you hear what I just said?" Jiang Lisin slowly closed his mouth, unable to help but smile wryly. "How would I know? I've never seen a battle between saints. Bai Chanqian thought for a moment and agreed. Today has been too shocking. It would be great to see another battle between saints. Nonsense. If two saints were to battle here, wouldn't they directly tear my Jiang clan apart? The speaker was Jiang Jiaming. At this moment, Jiang Jiaming's face was calm, as if he had anticipated it all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lisan couldn't help but curiously ask, "Dad, aren't you even a little shocked?" Jiang Jiaming pretended to ponder deeply while stroking his beard. Haha, it's fine. After all, he's my own grandson. There's nothing to be surprised about. My grandson has long had the demeanor of an emperor. At this moment, Jiang Jiaming's gaze was profound, his expression indifferent. If it weren't for the corners of his mouth that were almost unable to suppress their upward tilt, others would truly think he was an expert. Jiang Tao smacked his lips, looking at Jiang Wang, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. After a long time, he simply gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up. At this time, thousands of miles away from the Jiang clan, on the mountain peak, there was a stunning figure with white hair, sitting cross-legged, absorbing endless spiritual energy of the heavens and earth through her alluring red lips. At the very moment Jiang Wang completely extinguished Michuan, this figure, who had been sitting for an unknown time, suddenly trembled slightly. Her eyes instantly opened, gazing far into the Jiang clan's direction, thousands of miles away. Is that the aura of the heavenly demon technique? The figure slowly stood up, revealing her enchanting and graceful form. This figure was dressed in a tight-fitting black dress, with 3,000 silver strands cascading naturally, dancing in the wind. Beneath her prominent chest was a slender waist, wrapped in the skirt, delicate to the touch. Her long legs were as white as jade, stunningly beautiful. Her jade-like feet lightly touched the void, bare and exposed, with every toe smooth and lustrous, like exquisitely carved precious jade. Finally, there was her face hidden beneath 3,000 silver strands, a beauty beyond compare. Her brows were like a new moon, her eyes held autumn waters, and her lips were just right, a perfect harmony, as if the heavens crafted her with a knife, a celestial beauty. On that extraordinarily beautiful face, there was a touch of proud arrogance and laziness. The whole person inspired a deep urge to conquer. Surely no man would refuse to attempt to possess such a stunning beauty. It's undoubtedly the heavenly demon technique. This stunning woman murmured to herself. Then, the space around her distorted, and her figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, after a period of adjustment, Jiang Wang's depleted spiritual energy had turned from deficit to surplus. He then asked Jiang Tao, "Great-grandpa, do you know who this guy is?" Hearing this, Jiang Tao pondered for a moment and then nodded. Generally correct. After saying this, he noticed the curious gazes from Jiang Wang and the others in the Jiang clan. Jiang Tao began to recount what he knew. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful demon sect known as the Heavenly Demon Gate. The ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Gate was known as the Heavenly Demon Saint, and his demonic skills were unparalleled. It is said that he led a group of disciples and annihilated a long-fallen ancient family. Moreover, he directly occupied their territory. After this happened, many so-called righteous individuals and sects declared war on the Heavenly Demon Gate. Of course, they prettily named it a mission to rid the world of a scourge. But in reality, they just wanted to swallow the ancient family's land. It was said that that battle shook the heavens and split the earth, mountains and rivers shattered. The Heavenly Demon Saint fought alone against 4 great saints and remained undefeated. Even in the end, he unleashed a strange divine power, turning one of the weaker Saint Kings into a desiccated corpse on the spot. The 4 of them were unable to do anything against this Heavenly Demon Saint, and now they had even lost one person. So they could only flee in a dejected manner. After this battle, the name of the Heavenly Demon sect immediately resounded throughout the entire continent. It leaped to the pinnacle of the demonic path. It was faintly on the verge of rivaling the ancient noble families. This was not the end. This Heavenly Demon Saint, to cultivate that demonic art, even sent his followers to search everywhere for young boys and girls, all of whom were gifted individuals. In an instant, the entire continent began to panic. People feared that their own children would be seized by the Heavenly Demon sect. In the past, if their family had a genius, they would want to announce it to the world, worried that others wouldn't know. But at that time, almost a whole generation of children were of average talent. At least that was what they proclaimed outwardly. But who would have thought that the Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't know how to restrain themselves, and grew even more rampant? They even directly harmed a young princess from an ancient noble family. Now that was no small matter. It is said that on the day the news spread, the ancestor of that ancient noble family broke through their seclusion and charged towards the Heavenly Demon sect. Everyone thought it would be another earth-shattering battle, but who would have known? That ancestor of the ancient noble family, upon arrival, without saying a word, directly activated their supreme imperial weapon. The supreme imperial weapon is a synonym for the strongest. In this era where great emperors do not show themselves, the supreme imperial weapon is the incarnation of the great emperor. The supreme imperial weapon was fully revived by the ancestor, and the entire heavenly demon sect was reduced to ashes. Thus, with the appearance of the supreme imperial weapon, the age of the heavenly demon sect came to an end. After Jiang Wang finished hearing about the heavenly demon sect, his mouth opened wide. Wow, this ancestor is truly domineering, actually reviving the supreme imperial weapon. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Jiang Tao shook his head. Actually, he only activated the supreme imperial weapon. Relying solely on that ancestor's power, it is impossible to fully revive the supreme imperial weapon, and in its fully revived state, it wouldn't just annihilate one heavenly demon sect, but would also wipe out that entire fairy realm? That's right. Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He truly wanted to see what kind of power the fully revived supreme imperial weapon would possess. Just as Jiang Wang was thinking this, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. His arm shot out sharply, and the space ahead was instantly torn apart. When Jiang Wang withdrew his arm and opened his palm, everyone saw a transparent little figure in his hand, emitting an extremely weak fluctuation. 41st chapter, Low-Level Devouring Heavenly Demon Art. This is the remnant thought of that evil demon from before. The transparent little figure in Jiang Wang's hand had an extremely faint aura, as if even a strong wind could blow it out. Jiang Wang nodded and then flipped his hand, directly suppressing the remnant thought. At the same time, Jiang Wang frowned as he looked at the remnant thought in front of him. He spoke to Jiang Tao. Ancestor, wasn't it said that the heavenly demon sect had already been annihilated by the supreme imperial weapon? So what is this? Jiang Tao nodded. It is indeed rare for someone to survive under the supreme imperial weapon, but that heavenly demon saint's methods are extraordinary. It cannot be ruled out that there are ways to survive. Furthermore, since then, the heavenly demon sect has completely disappeared from the long river of history. But every so often, there are rumors on the continent that the heavenly demon sect has reappeared. This evil demon should be a remnant or a successor of the heavenly demon sect. Listening to Jiang Tao's explanation, Jiang Wang nodded. It was actually quite understandable. The heavenly demon sect was destroyed under the might of the supreme imperial weapon, but they had not been completely obliterated. The heavenly demon saint used certain unknown methods to hide with some remnants, living in seclusion. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang recalled the familiar wave he had sensed before. So, he turned around and spoke to everyone. Elders, I will take my leave for now. I will bring this trace of lingering thought back and see if I can uncover some secrets from back then. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Jiang Tao frowned and spoke up. Wanger, the methods of the heavenly demon sect are strange. If you want to refine this divine thought, it may be dangerous. Jiang Wang chuckled and waved his hand. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will be careful. I'm heading off now. After saying that, Jiang Wang mounted the celestial crane and flew away. Watching Jiang Wang's figure shrinking in the sky, Jiang Jiaming nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard as he spoke. Truly my grandson, so unique, at just 5 years old wanting to refine the remnant soul of the heavenly demon sect. The other elder cousins of the Jiang family exchanged glances with Jiang Jiaming, feeling a mix of speechlessness and envy. Speechless at how this kid is not humble at all, but even more envious of having such a grandson. Just like that, Jiang Wang rode the celestial crane back to his courtyard. As soon as he landed, Jiang Zixin rushed over with a worried expression. She continuously patted Jiang Wang's body all over. Child, are you hurt? That commotion was so big, I saw it all. Jiang Wang chuckled, and to ease his mother's worry, he deliberately spun around several times. When Jiang Zixin saw that Jiang Wang had no injuries, she sighed in relief. She gently patted Jiang Wang's head and said, You are too reckless, Wanger. Who told you to dive right in? What Jiang Zixin referred to as Jiang Wang's earlier act of saving Jiang Tao. Seeing the worry and slight blame in her eyes, Jiang Wang's heart warmed. He immediately scratched his head and said, It's okay, Mother. As a member of the Jiang family, I can't just watch our ancestor die. Grandpa has always treated us so well. Jiang Zixin seemed to want to say more, but remembering Jiang Wang's current status and strength in the Jiang family, she sighed again. Seeing this, Jiang Wang chuckled. Don't worry, Mother. I promise I will protect myself well. Now, I'm going to train. After that, Jiang Wang vanished and appeared on the stone platform in the courtyard used for training. That lotus platform was no longer useful to Jiang Wang, so he handed it over to Jiang Zixin to give to Jiang Yi. Once Jiang Zixin went out, Jiang Wang waved his hand. Golden spiritual power formed a circle of barrier, directly enveloping the courtyard. Then he formed hand seals. Vast and overwhelming spiritual power surged out from his palms. In front of Jiang Wang, the empty space transformed into a golden giant cauldron. Within the cauldron, flames soared, and even the void began to warp. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, and that trace of remnant soul appeared, which he then threw directly into the giant cauldron. Ah! In an instant, chilling screams echoed from within the cauldron. The sound of the flames burning the soul, mixed with the screams, continually reverberated throughout the land. Jiang Wang's expression was calm, his eyes deep. He isolated the cries, filled with endless pain and hatred, continuously increasing the temperature inside the cauldron. Just like that, it took nearly a quarter of an hour before the screams inside the cauldron finally dissipated. Seeing this, Jiang Wang nodded slightly and then summoned with his hand. A light orb flew from the giant cauldron into his palm. As the spiritual fire completely wiped out the consciousness within the remnant thought, this trace of remnant thought was left only with pure soul power. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wang operated the devouring heaven demon skill and directly absorbed it. In an instant, a vast amount of information flooded into Jiang Wang's mind. But after all, it was just a remnant thought, and the information was fragmented and sporadic. As predicted by Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao, this Mijuan had joined the heavenly demon sect after it went into hiding. After becoming a protector, he committed countless wrongs and was ultimately suppressed by the ancestor of the Jiang family on the back mountain. The rest of the memories are quite fragmented, not coherent, and hold little significance. However, Jiang Wang found what he had been searching for. Why did Jiang Wang capture a familiar aura? It was precisely because of this. Miyuan and its heavenly demon sect practiced the technique of the swallowing sky demon, but it cannot be called the complete swallowing sky demon technique. It is incomplete and also lacks many important parts, making it a low-tier version of the swallowing sky demon technique. So it seems that the so-called heavenly demon saint practices this low-tier swallowing sky demon technique. No wonder they keep seeking extraordinarily gifted young boys and girls. It turns out they want to devour their essence. No, this thing seems unable to refine essence. It can only complete absorption by devouring flesh and blood. Moreover, this swallowing sky demon technique is incomplete and cannot digest the essence contained within the body without any side effects, which is why it turns into a bloodthirsty demon. The genuine swallowing sky demon technique's strongest point is its ability to endlessly devour the essence of others for one's own use, compensating for one's own shortcomings, and without any side effects. But Jiang Wang has not used it until now, because the enemies he has encountered are not worthy of him absorbing anything from. They are all refuse. While Jiang Wang was thinking this way, he suddenly heard a loud rumble from outside the clan. Jiang Wang looked up in confusion. He saw that the protective grand formation of the Jiang family had actually been shattered by someone. Not good. Jiang Wang frowned, transforming into a streak of golden light, flying towards the direction of the sound. In the sky, the loud sound echoed. It left everyone in the Jiang family in utter shock, raising their heads in fear. They saw a slender figure slowly walk in from outside the Jiang family. Her jade-like feet gently touched the void, her indifferent gaze looking down at the Jiang family below. 3,000 silver strands naturally cascaded down, swaying gently with the breeze. This figure was none other than the white-haired woman from the mountain peak earlier. Chapter 42. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique, the True Calamity of the Jiang Family. The white-haired woman stood in midair, her eyes scanning the shocked faces of the Jiang family below. Am I seeing things? Our Jiang family's protective grand formation was just shattered by her with a single palm. Someone beside her swallowed hard. It seems so. The white-haired woman's gaze suddenly turned towards the back mountain. Then her eyes moved, and her figure instantly vanished. When she reappeared, she had already arrived at the back mountain of the Jiang family. She looked at the clear boundary line on the ground, and with a slight frown, her delicate brows became slightly knitted. This honored guest, may I ask why you are visiting our Jiang family? Jiang Tao watched the stunning woman in front of him with a serious expression, unable to sense any spiritual energy waves from her. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation. First, the other party is an ordinary person without any spiritual energy. Second, the other party carries a treasure that conceals her aura. Third, the other party's strength is far beyond his own. The beautiful woman with white hair reaching her waist, upon seeing Jiang Tao, first looked him up and down, then slightly parted her red lips. I'm looking for someone. The voice of the white-haired woman was as pleasant as the wind brushing past wind chimes, yet filled with coldness and arrogance. It felt as if a deity high in the nine heavens was looking down at the ants constructing their nests on the ground. Upon hearing the woman's purpose, everyone was momentarily stunned. Looking for someone? Who would believe that? Can you really find someone like this? Even so, Jiang Li pondered for a moment before tentatively asking on behalf of his father, "May I ask, honored guest, who you are looking for? Although our Jiang family is not as great as large clans or sects, we can still offer some assistance." The white-haired woman shook her head. "The person I'm looking for is right here." She paused slightly, or rather, was here earlier. "You're looking for Yuan, right?" A tender yet calm voice came from the horizon. A golden light repeatedly tore through space, instantly appearing before the crowd, transforming into a youthful figure. "Wanger, no foolishness, come back." Jiang Tao's face was extremely serious. Even sweat was dripping from his forehead. The woman's strength was countless times stronger than the oppressive feeling he got from Michuan earlier. How could he allow Jiang Wang to come out and take risks? Jiang Wang simply shook his head and looked at the stunning woman before him. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the woman's brow even raised slightly. This overwhelming aura like the ocean. "You are the primordial sacred body?" At this moment, the white-haired woman's tone finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Jiang Wang did not reply directly, but then spoke to her. "If you're looking for Michuan, then please go back. Michuan is already dead." Hearing this news, a trace of fluctuation finally flashed in the white-haired woman's eyes. Her gaze began to scan the crowd present. Then her lips slightly curled into an enticing arc. "In a radius of 100 miles, you're the only one with decent strength. You kill Michuan?" Before Jiang Wang could speak, Jiang Tao stepped forward, blocking Jiang Wang, and said, "I killed him." "Umph." The white-haired woman dismissed Jiang Tao's statement entirely. Instead, her gaze continued to sweep over Jiang Wang with great interest. After a moment, the white-haired woman slowly spoke. "I don't care who killed Michuan. He's dead, so hand over the item." "What item?" Jiang Tao frowned in confusion and asked. "That item is useless to you. Just hand it over obediently." The white-haired woman's tone was calm, yet a trace of killing intent had already emerged. It was clear that this white-haired woman seemed to have little patience left. "What exactly do you want?" Jiang Wang asked. "Devouring Heaven Demon skill." Jiang Wang's heart sank upon hearing this name. Indeed, this person had come for this skill. But at the same time, Jiang Wang quickly understood some things. First, this lower-tier version of the Devouring Heaven Demon skill is crucial within the Heaven Demon sect. The person before him was immensely powerful because even now, Jiang Wang could sense a hint of an indescribable danger. Second, since this woman came to the Jiang clan to find this skill, it meant she either didn't possess or didn't have the complete version. Then the question arose, from Mi Chuan's memories, it was known that he had joined the Heaven Demon sect later. But why did he possess the complete cultivation method for the Devouring Heaven Demon skill, while this person before him? It seemed that both her status and strength far surpassed Mi Chuan, yet she lacked the complete cultivation method. This implies something unexpected had happened within the Heaven Demon sect. The greatest possibility was, Mi Chuan had stolen this Devouring Heaven Demon skill, but for some unknown reason, he was unable to master it and was overly arrogant, thus being suppressed by the ancestral patriarch of the Jiang clan. And the person before him was sent by the Heaven Demon sect to find Mi Chuan. Upon hearing the previous statement, Jiang Tao frowned deeply. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "My lord, we do not know what you are talking about." Seeing Jiang Tao deny it, the white-haired woman's expression remained calm. "Enough." The white-haired woman waved her hand with some annoyance, and a faint killing intent emerged in her eyes. "Since you insects are unwilling to tell the truth, I won't waste this breath." The members of the Jiang clan looked up at the mesmerizing figure in the sky with fear on their faces. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. The mysterious woman with white hair emitted an aura that directly surpassed the saint level. "It's over. Could it be that the Saint King has personally descended? Why is our Jiang clan so unlucky today? Will we know, please?" Feeling this chilling aura, almost everyone's face showed a hint of despair. It was too incomprehensible. In this era where great emperors do not emerge, the Saint King represents the most powerful existence on the entire continent, let alone a small Jiang clan. Even the current human emperor and the leader of the Luo clan would still end in regret if they came. In the next moment, as this aura was released, a flash of determination flickered in Jiang Tao's eyes. In an instant, he changed his hand seal, transforming his body into an ancient sword, and charged towards the white-haired woman. A hint of disdain flashed in the latter's eyes as her jade finger lightly pointed at the void before her. A pure black beam shot out from her fingertip, striking directly at the sword body Jiang Tao had transformed into. Clang! A clear sound of impact rang out, and the sword body trembled continuously, finally transforming back into Jiang Tao's figure. At that moment, his face was pale, and almost immediately, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his spiritual energy withering to the extreme. Chapter 43, Battle Against the Saint King. A beautiful ant arrives. Just a single strike left Jiang Tao heavily injured. But at that moment, the black beam still rushed towards Jiang Tao. Like the sharpest arrow in the world, it could destroy anything in its path. In Jiang Tao's current state, if he was hit, he would surely die on the spot. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing directly in front of Jiang Tao. Vana, go. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted at Jiang Wang. There's no way to run now. Saying this, Jiang Wang's eyes focused, and he formed a hand seal. A vast and immense golden blood energy surged up from the sky, bathing Jiang Wang in golden light, like the blazing sun hanging in the heavens. With both hands raised above his head, he released all his spiritual energy. A giant mountain appeared in his palms, and then he smashed it down towards the black beam with all his might. Boom! The collision between the giant mountain and the black beam. It was like a battle between an ant and an elephant. It sounded like there was no suspense, but in reality, the giant mountain and the black beam consumed each other's power, and the former slowly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the latter also became less pure than before. Crack! With a sound of shattering echoing through the heavens and earth. The golden giant mountain transformed into countless spiritual energy light points, dissipating into the world. But the black beam continued to rush towards Jiang Wang at a steady pace. Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and formed a profound hand seal. Then, he ruthlessly slapped out a palm from distance. Heavenly Shield Palm. The Heavenly Shield Palm was a divine ability Jiang Wang obtained from Luo Dong's universe bag, which was considered a top-tier technique even within the Luo clan. It was said that when mastered, it could easily crush mountains, incredibly strong and domineering. With Jiang Wang's spiritual energy fully unleashed, a massive golden hand slowly appeared in the sky. The palm lines were clearly visible, as if it were a real hand. Carrying overwhelming power, it pressed down towards the black light. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and even the void erupted with waves of fluctuation. It seemed as if they could not withstand the terrifying force and would shatter at any moment. But fortunately, under the might of the Heavenly Shield Palm, it still held back the spiritual energy light released by the white-haired woman. She raised an eyebrow, her body rippling in space, and in an instant, she appeared a short distance away from Jiang Wang. With great interest, she spoke to him. Such pure blood energy, truly worthy of the primordial sacred body. Not bad, to be able to take my strike. Let's try this again. A smirk curled at the corner of the white-haired woman's mouth. It was like playing with an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Then, her delicate hand lifted, and an overwhelming black aura erupted from her palm. It slowly condensed into a black eye. Destruction of heaven's demon light. The white-haired woman lightly opened her red lips. The eye in her palm began to tremble violently, blood veins climbing upon it. Her gaze became filled with deep hatred and fury. Whoosh! A pure black light shot out from that eye. This black light moved slowly through the air, profound and pure. At the moment the black light appeared, everyone felt the world grow dark, as if even the light could be swallowed. Jiang Wang watched the demon light shooting toward him, slowly exhaling a breath. He could clearly feel the aura of death carried within that demon light. Not to mention himself. Even the entire Jiang clan would turn to ash under this light. Jiang Wang cursed inwardly, his face cold, then gritted his teeth. His hand seals began to change rapidly. Damn, this is tough. The gap with the Saint King is still too great. Looks like I have to fight for my life. At that moment, the ancient holy body was pushed to its limit, golden light shining on his chest. Yes, Jiang Wang was going to use the divine ability carried by the Supreme Bone again. In one day, using the Supreme Bone twice consecutively. Spiritual energy surged into his chest as if it cost nothing, consuming faster than the pumps in Jiang Wang's past life could draw water. Even Jiang Wang now looked pale, inevitably feeling a bit dizzy. Seeing this scene, the members of the Jiang family had red eyes. Jiang Xin especially wanted to rush over, instinctively wishing to protect Jiang Wang. But she was firmly held back by Jiang Jiaming and by Qian Qian beside her. You going will only add trouble for my grandson. Do not go. No, that is a Saint King. I cannot let Wang go to his death. Jiang Jiaming's eyes were shimmering with tears as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Don't worry, I won't let my grandson die. After saying this, he charged into the sky. His spiritual energy became violent. Isn't that our clan leader? He's going to self-destruct. My God, who did the Jiang clan offend? The Jiang clan members looked at Jiang Jianming's figure in the sky, unable to hold back their tears. They spoke in utter despair. Jiang Li Xian turned and grabbed by Qian Qian's hand, tears streaming down his face. He spoke to her. Qian Qian, take the air and live well. After saying this, he let out a loud roar, charging into the sky, also beginning to draw upon his spiritual energy. Li Xian, Bai Qian Qian cried bitterly, collapsing to the ground, reaching out as if to grasp Jiang Li Xian in the sky. Everyone could feel the aura of death coming from the destruction light. Despair. Now, despair enveloped the hearts of all Jiang family members. Jiang Wang let out a loud roar. The golden light on his chest grew even more dazzling, blood veins creeping up in his eyes. A golden phantom slowly emerged behind him. It was the immortal king descending from the heavens. Just as Jiang Wang and the Jiang family members were about to fight with their lives, a voice, as melodious as a celestial note, echoed through this world. With a thought, flowers bloom, all laws return to silence. In an instant, it felt as if this world was suppressed by a giant hand. Everyone felt their spiritual energy within becoming stagnant. The wild spiritual energy within Jiang Jianming and Jiang Li Xian calmed down at this moment. Jiang Wang's potent spiritual energy that was ready to erupt also returned to his body. Looking again, colorful, delicate flowers bloomed all around, transforming this world into a fairyland. Strangle. The voice echoed again, and every flower in this realm shed a petal, and then gathered towards the sky. Flowing light, twisted, colorful petals gathered in the sky, gradually transforming into a patch of colorful petals. On the petals, colorful light flowed, mysterious patterns covered them, as if containing the secrets of heaven and earth. The flowers slowly moved towards the black light collision. Buzz. The imagined loud sound did not emerge under their collision. It shattered the space of several miles into pieces. Space turbulence even swallowed the sound. The crowd couldn't see what was inside, only knowing that an incredibly strong wave surged from the broken void. The white-haired woman furrowed her brows, slightly tilting her head in confusion. Come out. The white-haired woman's gaze locked onto a point in the void. Screech. In the next moment, a loud and penetrating crane call echoed through heaven and earth. At the same time, that fairy-like voice resounded again. Lu Shi, as a remnant of the heavenly demon sect, instead of hiding and repenting, you dare to openly plot to slaughter the sect and eliminate the family. When Jiang Wang heard this voice, he instantly felt relieved, because he knew it was stable. Today, he wouldn't have to fight desperately. This voice was incredibly familiar to him. It was his chief master, the beautiful ant, the Meow Saint. Chapter 44, White-Haired Demoness versus Fairy Palace Saint. Space fluctuated, and flowers worshipped. A series of fairy sounds accompanied by countless beautiful flowers appeared in this world. A crane flew in from outside Zhang's clan, with an absolutely beautiful figure standing on it. This figure wore a white dress, had a graceful figure, and an ethereal temperament, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm from the ninth heaven. Even surrounded by countless flowers, it could not conceal her beauty. That cold and stunning face belonged to Jiang Wang's master, the Meow Saint. The Meow Saint gracefully stepped down from the crane, her jade feet lightly touching the void, as if a butterfly danced on a clear lake, creating ripples. With each step she took, white lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet, making her resemble the flower goddess of this world. Lu Shi, since you are so rampant, today I will capture you and take you back to the sect. The Meow Saint spoke in a refined manner, each movement seeming to align with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Jiang Wang raised his brow. At this moment, the aura around the Meow Saint faintly merged with heaven and earth. It seems my master has also surpassed the saint level. Jiang Wang couldn't help but marvel at the incredible talent of the Meow Saint. In the past, she was gentle and pleasant, treating others kindly, yet everyone underestimated the strength of this beautiful ant. In just 5 short years, she jumped from a saint realm to the saint king level. This definitely had many hidden trump cards. And at this moment, the white-haired woman, who was Lu Shi, upon seeing the Meow Saint, her brows relaxed, and with a playful expression, she spoke. Meow Hualing, you truly are persistent. You could not do anything to me 10 years ago, so what will you do today? After speaking these words, boundless black spiritual power surged out from within Lu Shi, faintly condensing behind her into a black vortex. As the vortex spun, even the void could hardly withstand such power, showing signs of breaking apart. The Meow Saint's expression remained unchanged. She softly spoke to her. 10 years ago, I was a bit careless and allowed you, this evil being, to escape. Today it will not happen again. Then come and try. The moment Lu Shi finished speaking, she fiercely slapped out a palm. This palm, compared to the previous attacks, was completely on a different level. The earlier attacks carried a sense of playfulness. But now, this palm struck out, collapsing the void and carrying endless black energy towards the Meow Saint. The Meow Saint's expression remained unchanged. Even facing this powerful blow, she only slightly raised her hand. Gently, she also slapped out a palm. The jade-like, delicate hand swept through the void, colliding with the black palm imprint. Boom! In an instant, the vast space centered around the two collapsed completely. Visible ripples of spiritual power spread outward, instantly destroying the surrounding mountains for miles. This is bad. Jiang Wang was utterly shocked at the sight and immediately leaped into the air, forming hand seals. Dazzling golden spiritual power burst forth, forming a barrier that protected the people of the Jiang clan within. Outside, dust filled the sky, and the void shattered. Terrifying chaotic space currents continuously slashed at Jiang Wang's barrier, creating an ear-piercing creaking sound. Jiang Wang wanted to see with his own eyes what it was like when two Saint Kings clashed. So he waved his small sleeve, directly sweeping away the endless dust. In front, two graceful figures clashed and separated repeatedly. Each collision shattered the earth and broke the void. Originally, behind the Jiang clan's mountain was a vast forest stretching for hundreds of miles. Now, along with countless mountains, it had been leveled to the ground. On one side, black light covered the sky. On the other, flowing radiance flickered. Lu Shi's pupils were pitch black, like two bottomless black holes. Behind her, a vortex slowly rotated, devouring the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth before refining it into pure power that surged through her body. No wonder it's the supreme, immortal scripture. Once mastered, it draws infinitely close to the heavens. Even standing beside me, your speed of absorbing spiritual energy is not inferior to mine. Meow Saint did not speak, but slowly closed her eyes, extending her arms. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Wang clearly felt a power descending upon the world, something beyond the realm of spiritual energy. This power was both real and illusory, sacred and solemn, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Meow Saint's white robe was purer than snow, her dress fluttering, her black hair dancing in the air as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and solemn, as if she could ascend to the heavens at any moment. She looked at Lu Shi and spoke softly. Holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Lu Shi, if you surrender now, I will only abolish your demonic arts and suppress you within my creation immortal palace for 100 years. If you refuse, I will slay you on the spot today. Lu Shi also sensed this mysterious power, and her expression turned incomparably grave. But upon hearing Meow Saint's words, her eyes still held nothing but disdain. Then try and see if you can make me surrender. With that, her hands slowly formed a strange seal, and the black vortex behind her began to spin wildly, as if preparing for a devastating strike. Meow Saint shook her head, as if slightly regretful. Stubborn to the end, then you shall perish. The moment her words fell, a layer of white lotus armor appeared on her graceful body, shimmering with metallic luster and radiating five-colored divine brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp sound echoed as the white lotus armor hummed, clear and resonant. Meow Saint's hair fluttered, her figure elegant and poised. At this moment, Meow Saint was like a goddess of war from the celestial palace. Supreme immortal scripture, divine spear to slay demons. A transparent long spear appeared in Meow Saint's hand, its surface flowing with radiant light, like a moonbeam descending from the heavens. In this instant, killing intent filled the air. Meow Saint held the spear and pointed it diagonally at Lu Shi. Kill! As she struck, the long spear in her hand shot forward in an instant, carrying a stream of divine power like a falling galaxy, smashing toward Lu Shi with fury. Boom! In that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Countless voids collapsed and shattered, and the earth cracked with abyss-like fissures. Jiang Wang was horrified and increased his power to maintain the barrier protecting his clan. The terrifying impact of spiritual energy crashed against the barrier, resonating like a massive ancient bell vibrating through the air. Cracks spread across the golden barrier, as if it could shatter at any moment. Damn it, this is just the aftermath of their fight? I can't even imagine what that white-haired girl is going through right now. Jiang Wang looked at everything in front of him and murmured, Beside him, Jiang Tao also nodded. No one can survive under that kind of attack. Not even the Holy King. Seems like, as the Jiang clan people sighed at how powerful the two were, a soft sound of clapping reached everyone's ears. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into a deadly silence, and the clapping sound was extremely clear. Listening closely, the direction of the sound was from the deep chasm formed by the cracked ground ahead. Chapter 45. The suppressive power of the sky-devouring demonic technique. What? The witch actually didn't die. The Jiang clan people were shocked beyond belief, their eyes nearly popping out. Jiang Wang also fixed his gaze on the abyss ahead. Lu Shi, with her flowing white hair, showcased a mysterious seal with her hands, and a vortex trembled violently behind her. At this moment, Lu Shi, with her stunningly beautiful face, also showed a hint of paleness. The earlier strike from the Miao Saint could not be easily endured by anyone. Even she was no exception. Now, appearing before everyone also came at a certain cost. Lu Shi lifted the corners of her mouth and spoke to the Miao Saint. Today's journey to the eastern part of this ancient, immortal domain has truly gained much. After speaking, she shifted her gaze to Jiang Wang. And you, little one, you actually managed to maintain the barrier to this extent, causing me to see you in a new light. Many people can set up barriers, but to exert such powerful strength is indeed 1 in 10,000. What surprised her even more was that this person was just a young child. Truly a hidden dragon lying within a tiger. The Miao Saint also followed her gaze, looking at Jiang Wang. Then her eyes wandered to the golden barrier being maintained. With a slight daze. Very good. At 5 years old, reaching the peak of an immortal emperor, it seems you haven't been idle in your cultivation these years. She knew about Jiang Wang's monstrous talent, but the speed of his growth now indeed exceeded her expectations. Lu Shi let out a breath and slowly spoke. All right, we've wasted quite some time today. It should come to an end. Her voice paused, looking at the Miao Saint with a somewhat playful expression. Miao Hualing, today, I will show you what is our trump card in the Heaven Demonic Sect. After saying this, Lu Shi formed a seal with one hand, while extending her right hand, her fingertips, as white as jade, gently traced her brow. A hint of crimson appeared on her forehead. Devouring Sky Demonic Technique, Sky Devour. A low sigh emitted from Lu Shi's mouth. The vortex behind her appeared before her, and the drop of blood that emerged from her forehead flew into the vortex. After devouring the blood from Lu Shi's brow, that vortex began to tremble violently. At this moment, the spiritual power between heaven and earth instantly became wild. As Lu Shi changed the seal of her hands, that vortex gradually began to swell. The light from the sky was instantly devoured, as if a dark night shrouded over everyone. At the same time, eerie and sinister fluctuations began to spread across this land. Everyone felt their internal spiritual power beginning to drain rapidly. Lu Shi's eyes were as black as ink, obscuring any visible emotion. The Miao Saint frowned, also forming seals with her hands, and thousands of rays of light appeared behind her, to counter the boundless black curtain that enveloped the surroundings. As the rays of light flowed, bright and beautiful flowers blossomed from thin air, but quickly withered away. The enormous black hole consumed the spiritual power, even the life force of this world. The Miao Saint's brows furrowed tightly. She had to counter this strange assault, while also controlling her internal spiritual power to resist the demonic technique that was devouring her spiritual energy. Over time, the confrontation between the Miao Saint and Lu Shi gradually tilted in favor of the latter. In the clash between black light and rosy rays, the former was already overshadowing the latter. Jiang Wang looked at the black expanse in front of him, with a somewhat strange expression. Is this the so-called trump card? Devouring heaven magic? Jiang Wang could clearly sense the peculiar fluctuations and aura contained in this so-called devouring heaven magic. Tracing back to its origin, a trace of aura within was extremely similar to his own devouring sky magic, precisely a low-tier version of the technique. While maintaining the operation of the barrier, Jiang Wang formed a hand seal with one hand. A glint of dark light passed through his eyes. Within the sea of spirits, that black hole began to slowly rotate and inhale. A peculiar fluctuation was released. As this fluctuation was released, the giant black vortex ahead, controlled by Lu Shi, trembled at this moment. Lu Shi furrowed her brows slightly, seeming to feel as if her magic had just been suppressed by something. Though confused, facing the Miao Saint, she dared not distract herself, thinking it was just her illusion. She then continued to pour spiritual energy into the giant vortex, without stopping. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wang suddenly realized his devouring sky magic could indeed suppress that pirated devouring heaven magic. No, it shouldn't be called a pirated version. It should be called a sideline technique that branched out from devouring sky magic. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang's eyes flickered. With a small wave of his sleeve, he reinforced the barrier, then transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing forward. Seeing the airwaves surge like a tide, Miao Saint's expression grew increasingly serious. The power of the Heaven Devil Sex technique was extremely bizarre, not only capable of eroding one's inner spiritual energy, but could also spread to affect this realm. If she wanted to capture this demoness today, it would be impossible without paying a price. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she was about to continue using her methods. A golden light suddenly flew over, arriving in front of the Miao Saint. As the golden light faded, a small figure appeared before everyone. It was Jiang Wang. Wanger. Seeing this, Jiang Ci was almost about to faint, luckily supported by Jiang jamming next to him. Little fellow, what are you doing? Hurry and leave. This is no joking matter. The Miao Saint revealed a hint of shock upon seeing Jiang Wang, frowning as she spoke. Jiang Wang turned and smiled. Don't worry, master. Saying this, he shot into the sky, standing tall in the void. His eyes slowly closed. Then his hands began to form a series of mysterious and peculiar seals. An unusual fluctuation emanated from his body, rippling across this heaven and earth. Devouring sky magic. An ancient, weathered voice echoed in this realm, as if whispering from an ancient deity. A black hole appeared behind Jiang Wang, slowly rotating. The moment this black hole appeared, it felt as if the very air had fallen silent. Lu Shi's previously playful expression vanished instantly upon seeing the black hole behind Jiang Wang, replaced by a face full of fear. Are you kidding me? Devouring sky magic? Just a little kid. As the space in front twisted and expanded, Lu Shi grew increasingly anxious, her heart pounding like a drum. This, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, both his eyes turned pitch black, as if two exquisite black gemstones were embedded within. Swallow it for me. Jiang Wang pointed at Lu Shi opposite him. That black hole behind him instantly flew towards the giant black vortex. One large, one small. The two black holes faced each other. The former, at this moment, was like a divine beast facing a spiritual beast. The enormous black hole was actually forced to retreat by Jiang Wang's small, yet exquisite black hole, trembling continuously. Lu Shi was left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before her. She was far too familiar with the incantations of devouring magic. That feeling of unease was magnified countless times in an instant. Without time to react, Lu Shi quickly changed her hand seals, forcefully activating her technique. Jiang Wang also changed his seals at this moment. The small black hole behind him began to slowly operate. A strange wave spread out from the black hole, instantly shattering the dark veil that had enveloped the Jiang clan. In an instant, the sunlight once again descended upon the land of the Jiang clan's back mountain. Chapter 46. The Witch Falls, the Jiang clan in shock. Upon witnessing this scene, the Miao Saint could not suppress the excitement in her heart, her eyes sparkling with light. She soared into the air, her sleeve robe swirling, and the flowers in this world gathered toward her at that very moment. Strangle! Countless flowers gathered at this moment, forming a massive blade, and angrily slashed downward toward Lu Shi. Devour! Lu Shi's face changed dramatically at this moment, and her hand seal changed violently. She forcibly activated the black hole, trying to devour all the flowers in the sky. But how could Jiang Wang let her have her way? His hand seal also changed, and from within that black hole, a black light shot out, directly suppressing the devouring force that had erupted from the massive black hole. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and the black hole was instantly shattered. Behind it, Lu Shi seemed to have been severely injured, her face turning pale in an instant. At the same time, a strong sense of shock appeared in her eyes. How could this be? She was confident in her own strength. Yet even if she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out which part had gone wrong, leading to the sudden appearance of Jiang Wang. What was most terrifying was that he still hadn't fully matured. If he were to grow up, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and her body crashed heavily to the ground. Good opportunity. Jiang Wang, of course, would not miss the chance to strike a fallen enemy. Seizing the moment, he directly called upon all the spiritual power around him. He stomped heavily from the air. Golden blood energy soared into the sky, carrying with it immense spiritual power as it crashed down heavily. Boom! At this moment, it felt as though the earth was shaking and dust flew into the air. A huge footprint appeared on the ground, but Lu Shi's figure was nowhere to be seen. No need to look for her. Lu Shi knows a strange escape technique, and she's already fled. This battle has already consumed quite a bit of my strength, and I don't have the energy to chase after her. Just as Jiang Wang was filled with doubt, the Miao Saint spoke softly to him. As soon as the Miao Saint finished speaking, a weak but not lacking in forceful voice rang in everyone's ears. Miao Hualing, I, Lu Shi, will remember this. Wait for me. Oh, and you little thing with the sacred body. Jiang Wang, I am always waiting. Jiang Wang responded loudly into the void. Yes, Jiang Wang would always wait for Lu Shi to return and take revenge on him. But he would wait for her at the Creation Immortal Palace. If you're strong, then break into the Creation Immortal Palace and kill me. After Jiang Wang's voice echoed out, there was no response, and it was unclear whether Lu Shi heard his words. Turning his head, he noticed the Miao Saint was looking at him not far away. Jiang Wang gave her a mischievous grin. He then spoke up. Master. The Miao Saint nodded, her eyes, like autumn waters, filled with satisfaction. Looking at Jiang Wang, she said, Little one, we can be considered to have officially met. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Jiang Wang blushed and scratched his head, replying to her. Thank you for the praise, master. I haven't slacked off all these years. The Miao Saint nodded, smiling as she said, Brave and wise, decisive in action. Not only did you protect the people of the Jiang clan, but you also suppressed that evil demon at the critical moment. The Miao Saint paused slightly, then looked up and down at the disciple she had accepted 5 years ago. Although Jiang Wang had already shed his golden blood energy, the indomitable aura around him still remained. Just standing there gave off a sense of overwhelming power. In fact, the Miao Saint was deeply shocked by Jiang Wang's growth over the years. Not only had he reached such a level at such a young age, but she was also astonished by his actions today, protecting the Jiang clan and even helping her suppress Lu Shi just now. Originally, the mysterious saint only thought that Jiang Wang's primordial, ancient sacred body was quite rare, a gem that is hard to find. But today, upon seeing Jiang Wang again, the mysterious saint kept thanking himself from 5 years ago in his heart. However, now due to his identity, he could only continue to maintain the demeanor of a master. At this moment, everyone in the Jiang family had their mouths wide open, still unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. If Jiang Wang's first strike that defeated Mi Chuan shocked them, then the scene just now left the entire Jiang clan feeling truly terrified. Terrified of what? Of course, terrified of Jiang Wang's current strength. Or rather, it should be called awe. Mi Chuan was merely an immortal emperor, but Lu Shi was different. In this era where emperors remain hidden, the Holy King stands above all. Today's battle between the mysterious saint and Lu Shi showed that both sides possibly had some concerns and did not fight with full force. As previously mentioned, the battle of the heavenly demon saints years ago shattered an entire continent. If the two of them were to unleash their full strength today within the Jiang clan, not just the Jiang family, but the entire eastern part of the ancient immortal realm would turn to ruins. At the most critical moment, Jiang Wang boldly stepped in and suppressed Lu Shi. Jiang Lisan let out a sigh of relief and spoke. Luckily, there's a great nephew. Otherwise today we would really be preparing for annihilation. Bah, the death of a strong person is called annihilation. You are just simply seeking death. After Jiang Lisan said this, he was immediately pulled by Qianqian by his ear and scolded. Clearly, she was blaming Jiang Lisan for his reckless actions before. The latter could only smile helplessly. I just wanted you to survive. After all, you fool, why are you always so foolish? Before Jiang Lisan could finish, Bai Qianqian jumped into his arms, unable to control her tears, which flowed uncontrollably. Seeing this warm scene, a smile appeared on Jiang Zixin's face. But soon after, as if remembering something, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Daughter, you still haven't let go of that scoundrel, have you? Jiang Jiaming walked over to Jiang Zixin's side with his hands behind his back and inquired. As her father, he naturally understood what Jiang Zixin was thinking at this moment. Hearing Jiang Jiaming's words, Jiang Zixin smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, it's just, humph, my daughter, remember, driving you away is their Luo family's great loss, a bunch of trash. Let them wait to regret it. Jiang Jiaming's tone was angry, but the excitement in his gaze when looking at Jiang Wang could not be suppressed. Chapter 47, Mission, Sect Competition. Afterwards, he turned to Jiang Wang's grandmother beside him and said, Old woman, let me tell you, give birth to a child like my grandson. At 5 years old, he is at the peak of a mortal emperor and can suppress the Holy King. Don't say the ancient immortal realm, just ask around the entire continent. Who can do that? All right, I know he's your grandson. To Jiang Jiaming, his grandmother responded only with a playful eye roll. At this time, Jiang Tao had also recovered a lot after swallowing a medicinal pill. He moved and appeared beside Jiang Wang. He cupped his hands towards the mysterious saint in front of him and said, Thank you, mysterious saint, for your help today. Without you, the Jiang clan would have been bloodied. The mysterious saint nodded. That Lu Shi is the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, gifted from a young age, cruel and bloodthirsty. Her demonic skills are extremely tricky, and over the years, she has harmed many children from great clans. Fortunately, I have broken through to the Holy King, allowing me to sense the unique fluctuation when the heavenly demon sect acted. Jiang Tao sighed. He was still somewhat shaken by everything that had just happened. Since the establishment of the Jiang clan by the first ancestor, up until now, when it came to his own family, not only did he not bring glory to the Jiang clan, but he had almost caused the annihilation of the Liu family. However, Jiang Tao turned to look at Jiang Wang beside him, and joy flickered in his eyes. Who says this old man hasn't achieved anything? My grandson Jiang Wang is my greatest achievement. What? You say Jiang Wang's birth has anything to do with me? Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Wang is my direct descendant. Without me, there would be no Jiang Jiaming, and without Jiang Jiaming, how could there be a Jiang Wang? In just a few moments, Jiang Tao completed this self-affirmation in his heart. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away in the western part of the ancient immortal domain, in a mountain range, at the most perilous peak, the space twisted. A figure with a full head of white hair and a seductive figure tumbled out of a space crack, landing awkwardly on the ground, gasping for breath. It was the witch Lu Shi. At that moment, Lu Shi forced herself to stand up, suppressing the injuries within her body. As soon as she stood, another mouthful of crimson blood spewed out, adding another shade of pallor to her originally fair and delicate face. Lu Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, breathing heavily. She could hardly remember the last time she had been this helpless. I never expected a tiny Jiang clan could make me so miserable. Lu Shi bit her red lip tightly, her eyes filled with endless resentment. Yet at the same time, the shock in her eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, Lu Shi recalled when that Jiang clan saint body had suppressed her devouring demon technique. Lu Shi's face was filled with disbelief. That little saint body actually knows how to use the devouring demon technique and can completely suppress my powers. Could it be that he obtained the technique stolen by Mi Chuan? Thinking of this, Lu Shi furrowed her brows. She shook her head again. No, it has not been more than a day since I sensed Mi Chuan's aura. Even if he obtained the devouring demon technique, he wouldn't have cultivated it to this level, and his aura is different. Lu Shi's eyes flickered as she turned to gaze towards the Jiang clan's direction, a strange smile forming on her lips, and she slowly spoke with a hint of madness in her tone. Saint Body, you hold too many secrets. Compared to this injury, I actually find you more interesting. In the dark of night, the sky was covered with a deep shadow. Within the Jiang clan, flames flickered brightly, and countless clansmen gathered around bonfires, singing and dancing. Every face was filled with happiness and joy. Although much of the Jiang clan had turned to ruins due to battle, this did not affect the happiness of the Jiang people at all. At the same time, in the separate courtyard where Jiang Wang and Jiang Cixin were staying, a large table was filled with people, with the enchanting Miaoxing sitting at the head. Beside her were Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao. Jiang Cixin, Jiang Jiaming, and the others sat at other positions. The old man's face was slightly red at that moment, embarrassed as he spoke to Miaoxing. Miaoxing, your esteemed presence should have been met with a grand reception, but my Jiang family's main hall has turned to ruins, so we can only offer this humble feast. It could be seen that Jiang Tao felt very ashamed at that moment. However, Miaoxing smiled and waved her hand. It's fine, I actually think this courtyard is quite nice. Hearing this, Jiang Wang grinned. He poured the spirit wine into Miaoxing's cup, and then said, since Master likes it, then this courtyard will be gifted to you. The Jiang clan will become your family from now on. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, everyone at the table brightened their eyes. They could not help but look at Jiang Wang with a hint of approval. This deal was worth it. Anyone who missed out would be a fool. Miaoxing, upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, couldn't help but smile helplessly. She patted Jiang Wang's head. Your little head is really smart, huh? You took all the good things for yourself, right? Jiang Wang chuckled and scratched his head, blushing. Miaoxing took a look at Jiang Tao and Jiang Cixin, then spoke. I originally planned to come out and visit this little guy in the Jiang clan, but I didn't expect to encounter today's events. Everyone listened carefully to Miaoxing's words without interrupting. But I didn't expect this little guy to truly surprise me. I intend to take him directly back to the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace when I leave. As soon as Miaoxing's words fell, a wave of wild joy appeared on everyone's faces. Miaoxing, is this true? Jiang Jiaming couldn't contain his excitement and directly asked. Miaoxing smiled and nodded, patting Jiang Wang's head, and said to everyone, I originally planned to wait until this little guy reached adulthood before bringing him to the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace. But now it seems that staying in the Jiang family will only affect his future path. Following me will allow him to receive the best training. Indeed, Miao Saint's words, although somewhat painful, were recognized as true by everyone in the Jiang family. Now, even if Jiang Wang did not follow Miao Saint back to the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace, he would need to continuously go out and seek opportunities. The Jiang family could offer him nothing more. Staying would just cause the treasures to gather dust. At the same time, golden words suddenly appeared before Jiang Wang's eyes. 300 years later, before your great-grandfather passed, he took out the most precious treasure, which allowed a true immortal to reluctantly accept you as a disciple. You were brought back to your sect to participate in the sect competition, but you couldn't even qualify for the lowest-level outer disciple elimination round. Your master was very disappointed in you. Task: participate in a sect competition and earn the qualification to compete. Reward: illusory red lotus formation. What is love in this world that binds life and death together? The red lotus is affectionate. The emperor is heartless. As the formation arises, heaven and earth weep. Chapter 48. Illusory red lotus formation. Departure to Zhao Hua Immortal Palace. Looking at the reward given by the system, Jiang Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. Although Jiang Wang did not know how powerful the illusory red lotus formation was, he could already guess from the system's introduction. The system's brief description already caught his attention. It not only related to heaven and earth, but also to the emperor. In this world, anything related to the word emperor had to be incredible. The best example is the Supreme Emperor weapons. Supreme Emperor weapons are crafted by the emperor after collecting the treasures of heaven and earth and personally refining them. Theoretically, as long as the spiritual power is strong enough, the Supreme Emperor weapon is equivalent to the emperor living in the world. Not to mention the Supreme Emperor weapons. Even a willow branch by the roadside, if touched by the emperor, would be enough to become the ultimate treasure of an ancient family. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart, and then no longer hesitated. He stood up and bowed to Miao Saint, saying loudly, "Disciple thanks, master." A gentle breeze blew, lifting Jiang Wang up. Miao Saint smiled softly and spoke to him. "Although you are my disciple, you still have to participate in the Zhao Hua Immortal Palace's sect competition. Don't worry, you can treat it as a formality. Regardless of the final result, I will take you as my disciple. Isn't that right? Participate, I have to participate. I'm just afraid you won't let me." Jiang Wang suppressed his excitement and answered, "Don't worry, master. I not only want to participate, but I will definitely earn good results for you in that sect competition." Ding! As Jiang Wang's words fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Immediately, golden words appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Issuing rewards, the illusory red lotus formation." In the next moment, countless pieces of information crazily merged into Jiang Wang's mind. This is a world surrounded by colorful clouds and rosy light. The auspicious Qilin walks on clouds. The phoenix soars in the sky. The true dragon swims in the sea. And the Kunpeng spreads its wings for miles. On the clouds, there seems to be a supreme, celestial palace. Inside the celestial palace, a figure stands with its back to all beings. This figure is tall and straight, as if a long spear could pierce through heaven and earth. A 9-headed divine lion at the peak Holy King realm has transformed into the size of a cat, affectionately rubbing against the figure's pant leg. No one knows what realm this tall figure is in. All they know is that as long as he stands here, he is a symbol of strength and invincibility in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon closer inspection, there is a pool in this celestial palace. In the pool, there floats a stunning red lotus quietly. The view retreats. A charming figure in a red dress appears in Jiang Wang's mind. This figure also presents a back view, but her alluring posture and a pair of long, round, and full jade-like legs are enough to make countless men mesmerized and enchanted. This figure lowers her head, covering her face with her hands, as if she is crying. The tall figure stands not far away, with long black hair swaying in the wind, hands behind his back, as if nothing in this world is worth his turning back. As the fantasy fades, what follows is the arrangement method of the formation. After completely absorbing it, Jiang Wang finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This illusory red lotus formation is not a destructive formation with immense lethality. As the name suggests, this formation can trap people in an illusion. As for how strong it is, the creator of this formation once trapped an emperor within it, making him enter an illusion. Of course, the emperor almost rushed out the next moment. But even so, this formation is enough to be called a top formation. After all, that was an emperor. Even if he broke free in 1 second, it would still be worth boasting about for a lifetime. However, the only regret Jiang Wang felt was that This formation must use formation flags to be arranged, and the formation flags are consumables. Ordinary formation flags won't do, because Jiang Wang cannot carve the patterns onto them. In simple terms, this formation is a one-time use. Jiang Wang sighed, then immersed his mind in his Qingquan bag. Inside the Qingquan bag, hundreds of red formation flags stood tall. Mysterious patterns emitted peculiar fluctuations, seeming real yet dreamlike. What a pity, it can only be used once. Jiang Wang couldn't help but express his lament, but soon he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. He accepted this fact, and had already thought of how to use this formation to make the most of it. The next morning, outside the Jiang clan. At this moment, regardless of age or gender, all the people of the Jiang clan had gathered at the martial arts training ground. A small azure divine ship hovered in the training ground. Jiang Wang turned to look at the tearful Jiang Zixin. With some helplessness, he forced a smile and spoke. "Don't cry, mother. I'm just going out, not coming back." Jiang Zixin nodded, then hugged Jiang Wang. "You must listen to your master, you know? The wonderful sage is your benefactor and ours in the Jiang clan. Don't worry, mother." Jiang Tao stepped forward, smiling as he patted Jiang Wang's head and spoke. "Good boy from now on. The sky is high and the birds can fly. The sea is broad and the fish can leap. The outside world is not like home. Be a bit more restrained. Don't cause trouble, understand?" Jiang Tao paused, sighed, and continued. "This farewell, I don't know when we will see you again. If you really cause some serious trouble outside, just come back. As long as I am alive, I will definitely not let you be bullied." Hearing Jiang Tao's heartfelt words, Jiang Wang felt incredibly happy, with tears shimmering in his eyes. "Yes, your grandfather is the same. Go boldly and explore. If anything happens, your grandfather will catch you." Jiang Jiaming laughed heartily at Jiang Wang. "MHM." Jiang Wang nodded heavily. Then he looked at Jiang Lisin's family of 3. "Uncle, I'm leaving. Nephew, behave well inside the Palace of Creation, so that your younger brother can rely on you when he comes of age." Before Jiang Lisin could speak, Bai Qianqian stepped forward and smiled at Jiang Wang. Jiang Yi also approached Jiang Wang. They often played together, and now he looked at his taller cousin and said, "Brother Wang, no matter how hard I try, I can never catch up to you, but I will definitely work hard. Wait for me in the Palace of Creation." Jiang Wang smiled mischievously and pinched his younger brother's cheek. "Don't worry, brother. We are always family." Finally, Jiang Wang lightly stepped into the air and clasped his fists at the Jiang clan. "Dear elders and family, thank you for your care all these years. I will always be a Jiang clan youth, and you will forever be my elders and family." Jiang Wang paused, letting out a breath. "Over the years, many elders have given me their resources. I have no way to repay them, so before I leave, I will gift a grand treasure to the Jiang clan." Chapter 49. Newly established Jiang clan Great Array, leaving home. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, he waved his hand. Pieces of array flags covered in strange runes flew out from his bag. Jiang Wang closed his eyes, beginning to construct the Great Array in his mind. Under his control, the array flags started to intertwine with each other, like an incredibly complex spiderweb. The mysterious patterns on the flags were lit up one by one, resembling countless stars in the night sky. "Go!" Jiang Wang gently commanded. Hundreds of array flags flew into the Jiang clan, inserted into their respective positions according to the Great Array's path. What level of Great Array is this? It actually requires so many flags. I've never seen anything like this. The Great Array set up by our ancestor to suppress the evil was not this grand. As Jiang Wang's awareness continuously released, the array flags began to communicate with the heaven and earth's spiritual power. Lines of faint red spiritual light started to intertwine above the entire Jiang clan, gradually forming a massive protective shield. Standing in the divine ship, the mysterious sage watched the enormous array above the Jiang clan with her hands behind her back. In her eyes, as clear as spring water, shock flickered strongly. With her current strength, she could certainly sense how terrifying this not yet completed Great Array was. The mysterious sage's pupils quivered slightly, and the dazzling array patterns made her frown tightly. "I have some knowledge of the way of formations, but what this little guy has arranged is completely baffling. Just the array is hidden among countless smaller arrays. Not to mention the other skills in array manipulation. How deep is the strength that my disciple is hiding?" As the last flag fell into the Jiang clan, Jiang Wang finally opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Arranging formations was different from casting spells or using treasures. It consumed mental energy, not spiritual power. These millions of array patterns were engraved on the flags, Yet even so, just the correct arrangement of the flags had severely drained Jiang Wang's mental energy. Array rise. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, and a delicate red small flag appeared in his hand. With a massive amount of spiritual power flooding into it, a strange ripple echoed throughout the Jiang clan. Lines of faint red spiritual light began to interweave and entangle, directly forming a barrier above its sky. This array had a unique aura, looking completely non-threatening. But the mysterious sage on the divine ship slightly opened her mouth. This strange great formation has taken shape, and now she can clearly feel the waves of pressure emanating from it. From its fluctuations, this formation is not a killing formation, but should belong to some kind of illusion formation. Yet within this illusion formation lies a trace of pure killing intent. Miao Saint looked at the great formation with a look of dread. Even with her current strength, after seeing this great formation, she could only return empty-handed, with absolutely no confidence to venture inside. Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction after finishing everything. Then he handed the main flag in his hand to Jiang Tao and spoke to him. Great-grandfather, with this formation, your great-grandson can ensure the family's safety. Jiang Tao took the main flag with some surprise, as he did not have much understanding of formations, only vaguely sensing the extraordinary nature of this great formation. Where did you get such a formation? Jiang Wang smiled mysteriously. I obtained this in a secret realm long ago. Now that we have this formation, there will never again be a situation like Lu Shi smashing the protective formation of the family with one slap. Although the Jiang family members did not know how powerful this strange great formation was, everyone believed in him. This trust had become instinctive. Jiang Wang looked at the happy Jiang family members, feeling very satisfied in his heart. Since yesterday, he had decided to arrange this great formation within the Jiang family. In fact, if this great formation stayed in his hands, it would be like having the biggest trump card. No matter what dangerous situation arose, he could rely on this great formation to escape once. However, he still could not rest easy about his relatives and elders in the Jiang family. So he made the decision to place this great formation within the Jiang family. With the protection of this absolute illusion Red Lotus formation, Jiang Wang could completely relax and cause trouble outside? No, it should be said venture out. After explaining some matters about the great formation to Jiang Tao, he did not linger any longer. With a movement of his body, he directly leaped onto the divine vessel. Master! Jiang Wang gestured to Miao Saint. The latter nodded, pondering for a moment before raising a hand to point. A green light, like translucent white jade, blossomed from between her delicate fingers and flew into Jiang Tao's body. Then she gently spoke. That Lu Shi's methods are strange. The demonic energy left in your body may not cause you any obvious harm, but it will leave you with hidden injuries. The spiritual power I've left can help you clear the demonic energy within you. Miao Saint paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, this is also an opportunity. If you seize it, you can ascend further. Miao Saint's calm words directly made Jiang Tao's old face flush with excitement. It is known that at Jiang Tao's current age, even placed among the immortal emperors, he would be considered elderly. The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. The younger one is, the more vigorous their blood is, making cultivation much easier. Conversely, it's the opposite. As age increases, one's blood energy declines. Although spiritual power does not decrease, refining the spiritual power of heaven and earth becomes even more difficult. Since Jiang Wang was born, Jiang Tao had not closed himself off, personally coming out to guard the Jiang family and Jiang Wang. He originally thought that he had no hope of advancement in this life, but unexpectedly, today, Miao Saint actually granted him an opportunity. The grace of Miao Saint, I will never forget in this life. Jiang Tao, with a flushed face, bowed to the saint. The latter smiled and nodded, not saying much more. This world is like this. The strong are respected. Even though Jiang Tao was much older than Miao Saint, the latter could naturally accept the former's bow. Miao Saint did not linger any longer, immediately urging the spirit vessel to take Jiang Wang away. Two celestial cranes stood at the end of the divine vessel, leisurely pecking at their shiny feathers with their red long beaks. They watched the white clouds drift across the sky. At this moment, the Jiang clan below had shrunk to the size of dust, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ah, this really counts as leaving home. Jiang Wang whispered this in his heart, but the trace of loneliness on his face was captured by the Miao sage. With a smile, she spoke. What's wrong, little guy? Haven't even flown out of the eastern part of the ancient immortal realm and already missing home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang didn't reply, but just smiled slightly. You may be powerful, but you're still just a 5-year-old child. It's normal to miss home. Chapter 50. The holy maiden of the immortal palace? A new marriage proposal? Jiang Wang nodded, then grinned and looked at the Miao sage. I do miss home a bit, but as soon as I see my beautiful master, it gets much better. You little talker. Looking at Jiang Wang's innocent eyes, the Miao sage smiled slightly, extending her jade finger to tap Jiang Wang's forehead. As she turned to the person in front and spoke. Speaking of which, since that day when those two clans annulled their engagement with your Jiang clan, have they caused any more trouble? Jiang Wang shook his head. No, they haven't. The Li clan and the Daxia divine dynasty aren't fools. Since you, master, have taken action, how could they be so blind? That's good. I originally wanted to stop by those two places to give them a warning, but now it seems it's unnecessary. Wow, what is the highest realm of pretentiousness? This is it, to say the most prestigious words in the plainest tone. Master is mighty. Jiang Wang enthusiastically raised both hands, praising the Miao sage. With such an invincible and beautiful master, I instantly don't feel like working hard anymore. The Miao sage smiled slightly, gently patting Jiang Wang's little head with her fair palm, pretending to be angry, and spoke. Your mother entrusted you to me, so if you say such things again, I'll have to discipline you. In this world, only one's own strength is true. Any external things or people will eventually be washed away by the river of time. Only by climbing the highest peak do you have the right to look down on the world. You must not be complacent. Listening to the Miao sage's teachings, Jiang Wang nodded heavily. I will heed master's teachings. Seeing Jiang Wang's serious little face, the Miao sage couldn't help but chuckle, pinching his smooth and bouncy cheek. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. With a smile, she said to Jiang Wang, Don't say I'm strict with you. Today, I will directly present a reward. Jiang Wang blinked and curiously asked, What reward? Right now, you have no engagement, so if you can win first place in this Immortal Palace competition, I will introduce you to a marriage prospect. How about that? Originally, countless clouds veiled Jiang Wang's eyes, making him a bit sleepy and wanting to take a nap. But hearing the Miao sage's words, he instantly perked up. His eyes brightened, and he immediately threw out a series of questions at the Miao sage. Engagement, who is it? Master, actually, I'm not picky at all about matters between men and women, as long as she's as beautiful as you. So, which ancient family's direct daughter is she? Though I'm not picky, I do have the title of Ancient Holy Body, and I have some reputation in the eastern part of the ancient immortal realm. Definitely don't consider those declining ancient families. Oh yeah, and the dowry. Just a few extreme Dao imperial weapons will do. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, the Miao sage's face finally showed a look of helplessness. She gently shook her head and sighed. With a helpless gaze, she looked at Jiang Wang and said, At such a young age, your thoughts are quite grand. An ancient family's daughter, with a dowry of several extreme Dao imperial weapons. If you dare to say this in front of any ancient family, then don't say you're my disciple. Even if you're the personal disciple of the palace lord, those old monsters will still slap you to death. Seeing the caring yet condescending eyes of the mysterious sage, Jiang Wang finally reacted. He had indeed been too naive in his thinking. Just as the mysterious sage said, if he really dared to boast at someone else's door, being left with a life would already be their mercy. Everyone knows that the Luo family protects their own, and this is common knowledge throughout the whole primitive celestial domain. But speaking of protection, these ancient families are notoriously famous across the continent. They stick to one stubborn principle. Help their own, not the just. If you hit their young, the older ones will come out. If you hit the older ones, even older ones will appear. Until finally, an old monster descends upon you with a supreme imperial weapon, and you'll regret why you provoked an ancient family. Seeing the awkward expression on Jiang Wang's face, the mysterious sage chuckled softly and spoke. All right, little one, stop thinking too much. Since you are my disciple, I will personally oversee your marriage matters. While she may not be a princess from an ancient family, she's not bad either. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang became excited again. Who is it, master? It's our creation palace's current saintess. Although she's a bit older than you, for practitioners like us, age isn't something to be overly concerned about. Saintess, Jiang Wang repeated. Then suddenly, as if he thought of something, he asked the mysterious sage, Saintess, is she as beautiful as you? At least half as beautiful? If she's not even half as beautiful, then forget it. The mysterious sage realized this little guy was truly clever at teasing. Moreover, with his cute appearance and beginner's protection period, the women who were teased couldn't bring themselves to hate him, instead feeling genuinely happy. This was a piece of void islands built above the 9 heavens. Countless palaces and towers stood tall on the islands, surrounded by clouds and mist, with auspicious colors rising. Rare treasures and exotic beasts that are hard to find elsewhere could be seen everywhere here. Moreover, groups of cranes surrounded by rainbows soared high into the sky. Mountains, rivers, waterfalls, and unusual stones, with countless types of grass and flowers. Anyone arriving here for the first time would think this place was a fairyland, the Nine Heavens Palace. This was the Creation Palace located in the central part of the primitive celestial domain, truly a top-tier sect in the region. A green divine boat hovered over a cloud. Below was a square made of blue stones, with a massive statue of a fairy, exquisite and vivid, draped in thin gauze, as if it were about to ascend to the nine heavens at any moment. In the square, Jiang Wang saw many figures gathered in groups. They were probably here to participate in the palace competition. The mysterious sage spoke to Jiang Wang. You go down by yourself. My identity is special, so I cannot accompany you, but I will send someone to escort you. Jiang Wang nodded, indicating he understood. Then he jumped directly from the divine boat and landed heavily on the ground. The hard blue stone ground was crushed into pieces under Jiang Wang's feet. The dust that splashed up almost filled the entire square. Two middle-aged cultivators in white robes waved their sleeves, and a whirlwind swept through, blowing the dust away and revealing Jiang Wang's figure. These two cultivators looked Jiang Wang up and down, then frowned. One of them opened his mouth. Your entrance is quite unique. Whose are you? Jiang Wang smiled and replied. Jiang family, Jiang Wang, here to participate in the palace competition. The two cultivators were taken aback at first, and then exchanged glances. The expression on the former's face became a bit strange. How old are you? Came alone? Can you handle it? Before Jiang Wang could respond, a silver bell-like voice rang in their ears. What do you two know about it? Go away. The two cultivators from the Creation Immortal Palace frowned upon hearing these words. Then, they turned to look together. It was fine not to look, but once they did, it was shocking. Jiang Wang saw the two cultivators tremble all over, then instantly change their expressions. Isn't this senior sister Ling? What a pleasant surprise to see you come down the mountain today. Jiang Wang followed their gaze. He saw a girl in a light blue dress, her figure graceful, with long legs and snow-white skin, slowly walking towards him. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. When the girl approached, he noticed. Her long black hair fell down her back, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a lovely blush color. Her nose was delicate, her red lips vibrant, and her white teeth glistened like jade. What attracted the most attention was the blue mystic pattern on her forehead, making her face appear irresistibly charming. The girl reached Jiang Wang's side and directly took his hand, speaking to the two cultivators. Don't look down on people. Do you know who this little brother is? Upon hearing the girl's question, the two cultivators looked embarrassed, pondering for a moment before tentatively asking. He says he is Jiang Wang from the Jiang clan, but there's no Jiang family in the ancient aristocratic families. The other cultivator added. Hearing this, the girl rolled her eyes. Who told you he is from the ancient aristocratic family? Listen carefully, he is the ancient sacred body of the true immortal realm. What? Upon hearing this, both cultivators' eyes widened, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Their gaze towards Jiang Wang transformed into one of immense awe and respect. We apologize, we apologize. The two cultivators repeatedly bowed and apologized to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang could only smile wryly and waved his hand, saying, It's nothing. Why aren't you stepping aside? As the girl spoke, both cultivators felt relieved and promptly turned to leave. Once they were gone, the girl slightly bent down, examining Jiang Wang closely with her green-tinted eyes. Jiang Wang was taken aback by her actions, feeling a bit shy as he gazed at her lovely face so close to him. Unconsciously swallowing, he slowly turned his head to the side. His heart was filled with confusion. What is this situation? With such a beautiful girl pressing her face against mine, how can I not feel something? If I kiss her, I could be called a little rascal and ruin my reputation before the big competition. It's not worth it. Then again, if I don't kiss her, what's the point of this mouth? As he felt two flushes rise on his porcelain-like face, the girl suddenly burst into laughter, unable to restrain herself as she directly reached out to rub Jiang Wang's cheek. Wow, what Sister Meow said is absolutely true. You really are both good-looking and cute. So very cute. Jiang Wang's face was squished and contorted by the girl's playful actions, causing him great discomfort. Just as he could no longer endure this torture, the girl finally released him. Stomping her foot, she said to Jiang Wang, Look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. Saying this, the girl smiled brightly at Jiang Wang. My name is Shun Linger, and I am the senior sister of Ling Miao Peak. Ah, I almost forgot you have a name. This was Jiang Wang's inner monologue. It was Sister Meow who told me to come pick you up. Come on, let me show you around. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang nodded, and politely replied, I have met Sister Ling. He's so well-behaved. Shenlinger patted Jiang Wang's little head, then whistled. A strong-bodied celestial crane flapped its wings and flew over, landing obediently in front of them. Shenlinger led Jiang Wang onto the celestial crane, and then it soared into the sky. The celestial crane flew directly out of the square with the two people. Jiang Wang looked at the stunning celestial scenery beneath his feet and couldn't help but smack his lips. Compared to this creation celestial palace, our Jiang clan isn't even fit to be a toilet. This was what Jiang Wang said in his heart. Shenlinger looked at Jiang Wang and smiled. There are countless servants in the creation celestial palace, and the outer disciples are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The inner disciples are also over 10,000. You could say that celestial kings and emperors walk everywhere, and the holy kings dare not claim to be the strongest. How does it feel to be here for the first time? Jiang Wang was astounded by the grandeur of the creation celestial palace, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly replied, It's really great, but what kind of place is Ling Miao Peak that we are going to? Hearing Jiang Wang's question, Shenlinger patiently explained, There are countless mountains in the creation celestial palace, but there are only 7 peaks that are the highest. They are Tantian Peak, Jianyun Peak, Qingtian Peak, Lingmiao Peak, Qinlong Peak, Yintian Peak, and Fenchun Peak. These 7 peaks represent the strongest foundation of the entire creation celestial palace. Each peak's highest authority representative is called the Peak Master, all of whom have the strength of holy kings. Miao Shengran is naturally the Peak Master of Ling Miao Peak among these 7 peaks. Beneath the 7 peaks, there are also 12 pavilions. The pavilion masters also all possess the strength of holy beings. Not to mention that there are various institutions directly under the legendary palace master, such as the Punishment Hall, the Tower of Demon Sealing, and so on. The highest authority representatives of these institutions are also all-powerful beings at the Holy King level. After hearing Shenlinger's explanation about the structure of the creation celestial palace, even Jiang Wang couldn't help but widen his mouth in astonishment. Goodness, those celestial kings and emperors outside wouldn't even qualify to be mentioned. The strongest holy beings of a powerful sect can only be placed in the 4th tier. It seems the world is far larger than I imagined. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder in his heart. Then he looked at Shenlinger and asked, By the way, Sister Linger, when is the Celestial Palace competition? It's tomorrow. Jiang Wang nodded and then spoke to her. Then please take me to the registration site first. Shenlinger waved her hand, seeing the little guy so polite, smilingly said, What registration? You have already been reserved by Sister Miao. Tomorrow it will just be a formality, and I already submitted your name, so you don't need to go to the site. There are too many people. Jiang Wang grinned. Thank you, Sister Linger, but I still want to take a look. Aren't you going to Ling Miao Peak? The courtyard has been tidied up for you. I'm begging you, Sister Linger. I want to take a look. Jiang Wang acted cute naturally, feigning a spoiled attitude while holding Shenlinger's arm. His big, watery eyes were full of sincerity. Seeing this scene, Shenlinger couldn't help but indulge Jiang Wang again. All right, you little rascal, I really can't do anything about you. Then I'll accompany you to take a look first. Chapter 52. The Master of the Celestial Palace, Song Xian. Jiang Wang used his charmingly cute approach to successfully get Shenlinger to agree to take him to the registration area. Her jade foot lightly stepped on the back of the celestial crane. The long crane let out a crisp and high-pitched crane cry, then flapped its broad wings and turned to fly in another direction. Beneath them, green mountains and clear waters, rivers and waterfalls rushed by swiftly, and soon Shenlinger brought Jiang Wang to a vast white jade square in the sky. This square was countless times larger than the one Jiang Wang had landed in before. In the center of the square stood a gigantic statue, towering into the clouds, lifelike and vivid. This statue was made entirely of white jade. It depicted a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament. This young man held a folding fan, and his white robes were sculpted as if swaying with the wind. He had a smile on his face, giving a very friendly impression. What attracted the most attention was his thick, mountain-like eyebrows. Those enchanting peach blossom eyes. I can't help but admire the craft of the artisan. These eyes are full of tenderness. Anyone who looks into them seems to fall deeply. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and asked Shenlinger beside him. Sister Linger, who is this person? This is the master of our creation palace. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Jiang Wang was somewhat surprised. In fact, he had some guesses in his heart. After all, to have such a majestic statue in this square, this person must hold a certain position in the entire creation palace. Now Shenlinger's words confirmed his guess, yet he still felt a bit shocked. because he could never connect the beautiful young man before him with being one of the well-known strong figures across the continent, standing at the top of the pyramid. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. Well, I have to admit, the master is somewhat handsome, but only until I grow up. Shen Ling'er covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. This little guy is really confident. Of course. While the two were talking, a celestial crane descended vertically. The white jade square below was nearly packed with people. War chariots, strange beasts, and divine ships numbered beyond counting. But strangely, there were many flags standing in the square. In the places where the flags were, there was a circle of empty space, within which only a few shadowy figures stood. These positions must belong to some powerful sects and families in this ancient celestial domain. Though not as powerful as the Creation Palace, still taller among the short ones. Jiang Wang's eyes shimmered as he quickly focused his gaze. At a glance, he locked onto a few familiar figures in the densely packed crowd below. After seeing these figures, he chuckled softly. What? Do you know anyone? Hearing Shen Ling'er's question, he nodded and didn't hide anything. He spoke frankly. The grand competition of the Celestial Palace is a grand event for the whole ancient celestial domain. It's normal to see acquaintances. At this moment, in the Zhongxian Square below, a family flag depicting the Luo clan's emblem waved in the wind. This area had already been dominated by the experts of the Luo clan. Luo Zhantian and Mo Yun stood in the center. Where is Xing? Luo Zhantian scanned the square and then asked Mo Yun beside him. Mo Yun was about to speak when suddenly the space shook. Luo Xing, dressed in a long robe of the fallen star, stepped out from the space crack. I'm back, Dad. Xinger just toured the Creation Palace. Luo Zhantian nodded. The Creation Palace is indeed the top sect of the ancient valley celestial domain, both in strength and environment. It's the best. Mo Yun held Luo Xing's arm and asked him, Xinger, did you see any opponents that made you wary? Luo Zhantian's gaze also turned to Luo Xing, eager to hear his response. Luo Xing pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. The Creation Palace is open to the entire ancient valley celestial domain, and there are quite a few strong ones. Then he turned his head to another direction. In that direction, the golden dragon flag was waving, which belonged to the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. The little princess of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, the shadow young master of the Phantom Cave, and the young king of the Xianyi sect. All of these are strong opponents. Luo Xing's speech paused slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he addressed Luo Zhantian and his wife. But to me, they're just okay. I am confident, but there is only one person I'm waiting to see. Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then whispered to Luo Xing. Mom knows what you were thinking. Don't worry, that guy might just be a mere legend. Perhaps he's just a method used by the Jiang clan to regain their face. These two people are, of course, Jiang Wang. Luo Xing nodded and looked towards Luo Zhantian, who had remained silent. At this moment, Luo Zhantian's expression was calm, but his eyes kept scanning the entire square, seemingly looking for that child he had never met. It was obvious that he wanted to find that child in the square. Mo Yun keenly noticed this scene. Although she was the legitimate wife of Luo Zhantian and recognized as the wife of the young patriarch of the Luo clan, as a woman, she always felt uncomfortable in such situations. Moreover, rumors were circulating outside that the child of Jiang Cixin, who had been kicked out, was an ancient holy body with innate true Shenjing. For a moment, she actually began to feel scared. She feared that Luo Zhantian would place the concern that belonged to her and her child on that child named Jiang Wang. So she coldly huffed. Xinger, tell your mother the truth. Do you have confidence in winning the top spot in this Shangong Babi? Luo Xing just smiled slightly and replied, I will do my utmost to bring glory to my parents and the Luo clan. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Luo Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. As long as you can win first place in the Shangong Dabi, our Luo clan will pour all resources into you and even use a favor from our founder to ask the master of the Da Shengong, Zhang Xian, to accept you as a disciple. Upon hearing Luo Zhantian's words, even Mo Yun, who had seen much of the world, could not help but show a hint of fervor in her eyes. Zhang Xian, is it really that Zhang Xian Sr.? Our Luo clan's founder was able to have Zhang Xian owe a favor. Indeed, it is true. Luo Zhantian nodded, but paused for a moment. However, this favor was a trivial matter back then, and Xinger must have sufficient strength to have the chance to speak. Chapter 53, The Most Powerless Age. Even so, the hint of ecstasy on Mo Yun's face did not fade at all. Instead, she turned to Luo Xing and spoke. Did you hear that, Xing? That is the master of Zhang Xian. He is the strongest of the next generation of our Luo clan's founder. If you can become his disciple, the entire continent will be yours to roam. Even those ancient families with supreme imperial weapons will be wary of your background. Luo Zhantian added. Luo Xing felt a bit confused upon hearing their words. Our Luo clan has a long lineage. Even if it is the next generation of the founder, it has also experienced thousands of years. What level has the Saint Song Xian reached now? In response to his question, Luo Zhantian shook his head. No one knows the strength of Master Song Xian. He hasn't made a move for nearly thousands of years, and his whereabouts are elusive. However, it is said that he has surpassed the Saint King level, but no one knows if it is true. Luo Xing's pupils shook, and his breathing became a bit hurried. Surpassed the Saint King. Isn't that the Emperor? Or is he the existence of the Celestial Emperor? Now to the direction of the Daxia divine dynasty. The human emperor sat on the dragon throne, closing his eyes to rest. A protective dragon aura surrounded him, and a pair of dragon eyes sparkled with majesty. On both sides sat two beautiful figures, one large and one small. It was Xia Mengxian and Xia Mengyao. These two women attracted countless gazes in the entire square. Xia Mengxian and Xia Mengyao each had their own charm, one big and one small. The elder wore a snow-white robe, with a flawless appearance, an ethereal demeanor, and stunning features, like a fairy from the nine heavens descending to the mortal realm. The younger one was petite and delicate, with lively eyes, a graceful temperament, like a beautiful little spirit. Different styles, but both beautiful beyond compare, they had become an enchanting sight here. Xia Mingyao pouted slightly, and her fair, plump legs swung impatiently. Suddenly, the gaze turned towards the human emperor. Two lively eyes flashed a hint of mischief. Then, she directly jumped down from the bench and pounced into the human emperor's arms. The protective dragon aura, which would have issued warnings at any sign of disturbance, did not make any move to attack at this moment. It only let out a series of low murmurs. The human emperor opened his eyes, and his golden eyes flashed with a hint of fondness. He held Xiao Mingyao and asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? The competition is approaching, and you're here to act cute instead of observing your opponents." "Father, I don't care about those people at all." Xiao Mingyao waved her little pink fist, her small face full of pride. "Haha." The human emperor laughed heartily. "Just as expected from my daughter, but don't underestimate the enemy. You must know that this is a new era." Hearing the human emperor's words, Xiao Mingyao blinked her eyes and curiously asked, "Father, what is a new era?" The human emperor instinctively looked towards the majestic statue of Songshuan, resembling a towering white jade pillar. He slowly spoke, "Not to mention other places, just take the entire ancient immortal domain's eastern part. Not only do we have your innate Dao body holy fetus, but there's also an ancient holy body, not to mention that there's a scion from the Luo clan whose depth is unknown. This is a great luck from heaven, a generation of talents. What else could it be, if not a new era?" Xiao Mingyao nodded as if she understood, still pondering about the human emperor's words. The human emperor looked down at Xiao Mingyao and smiled. "So, what is it that you want from your father?" Xiao Mingyao's delicate little face turned a shade of red as she sweetly said to the human emperor, "Can you please not keep Mother under house arrest, father? Mother is so bored in the palace. It makes me feel sorry for her." Hearing Xiao Mingyao's words, the human emperor was about to refuse. However, as he looked down, he saw Xiao Mingyao's pitiful little face. Her big eyes, which seemed to speak, were now brimming with tears. "Father, alas, all right, I promise you, once this immortal palace election is over, I will lift your mother's house arrest." "Thank you, father." Xiao Mingyao's expression of grievance was instantly replaced with joy. Jiang Wang watched all of this from the sky. He then shifted his gaze to the mysterious thunder flag of the Luo clan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "How about it? Go down and catch up with your friends. Big sister can accompany you down, giving you some face." Shenlinger said to Jiang Wang, a bit proudly. But unexpectedly, Jiang Wang just chuckled softly and then slowly said to her, "Sister Linger, let's go back to the Spirit Meow Peak. I'm tired and want to rest." As day turned to night, the dark sky covered the heavens. Jiang Wang stood alone in an exquisite villa surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters. At this moment, he was in the Qing Mountain Villa of Spirit Meow Peak, which was prepared specifically for him. Normally, only those who performed outstandingly in a peak would be granted a personal cave dwelling. And this kind of villa, specially arranged for spirit gathering arrays, could only be occupied by those who have rendered great merits, or personally granted by a peak master. Jiang Wang looked at the beautiful waterfall flowing down like a galaxy from the nine heavens in the distance. It seemed like a beautiful painting hanging in the night, breathtakingly magnificent. As he looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky, countless thoughts filled his heart. "I thought there would be no night in this immortal palace." He murmured softly. If there were no night, Even if it were a real paradise, wouldn't it be too boring? Jiang Wang turned his head. He saw Shun Linger standing outside the villa, hands behind her back, smiling at him. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. So it's Sister Linger, why don't you come in? He opened the villa's door for Shunling. The latter giggled and said, without your permission as the master of this Qing mountain villa, how could I just enter? Jiang Wang first chuckled, then suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, Sister Linger, what is your relationship with the master? This Lingyao Peak is named after you too. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Shun Linger unexpectedly burst into laughter. Haha, indeed, you think so too. He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. It's true that Ling Miao Peak is named after Sister Miao, but it really has nothing to do with me. I only benefited from the name. Sister Miao actually belongs to my ancestral master. Moreover, it's precisely because of my name that I've sailed smoothly in various competitions. Ha. Jiang Wang nodded, then looked at Shun Linger and curiously asked, speaking of which, Sister Linger, did you come to find me for something at this late hour? Shun Linger raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Wang with interest. With light steps, she directly approached Jiang Wang, slightly bowing her head and smiling as she spoke. Why? Can I come play with you if there's nothing going on? As a faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose, Jiang Wang let out a long sigh and angrily thought to himself, I hate this. Why do I keep encountering these things at the most powerless age? Chapter 54. The Great Competition of the Immortal Palace officially begins. Shinlinger looked at Jiang Wang's awkward expression and couldn't help but chuckle again. All right, little guy, let's talk about something serious. After saying this, Shinlinger ruffled Jiang Wang's little head and sat down beside him. Jiang Wang sighed, suppressing the restless flames within him, and also sat beside Shinling. What serious business, Sister Linga? Originally, Sister Miao was supposed to come see you, but with the great competition of the Immortal Palace approaching, she, as the master of a peak, is very busy and couldn't find the time, so she could only send me to check on you. Jiang Wang chuckled. Sister Linga, are you going to tell me something? Shinlinger didn't keep him guessing any longer and directly extended her fair, slender hand. A booklet appeared in her hand. She spoke to Jiang Wang. Take this. Jiang Wang was slightly taken aback, but still took the booklet and couldn't help but ask curiously. Sister Linga, what is this? Shinlinger rolled her eyes and opened her palm. Of course, it's the information about your rivals that I gathered while you were sleeping. Jiang Wang was a bit surprised, first glancing at the booklet in his hand, then looking at Shun Linger sitting beside him. At this moment, the person's face in front of him displayed an unmistakable pride. Goodness, Jiang Wang now understood just how enjoyable the life of those with connections could be. Just before the competition began, someone could openly help with cheating. Sister Linger, this isn't what my master told you to do, right? Upon hearing Jiang Wang's question, Shinlinger was first taken aback, then her pretty face flushed slightly. This is just that meow. Shinlinger started to stutter, her tone clearly showing a hint of fluster. After a while, she sighed and looked at Jiang Wang helplessly. Sigh, just take it. Why are you so chatty, little guy? Seeing Shinlinger's slightly angry eyes, Jiang Wang quickly scratched his head and explained. I really appreciate Sister Linger, but I still want to rely on my own strength to participate in this great competition of the Immortal Palace, and I believe my master thinks the same. As he said this, he handed the booklet back to Shinlinger. Shinlinger looked at the booklet being returned to her hand, momentarily taken aback. Then, she looked at Jiang Wang's pure and innocent eyes. After a while, she actually broke into a smile. With a flip of her palm, she took back the booklet and said to Jiang Wang, All right, little guy, didn't expect you to have such principles and backbone. Shinlinger looked at Jiang Wang with increasing satisfaction. Jiang Wang chuckled and slowly stood up, extending his palm and closing his eyes as if bathing in the bright moonlight. He began to speak softly. Actually, it's not about principles. I simply feel that at this level of competition, there's no need to preemptively analyze the opponent. Listening to Jiang Wang's words, Shinlinger raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. Little guy, I really didn't see this coming. You're so arrogant? Jiang Wang laughed heartily, turning to face Shinlinger, whose eyes were slowly filled with two golden beams of light. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. As he spoke, golden blood energy burst forth from the top of Jiang Wang's head. The dazzling golden light surged into the clouds, illuminating the entire Qingshan courtyard as bright as day. Jiang Wang was drenched in the overwhelming blood energy, as if he had transformed into a blazing sun, or like a long spear standing firm as if to pierce the whole sky. The next day, in the Creation Immortal Palace at the Zhangxian Square. At this moment, Zhangxian Square was densely packed with young boys and girls preparing to participate in the Immortal Palace Great Competition. They were all waiting for this grand event of the ancient, immortal domain to begin. These boys and girls varied in age, most of them around their teens. However, there were also quite a few who looked only 5 or 6 years old. Jiang Wang suppressed his aura and hid among the crowd, waiting for the competition to start. At that moment, the sky above Zhongxian Square suddenly began to distort. A wave of pressure was released, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Wang looked up as well. He saw a massive spatial crack slowly opening up in the sky. A magnificent and colossal treasure mirror appeared above the heavens. Sunlight shone upon it, reflecting endless brilliance. As this treasure mirror appeared, the spiritual energy in the world suddenly became agitated. This is the Zhongxian treasure mirror, a royal treasure. It is said to be the lifeblood treasure of the Zhongxian saint. Indeed, it's worthy of the creation immortal palace, starting off with a treasure of this level. The Zhongxian treasure mirror trembled slightly in the sky, its brilliant radiance flowing as waves of grand pressure were released from it. The mirror's surface tilted slightly, smooth and clear, slowly distorting into a hazy and chaotic surface. As this Zhongxian treasure mirror changed, a voice filled with authority echoed throughout this realm. This Zhongxian treasure mirror not only forms its own space within, but can also be divided into tens of thousands of independent spaces. In the early stage, each person will be allocated automatically by the Zhongxian treasure mirror for one-on-one battles. As this voice sounded, everyone in the square turned their gaze to the front of the square. The space twisted, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe with an imposing face appeared at the front of the square. His gaze swept across the crowd as the middle-aged man spoke loudly. I am Heilong, the Sword Elder of Jianyun Peak, responsible for presiding over the initial phase of the Immortal Palace Great Competition. I will now announce a few rules. First, the Immortal Palace Great Competition will use a one-on-one combat method from today until the final round, during which punches and kicks have no eyes, and any accidental injuries must be borne personally. Second, in a duel, as long as one side concedes, it is considered a surrender and the other side wins. Third, once one side concedes, they cannot continue to attack, as harm would be regarded as a forfeit. The venue fell silent, everyone listening to the rules read by the middle-aged man in purple. After stating the rules, he spoke again. I declare that the Immortal Palace Great Competition has officially begun. As the words fell, Heilong brought his fingers together, and a thread of spiritual energy shot from his fingertips, entering the Zhongxian treasure mirror above. The Zhongxian treasure mirror trembled slightly in the air, and countless beams of light shot out from its surface. These beams enveloped the waiting crowd below, drawing them into the mirror's surface. A radiance enveloped Jiang Wang's body. He felt a surge of power guiding him into the mysterious azure treasure mirror, soaring into the air. Then his gaze fixed on the direction of the Luo clan. He snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "You better not let me see you in the first round, my dear brother." Chapter 55. Unfortunately, I didn't encounter my good brother. Jiang Wang directly entered the azure treasure mirror through the light. Behind his sight, he felt countless rays of light enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place resembling a gladiatorial arena. In the center, separated by layers of spiritual power nodes. Opposite him, a light pillar appeared, flickering, and Jiang Wang's gaze was tightly locked onto the figure stepping out from the light pillar. Soon, a boy dressed in blue long clothes, about 11 or 12 years old, walked out. After seeing the person opposite him, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What a pity, I didn't run into my dear brother in the first round. As his voice fell, the barrier in the arena began to gradually fade away, dissipating. The young boy opposite first examined Jiang Wang from top to bottom, then opened his mouth to speak. Hey kid, how old are you? Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and directly replied, You might as well admit defeat. I'm in a hurry to get out. The boy on the opposite side was taken aback by Jiang Wang's words, and his expression instantly turned angry. Kid, you're so arrogant without even having grown up yet. I'll teach you a lesson for your parents. After saying this, a surge of spiritual power rippled through him, and the power of the third level of the spirit transformation realm was unleashed. His foot stomped down heavily, charging towards Jiang Wang. Ground-crushing fist. Spiritual power surged, and the boy's fist struck down towards Jiang Wang with the force of a gale. This punch, able to completely shatter a giant rock. Yet, Jiang Wang stood still, looking at the young boy with a very calm expression. He sighed lightly, then simply stretched out his hand. Seeing Jiang Wang's demeanor, the boy was instantly filled with rage. Veins throbbed on his forehead. He roared, Kid, you're too arrogant. He accelerated again, charging angrily at Jiang Wang. Boom! The boy's fist struck heavily against Jiang Wang's palm. When their fists met, the boy showed a look of pride. Step back from me. He attempted to exert force to push Jiang Wang back. But as he did, he found that he couldn't budge the ladder at all. The boy finally realized something was wrong, and his gaze towards Jiang Wang gradually turned to shock. The latter sighed helplessly. Slowly, he raised his left hand and flicked a finger, giving the boy a flick on the forehead. Seemingly light, but in reality, this flick unleashed terrifying power. Bang! The boy was sent flying by Jiang Wang's flick, crashing heavily onto the ground. On my head, the boy's forehead visibly swelled and reddened. He looked like a big-headed goldfish. Lying on the ground, he couldn't help but shout, rolling on the ground and wailing while holding his head. What are you pretending in front of me? Jiang Wang shrugged helplessly. Then, the space around him twisted, and he appeared directly in front of the boy. He asked, Do you admit defeat? I admit defeat. The boy almost hesitated for not even a moment before shouting. As soon as his words fell, a beam of spiritual power descended, enveloping him within. Then he disappeared from the arena. As his opponent vanished from the stage, a jade token appeared in Jiang Wang's hand, marked with a number. 1. This should be something for counting, calculated to track results. Jiang Wang thought to himself. At that moment, another beam of spiritual power shone down, wrapping Jiang Wang in it. The scene before his eyes flickered. He reappeared in the square where he was just moments ago. When Jiang Wang appeared, it was then discovered that above the square, countless spiritual power light screens had already appeared. They were all exactly the same as the arena Jiang Wang had just been in. Each one showed figures engaged in combat with each other. Many people were fighting fiercely in these arenas. Jiang Wang quickly scanned these spiritual power light screens, but didn't find Luo Xing's figure. He had seen his half-brother before. Good kid, you're pretty quick too. Looks like I'm still too slow. I need to be faster tomorrow. Since Jiang Wang didn't find Luo Xing's battle scene, he lacked interest in others. So he had no intention of staying and directly turned into a streak of golden light, soaring toward Lingmiao Peak. At this moment, in the direction of the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor of a human race and the others looked at the light screen in the sky. In front of Xia Mengyao, there was also a young man standing. The young man was tall, handsome, and appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. This little sister, I am Yi Xingyun from the Yi family of the Western Ancient Immortal Domain. Yi Xingyun smiled at Xia Mengyao as he spoke. Xia Mengyao blinked, thought for a moment, then replied, Yi family, I don't know them. Yi Xingyun's face turned awkward, and he smiled before speaking again. Little girl, could you please tell me your name? I would like to get to know you better. Great Xia Divine Dynasty, Xia Mengyao. You are the little princess of the great Xia Divine Dynasty. Get lost. Before Yi Xingyun could finish speaking, Xia Mengyao's figure flickered. She slammed her palm furiously toward him. Yi Xingyun was stunned as he looked at Xia Mengyao coming at him, but then he smiled indifferently. Little sister, you're too hasty. He smiled confidently, then also extended his palm, and light blossomed in his hand. Boom! In the instant of their clash, a violent spiritual energy wave spread out. Yi Xingyun's face instantly changed. He felt the terrifying spiritual power coming from the ethereal young girl across from him. The spiritual power was like the sea, directly shattering Yi Xingyun's small boat floating on the ocean. Yi Xingyun's entire arm twisted at that moment. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Yi Xingyun, terrified, looked at the smiling and lively young girl. She lightly tapped her toes on the ground and flew into the air. In midair, Xia Mengyao formed hand seals, and spiritual energy continuously surged around her. True dragon palm print. Golden spiritual energy was released from her fair, delicate palm. Roar! A dragon's roar full of anger echoed throughout the world. A golden giant dragon appeared behind Xia Mengyao, its golden scales vivid and lifelike, and its eyes full of authority and fury. It angrily slapped down toward Yi Xingyun below. I surrender. Feeling the pressure from the golden dragon above him, Yi Xingyun quickly called out his surrender. A beam of light descended, taking Yi Xingyun away. Xia Mengyao's eyes showed a trace of disdain as she looked at him, and the golden giant dragon behind her slowly dissipated. What? Does every stray dog want to make friends with me? A hint of arrogance appeared on her face as she mocked Yi Xingyun without mercy. The people of the great Xia divine dynasty outside also erupted in loud praises. Wow, the little princess is amazing. So powerful. Chapter 56. Intense Battle, Ruthless Luo Xing. Jiang Wang looked at this scene, raising an eyebrow. He didn't expect that his former fiancée would be so domineering. With just one strike, she had resolved her opponent. Moreover, Jiang Wang observed her divine ability, and it seemed she was also practicing the Great Xia Legacy's Great Dragon Scripture. Jiang Wang's gaze swept over the emperor of the human race, who wore a satisfied expression, and he felt a bit surprised. He never expected the emperor would have given the Great Xia Divine Dynasty's legacy techniques to Xia Mengyao. It is rumored that the Great Celestial Dragon Sutra is fierce and domineering, not suitable for women to practice. Could it be that my former fiancé was a man? Jiang Wang's expression was a bit strange, unable to suppress the question rising in his heart. Now, let's talk about the Great Xia Divine Empire. At this moment, the emperor had a proud look on his face, watching his beloved daughter, Xia Mengyao. With a thunderous method, she directly defeated a contestant from the Yi family, who was not weaker than the Great Xia Divine Empire. The emperor felt very pleased and satisfied. My daughter indeed lives up to my expectations, ha ha ha. Today, many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Divine Empire had gathered here. Not only the commanders and elders from Xia Mengyao's line were present, but many from Xia Mengqian's line also came. That day, Xia Meng and Xia Yun also arrived at the Cauldron Palace, along with a few unfamiliar faces, but they were also the strong from Xia Mengqian's line. At this moment, these powerful figures in golden armor stood behind Xia Mengqian, looking at the people surrounding Emperor and Xia Mengyao with displeased expressions. What's there to be proud of? The crown princess also quickly dealt with her opponent. I really don't understand what these people are so arrogant about. Xia Meng spoke disdainfully. Xia Yun also echoed from the side. Isn't that right? Also, our crown princess hasn't even practiced the Great Celestial Dragon Sutra. If she did. Xia Yun, be cautious. Before Xia Yun could finish speaking, other powerful figures interrupted to stop him. Xia Yun muttered quietly, but didn't speak again. In contrast, Xia Mengqian remained calm. She turned to Xia Yun beside her and said, General Xia, you need not be so. My younger sister has a unique physique, suitable for practicing the Great Celestial Dragon Sutra. If I forcefully practice it, there may not be any good results. The emperor found a practitioner from the Cauldron Palace within the crowd, then looked at a general beside him. The latter immediately gestured. The surrounding space twisted and vanished from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by the practitioner in white clothing. At this moment, the practitioner's face still carried some confusion, and upon seeing the emperor sitting on the dragon throne, the expression turned to one of shock. Then he respectfully spoke. I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Xia. The emperor nodded and asked the practitioner, Did you participate in hosting the Great Divine Competition? The practitioner nodded. I'm responsible for gathering the advancing participants from the eastern half. The emperor nodded in satisfaction and then asked the practitioner, So, I ask you, have you seen my beloved daughter succeed in her advancement? I have seen it. Both Princess Xia Mengyao and Princess Xia Mengqian have successfully advanced. The practitioner's voice paused, his gaze subtly swept towards Xia Mengqian, and continued. Princess Xia Mengyao's victory time is shorter than that of Princess Mengqian. Question mark. You son of a gun, what do you mean by that? You little brat. You had to add that sentence, right? What is your intention? The practitioner's words directly infuriated Xia Mengqian's faction, including Xia Meng and Xia Yun, who glared at the practitioner from the Cauldron Palace. The emperor lightly pressed his palm down. His gaze towards the practitioner also held displeasure. I did not ask you who was faster or slower. Let me ask you, did my two daughters resolve their opponents at such speed? Did they not achieve the first and second high scores? Hearing the emperor's words, the practitioner quickly took out a jade tablet, and after immersing his divine sense into it for a while, his expression became a bit strange. Seeing this, the emperor frowned. What is it? Returning to the emperor's words, both princesses did not enter the top 5. What? How is that possible? Hearing the practitioner's words, everyone in the Great Xia Divine Empire revealed expressions of disbelief. Even the emperor frowned tightly and said to the practitioner, Are you sure? Meng Yao resolved her opponent in just a few dozen breaths, while Meng Xian took only about 100 breaths. How could not even enter the top 5? The monk wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and spoke with difficulty. Indeed, it is true. I shall take my leave. Seeing that the atmosphere was strange, the monk dared not stay longer and directly took his leave. After the monk left, the environment of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty began to feel peculiar. Everyone's expressions were strange, wanting to say something but not uttering a word. After a while, the emperor slowly began to speak. It seems that the geniuses of this era are far more than I imagined. Jiang Wang had been paying attention to the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty and also overheard the conversation of the few people. Who could the top 5 be? Since this match did not announce rankings or results, Jiang Wang had no idea who the top 5 were. But he had enough confidence that one of those top 5 places belonged to him. I should go check on my little brother. Jiang Wang's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the light curtain that read Luo Xing. The arena within the light curtain was already empty. Only the stone pillars in the arena were all collapsed and shattered, looking as if they had experienced a fierce battle. Did he finish too? Jiang Wang frowned in confusion. At that moment, a series of gasps came from far. Jiang Wang glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people carrying a bloodied young boy out of the crowd. The leader of the group looked grim and sneered at the direction of the Luo clan before sweeping his sleeve and leaving. Oh my, is that not the saint child of the Tai Qingshu sect from the southern part of the ancient immortal domain, Sun Wan Luo? Yes, I have seen him in an ancient site before. It is indeed Sun Wan Luo, but who could have beaten him to such a state? It was our eastern Luo clan, Luo Xing. Luo Xing? The newly born saint child of the Luo clan. No way, how old could he be? I remember he was born not 5 years ago, and Sun Wan Luo must be 10 years older than him, already famous for a long time. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. My little brother is that fierce. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he directly asked the person who had just spoken. Hey, big brother, did you see the battle between Luo Xing and Sun Wan Luo just now? The man turned around, looked at Jiang Wang, first sizing him up before nodding. I saw it. That Luo Xing was indeed too fierce. At such a young age, he struck hard and showed no mercy, directly beating that poor Sun Wan Luo into serious injury. Chapter 57. Tournament Rewards. Everyone goes crazy. Jiang Wang nodded, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. Looks like I have to resolve my opponent as quickly as possible tomorrow. It's a pity I couldn't see my little brother's battle. Just when Jiang Wang was about to turn around and leave, the earlier man's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Jiang Wang and said, Hey, aren't you Jiang Wang? You know me? Of course. I also watched your battle. A single finger dealt with that kid opposite you. Truly impressive. If we cross paths, please show mercy. Jiang Wang couldn't help but find it amusing and casually responded a few words before turning to leave. He mounted his crane and went straight back to Ling Miao Peak. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on the mat as 2 black holes appeared in his eyes. The sky-swallowing demon technique circulated within him, refining the pure experiences of this world into his own body. Now Jiang Wang began to feel a bit regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted this way. I could have just taken it. But since he had already acted, it was too late for regret, and that was not his character. Looking forward to meeting you, dear little brother. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth, and then he no longer considered anything else, directly entering a state of cultivation. At this moment, within the palace of the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor sat on the dragon throne and spoke to the many powerful elders below. You all have seen it. This new generation that has come to the creation immortal palace is not simple. It is said that that kid from the Luo clan directly took down Sun Wan Luo of the Tai Qingmu sect today, striking ruthlessly and decisively, absolutely not an ordinary person. Hearing the words of the emperor, the many generals and elders below exchanged glances with one another. But the emperor did not care, continuing to speak. This emperor has enough confidence in my 2 beloved daughters, but you all know, this emperor likes to be the best in everything I do. The emperor paused for a moment and continued to speak. The competition among the children is for them to battle it out. What we can do is to pave the way for them. Xiaxing. Here, a general dressed in golden battle armor, handsome in appearance and tall in stature, stepped out from the ranks. This emperor commands you to immediately return to the great Xia divine dynasty, mobilize the troops, and distribute all the strong people in the court within the creation immortal palace. This emperor wants to clearly know who the top 5 are tomorrow. Yes. Xia Xin clasped his fists in acknowledgement and then turned to leave. With Xia Xin's departure, everyone understood that tomorrow's immortal palace competition would completely reach a peak hot stage. As the sun and moon rotate and the tides rise and fall, the dazzling sun split apart the night that shrouded the sky. A ray of sunlight fell upon Jiang Wang's body. His tightly shut eyes that had been closed all night now opened up. Jiang Wang stood up, stretching his entire body. His bones made pops and cracks, sounding like firecrackers going off. Yesterday, half the people were eliminated, so it seems today's format will be just like yesterday. However, those who lose today will enter the creation immortal palace as external disciples. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang hesitated no longer and called for an immortal crane, boarding it to fly toward the Zhangxian Square. Indeed, today's Zhangxian Square was even more crowded than yesterday. Not only did countless people from the great Xia divine dynasty pour in, but many people from various forces also came to watch the battle. Everyone wanted to see this grand event of the entire ancient immortal domain. As Jiang Wang arrived at the square, he couldn't help but feel amazed by the overwhelming crowd. At this moment, a clear and melodious sword chant resounded through the heavens and earth. The world fell into silence, all eyes turning forward. There stood He Long in a purple robe, carrying a streak of sword light appearing before everyone. He spoke. After yesterday's, what He Long said was just as Jiang Wang thought. But after explaining the competition format, He Long cleared his throat and spoke again. After discussions among the 7 peak masters, the rewards for the top 3 of this Immortal Palace competition have been decided. Upon hearing He Long's words, the atmosphere in this realm instantly became heated. Many people's breathing grew rapid, their eyes revealing fervor as they fixed their gaze on He Long ahead. Whatever the creation Immortal Palace could offer must be the greatest treasures in this world. Looking at the fiery gazes below, He Long slowly spoke. The third prize of the Immortal Palace competition is not only countless top-quality spirit stones, abundant heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, but also an additional prize of 1 piece of sage treasure. Wow, is that for real? As soon as He Long's words fell, the entire square erupted into a tide of excitement. Third prize is a sage treasure. It's no wonder it's the creation Immortal Palace. He Long continued speaking. The second prize is 20,000 rare spirit stones, 1 breaking saint pill, and 1 sage king's treasure. As He Long's words finished, a sound of gasping could be heard throughout the realm. The second prize is indeed a sage king's treasure. Not only that, but there's also a breaking saint pill. It is known that the leap from immortal emperor realm to sage realm is a watershed. Even the most ordinary sage would be treated as an honored guest in any force on this continent, including even the ancient families and super sects like the creation Immortal Palace. Only those called saint can be considered at the top of this world. But the path of cultivation is like cutting through sand, and throughout history, only a few have been able to stand in this position. Moreover, once you reach the Celestial Emperor level, each promotion will bring a Thunder Tribulation, stronger than the last. The Thunder Tribulation from Celestial Emperor to Saint is incredibly terrifying and violent. If you cannot withstand the Thunder Tribulation, the heavenly thunder will annihilate you, and even your soul will vanish in the world. Throughout history, how many talented sages have fallen beneath this heavenly thunder? However, this broken saint pill is made by a saint king who personally refined it using their own essence. It can help you cross that watershed at the most critical moment. If placed outside, it would spark a wave of bloodshed sweeping across the whole immortal realm. Upon arriving at the creation Immortal Palace, it was directly awarded to the second place. Everyone present was utterly shocked by this generous reward. In many people's eyes, veins of blood crept up, eager to know what the first prize was. He Long above also had no intention of keeping people in suspense, and spoke directly. The reward for first place: 100 pieces of supreme divine source, 1 drop of true dragon essence, 1 immortal divine medicine, and the qualification to enter the creation Immortal Palace's Supreme Temple's first layer, freely choosing 1 scroll of divine skills or techniques. Silence. After He Long's voice fell, the entire square, with tens of thousands of people, fell into a dead silence. Their pupils shook violently, mouths wide open, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The items He Long spoke of were enough to leave people in immense shock, and now they were all combined and presented together. Only for first place. Chapter 58. I must obtain it. The dragon hides secretly. The so-called Supreme Divine Source can be understood as requiring thousands of precious spirit stones to condense into 1 drop of Divine Source liquid. 1 piece of Supreme Divine Source requires thousands of drops of Divine Source liquid. Only Saint Kings are worthy to use such Supreme Divine Source for cultivation. From this, one can see how precious the Supreme Divine Source is. Even so, this Supreme Divine Source in these rewards can only be considered the least noticeable. Next is the legendary Immortal Divine Medicine. Throughout history, whether it is the legendary ancient emperors or peak saint kings, what they pursue is nothing less than eternal life. This eternal life is not just about having a long lifespan. Some powerful beings in the beast realm possess dense blood energy and naturally long lifespans, with many ancient monsters living for tens of thousands of years. But these do not constitute true eternal life. Even the true ancient emperors do not achieve immortality. True eternal life means breaking free from the constraints of time, standing side by side with the sun, moon, and mountains, existing eternally, undying and indestructible. As many old, powerful beings age, their blood energy begins to fade. This means that their own strength can no longer advance, and thus they cannot extend their lifespans. At this point, the role of the Immortal Divine Medicine becomes evident. One piece of immortal divine medicine is enough to make a peak Saint King compete desperately, just to extend their own life in pursuit of that ultimate goal. Finally, let's talk about the supreme temple within the Creation Immortal Palace. The Creation Immortal Palace has a long legacy, cultivating countless renowned, powerful beings in the world. While it may not compare to those ancient families with 10,000-year legacies, its foundation is still incredibly rich. There are also rumors that the Xian Palace Master once brought an extreme emperor weapon to the Creation Immortal Palace as a trump card. Within its supreme temple, countless divine skills and techniques are collected. The first layer hosts many supreme techniques that resound across the continent. As long as one has the capability, they can freely choose within. One must ask, who could refuse such a reward? And lastly, the most shocking reward for everyone is the so-called true dragon essence. True dragons are no longer part of the category of beasts or spirit beasts, known as divine beasts alongside the true phoenix and Qilin. It is said that the true dragon clan has existed since ancient times, and every true dragon is born as a congenital saint. As long as there are no accidents, they will ultimately achieve the position of emperor. Though the true dragon clan is incredibly powerful, it is also extremely rare, with only a few dozen at its peak. Moreover, as time passed and the years went by, the true dragons gradually disappeared from this world. After the last true dragon emperor fell, the true dragon lineage completely vanished from this continent. No one knows if there are still any true dragons, these divine beasts in this era. And this true dragon source essence is the supreme treasure extracted from the bones of the true dragon. If demons consume it, it can even directly change their bloodline, allowing them to trace their origins and break through racial limits. Not to mention its main effect. For cultivators, refining it can greatly enhance their physical strength, making their bodies as powerful as spirit beasts. Most importantly, it can use the endless power and vitality contained within to break the shackles between a saint and the Saint King. If the previous immortal divine medicine could stir up a bloodbath across the entire immortal realm, then the appearance of the true dragon source essence in the outside world would be enough to pull the spirit beast realm into the fray. Its value might even surpass that of the immortal divine medicine. At this moment, Jiang Wang could not help but feel a bit surprised. As expected of the Creation Immortal Palace, they even brought out the true dragon's source essence. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Though the ancient holy body had already pushed his physical strength and blood energy to a terrifying level. In the same tier, even the Divine Beast clan might not gain an advantage in a physical confrontation with him. However, the true dragon source essence could help him advance to the Saint King. It seems I really need to strive for first place for this true dragon source essence. After all, having a safety net is always good. It's really not for the marriage promise my master made, Jiang Wang added silently in his heart. In the direction of the Luo clan. After hearing the name of the true dragon source essence, Luo Zhantian's aura began to become somewhat chaotic. Slowly standing up, the space around him twisted at that moment. His eyes were filled with heat and greed. After much contemplation, he finally looked down at Luo Xing and spoke. Xing, you must obtain this true dragon source essence. You can give up the immortal medicine, but this true dragon source essence must be in your hands. Luo Xing pondered for a moment and then nodded. She cautiously asked, Father, is it because of what you mentioned before about the legendary dragon hidden secret realm within our Luo clan? Luo Zhantian slowly nodded and asked, Do you know why the true dragon source essence can enhance one's physique and enrich blood energy? I do not know. The true dragon source essence is extracted from the most exquisite essence of a true dragon's bones. The marrow resides within the bones to nourish the blood. If one wishes to refine the true dragon source essence, they must place it into the bones, constantly washing it with their own blood. Not only can it allow you to change your roots and break through to the Saint King without obstruction, but most importantly, it can allow a trace of true dragon blood to be nurtured within you. The two necessary conditions to enter our dragon hidden secret realm are, one must possess the bloodline of our Luo clan, and the other must have true dragon blood. Neither can be absent. Luo Zhantian spoke with fervor, explaining these things to Luo Xing. Beside them, Mo Yun showed a shocked expression and spoke. Zhantian, does our Luo clan really possess such a hidden treasure? Indeed, there are many things you do not know. It's not just you. Even some people of the Luo clan are unaware. At this point, a different emotion flashed in Luo Zhantian's eyes. Go all out and fight. Xing, don't let me down. Okay. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Zhangxian square gradually became restless. Heat-filled breaths escaped the mouths of these contestants. Powerful waves of spiritual energy began to ripple throughout the square. Everyone was waiting for the summon of the song, Xian Mirror, waiting for the battle of the day. Seeming to have anticipated everyone's reaction, He long said nothing more but waved his sleeve directly. The Tsang Xian mirror in the sky was activated again, and a series of light barriers descended, beginning to summon the people in the square below. Go! Jiang Wang moved his body and directly entered the Tsang Xian mirror again with the summoning force. As the scene changed, he reappeared in the arena. However, as he clearly saw what the person across from him was wearing, his expression became strange. Chapter 59. One punch breaks the pride of the Li clan, regret of the Li clan. This time Jiang Wang's opponent was dressed as a member of the Li clan. The person was also stunned upon seeing Jiang Wang. A flash of shock appeared from the depths of his eyes. "Ow, how could it be you?" Jiang Wang snorted coldly, choosing not to respond to him, but directly stated, "Jiang clan, Jiang Wang." After all, he could not waste time today. He still needed to watch Luo Xing's battle. As Jiang Wang introduced himself, the spiritual barrier in the middle slowly disappeared at this moment. Seeing this, the Li clan member let out a long sigh of relief. Li clan, Li Changxiu. At this time, Li Changxiu had calmed his emotions. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Li clan, he could be said to be the most outstanding talent of the Li clan. Having narrowly defeated his opponent yesterday, even if he were defeated today, he could still join the creation Immortal Palace. However, Jiang Wang's fame was now like thunder across the eastern part of the ancient Immortal Domain. Li Changxiu was also determined to have a good fight with him. "Jiang Wang, today I will seek you out for advice and see what this so-called godson of the Jiang clan is capable of." "Ah!" Li Changxiu shouted angrily at Jiang Wang across from him, then stomped his foot hard on the ground. He charged angrily towards Jiang Wang. A fierce and powerful gust of wind filled with rolling spiritual energy slammed down towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's expression remained calm as he stood motionless. Bang! That powerful palm struck solidly against Jiang Wang's chest. With a successful hit, a look of wild joy instantly appeared on Li Changxiu's face. "Ha ha! Jiang Wang, you are too careless." Before he could finish speaking, Li Changxiu noticed something was wrong. He felt his palm becoming quite hot. Looking up, he saw Jiang Wang now looking at him with a strange expression. His body was already covered in rich and overwhelming golden blood energy. "You were too happy too early. Your strength isn't even good enough to scratch an itch. Down you go." Saying this, Jiang Wang's right hand formed a fist and struck out plainly without any fancy moves. Yet, facing this unremarkable punch, Li Changxiu's face changed drastically in an instant. He sensed a strong feeling of heart palpitations. Li Changxiu's pupils constricted sharply, his feet stomped on the air, and he retreated violently. Spiritual energy rushed out from within him, forming a smooth barrier in front of him. But that wasn't all. Li Changxiu formed seals with both hands, and a small white jade shield flew out from his head. The white jade shield expanded rapidly in the wind. It swelled to about 10 feet in size, blocking in front of Li Changxiu. The shield was covered with lines of runes. It was clearly a high-grade spiritual treasure. However, Jiang Wang merely smiled disdainfully at all of this. His fist showed no signs of retreating, but instead he yelled loudly, "Break for me!" With one punch thrown, all things met their end. Jiang Wang's punch seemed to transcend space and time, directly striking onto that white jade shield. The runes on the shield released light at this moment, but in the next instant, this white jade shield was instantly shattered into countless pieces by Jiang Wang, as if a silver needle had pierced through tofu, without any effect. And the spiritual power defense set up by Li Changxiu was even more fragile. Jiang Wang's fist broke through the spiritual protection without any obstruction, then directly struck his abdomen. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His body flew backward, crashing directly into a stone pillar in the arena, shattering it into pieces. Li Changxiu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wang. How? How is this possible? He stretched out his wildly trembling finger, seemingly wanting to say something, but couldn't fully speak. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. What is a crushing defeat? This is a crushing defeat. The strongest person of the Li family in this generation couldn't even withstand a single punch from Jiang Wang. With Li Changxiu's unconscious state, 2 beams of light descended, wrapping both of them inside. Jiang Wang slowly rose and looked at the unconscious Li Changxiu, then spoke softly. "You should be glad that you met me here." After speaking, he moved, disappearing from the arena. At this moment, watching all this from outside, the Li family felt immense regret. Li Mingtian was shaking with regret. Why did I do such a stupid thing back then? He deeply regretted his past decision to break the engagement. Now, Jiang Wang was only 5 years old and had already reached this level. He didn't even need to use spiritual power to defeat the genius of his own family. Just imagine, in several years, Jiang Wang would most likely be a saint at the very least, right? Not just that. With Jiang Wang's terrifying rate of progress, he even felt that this child might become an emperor in the future. That's the emperor's throne. What does that concept mean? Once Jiang Wang becomes an emperor, the entire Jiang family would rise to become an ancient family. At least for the next 20,000 years while Jiang Wang lives, the Jiang family will remain prosperous. The saying, when one person achieves the Tao, the chicken and dog ascend to heaven applies. By then, how could the Li family not benefit? Not just Li Mingtian, but the rest of the Li family members were all wide-eyed. They looked at the teleported Li Changxiu, speechless. This team leader, Changxiu, is at the transformation realm. How could Jiang Wang? Li Mingtian sighed, weakly waving his hand. It was as if he had aged several years in that moment. He slowly spoke. That kid can crush the 1,000 jade shield with his bare hands, without using any spiritual power. Even the fluctuations we couldn't perceive. This can only mean one thing. He is now stronger than us. What? From the direction of the Li family, voices of shock rang out. But now, Jiang Wang had no interest in what was happening with the Li family, because in his eyes, Li Mingtian was already no different from an ant. As long as he wanted, he could turn the entire Li family upside down and leave not a single survivor. But now, he clearly had lost interest. Moreover, there were more important things to do, or rather to watch. At this moment, Jiang Wang was sitting on a cloud, retracting his aura. He furrowed his brows, looking at the massive light screen in the distance. Inside the light screen, two figures were floating, facing each other. One figure was wearing a robe of a fallen star, his entire body seeming to be covered in dazzling starlight. It was Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing's expression was calm, his eyes slightly squinted. Standing opposite him was a young boy, around 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a red training suit. The training suit had a brilliant flame emblem etched on it. Jiang Wang recognized this emblem. It was the symbol of the fire deity sect. Qin Yan's chest heaved violently, breathing heavily, and his gaze toward Luo Xing was extremely serious. Luo Xing's eyes swept over his body. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly spoke. You should admit defeat. Why waste time here? Qin Yan sneered coldly. His eyes seemed to be ablaze with anger as he shouted furiously. You are too arrogant, kid. Others fear your Luo clan's Luo Xing, but I fear you not. After saying that, Qin Yan's hands quickly formed seals, one after another, creating mysterious Yinjie. Crimson spiritual power gushed from his body, like a raging inferno. At this moment, the clothes on Qin Yan's upper body turned to ashes. Crimson flame technique, burn the heavens. Chapter 60. Luo Xing versus Qin Yan. This is getting exciting, huh? The holy son of the fire virtue sect, Qin Yan. It is said that the fire virtue sect Crimson Flame technique is extremely fierce. Today's match will be quite the eye-opener. But poor Luo Xing is really unfortunate, facing such well-known and much stronger opponents 2 times in a row. Listening to the murmurs from the surrounding audience, Jiang Wang did not respond. Instead, he stared fixedly at the enormous light screen ahead. He faintly had a premonition in his heart. This unlucky kid from the fire virtue sect, encountering Luo Xing, is sure to take a fall. In the arena at this moment, Luo Xing felt the temperature rising in this space. A trace of disdainful smile appeared on his lips. The raging crimson flames surged towards Luo Xing like dark clouds blocking the sky. He slowly formed seals with both hands. Light purple spiritual power began to flow from his body, spinning rapidly. At the same time, loud thunder rang out of thin air. Crack! Wow! I see it. The Luo clan's inherited divine skill. 9 heavens, thunder scripture. Thick bolts of lightning, as wide as adult thighs, instantly rained down on the entire arena. Luo Xing's eyes were filled with lightning. Suspended in midair, his arms spread wide. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at Qin Yan, who was struggling under the thunder. The lightning flickered around Luo Xing like small silver snakes, constantly dancing around him. Luo Xing reached out to grab. A purple bolt of lightning appeared in his hand, bursting with endless brilliance. The wild, destructive aura spread throughout the space. Qin Yan felt this aura and his face turned pale. But soon, a flicker of madness appeared in his eyes, and he began forming seals again, drawing the flames into his body, starting to scorch his meridians. A puff of black air was expelled from Qin Yan's mouth. At this moment, his once black hair began to turn fiery red. Spiritual power within him spun rapidly. Mystic fire divine feather. Endless, overwhelming flames erupted from his body, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry. A fire phoenix bathed in raging flames soared into the sky, flying high above. With its wings flapping, a beautiful phoenix feather slowly floated down. This was a feather formed from flames, with intricate patterns clearly visible. The terrifying ripple emanating from it made the very void start to distort. Luo Xing, come on. Qin Yin let out a loud roar. Then his hand seals changed once more. That phoenix feather instantly locked onto Luo Xing and slowly drifted towards him. Stubborn and unyielding, Luo Xing's eyes turned cold, his palm tightened, and the thunder in his hand shone brilliantly with lightning. At this moment, the surrounding space began to boil violently. The chaotic air filled with a sense of destruction gradually coalesced into a long spear. Its aura was powerful and fiercely destructive. Break! Luo Xing hurled the thunder spear directly, colliding with the floating fire feather. Boom! The clash of thunder and fire caused an incredibly violent ripple of spiritual power to spread out. The raging flames swept out, as if wanting to ignite all the spiritual energy in this world. The thunder scattered, shattering the surrounding void, revealing chaotic space, currents roaring through. The battle between thunder and flames was fiercely intense, and the exquisite patterns on the fire feather gradually faded, revealing signs of fatigue. Ah! Qin Yin roared to the sky, as the spiritual power within him poured into the fire feather, as if it were free. Luo Xing formed a seal with one hand, his expression indifferent, the slight disdain at the corner of his mouth even more pronounced. It really is true that one won't give up until seeing the yellow river. Tears won't fall until seeing the coffin. After saying this, Luo Xing flicked his sleeve, and his spiritual power suddenly spread out, his hands quickly forming seals. As mysterious seals appeared one after another, the spiritual power of the entire world erupted violently at that moment. Luo Xing's long hair stood upright, his expression solemn and serious, with lightning flashing in his eyes. It was as if an angry thunder god stood in the sky, ready to strike. 9 heavens, thunder punishment. Boom! With the deafening sound of rolling thunder, countless thunderclouds immediately covered the arena above. Thick, violent lightning flashed within them. Annihilate! Luo Xing's hand seal suddenly changed. In an instant, a brilliant lightning bolt descended from the thunderclouds. Carrying the aura of destruction, it seemed as though it wanted to annihilate the world, crashing down heavily. Boom! In just an instant, the thunderbolt shattered Qin Yan's fire feathers. The towering flames were drowned in the endless lightning. When the heavenly thunder shattered the fire feathers, it immediately and mercilessly struck Qin Yan's body. Ah! A miserable scream echoed out. Qin Yan was struck violently into the ground by the raging thunder. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his chest turned completely black, the hideous wounds exposed, and his bones visible. Qin Yan's face turned pale as he lay in the deep pit, unconscious and unknown whether he was dead or alive. Outside the arena, a collective gasp of cold air filled the air. This Luo kid is really ruthless, isn't it? At such a young age, he acts so viciously. Poor Qin Yan, with this blow, he won't die, but will definitely be half destroyed. Hearing the surrounding voices of regret, Jiang Wang furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. What a kid, born with the fate of an antagonist, so vicious at such a young age. Looks like if I get the chance, as his brother, I need to properly teach him a lesson. Now seeing Luo Xing's ability, there's a 90% chance they'll meet in the finals. As long as Jiang Wang and Luo Xing aren't eliminated, there will definitely be a battle between them. He had already made up his mind to properly educate Luo Xing when they met. Well, after all, educating his little brother is something that should be done. At the same time, powerful experts of the great Xia Divine Dynasty, scattered in various places, were exchanging messages. Once the first place candidate was confirmed, one figure flew toward the great Xia Divine Dynasty's main hall. Soon, this figure appeared in the main hall. Your Majesty, the person who defeated the first place opponent has been identified. The Emperor of Man looked toward the person below with a hint of confusion and asked, It's only been about a quarter of an hour, and the first place is already decided? In fact, the battle for first place ended in less than a quarter of an hour. The second place has also been decided, but we still need some time to confirm. The Emperor of Man was slightly shocked. Ended in less than a quarter of an hour? Yes. No mediocre talents remain. How could it be so easy to win? The first place is at that Luo kid. No, Your Majesty. The first place is from the Jiang family, Jiang Wang. What? At this, even the Emperor, who had seen many grand scenes, was slightly shocked. The second place is from the Luo family, Luo Xing. Saying this, the person below took out a recording stone. With a surge of spiritual power, Jiang Wang, and Li Changxiu's figures appeared within. The Emperor of Man sat on the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the battle between the two. As Jiang Wang delivered a simple yet powerful punch to end the battle, the Emperor's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Jiang Wang's youthful face, which still held a trace of determination, a hint of regret appeared on the Emperor's face. This young boy, the Emperor knew that Jiang Wang had deep abilities, but the terrifying speed of his growth still left him a little stunned. Then, he looked toward the person below and spoke. Go and invite Jiang Wang. I want to see him in person. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the man visibly froze, opening his mouth as if to say something. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. The Emperor frowned and snorted coldly. Yes. Chapter 61, Regret. In the arena above, Jiang Wang no longer lingered. He directly flew towards Ling Miao Peak. But just then, he suddenly heard someone shouting from below. Jiang Wang's eyes flashed with golden light as his gaze quickly swept down. He immediately saw the scene below on the ground. Li clan members were standing below, looking up at him. Among them, standing at the front, was Li Mitian. What's this? Want to cause trouble for Li Changxiu? Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and then landed directly on the ground. He scanned the crowd in front of him, feeling a bit puzzled, and frowned. Why do you only bring so few people to cause trouble? Just as he was thinking this, Li Mitian spoke up. His expression was complex and his tone awkward. Jiang, little brother, actually I came to apologize. As soon as these words came out, the experts nearby were dumbfounded. Although the Li clan was nothing special among the great families, Li Mitian was their leader. The leader taking the initiative to apologize was shocking enough, let alone the one receiving the apology was just a handsome little kid. Instantly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, wondering what this kid was really about. And Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Apologize? What crime are you apologizing for? Li Mitian sighed and slowly spoke. In the past, I was short-sighted, failing to recognize the mountain of Taishan, and was misled by some scoundrels in the clan, so I troubled the Jiang clan. Now that I think about it, I am filled with regret. So, Jiang Wang was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Li Mitian. Please, little brother Jiang, accept this. Saying this, Li Mitian handed over a Qingquan bag. Various precious metals and heavenly materials transformed into a flood in the air before diving back into the Qingquan bag. Jiang Wang was stunned. Li clan leader, what is this? Li Mitian sighed, speaking sincerely. Little brother Jiang, I do not wish for your Jiang family to remarry my Li clan. I only hope that from now on, you will not resent my Li clan for past mistakes. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and, taking the Qingquan bag, asked in confusion. Is it that simple? You didn't put any deadly poison in those rare materials, did you? Hearing Jiang Wang's words, a cold sweat appeared on Li Mitian's forehead. He forced a gushao, saying, How could that be? Actually, upon hearing Li Mitian's words, Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure enough, he was asking for something. Most likely, having seen his potential, they wanted to remarry with the Jiang clan. But before he could finish his thoughts, Li Mitian spoke again. Actually, I'm not afraid of losing face anymore. These treasures and high-grade spirit stones are just to buy peace of mind. Do you understand, little brother Jiang? When Jiang Wang heard this, he suddenly understood. So the Li clan was afraid that once he fully recovered, he would retaliate against them. They really were underestimating his peace of mind. In fact, as his strength rose, Jiang Wang had already lost any thoughts of revenge against them. Had the Li clan not been looking for a sense of existence over the years, he would have already descended upon the Li clan to choose a new leader. I think the leader of the Li clan should be my brother Jiang. It's still better than nothing. The most important thing is that he is not afraid of any schemes or tricks from the Li clan. When one is strong enough, all schemes and tricks will seem ridiculous. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang chuckled and calmly accepted the Qingquan bag, opening his mouth to speak. Well, it's just that little matter from back then, right? So many years have passed, hasn't it? Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Li Mitian instantly beamed with joy. That's right. Brother Jiang is broad-minded. Let me tell you, back then, a fool from our Li clan insisted on trying to mess with my Jiang clan. Now that I think about it, two words come to mind. Regret. Jiang Wang watched Li Mitian, who was talking like a comedian, feeling a bit awkward. Just as he was thinking of a reason to withdraw, several golden lights flew in from the horizon. The arriving person was Xiaozin, followed by dozens of golden armor guards, each exuding overwhelming spiritual power, looking incredibly striking. Xiaozin looked at Jiang Wang and spoke. Jiang Wang, the emperor has summoned you. Jiang Wang was taken aback, looking left and right, as if searching for something. After a while, he looked at Xiaozin and asked curiously, Are you talking to me? I'm the only one named Jiang Wang here. Yes. Xia Xin was straightforward, and it could even be said that he was somewhat dull, solely focused on martial training. But he was loyal to the great Xia divine dynasty and the emperor. For commands from the emperor, he always executed them with full effort. His attitude made Jiang Wang feel a bit amused. I didn't see it as an invitation. It felt more like an arrest. Think what you want. My emperor wants to see you. Come with me. What if I refuse? Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming gradually cold, as his internal spiritual power began to stir, ready to fight against this showy guy at any moment. But just then, oh dear, General Zien, what are you rushing for? I said I couldn't let you come first. This sharp voice came from not far away. The crowd saw a middle-aged man in a red brocade robe, with a pale face and no beard, arriving at the scene. As soon as he landed, he began to gasp for air. Oh dear, I'm so tired. General Zien, what kind of attitude is this toward our little hero Jiang? Xia Xin did not speak, only let out a cold snort. You. This peculiar middle-aged man looked frustrated and then turned to Jiang Wang. He wore a smile, full of flattery, and spoke to Jiang Wang. Little hero Jiang, please don't take offense. General Xia Xin has this awful temper and isn't very smart. I am Xia Jijin from the great Xia divine dynasty. Let me tell you, actually our prince thinks very highly of you, so he sent me to invite you to the palace for a discussion. Hearing Xia Jijin's words, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him. His eyes instinctively glanced at the other man's lower body. What a strange world. There are eunuchs here too, he thought. Then he looked at the flattering smile of the man before him. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Although he felt a bit annoyed with Xia Xin, he still suppressed his temper and spoke. Now that sounds like real talk. Haha, that's right. But before Xia Jijin's smile could fully spread, Jiang Wang continued. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry to go home and don't have time. Goodbye. Chapter 62. Face, former imperial clan. After Jiang Wang said this, he transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the sky, leaving the place. Seeing this, Xia Xin frowned, and his spiritual power surged, his body slightly bending. He made a move as if to chase after Jiang Wang. If you dare to fly up, I'll make sure your blood soaks that Song Xian Square today. Jiang Wang's cold voice echoed from above the skies into everyone's ears. Xia Jijin quickly grabbed Xia Xian's arm and spoke to him. What are you trying to do? Xia Xin snorted coldly. He looked up at the already vanished Jiang Wang. The fingers tightened, then, just like that, he turned to leave with the others. Xia Jijin had a bitter look on his face, glancing at the direction Jiang Wang had left, as if wanting to chase after him. He turned to look at Xia Xin, who hadn't gone far yet. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he followed after him. Watching the departing crowd, Li Mitian and the Li clan members behind him exchanged glances. Li Mitian clicked his tongue, speaking to the Li clan members behind him with regretful tones. Did you see that? It's not just us. Even a mighty great Xia divine dynasty was more arrogant than us. And look, they also had to throw an olive branch to Jiang Wang. That's right. And I heard that the general who came to the Li clan to show off was directly crushed into pieces by the human emperor. Li Mitian grimaced, regretting to the core, fearing he might as well not exist. The clan members didn't know, but did he not know? That General Wu could easily smash him into 8 pieces with just a pinky. Such a powerful general was killed by the human emperor without even a blink. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Wasn't it all because of the broken engagement with Jiang Wang? Thinking of this, the words that came to Li Mitian's lips felt a bit dry. Stop talking, let's go back. Since Jiang Wang has accepted our things, there's nothing to worry about. Let's hurry back to see if we can patch things up with the Jiang clan. Yes, let's hurry home. So he really didn't come? The human emperor sat on the dragon throne, letting out a long sigh. Xia Xin sneered quietly below. Your Majesty, since Jiang Wang is so unrestrained, why not let your subordinate bring him back directly? The human emperor waved his hand. No need. After saying that, the human emperor sighed again. Just thinking about it brought back memories of that hateful Wu Qi. Oomph. The human emperor slammed his palm on the dragon throne, rising in anger and biting his teeth, saying furiously, all blame falls on that damned Wu Qi. If it wasn't for him showing off in the Jiang clan, would today's situation have happened? A furious dragon's roar echoed through the entire hall. The protective dragon aura around the human emperor flickered in and out. Father, where does Jiang Wang get his confidence to be so arrogant, even disregarding your summons? Xia Mengyao, a figure as dainty as a little sprite, appeared in the hall, coming to the human emperor's side. Seeing Xia Mengyao, the human emperor seemed a bit annoyed and sat back down on the dragon throne. He looked at Xia Mengyao and spoke to her. After all, he's an ancient sacred body. Reaching this level at such a young age, it's normal for him to feel a bit proud. The human emperor paused, then continued. Besides, those unpleasant things happened before, leading him to have a bad impression of our great Xia divine dynasty. Xia Mingyao pouted, muttering softly. He really is petty. Father, don't worry. If I meet him in the competition arena, I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you. Xia Mingyao shook her small, fair fist angrily. The human emperor looked at her, his expression somewhat strange. He suddenly remembered how Jiang Wang had defeated Li Changxiu earlier. That powerful punch had shattered the defensive spiritual treasure into pieces. Thinking of this, he glanced at his little princess, unable to help but feel worried. The human emperor thought to himself, he's supposed to be dealing with others. Let's hope he doesn't get hurt himself. Since Jiang Wang began to rise, the human emperor had increasingly found him admirable, especially that relentless momentum he carried. It made people see him in a different light. But recognition is one thing. The human emperor's expression grew complex, as if he were weighing something. After a while, he silently thought to himself, if Jiang Wang were to become part of our great Xia divine dynasty, with that ancient sacred body of his, practicing our great heavenly dragon scripture, he would surely practice it to the extreme. At the same time, on the way back to Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Wang faced no more obstacles. Just when he was about to close his eyes to cultivate, Shun Linger pushed the door open and entered. Sister Ling. Shun Linger sat down beside Jiang Wang. How have you been these days? Have you seen your brother? Jiang Wang nodded. I've seen him. I watched that fight between him and Qin Yan. He is strong. Even if I encountered him, I wouldn't dare to say I could definitely defeat him. Shun Linger said, her expression hesitant. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement and spoke. That's right. He is indeed stronger than I imagined, and I feel this is not his limit. Your brother's not simple. Shun Linger spoke to the person before her. Then Jiang Wang seemed to suddenly think of something. Sister Linger, why does the Palace of Creation give such great respect to the Luo clan and the great Xia divine dynasty? Shun Linger was taken aback upon hearing this. Are you referring to the special halls arranged for these two sects? Yes, exactly. And I can feel that the cultivators of the Palace of Creation hold great respect for these two clans. He was confused. These two clans, whether in the number of saints or the number of saint kings, are not as strong as our Palace of Creation. Why do they hold them in such high regard? After listening to Jiang Wang's words, Shun Linger looked at him with a strange expression. How can you, being someone from a Luo clan, not know this? Jiang Wang's face turned a bit awkward. Since his birth, he could count on one hand the times he had left his clan, let alone the entire continent and the ancient immortal domain. Even in the eastern faction distribution of the ancient immortal domain where the Jiang clan resided, he hadn't figured it out. Seeing his expression, Shun Linger couldn't help but sigh. Then, she straightened her soft little face and began to explain. First, she spoke about the Luo clan. It is said that the Luo clan was also a prestigious clan during the ancient era, what is now known as the ancient aristocratic families. The first ancestor of the Luo clan, the Luo god. In that era, he was a famous emperor. Not only did they have countless saints and saint kings within the clan, but they also possessed a supreme imperial weapon. However, for some unknown reason, only the Luo god emerged as an emperor from within the Luo clan. After the fall of the emperor, the Luo clan began to decline further, and the whereabouts of their supreme imperial weapon also became unknown. Without the protection of the emperor and the supreme imperial weapon, the ancient aristocratic family became a mere name. As their strength diminished, they naturally lost the capital to compete with other powerful clans for resources. Over time, the resources within the clan could not afford those strong individuals. In this way, without the protection of emperors, supreme imperial weapons, and numerous strong individuals, their former territory was gradually eaten away. This is what the Luo clan has become now. But as the saying goes, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. It is rumored that after the fall of the Luo god, he seemed to have hidden the supreme imperial weapon within the clan. Although there has been no news of the supreme imperial weapon from the Luo clan in recent years, no one actually knows what the truth is. Chapter 63. The Duel of Direct Disciples, facing Xia Mingyao. Moreover, it is also rumored that there might still be an old monster who followed the Luo god, sleeping within the Luo clan. What level of strength that old monster possesses now, of course, is unknown to anyone. In summary, this is the remaining authority of the Luo clan today. Now let's talk about the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Although the Great Xia Divine Dynasty has not seen an emperor since its founding, the first emperor of humanity unexpectedly obtained a broken supreme imperial weapon in his later years, and then he began to gather the treasures of heaven and earth, ultimately using himself as a sacrifice to repair that supreme imperial weapon. Although it still differs somewhat from a true supreme imperial weapon, its power remains terrifying. Furthermore, there are still some old monsters sleeping within the clan. These two clans, relying on their own hidden cards, are able to hold a position of honor within the Palace of Creation. After listening to Shun Linger's explanation, Jiang Wang took quite some time to close his mouth, which had opened in shock. Shun Linger shook her head helplessly, patted his shoulder, and spoke. Sigh, little brother, it seems there's still so much you need to learn. After speaking, Shun Linger left Jiang Wang's Qingshan villa. Seeing Shun Linger leave, Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow, just wow. Looks like I need to work harder. Otherwise, going to the Luo clan after becoming an adult might put me at a disadvantage. Thinking this, he no longer delayed and directly entered a state of cultivation. The Immortal Palace Grand Competition has reached its third day today. The number of participants is getting fewer and fewer, with at least half dropping out each day. And even for those who win, many choose to withdraw due to serious injuries. But even so, the Zhongxian Square is still a sea of people. In fact, as the competition progresses, the number of people keeps increasing. On the fourth day, Jiang Wang finally encountered some formidable opponents. They all had some reputation among the younger generation in the ancient fairy realm. But without exception, they were all pushed aside by Jiang Wang with just one punch. Each time Jiang Wang would quickly overpower his opponent and then start running around to watch other matches. Because of his swift victories, Jiang Wang gained some fame in this immortal palace of creation. However, Jiang Wang's title of first was not always secure. There was another person whose speed wasn't much different from his, even once slightly faster. This person was Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing was infamous, and everyone knew that this 5-year-old saint of the Luo clan struck brutally and mercilessly. On the third day, his opponent didn't even start fighting and directly conceded. This made the names of both Luo Xing and Jiang Wang resonate throughout the entire immortal palace of creation. After the competition on the fourth day ended, Jiang Wang happened to overhear a few people discussing him on his way back to Ling Miao Peak. Truly, each generation surpassing the last. I watched the battle between Luo Xing and Jiang Wang. They were both so fierce. Of course, the former is the saint of the Luo clan, with countless resources since childhood and extraordinary talent, naturally stronger. But I feel Jiang Wang is not inferior. Haven't you heard? Jiang Wang is said to be an ancient holy body. The group was shocked. What? Ancient holy body? No way, I haven't seen him use it. Naturally, those opponents weren't worthy. Don't worry, you will definitely see it. By the way, you probably don't know. One person suddenly spoke mysteriously to the others. Everyone became curious and asked, what do you know? That Jiang Wang and Luo Xing are actually brothers. I don't believe it. Jiang Wang didn't linger much longer. To be honest, these things were not really secrets. After all, both the Jiang clan and the Luo clan had many people, and it was inevitable that others would find out. Time quickly moved to the fifth day. On this fifth day, there were only a little over 100 participants left. 64 golden lotus platforms appeared in the sky above Zhongxian Square. Yilong's figure appeared out of thin air, looking down at the crowd before speaking. Today is the fifth day of the Immortal Palace Grand Competition, with 128 people remaining. We will select 64 true disciples for the 7 great peaks, each recognizing their respective peak masters as teachers. The remaining 64 can still choose to join the 12 pavilions. Yilong paused, then suddenly looked up at the sky and loudly said, welcome the masters of the 12 pavilions and the peak masters of the 7 peaks. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all looking toward the Om. They saw the cone twisting, and 12 figures appeared in between heaven and earth. These 12 figures included elderly men over 60, amiable young men full of scholarly spirit, and incredibly beautiful women with graceful figures. These 12 people had different heights and appearances, but their strong auras were similar. Each one was a genuine sage-level expert. At this moment, the cultivators present in the Immortal Palace of Creation all rose into the air to pay their respects to these 12 figures. The 12 figures all nodded, and then descended to the front of Zhongxian Square. Behind each of them, a spirit vine-long bench appeared in the void, yet no one took a seat, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, in the next moment, the spiritual energy in this world suddenly became active. The space trembled. 7 figures of various shapes slowly emerged in this realm. These 7 figures were like the 12 governors from before. Among them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, and a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. That breathtaking beauty was, of course, Jiang Wang's beautiful master. The rest were mostly middle-aged men, with solemn faces and no smiles. Jiang Wang looked at the Miao Saint. The latter also sensed Jiang Wang's gaze, and her beautiful eyes, like autumn water, looked at him. Then she slightly nodded at him. Greetings, esteemed peak masters. As these 7 powerful beings appeared, whether it was the monks of the Creation Immortal Palace or the 12 governors from before. All bowed to these 7 figures. These 7 figures represented the greatest foundation of the Creation Immortal Palace. They were the embodiment of the arrogant capital of the Creation Immortal Palace. In the arena, the 7 figures stood in the void. Each displayed their methods, transforming into items such as golden lotuses or chairs. Then they all seated themselves in the void, watching Jiang Wang and the others with interest. At this moment, Heilong's gaze was also turned towards Jiang Wang and his group. He spoke, "Today's match will still be decided by drawing lots. Without further ado, we shall soon know who is strong and who is weak. Let the battles begin." With Heilong's final shout, the azure treasure mirror in the sky shot out over 100 rays of light, enveloping Jiang Wang and the others within. Jiang Wang followed the guidance and entered the arena. However, this time, as the light from the opposite side dissipated, Jiang Wang's expression grew peculiar. He saw that the person opposite him was dressed in a pink silk dress, with fair and tender skin, and a delicate face with 2 big, watery eyes that were especially adorable. This person was none other than Xia Mengyao. Chapter 64. A brutal move, 1 strike to victory. Seeing that her opponent was Jiang Wang, Xia Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Then, she revealed a proud smile. She danced her small pink fist at Jiang Wang, looking as if she was ready to put him in his place. But Jiang Wang felt no ripples in his heart when facing Xia Mengyao. As an outstanding youth who once grew up under the red flag, although he was now in child's body, he certainly had no interest in this little lowly. The spiritual energy barrier in the middle began to slowly dissipate. Both Xia Mengyao and Jiang Wang slowly rose into the air. The golden spiritual energy around her began to surge, and the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the arena. Jiang Wang's golden blood energy soared into the sky, bathing him in golden divine light. Even his hair was painted gold by the radiance. The scene of Jiang Wang and Xia Mengyao within the light curtain attracted the attention of many powerful. It is said that with a wave of his sleeve, he could summon purple gas from 8,000 miles east, crushing a region into dust. The heavenly sage with purple in his eyes quickly scanned the two. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "I actually think that the little princess of the great Xia divine dynasty is a bit stronger. From her aura, it seems she has practiced the great true dragon sutra of the great Xia divine dynasty, which is said to be exceptionally overbearing, capable of crushing all enemies in the world." Hearing the words of the heavenly sage, several voices of agreement echoed out. "Hee, I don't think that little guy named Jiang Wang will lose." Looking over, one could see a strong bald man with a bare upper body, smiling at Jiang Wang in the light curtain. This big man had bronze skin, and the muscles on his body coiled together like thick dragons, intertwining. The veins bulged, and a faint sound of thunder seemed to emanate from within him, the sound of blood colliding in his body. This person was the master of the dragon-catching peak, the dragon-catching saint, who specialized in physical training. It is said that during a battle with a Saint King, he once crushed their life treasure with his bare hands, with fists that could shatter the heavens and feet that could crack the earth. The dragon-catching saint chuckled as he scratched his bald head and said playfully, "Just to clarify, whether that kid wins or loses, I want him. Don't try to compete with me. It would be a waste to let such a good physical training talent go to you." The heavenly sage remained expressionless and simply spoke slowly. "You might be overestimating him. Although he is an ancient saint body, he is still in his juvenile stage, and Summer Mengyao is not an ordinary body but a prenatal spirit body." Prenatal spirit body. I remember the former primordial emperor also had this constitution. At that moment, a suave and elegant man dressed in a blue robe, holding a white folding fan, suddenly spoke. With long hair flowing, compared to the solemnity of the heavenly sage, this man appeared more carefree and ethereal, lightly waving his folding fan, creating gusts of wind. A faint smile was always on his lips, looking as refreshing as spring, very amiable. This was the heavenly protector from the Qingtian Peak. Indeed, that's why I believe that Summer Mengyao. Throughout history, countless rebellious physiques have emerged. However, there is only one primordial emperor, and one cannot judge everything solely by physique. When the crowd heard this voice, they were somewhat startled, because the one who spoke was none other than the wonderful saint. At this moment, the wonderful saint was seated on the back of a celestial crane, her eyes like autumn waters fixated on the light curtain without blinking. The heavenly protector was slightly stunned, then laughed heartily, gently waving his folding fan as he spoke to her. It seems the wonderful saint has high hopes for this little guy. The wonderful saint showed no signs of concealment and nodded directly. "Haha, how rare." The usually proud, wonderful saint holds this young man in such high regard, which truly makes one expectant. Then let us wait and see. The heavenly sage looked deeply at the wonderful saint before saying no more, intending to use the outcome to verify his thoughts. At this moment, the people from the great Xia divine dynasty had also arrived at the Zhongshuan Square. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking at the two in the light curtain, somewhat nervous as he wiped his sweat. I wonder if Meng Yao can hold on. Xia Jijin seemed to have sensed the emperor's concern and spoke comfortingly from his side. Your Majesty need not worry. Even though Jiang Wang is exceptionally powerful, the little princess is also extraordinarily talented. It does not mean she will definitely lose to that Jiang clan saint body. The emperor looked at Xia Jijin, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, sighing as he spoke with a tone of helplessness. That Jiang clan's young man is growing stronger, training without rest, while Meng Yao, on the other hand, sleeps during her practice. When practicing divine skills, it's fine to catch birds and beasts and deal with some ordinary people, but if she encounters a genius like herself, do you really think she would be a match? Hearing the words of the emperor, Xia Jijin's face turned awkward, and at that moment he recalled the scene where Xia Mengyao made the powerful instructors in the great Xia dynasty suffer terribly, leaving him at a loss for words. The two stood in mid-air within the light screen, staring at each other. Xia Mengyao snorted lightly and spoke up. Jiang Wang, you're being too petty. It's not like my mother sent someone to your Jiang clan. She has already been punished by father, and this princess has not blamed you for it. Boom! Before Xia Mengyao could finish her sentence, Jiang Wang moved directly, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, turning into a golden flash that rushed forward in fury. A golden palm print appeared in the air, dazzlingly bright, collapsing space and emitting a strong tremor. Facing Jiang Wang's sudden attack, Xia Mengyao was caught unprepared, hastily channeling her entire spiritual power to desperately defend herself. Smack! The overwhelming spiritual power burst forth, directly knocking Xia Mengyao out of the entire arena. Chapter 65. This is what you brought upon yourselves. The crowd outside, watching all this, instantly erupted in disbelief. Many people had not even figured out what was happening, and the battle was already over. Is this for real? I bought seeds to watch this. That was too fast. No way. Gasps of shock erupted from the observing crowd. The emperor sighed helplessly, seeming to lose all strength. The 7 holy kings in the sky also wore various expressions at that moment. The Sky Tower saint watched this scene with a helpless chuckle. His gaze flickered meaningfully toward the heavenly sage who sat above the firmament. The latter's expression was calm, not speaking, but a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. In the arena, Xia Mengyao, who had already been eliminated, finally reacted. Her gaze toward Jiang Wang was filled with anger and shock as she pointed her little finger at him and exclaimed, Jiang Wang, you sneak attacked. You're shameless. Jiang Wang shrugged and replied, Who sneak attacked you? Isn't it your own fault? The barrier has disappeared, yet you're still dragging out your words. Who has the time to play with you? You. Xia Mengyao was so furious that her silver teeth gnashed together, stammering for a long time, but unable to articulate her thoughts. After holding in for a long time, she finally blurted out, I don't care. You snuck attacked me. I demand a rematch. Jiang Wang chuckled. Is the Celestial Palace your family's? I can't be bothered with you. Saying this, he waved his hand, pretending to wait for the light of the Zhongshuan mirror to descend and take him away. After a while, he slowly frowned, because the light meant to take him away had not yet descended. Outside, the mysterious sage also furrowed her brows slightly at this scene, suddenly turning to look at the heavenly sage. Her red lips parted slightly as she inquired, What does this mean? The latter slowly stood up, narrowing his eyes slightly, looking toward the Zhongshuan mirror and speaking slowly. The rules never stated that going out of bounds counts as losing. This match should be rematched. The mysterious sage suddenly smiled. Going out of bounds doesn't count as losing? That's truly absurd. There's nothing absurd about it. The rules never stated that going out of bounds counts as losing. Moreover, mysterious sage, let me ask you, how do you define the term boundary? This arena counts as a boundary, but the entire Zhongshuan mirror also counts as a boundary. Even the entire continent is a boundary. Although Xia Mengyao exited the boundary of the arena, she is still within the boundary. How can this be considered a loss? The mysterious sage furrowed her brows tightly, coldly snorting, her gaze toward the heavenly sage turning somewhat unfriendly. Softly, she said, I don't want to hear your sophistry. If the heavenly peak master wants to argue, we should choose another day to do so. Today, let's quickly bring Jiang Wang out. The heavenly sage's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that Miao Shengren did not see the slightest displeasure in his eyes. He simply spoke calmly. I've already said Xia Mengyao did not lose. How can I guide Jiang Wang? Do you really want to reverse right and wrong? Miao Shengren snorted coldly, and his surrounding spiritual power began to surge, brilliant divine lights appearing in this world. Is Miao Shengren wanting to fight me? Tong Tian Dasheng also coldly snorted, with his own Tao principle starting to slowly rotate, the purple light in his eyes growing stronger. No, no, no. What you two doing? Let's talk nicely. Yes, this was originally a happy occasion. Why must it be so tense? Qing Tian Xingzhe and others hurriedly spoke to comfort them, fearing that these two would start fighting. At that moment, a peculiar divine thought suddenly descended into this square. Those who sensed this divine thought immediately changed their expressions. We welcome the Palace Master. At this moment, whether it was the 7 Peak Masters or the 12 Pavilion Masters, they all stood up, respectfully bowing to the heavens. The crowd below instantly became incredibly excited. The Palace Master? Songshuan Palace Master has come too. Oh my, I never expected to see Songshuan Palace Master in my lifetime. Calm down, it's just a divine thought. This divine thought was incredibly peculiar, floating uncertainly in the heavens, as if it were everywhere. A clear and ringing voice reverberated across this world, sounding like a young person in their 20s. Little guy, the rules indeed did not state that leaving the arena means victory. Are you willing to fight again? At this moment, Jiang Wang felt very displeased, sensing many of the dark schemes he had experienced in his past life. For example, having someone with an intellectual disability as class leader, half paralyzed as a sports committee member. He never expected to encounter such darkness again. Even though he was unwilling in every possible way, Jiang Wang could not directly offend this powerful being in front of tens of thousands of people. Who? He let out a long breath and cupped his fist toward the heavens, speaking. Since the Songshuan Palace Master has appeared to speak, I am willing to compete with Xia Mengyao again. Ha, that's more like it. A man should have such poise. Songshuan Palace Master seemed to appreciate Jiang Wang's attitude. After saying this, everyone felt that the divine thought vanished. We bid farewell to Songshuan Palace Master. However, at this moment, Songshuan Palace Master's voice reappeared in Jiang Wang's mind. Little guy, I'm glad you understand the bigger picture. I still need to take care of the face of the Daxia divine dynasty. The road of strength is full of thorns. These unfairnesses are normal. When you feel wronged, use your fist to silence everyone. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you. After saying this, Songshuan Palace Master's voice completely disappeared. The Tong Tian Dasheng in the heavens still had that indifferent expression, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He glanced at Miao Shengren, then let out a cold laugh and sat back down on the Dao platform. Miao Shengren's delicate brows slowly relaxed. Since Songshuan Palace Master had spoken, she also felt it was inappropriate to say more and similarly sat down to continue watching the competition. Hearing the transmission, Jiang Wang let out a breath. The golden light surrounding him that had just calmed down began to grow strong again, glancing at the smug Xia Mengyao across from him with a slightly cold gaze. The latter flew back into the arena, hands on her hips, provocatively speaking to Jiang Wang. Come on, this princess is ready. In response to Xia Mengyao's provocation, Jiang Wang still did not speak, instead slowly forming hand seals. At this moment, the spiritual power in the world began to rage violently. Endless golden blood, energy, surged out from the crown of his head. The ground beneath his feet transformed into golden waves, immense golden spiritual power surging upward like a tidal wave. Upon the surface of the sea, golden lotus flowers bloomed. Countless rays of light lingered around it. The golden lotus floated automatically without wind, drifting in the golden ocean, with a peculiar golden mist spreading out, drifting towards the opposite Xia Mengyao. Remember, this is what you brought upon yourself. Chapter 66, Under the Bright Sun. Spanking the Little Princess? Jiang Wang's gaze was calm, his eyes filled with golden light. He looked at Xia Mengyao and slowly spoke. At that moment, her delicate little face was also filled with seriousness, and a dragon shadow appeared around her, letting out low, vigilant growls towards the golden mist approaching. At this moment, the outside world was already engulfed in a frenzy. Is this the vision of the ancient sacred body, the sea of bitterness growing golden lotus? It really is immensely powerful. If that golden mist touches you, you will surely be crushed into powder by that immense force. I really envy. How do you play with so many divine abilities naturally bestowed? Shoo, we are about to see a good show. It wasn't just the spectators. At this moment, whether it was the 7 Peak Masters in the sky or the 12 Pavilion Masters, all were fixated on this scene. The human emperor slowly stood up, looking at the serious Xia Mengyao in the light screen, unable to help but break into a cold sweat for her. At this moment, There was another person who was also watching the scene intently. It was Luo Xing, who had already dealt with his opponent. Luo Xing looked at Jiang Wang in the light screen, his eyes sparkling with a different light, not knowing what he was thinking. He then looked at the golden lotuses swaying and floating without wind. Lowering his gaze, he softly whispered, "Ancient sacred body." Xiao Mingyao's eyes were also covered with golden light at this moment. A powerful spiritual force was drawn from her body, and a golden giant dragon slowly appeared behind her. The golden dragon soared through the void, lifelike, its dragon scales erect, opening its fierce mouth, letting out a roar at Jiang Wang. Roar! The massive dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth, directly charging towards the constantly spreading golden mist. Boom! The mysterious and peculiar golden mist was like an incredibly heavy golden wave, crashing down on the giant dragon's enormous body. Dragon scales shattered, and golden dragon blood splattered out. The giant dragon let out a painful roar as its massive tail swept through the mysterious mist. The momentum was extraordinarily fierce, causing this void to entirely collapse. Waves of incredibly strong spiritual power rippled outwards, causing the hard floor of this arena to shatter inch by inch and columns to collapse. Jiang Wang remained unmoved in this powerful wave of spiritual force, his hands drawing in the empty space before him. Spiritual power surged madly from his body. A black and a white yin-yang fish appeared before him, entwined together, forming a yin-yang diagram. The yin and yang spun, and the two-colored spiritual power continuously intertwined. A strong aura emanated out, and the space trembled as if it could not withstand this immense power. Jiang Wang let out a loud shout. With two extraordinary visions, he directly carried the yin-yang diagram of life and death towards the attacking Xiao Mengyao. Seeing Jiang Wang attacking her, Xiao Mengyao frowned. Her hand seals continuously changed, and the sound of dragon roars echoed. On her two fair and delicate arms, dragon-scale phantoms began to appear. True dragon, shock heaven seal. Xiao Mengyao also shouted loudly. Raising her arms above her head, a giant seal appeared in her hands, contrasting sharply with her petite figure. The giant seal was covered with peculiar golden dragon-shaped symbols, densely packed, as if it possessed endless pressure. "I will seal you down." Boom! The yin-yang diagram of life and death collided with the true dragon seal. The surrounding space instantly began to tremble violently, and then large areas began to collapse. Both of their internal spiritual power madly poured into it at this moment. No one will submit to anyone. Jiang Wang gave a cold grunt, and the yin-yang life and death chart appeared in his hands. Then, with a forceful stomp of his foot, he stepped into the void, carrying a sharp and overwhelming force, lifting his leg to attack Summer Mengyao. "I, the princess, have grown up soaking in dragon's blood since childhood. I'm not afraid of your body. What nonsense holy body is this? Today, I will break your legs." Summer Mengyao spoke angrily. With one hand clenched into a fist, she swung down towards Jiang Wang in fury. The moment their fists and feet collided, Summer Mingyao's face changed dramatically. Her small face was filled with shock. She could clearly feel the immense strength coming from Jiang Wang's leg. Bang! Summer Mingyao's tiny body was directly kicked away by Jiang Wang, crashing heavily into the ground. Hey! The human emperor stood up instantly, unable to hold back any longer. If it weren't for his concerns, he would have wanted to step in and save Summer Mengyao right away. "Rest assured, your majesty. If the situation turns unfavorable, I will act immediately." The heavenly sage above the sky spoke. The human emperor frowned deeply, cupping his hands towards the heavenly sage above, then reluctantly sat back down. He looked at the light screen in front of him, his expression complex. At this moment, the spectators watching the battle all had their mouths wide open. Wow, what a guy. This Jiang Wang is ruthless, destroying flowers at such a young age. Isn't that right? He gives no face at all. The little princess of the Daxia divine dynasty was beaten into the ground. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would believe it? Sigh. He doesn't understand how to cherish delicate beauty. This guy deserves to be single for life. These words were immediately met with countless voices of opposition. They were all beautiful girls or female cultivators. Looking at Jiang Wang in the light screen, his hair flying and wrapped in golden light, looking like a god, his eyes flickered with a strange brilliance. Jiang Wang is so handsome. I really want to marry him. So handsome and cute, and so strong. Is this the legendary figure with the aura of an emperor? In the arena, Jiang Wang glanced at Summer Mengyao, still struggling in the deep pit. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fist with one hand, and golden blood energy erupted wildly. A punch heavily struck the golden dragon seal. Crack! Jiang Wang's incredibly powerful punch directly caused the dragon seal to crack, covered in tiny fractures. Then, with a loud crack, it shattered into countless points of spiritual power, scattering into the air. His figure quickly descended, his sleeves swirling, and a gust of spiritual wind swept out, scattering all the dust in the arena. Then, under everyone's gaze, he reached out with one hand, grabbing Summer Mengyao, and asked her, "So what now? Do you submit or not?" "I won't submit. If you have the ability, let me go." Summer Mengyao struggled in the air, her limbs flailing as she desperately tried to grab Jiang Wang, completely forgetting to use her spiritual power. Jiang Wang furrowed his brows. "You don't submit, huh? Then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father and mother. Remember, the people outside won't pamper you." Then, he began to slap her repeatedly, landing harshly on her perky little bottom. Smack! With a crisp sound, the world seemed to fall into utter silence. The onlookers outside the arena were stunned, their mouths slowly opening in disbelief. The little princess of the Daxia divine dynasty was slapped on the bottom by him. Oh my god, in broad daylight like this? This little guy really shows no respect for Daxia at all. Chapter 67. The human emperor admits defeat, brutally beating Summer Mengyao. Smack! 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 The crisp slaps echoed through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Just moments ago, Summer Mengyao had been struggling, but at this moment, she froze, thinking she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the fiery pain spread through her little bottom that she gradually realized she had been slapped. "You dare slap my bottom?" Summer Mengyao slowly turned her head. She looked at Jiang Wang with disbelief on her face. Then, in an instant, Xiao Mengyao's eyes slowly reddened, and mist seemed to rise from them. The next moment, her delicate little face, as beautiful as porcelain, turned a deep red, like a ripe apple. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. At the same time, Xiao Mengyao seemed to have gone mad, scratching at Jiang Wang with all her might, forgetting to use any spiritual power. "You, Jiang Wang, my father and mother have never hit me. I will kill you, Jiang Wang." Looking at Xiao Mengyao, who seemed to have lost her mind, Jiang Wang felt a surge of unexplained anger inside him. At first, he thought his actions were somewhat sudden. After all, she was just a little girl. But now, seeing Xiao Mengyao in this state, he immediately decided to go all the way, since he had already started. "You still refuse to accept it, right? Fine." Saying that, Jiang Wang raised his hand again and slapped Xiao Mengyao's little bottom again. Woo-woo, Jiang Wang. Xiao Mengyao felt the burning pain from her little bottom. Tears continued to stream down. She had wanted to keep resisting and fight Jiang Wang to the death today. But when she was completely exhausted, she sorrowfully discovered that she could not escape Jiang Wang's control. And Jiang Wang continued to slap Xiao Mengyao's little bottom. "Woo-woo, I give up. I admit defeat." Xiao Mengyao finally spoke, her delicate face filled with grievance and humiliation. As her words of surrender left her lips, a beam of light immediately descended, enveloping her and taking her away. Xiao Mengyao, her eyes filled with tears, glared at Jiang Wang with burning hatred. Her gaze seemed as though she wanted to swallow him alive. She clenched her silver teeth, her voice full of fury as she spoke. "Jiang Wang, just wait." "Oh." Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, as if about to rush toward her. "Father." Seeing this, Xiao Mengyao, afraid to stay any longer, immediately fled in a hurry. At this moment, the onlookers outside had strange expressions on their faces, their gazes subtly shifting toward the great Xia Emperor. "I feel like we're about to see a good show. The great Xia dynasty has always been overbearing and protective. How could they let Jiang Wang off? No way. Everything Jiang Wang did was within the rules, and there was no real harm. If the great Xia dynasty is still going to make things difficult over this, it would be too disgraceful. It's within the rules, but this action of Jiang Wang's, how is it any different from slapping the emperor in the face? You didn't let him off either." "True, but after seeing that scene, I suddenly wonder how this little princess will face Jiang Wang when she grows up." The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his expression complicated, his gaze flickering as he looked at Jiang Wang through the light screen. "Bastard, your majesty, how can we let the little princess be so humiliated?" "Yes, we must take revenge for the little princess, your majesty. Please give the order and let me go capture this boy." "Let me go, your majesty." Before the emperor could respond, the officials of the great Xia dynasty behind him were all furious, shouting that Jiang Wang should pay the price. The emperor slowly raised his hand, sighed, and turned to look at the uncertain-faced Xia Zhijin beside him. "What do you think? Is what I said true?" Xia Zhijin smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Xiao Mengyao, wrapped in the beam of light, cried as she rushed to the emperor, directly throwing herself into his embrace. Wu Father Jiangwang bullied me. At that moment, Xiao Mingyao's eyes were red and swollen, and as she thought of Jiangwang's actions, her skin burned with pain. As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes once more, and she looked pitifully at the emperor. Father. The emperor, of course, knew what his beloved daughter meant. For a moment, he was also at a loss. This, as the emperor of humanity, naturally, he was very distressed that his beloved daughter had been hurt. But ultimately, it was a case of weakness against strength, especially since she lost to that Jiang Wang from the Jiang family. After a long while, the emperor let out a long sigh. He patted Xiao Mingyao's little head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness as he spoke. You were lazy in your training, only playing around when practicing your skills, and now you're dumbfounded in front of a strong opponent, right? That kid is stronger than you by far in both technique and spiritual power. How about it? Did you learn your lesson this time? Hearing the emperor's words, Xiao Mingyao was stunned. Her little mouth immediately pouted. Although she was only 5 years old, she was exceptionally smart and knew exactly what the emperor meant. It was obviously impossible for her to ask the emperor for revenge. But Xiao Mingyao still wanted to make one last attempt, her big, watery eyes brimming with tears. Her delicate, fair face was filled with grievance, making her look incredibly pitiful. Father. The emperor, well aware that he might not withstand his beloved daughter's sugar-coated artillery, simply turned his head away and said, Ahem, let's not go down this route. If you want revenge, then work hard in your training and seek him out yourself for revenge. After saying this, the emperor directly closed his eyes to rest, no longer speaking. Seeing the situation, Xiao Mingyao knew that her attempt to be adorable was hopeless, so she could only leave in a daze. Before she left, her big eyes angrily glared at the just-appeared Jiang Wang. Feeling Xiao Mingyao's presence fade away, the emperor slowly opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Beside him, Xiao Zhijin pondered for a moment and then tentatively asked, Your Majesty, won't this hurt the little princess's feelings? Where is there a smooth sailing life? Mingyao has grown up surrounded by so much pampering, never having faced setbacks. Letting her learn some lessons now is a good thing. Right now, I can protect her. There won't be any danger in this big competition. It's better for her to face some difficulties now than to suffer later and lose her life. Yes. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xiao Zhijin could say no more, only nodding in agreement. At this moment, the expressions of the 7 holy kings above in the sky were varied. Ha! Tontian Great Sage, you can't even handle this little princess. The dragon-catching Great Sage laughed heartily, his laughter booming like thunder as he teased the frowning Tontian Great Sage. This kid is indeed competent, but he's a bit too rude when dealing with girls. The sky-reaching sage stroked his chin and spoke with a smile. Seeing Tontian Great Sage, he directly stood up, snorted coldly, and then waved his sleeves to leave. Chapter 68. Preemptive Apprenticeship. Shock in the Immortal Palace. As Tontian Great Sage left, the other 6 finally exchanged glances, and then they all let out a light laugh. After all these years, Tontian Great Sage is still the same, too prideful. Yintian Taoist looked at Tontian Great Sage's departing back and couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Who can say otherwise? Too much face leads to living in misery. The dragon-catching Great Sage laughed again like thunder, teasing him. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at the others and said, Hey, I've already said that no matter if this kid wins or loses, I want him. You can't snatch him from me. As soon as the words of Tontian Great Sage fell, a calm voice suddenly emerged. That's just your one-sided wish. No one has agreed to it. Everyone turned their gaze to see that the speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, with his eyes covered by a strip of black cloth. This middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the void, with no spiritual energy leaking out. However, around him, there was a faint sharp sword energy swirling, so intense that the space beside him seemed to be sliced open by this sharp sword energy. The whole person appeared like an extraordinary sword hidden within a sheath, concealed in brilliance, and extremely restrained. This person was Jian Wuming, the master Jianyun Peak, known as the Black-Clothed Sword Saint. However, this sword saint is extremely mysterious. No one has ever seen him unleash his full power. Moreover, it is rumored that the Black-Clothed Sword Saint has an old acquaintance with the master of the Songxian Palace, having followed him from the very beginning. When people see this sword saint speak, their expressions are somewhat surprised. The dragon-seizing Great Saint furrows his brow and asks in confusion, Sigh, sword blind, I just can't understand what you mean. As someone who practices the sword, what use is Jiang Wang to you? Isn't that misleading, students? The Jiang clan's inherited magical sword techniques have some reputation in the Wild Valley immortal domain. As a member of the Jiang clan, He must know that sword technique. Since it's related to the sword, how could entering my sect lead to misleading students? The black-clothed sword saint's eyes, covered by black cloth, gaze towards the dragon, seizing great saint. The latter grins, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his bronze skin. You say I'm being selfish, but isn't this also an act of self-indulgence? Just now in the battle, it was clear that he didn't even release a single sword energy. All right, I forgot. You might not be able to see. Facing the mockery of the dragon seizing great saint, the black-clothed sword saint appears completely unconcerned and speaks in a calm tone. That is only because the rank of sword techniques is too low and no longer suitable for this level of combat. Once I train him, he will naturally have access to high-level sword techniques. Hey, it's quite rare. Brother Wuming seems to have said everything in this whole year. The burning sky, great saint, who had also not spoken, curiously opens his mouth. The burning sky, great saint, wears a fire-red robe, his face resolute, with fiery red hair cascading down his back. With each gesture, those around can feel the world around them beginning to heat up. There have been rumors that the burning sky, great saint, had a fiery temper in his early years due to his cultivation methods. To compete for a flame seed, 2 people actually burned a corner of a deserted continent into ruins. The other few people nod in agreement with the burning sky, great saint's words. Because the black-clothed sword saint is usually silent and not good with words, today he has actually said so much. It is evident that the black-clothed sword saint has truly developed a fondness for this Jiang Wang. Miao Saint and the others merely listen to the conversation and no longer speak. She does not mention that Jiang Wang is actually her disciple. Thus, as Jiang Wang's battle concludes, the other few also gradually separate into winners and losers. 128 people have already split into 2 groups. The 64 victorious stand atop the Golden Lotus, while the 64 who lost stand dejectedly aside, casting envious glances at the winners who qualified. It is now time for these 7 peak masters and 12 pavilion masters to choose their disciples. Since each peak master is a top power, they each have their own personalities. Therefore, their requirements and number of disciples vary. The 64 people average around 8 or 9 disciples needed per peak master. And those like Jiang Wang and Miao Saint, due to their relationship, are considered close disciples. It's likely that only Miao Saint from Ling Miao Peak would take Jiang Wang. The other peak masters might not even consider accepting such close disciples at all. Xia Mingyao has already found a place to cry thoroughly. She now stands in the defeated section with a pout, her angry eyes occasionally glaring at Jiang Wang. At this moment, suddenly, a vast purple energy spreads from the heavens, like a large purple cloud. The figure of the heavenly communication great saint appears, then looks at everyone and speaks. It is decided. This year's rules have changed. This time, all 7 peak masters, including myself, must wait until the first place is chosen before selecting disciples. The heavenly communication great saint pauses, his gaze on Jiang Wang, his purple eyes flashing with complexity. Then he suddenly turns and speaks to the sky behind him. Welcome, Master of the Palace, to your divine presence. As the voice of the great sage fell, that ethereal and mysterious divine thought descended upon this realm once more. The cheerful voice resonated through the universe. Jiang Wang, I grant you the privilege today to freely choose a peak master and join their sect. With your talent, I believe no one will refuse you. Whether you become their core disciple depends on your fortune. As the voice of the Lord of Tsang Xian fell, all present were in an uproar at that moment. Wow, Jiang Wang has such great favor. I really envy him a lot. Those competitors beside Jiang Wang looked at him in disbelief, their eyes filled with envious complexity. The emperor slowly stood up, looking at Jiang Wang standing tall against the sky, filled with shock and regret. Although he had regretted over Jiang Wang many times, with the latter continuously creating miracles, the emperor wished he could cross the river of time and directly strangle his former self, who turned a blind eye to the past. Ha, little guy, your ancient holy body directly acts on your physical form. My dragon-seizing peak is the most suitable for you. Don't worry, I will never treat you poorly. Caves, courtyards, divine source, sacred treasures. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. As if feeling that his offer was not substantial enough, the dragon-seizing great sage bit his teeth and spoke. Little guy, let me give you a heads up today. If you come to my dragon-seizing peak, I will not only teach you the strongest body training divine art, but you also won't have to worry about competing for that true dragon source essence. I'll directly give you a drop from my collection. It's hard to imagine that a Saint King is recruiting a 5-year-old child. Chapter 69. Saint Kings compete. Jiang Wang's choice? Watching this scene, the audience couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Everyone's gaze toward Jiang Wang was filled with envy. Sai, it's really unfair. My family is a bit stronger than the Jiang family. Why am I not an ancient holy body? True dragon source essence. It's quite beneficial even to saint kings. Jiang Wang actually got a saint king to give him such a treasure. Hearing the whispers below, the enchanting saint, biting her red lip, showed a hint of anxiety in her eyes. The conditions offered by the dragon seizing Great Sage even surprised Jiang Wang, making him feel the weight of the offer. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, the Great Sage, who had favored Xiao Mingyao, spoke up at this moment. Jiang Wang, you can also choose to come to my heavenly peak. Jiang Wang found this amusing. What was this? As the Great Sage spoke, even the other saints looked at him with confusion, especially the enchanting saint, who wore an expression of disbelief, her beautiful eyes seemingly conveying many unspoken words, possibly even a few curses. Faced with these unusual glances, the Great Sage might have felt a bit embarrassed. But having reached this point, he had seen all kinds of storms and waves. So he simply cleared his throat and spoke to Jiang Wang without changing color. The Great True Dragon Sutra of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty has been renowned for a long time. While your ancient holy body's reputation echoes throughout the continent, you come from a small clan, and it has been nearly 1,000 years since an ancient holy body has appeared. The strength of the holy body exists only in legends, and compared to that, I naturally favor Xiao Mingyao. Although these words from the Great Sage were hard to hear, they were indeed honest. This made Jiang Wang's disdain for him reduce considerably. At least the man could openly admit his wrongs without the high and mighty attitude. The Great Sage pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke again. I know you are young and impulsive, thinking that I am intentionally making things difficult for you. In order to compensate you, as long as you join my heavenly sage sect, I will not only accept you as my direct disciple, but also bestow upon you the proud purple aura as your spiritual power to directly aid you in breaking through to the saint realm. As for that so-called true dragon source marrow, I truly do not possess it, but I can give you a divine Qilin herb that I coincidentally obtained in the past. A series of gasps echoed throughout this world. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment, their gaze burning with heat as if it was about to burst from their eye sockets. The Qilin divine herb, my heavens, and with the proud purple aura, a personal blessing from a saint king. This is indeed a tremendous fortune. Exactly, if one promotes to the saint realm with the proud purple aura, that foundation would be extremely solid. By the way, what is this proud purple aura you speak of, this heavenly sage? You don't know this? The technique practiced by the heavenly sage is called the proud approach, where the spiritual power is infinitely compressed and refined using a special method to obtain this pure and abundant proud purple aura. So that's how it is. At this moment, the heavenly sage also knew he was in the wrong, so he immediately threw out a huge temptation. Honestly, when Jiang Wang heard the things offered, he was indeed very tempted. The heavenly sage is impressive, standing at attention for the beating. The remaining 5 saint kings also couldn't help but be somewhat surprised upon hearing the generous conditions proposed by the heavenly sage. The sky-piercing saint smiled wryly and shook his head, looking at Jiang Wang, and said, "You little fellow are indeed fortunate. Forget it. I will let you have it." The sky-piercing saint simply withdrew his offer to Jiang Wang. The Daotian Taoist and Burning Heaven saint exchanged glances, also smiling wryly and shaking their heads. Although these few admired Jiang Wang greatly, due to their own cultivation reasons, they could not offer more favorable conditions to him. Looking at the black-clad sword saint, who sat in the void, he slowly spoke. "The aura on you is very beneficial for cultivating my sword path. All they can give you, I can also give, and if I cannot give it, I will seek it from Tsang Xian. Moreover, I can make a promise. As long as you join my sword cloud peak, once you reach the peak of the saint realm, the position of the peak master will be yours." Wow! The black-clad sword saint's words instantly ignited a heated and intense discussion in this space. No one expected that this heavyweight figure would directly give up his position. And listening to his last sentence, "If I can't give it to you, I will ask Tsang Xian for it," simply a phrase reflected many matters. Before this, the black-clad sword saint and Tsang Xian had long known each other, and it was merely a rumor. Although no one directly admitted it yet, it could be seen from the side. Most importantly, the black-clad sword saint's actions were enough to show Jiang Wang's status in his heart. Listening to the conditions laid out, Jiang Wang's heart was bleeding at this moment. He wished he could directly become 7 of himself, collecting benefits from each and joining their sections. In the sky, Tsang Xian, the palace master, couldn't help but smile wryly. Then his divine thought descended onto Jiang Wang's head and asked him, "So, Jiang Wang, what is your choice?" Jiang Wang pursed his lips, as if deep in thought. At this moment, everyone was fully alert. The audience wanted to know who he would choose, while the several Saint Kings worried whether they could obtain this genuine, uncut jade. At this time, the miraculous saint's expression was calm. But internally, waves were already stirring. Due to her cultivation technique, she ranked low among the 7 Saint Kings. Additionally, because of her age, the cultivators of the Fortune Immortal Palace respected her far less than the other several Saint Kings. Many factors have led to a scarcity of talent in our lineage, and naturally, resources are not abundant either. Moreover, I have just broken through to the Saint King realm, and my family fortune has long been exhausted. At this moment, I simply cannot offer any better conditions than they do. Will this little guy choose someone else? The clever saint couldn't help but worry that way in her heart. Even though she had already accepted Jiang Wang as her disciple, it had always been a verbal agreement. If Jiang Wang rebels at this moment, she would have no way to deal with it. As for offending herself, she believed that as long as Jiang Wang joined any side, the Saint Kings behind him would protect him unconditionally. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a long-lost nervousness in her heart. Below, Shunlinger opened her small mouth in shock, watching the scene unfolding before her. She also couldn't help but clench her hands tightly and murmured, "Little guy, Sister Meow is so good to you. Don't let her down." Chapter 70. Of course, I choose the beautiful ant. Jiang Wang looked up at the 7 Saint Kings in the sky. These powerful beings, standing at the top of the continent's pyramid, were all at this moment throwing olive branches to him. No matter what world-class body training methods or the coveted Saint King guidance from outsiders, or the legendary Qilin divine medicine, to be honest, Jiang Wang wanted them all. He could only smile bitterly, and then raised his head to the divine consciousness descending from the master of Sangshuan Palace. Master of Sangshuan Palace, I want to choose Ling Miao Peak, the clever saint. As Jiang Wang expressed his thoughts, everyone present was left in shock. More than being shocked, these people were more confused. If they were in Jiang Wang's place, they would not choose the clever saint over any other grand saint. Regardless of strength, just considering resources, Ling Miao Peak was far behind the other peaks. No way, what is Jiang Wang thinking? I don't get it either. I can't think of any reason to continue with the black-clad sword saint. The heavenly saint would also be good. What is Jiang Wang thinking? I heard the dragon capturing saint can crush a mountain with a drop of blood. This. Everyone watching couldn't help but feel confused and shocked by Jiang Wang's choice. The few Saint Kings in the sky also felt somewhat surprised by Jiang Wang's choice. The black-clad sword saint pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Jiang Wang, I don't like beating around the bush. I always say what's on my mind. I don't know why you made this choice, but I want to tell you that neither the resources of Ling Miao Peak nor the clever saint's strength will benefit you at all. As the words of the black-clad sword saint fell, the other several grand saints had different expressions. Clearly, Jiang Wang's choice was also unexpected to them. At this moment, they all began their own speculations. Only the Sky Pillar Saint quickly glanced between Jiang Wang and the clever saint. He secretly gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up, revealing a knowing smile that men understand. Jiang Wang was once again left speechless. Just as he was feeling gloomy, his gaze suddenly fell on the clever saint. He saw the latter looking at him with her beautiful eyes and even smiling subtly. This smile was like a blooming garden, turning day into night. Even the universe seemed to lose its color before it, and Jiang Wang at that moment vaguely felt that the beautiful ant made the spiritual energy of this world grow denser. Upon seeing this smile, Jiang Wang immediately felt no regret for what he had lost. If those things were exchanged for a beautiful master, think about it carefully, it isn't a loss. Besides, without the clever saint's kind help, how could he have completed so many system tasks to achieve his current state? Jiang Wang thought to himself this way. Then he straightened his expression and looked towards the heavenly saint and others. Seniors, my mind is simple, and I have no evil thoughts. The reason I chose Saint Miao is very simple. In the early years, Saint Miao helped me and the Jiang clan. Before I was born, my mother had already acknowledged Saint Miao as my master. A few days ago, Saint Miao even helped my Jiang clan overcome a disaster. Hearing Jiang Wang's explanation, the expressions of the several holy kings softened a bit. Then, Saint Tontian spoke up. If that's the case, I advise you not to mind. If you become my disciple, I can give a reward to Saint Miao and repay this favor for you. Upon hearing Saint Tongtian's words, Saint Hai and Saint Qingshi nodded in agreement. But Jiang Wang could only smile helplessly. Thank you, seniors, for your favor, but I still choose Saint Miao. Hearing Jiang Wang's final decision, the voice of Master Sangshuan rang out. Being grateful and knowing how to repay kindness, even without the ancient holy body, your future achievements will definitely not be poor. Since that's the case, does Saint Miao agree? Hmm. Saint Meow gently nodded her head and softly replied. With a smile on her lips and a face like a peach blossom, she seemed very pleased with Jiang Wang's decision. Alas, you are destroying your own future. Forget it. Saint Tong Tian sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Jiang Wang, and then his figure disappeared directly from the spot, leaving behind strands of purple mist drifting. Saint Qingshi also sighed in regret. What a pity, what a pity. After saying, what a pity twice, Saint Qingshi did not linger and directly tore through the space to leave. Saint Hai, with his eyes covered in black cloth, looked at Jiang Wang, opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but he could not find the words. With a movement, he turned into a ray of sword light and departed. As these holy kings left, Master Tsongxuan's spirit slowly dissipated at that moment. Jiang Wang, I have high hopes for you, and I look forward to your performance in the upcoming matches. I will not disappoint your expectations, Master. As Master Tsongxuan's spirit fully faded from this world, the remaining holy kings also departed one by one. Saint Meow lightly tapped the void with her jade foot, creating visible ripples in the air. She flew down from the sky and extended her white and slender hand towards Jiang Wang. Come back to Lingmiao Peak with your master. Okay. Jiang Wang smiled broadly, then turned into a beam of golden light and flew to her side. The two headed towards Lingmiao Peak, leaving behind a crowd below with mixed feelings. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I never would have thought the ending would be like this. If it were me, I would definitely choose Saint Hai. But at this moment, some voices of opposition emerged. He didn't even consider who could give him how many benefits. He is just simply repaying kindness. Exactly. Does it need to be said? Jiang Wang truly knows how to be grateful. 1,000 years of kindness should not be forgotten. But it's a pity he is ruining his own future. What ruin? He has the ancient holy body. How could such external factors affect his future? Until the figures of Saint Meow and Jiang Wang completely disappeared from this world, the crowd in the plaza was still in heated discussion. The emperor sat on the dragon chair, looking in the direction Jiang Wang vanished, full of bitterness in his heart. His fingers rubbed against each other repeatedly. Suddenly, he looked at Xia Jijin beside him and asked, Xia Jijin, yes, tell me, if I personally went to recruit Jiang Wang, would this kid agree? And at this moment, in the direction of the Luo clan, Luo Zhantian had his hands behind his back, and his mind was filled with the tall figure of that 5-year-old boy. Looking at the familiar look in his eyes, Luo Zhantian felt a mix of emotions. Not only was there a hint of regret, but guilt also arose in his heart at this moment. Alas, Luo Zhantian let out a long sigh. Beside him, Mo Yunliang subtly frowned. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes, but quickly returned to normal. He walked to Luo Zhantian's side, reached out to link his arm, and said, Zhantian, why not lower your stance a bit? I will go with you to find that child. He too carries the blood of the Jiang clan and will surely agree to acknowledge his ancestors. Chapter 71. Checking into Ling Miao Peak, the closed-door disciple. Listening to Mo Yun's words, Luo Zhantian seemed to be thinking. After a long sigh, he said, let's talk about it later. After saying that, he turned to leave, somewhat anxious and hesitant. A flash of hatred appeared in Mo Yun's eyes, and she let out a cold snort in anger. Following Miaoxing back to Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Wang did not go directly back to his Qingshan villa. Instead, he was directly led by Miaoxing into the Miaoxin Hall. At this moment, many figures were already standing in the Great Hall. As Jiang Wang and Miaoxing entered the hall, these figures turned together, their faces filled with joy as they looked at the two of them. Among these figures, Jiang Wang also saw a few familiar faces. However, he only recognized Shenlinger. At this moment, the latter gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration. Miaoxing's figure disappeared from a spot, and then appeared on the seat above the hall. His gaze swept across the figures standing in the hall, and then he spoke to everyone. From now on, Jiang Wang will be my only closed-door disciple of Miaohua Ling, possessing the highest authority of Ling Miao Peak, with resources to allocate at will. Yes. Although everyone was slightly surprised by Miaoxing's decision, no dissenting voices arose, because everyone knew in their hearts the current situation of Ling Miao Peak. Though they wouldn't say it was at a dire level, after all, with a great figure like Miaoxing supporting them, they had the necessary resources. Only due to a lack of talent, some things they needed to compete for were unattainable. Now that Jiang Wang had arrived, his talent and strength were enough to elevate Ling Miao Peak to a higher level. But this kind of thing is mutual. Jiang Wang's strength and talent were evident, which meant he would need substantial resources directed towards him. This would fall into a deadlock, where talents that could bring you benefits require lots of resources to cultivate. But if you do not have enticing enough resources, someone must voluntarily offer something, and that person would be Jiang Wang. Therefore, everyone had no objection to Miaoxing's decision. After explaining some matters, Miaoxing spoke to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, let Shenlinger take you for a good tour of Lingmiao Peak later. You haven't really gotten to know it since you arrived. Jiang Wang chuckled and nodded. Indeed, ever since moving to Qingshan Villa, I've been focused on cultivation. I just want to get first place and bring honor to the master and our Lingmiao Peak. Miaoxing smiled slightly. Just being able to come here brings honor to your master. And also, you don't need to worry too much about the upcoming competitions. The first thing in a battle is to protect yourself. As for those rewards, Miaoxing pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something, before slowly speaking. The true dragon is currently missing and can't help you hunt for a piece to extract its essence. However, perhaps I can help you get a plant of the immortal divine herb. This sentence from Miaoxing shocked not only the people present, but even Jiang Wang himself. Goodness, what a bold person, wanting to hunt a true dragon just for its essence. Moreover, the immortal divine herb is not something easy to come by. To say you would just get a plant is absurd, right? The existing immortal divine herbs are well guarded by ancient clans or supersections. The most abundant immortal divine herbs are found in the demon region. Many divine beast clans possess inherited immortal divine herbs. Just like what the celestial saint said about the Qilin divine medicine. It is the inherited divine medicine of the ancient Qilin clan in the demon realm. This ancient Qilin clan is extremely powerful, comparable to the ancient aristocratic families of humanity, and has produced great emperors in its lineage. The chance of finding an immortal divine medicine in the wild is almost zero. In this case, if the wonderful saint wants to find an immortal medicine for Jiang Wang, she can only choose to buy or to snatch. Buying should be out of the question since it is certainly too expensive. They wouldn't sell it even if they could. So, the only option left is to snatch it. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang hurriedly waved his hand. No. That immortal medicine is not a necessity. I'll work hard myself. He is really afraid that this beautiful master will do something foolish. Seeing Jiang Wang like this, the wonderful saint couldn't help but feel amused. Her red lips slightly lifted into a stunning arc. Then she nodded and spoke. All right, it doesn't matter if we can't get first place. I will still find a way to compensate you. Thank you, master. After saying that, the wonderful saint didn't stay longer. She glanced at Jiang Wang and then vanished from the great hall. As soon as the wonderful saint left, Jiang Wang was instantly surrounded by the many people in the great hall. Jiang Wang saw that these old men with white hair all had bright eyes, and their dry hands were poking at him everywhere. Good. Just looking at his physique makes me feel the overflowing vitality. No wonder he is the ancient holy body. Thank you, Peak Master, for allowing me to meet the ancient holy body today. Good, indeed. You old fellows, don't scare Brother Jiang. Just when Jiang Wang was getting annoyed, Shenlinger suddenly burst in, pushing their hands away one by one. As soon as these people saw Shenlinger, they immediately smiled awkwardly. Linger, we are just curious. At our age, we didn't expect to see the ancient holy body. Shouldn't we study it well? Shenlinger huffed lightly, directly tossing her head to the side. Go. You've all scared our little friend. After saying this, she turned to Jiang Wang and said with a smile, Jiang Wang, don't mind them. Let's go. Then, she directly took Jiang Wang's hand and turned into two streams of light, rushing out of the great hall. As they flew away, once they completely shook off those people, Shenlinger brought Jiang Wang down to the ground. The latter looked around and found that this place was actually a beautifully scenic spot, a place filled with spiritual essence. The waterfall flowed like it descended from the heavens. Surrounded by mountains and water, flowers and grass were blooming. Sister Ling, what is this place? Jiang Wang curiously asked Shenlinger. Shenlinger giggled and replied, This is the place I frequented when I first came to Miao Ling Peak. Basically, apart from me, no one else comes here. Shenlinger found a large rock to sit on, speaking to Jiang Wang. All right, now that you are fully one of the Ling Miao Peak people, let me tell you about it. I'm all ears. Thus, Shenlinger began to explain the basic structure and important figures of Ling Miao Peak to Jiang Wang. Although Ling Miao Peak is not large, it has everything needed: a martial arts training ground, a preaching hall, a magical arts pavilion, and all necessary facilities. However, in terms of disciples and elder instructors, it was somewhat lacking. Most of the disciples coming to Ling Miao Peak did not have better choices or were transferred from their original peaks. There were more than 800 disciples, over 300 elders in various positions, around 100 instructors in different realms, and only 2 elders who had reached the Holy Saint realm. The most numerous were various servants without spiritual power, totaling over 1,000. Seeing that Jiang Wang had understood everything, Shunlinger nodded in satisfaction. She stretched out her arms, her face filled with joy and contentment. Now that you've come, Sister Miao won't have to worry about the resource issues for the disciples of Ling Miao Peak anymore. So good. Jiang Wang smiled broadly, his face genuine as he nodded heavily. Don't worry, Sister Linger. I will work hard and help Master and Sister Linger take Ling Miao Peak to a higher level. All right. Shunlinger nodded with a smile, her eyes looking at Jiang Wang with more satisfaction. Then she spoke to him again. Okay, little guy, you should go train now. If you really mess up with Sister Miao's temper, she will definitely storm into the ancient divine beast clan to snatch a piece of the immortal medicine for you. Jiang Wang smiled wryly but nodded. He could not let Saint Miao take risks. That would be a disaster. Unless it was an emperor who would dare claim they could storm the ancient aristocratic families to seize the immortal medicine and come out unharmed. Jiang Wang didn't linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Shunlinger, he transformed into a golden light and shot into the sky. He directly returned to Qingshan Cottage and continued his training. The next morning, on Tsangshan Square, many people had gathered early. These days of astonishing battles had ignited the passion of both the audience and the eliminated contestants. Many had started secretly guessing who would be the champion of this creation competition. Anyway, I don't care. I am betting on Jiang Wang. I admit that Jiang Wang's ancient holy body is indeed powerful, but I think that Luo clan's Luo Xing is also very strong. Indeed, that Luo Xing, aside from being a bit ruthless, has talent and strength that are top-notch. If he and Jiang Wang duel, it's hard to tell who is stronger. As the audience's discussions grew heated, the space began to twist gradually, and dozens of figures slowly emerged. It was the 12 Pavilion Masters and 7 Peak Masters, and they still took their seats in the previous order. The sky-raising saint gently waved a folding fan, his slender fingers twirling the hair hanging down from his forehead. He turned to the nearby Flame Heaven Great Saint and asked, Flame Heaven, finals are approaching. Who do you think will seize the top prize? Flame Heaven Great Saint pondered for a moment and then slowly shook his head. It's hard to say. He paused and then lowered his voice to speak to the sky-raising saint. If that Jiang Wang kid had chosen Tian Kong Peak, Changlong Peak, or Jinyan Peak yesterday, I think his chances of winning would be high. Hearing this, the sky-raising saint couldn't help but smile wryly. The Changlong Great Saint chimed in. In fact, over these days, I have also noticed that kid from the Luo clan. It's just, at such a young age, he is ruthless, showing no mercy in his attacks. If he is not properly guided, he might go astray. The Tian Kong Great Saint added. He then looked toward the Daxia Divine Dynasty and slowly spoke. But that Xia Mingyao from the Daxia Divine Dynasty, with her intelligence and exceptional talent, is also a congenital spiritual body. It's just that her luck is really bad, as she ran into Jiang Wang. When mentioning Jiang Wang, the Tian Kong Great Saint's gaze instinctively shifted to Saint Miao's direction. There seemed to be a sense of regret in his eyes. However, Saint Miao was indifferent to this, with her eyes closed, focused on nurturing her spirit, waiting for the battle to begin today. As time passed, the 64 contestants from yesterday gradually arrived at the scene, waiting for today's competition. Look, Luo Xing is here. A point of starlight flickered as Luo Xing flew over from the direction of the Luo clan, stepping on starlight, wrapped in brilliant starlight, like a falling meteor. Luo Xing stepped in the void, her hair flowing, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, but she did not see the figure she longed to see. Just as she was deep in thought, everyone gasped in surprise. Jiang Wang is here too, including Luo Xing. Everyone looked up together. They saw a dazzling golden light appear at the edge of the sky, as if a blazing sun had fallen from the heavens. In the next moment, the golden light slowly dissipated, and Jiang Wang's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden light. A faint golden blood energy spread out from the crown of his head. It was as if a god had descended from the 9 heavens, casting a sharp gaze over everyone, as if to judge them all. The eyes of the 2 men met, each bearing a trace of inexplicable meaning. The great sage slowly stood up and spoke. You 64 remaining people are all the elites of the entire Wild Valley Immortal Domain. Today, after 4 consecutive matches, with 1 person resting, we will directly decide the top 5. Can you accept this? We will follow the great sage's decree. Let the battle begin. With a wave of the great sage's sleeve, the azure mirror trembled slightly, dropping dozens of beams of light that enveloped everyone. Jiang Wang took one last look at Luo Xing before directly rushing into the azure mirror with the force of the light. Once he entered the azure mirror, he suddenly discovered that the battlefield was no longer the arena wrapped in a golden barrier. It was like another world inside the azure mirror. Towering peaks and strange stones rose up, trees grew thickly, and waterfalls hung from the magnificent cliffs. As he surveyed his surroundings, a beam of light descended not far away. As the light dissipated, a boy about 11 or 12 years old appeared in Jiang Wang's sight. This boy was dressed in a white brocade robe, with a handsome and elegant face. His long hair was tied back, emitting a faint divine light, and the most remarkable thing was that the palm of his right hand was unusually long and fair. It was as if it had been meticulously carved from exquisite white jade. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the boy was momentarily taken aback, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. "So, it's little brother Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang nodded and smiled. "So it's the Hunyuan Dao sect's little saint, Zhou Sheng. I've long admired your name." Zhou Sheng smiled slightly, cupping his hands towards Jiang Wang, and said, "Please do not flatter me. Nowadays, the name of the holy body Jiang Wang has probably echoed throughout the entire Wild Valley immortal domain. I am unworthy in front of little brother." Hearing the other's flattery, Jiang Wang smiled slightly and remained silent, then turned his gaze to Zhou Sheng's peculiar right hand. Zhou Sheng seemed to notice Jiang Wang's gaze, let out a long sigh, and then spoke with a bitter smile. "Little brother Jiang Wang, to be honest, I truly fear that what I dread will come. In this entire Immortal Palace competition, I only have no confidence against you and Luo Xing. I thought I would have to fight a few more times, but I didn't expect to meet you now." Chapter 73. Defeating Zhou Sheng, joyful and unrestrained. As Zhou Sheng finished speaking, his aura began to gradually spread out. His robe moved without wind, making a rustling sound. His face gradually became solemn as he looked at Jiang Wang and spoke. "Little brother Jiang, although I am somewhat unwilling to meet you two here, there is no other way now. We must face reality, right? I have studied your and Luo Xing's fighting styles. I can't say I have understood them completely, but perhaps I can give you an exhilarating match." Hearing Zhou Sheng's words, Jiang Wang laughed heartily, and his spiritual energy began to be slowly drawn out. "Then let me see it." In an instant, Jiang Wang's foot stomped on the ground, causing it to collapse. His figure shot out like an arrow, and golden blood energy shot into the sky. He seemed to transform into a blazing sun. With one hand clenched into a fist, the golden blood energy wrapped around it, carrying immense might as it rushed toward Zhou Sheng. "Come on!" Zhou Sheng's expression changed, taking a step forward as his entire being summoned spiritual power in that moment. His right palm thrust out sharply, with flowing light swirling around it, directly colliding with Jiang Wang's fist. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and a ripple erupted in the void around the two. It seemed as if it could not withstand the force and would collapse at any moment. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. He actually found that his punch felt as if it had struck cotton. Most of its force dissipated. "Taiji Cloud Hand!" Zhou Sheng shouted loudly, and the spiritual energy around began to surge towards his hands. It gradually formed a vortex, exploding with a powerful pulling force, trying to drag Jiang Wang towards him. "No, this kid is strange." He snorted coldly, and golden blood energy erupted, scattering the clouds above. The vast golden blood energy forced Zhou Sheng to let go of Jiang Wang, retreating swiftly. "Brother Zhou, didn't you say you want to have a good, exciting fight? Why use these delicate techniques?" Jiang Wang grinned, teasing Zhou Sheng. "Don't worry, brother Jiang. Why are you so impatient? I will definitely satisfy you." Zhou Sheng simply smiled lightly, his toes tapping the ground continuously, his whole body shimmering with strange brilliance, completely dissipating Jiang Wang's overwhelming power. He seemed to turn into a koi swimming through the void, incredibly agile and light. At this moment, the glimmering palm began to change form. The palm gradually became transparent, shimmering with rainbow-colored light, as if it had transformed into a colorful glass, dazzlingly bright. Glass Buddha hand. Mystical runes glimmered on the palm, growing larger in Jiang Wang's eyes, pressing down towards him. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, and at that moment all his spiritual energy poured out, flooding into his meridians. His palm felt as if it was cast from gold, carrying endless golden blood energy as it collided heavily with Zhou Sheng's palm. Bang! The violent spiritual energy exploded outward, snapping trees around them in half. So strong, this young Saint Zhou Sheng is not just a name. Of course, the Mixed Origin Dao School is a very powerful sect in the southern ancient fairy region. Then what about Zhou Sheng's palm? I don't know, probably the ultimate skill of the Mixed Origin Dao School. The incredibly violent spiritual energy scattered, causing Jiang Wang and Zhou Sheng's hair to whip wildly. Jiang Wang's brows gradually furrowed. He sensed a slight stagnation in the flow of his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was rapidly declining, subtly showing signs of being suppressed. There's something strange here, he thought to himself. Then his gaze suddenly fell on the mystical runes on Zhou Sheng's peculiar palm. The runes flickered, swirling with light, emitting peculiar waves. As the runes shimmered, it seemed the spiritual energy in the world began to feel sluggish, as if being suppressed. In an instant, Jiang Wang understood where the problem lay, and he struck out again, powerful and heavy, as if he could flatten a mountain. Brother Jiang, I admit that the blood energy of the ancient holy body is invincible. The body is powerful, but brute force is useless against me. Zhou Sheng smiled lightly, waving his sleeve, as if endless light were blooming around him. He suppressed all the infinite spiritual energy within Jiang Wang downwards. But Jiang Wang never intended to injure him. This strike was just to withdraw. His figure instantly escaped Zhou Sheng's proximity, standing in the void, facing the smiling Zhou Sheng below. At the same time, 7 holy kings in the heavens were also watching this scene. The celestial holy ones spoke with great interest. This mixed origin Tao school secret technique is really interesting. It can actually suppress spiritual energy. Yintian Taoist smiled faintly, slowly explaining. Actually, saying it suppresses isn't quite correct. This mixed origin Tao school's secret technique is called the mixed origin Buddha Tower technique, which was understood by the old ancestor of mixed origin while observing the Buddha pagoda in the western region. Only then can we suppress everything in the world. Hearing the explanation from the Yintian Taoist, the other holy kings nodded. The dragon capturing great saint rubbed his bald head and teased. So it's those bald donkeys stuff? No wonder it's so eerie. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Wang showed an appreciative smile as he clapped his hands and spoke to Zhou Sheng below. You really have worked hard, Brother Zhou. Your strange tricks have truly left me helpless. Zhou Sheng sighed with a wry smile. But at that moment, Jiang Wang let out a sly grin, and his hands slowly formed a strange seal. Brother Zhou, since we're playing with the strange, how about you see what I can do? As Jiang Wang's words fell, Zhou Sheng's expression changed, his brows furrowing, retreating continuously to maintain a safe distance from Jiang Wang. Because he suddenly felt that the spiritual power in this place had begun to surge wildly towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang slowly closed his eyes, his hands rapidly forming seals, casting out strange seal techniques. A black hole suddenly appeared behind him, with waves of peculiar fluctuations spreading out from the black hole. At the same time, Jiang Wang opened his eyes, now fully filled with black light. Sky swallowing demon technique, swallow. Jiang Wang slightly opened his mouth, but the voice was not his own. This voice seemed to be that of an unparalleled demon emperor transcending the river of time, seemingly ready to swallow everything in this world. Not good. As this ancient voice fell, Zhou Sheng felt a powerful suction locking onto him, trying to pull him into the black hole. Chapter 74. Beware of Luo Xing, Continuous Battle. Zhou Sheng looked at the black hole in front of Jiang Wang with terror on his face. Ancient and mysterious, it seemed that even light could be swallowed by this black hole. If he were to be swallowed, no matter how great his methods, he could not escape. Zhou Sheng's legs stomped hard onto the ground. He pressed his feet into the ground to stabilize his form. At the same time, his hands continuously changed their seals. The colorful radiance around him intensified, and vaguely, an enormous black pagoda appeared behind him. Suppress! Zhou Sheng shouted loudly, then spat out a mouthful of vital blood from his tongue. The pagoda behind him gradually solidified, illuminating layer by layer from the bottom up until the third layer. The entire pagoda shone with a colorful glow, with mysterious inscriptions engraved on its body, while flickering glazed flames could be seen within. Wherever it passed, even the void seemed to become sluggish. As Zhou Sheng's hand seals changed sharply, the entire pagoda rushed toward Jiang Wang for suppression. A wave of colorful radiance enveloped Jiang Wang. If caught inside, all his spiritual power would be utterly suppressed. That oppressive pagoda then descended with force, the glazed flames rising up, ready to refine even celestial emperors alive. However, all this depended on being able to overpower Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang controlled the black hole before him, unleashing endless devouring power. The two sides clashed in the air. Jiang Wang looked up at the pagoda looming over him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then his hand seals changed sharply. The black hole trembled slightly, expanding in size, and the enigmatic devouring power surged instantly. In the astonished gazes of everyone, it directly swallowed the pagoda hole. The space inside the black hole seemed to be the end of this world, filled only with endless emptiness. No life could survive here. Even the ancient emperors would be crushed to death. Connected to the pagoda's consciousness, Zhou Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if he had been cast to the edge of the world, where all he saw was emptiness. Even a light can't reach this area. Refined. Jiang Wang's hand seals shifted again, the black hole slowly rotating, directly crushing the floating pagoda inside, turning it into pure spiritual energy that flowed back into Jiang Wang's body. As the floating pagoda was refined by Jiang Wang, Zhou Sheng also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body immediately flying out from the spot and crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Zhou Sheng crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and at that moment, dust flew into the air. Whoa! Good heavens, it was decided with a single strike. What is that black hole? How can it be so domineering? I don't know, even the old and powerful immortal emperors would have a chance against the floating pagoda, but it was completely refined by Jiang Wang. The crowd watching below was immediately thrown into heated discussion after seeing this scene. Above in the sky, aside from the Miao Saint, the other few Saint Kings also showed puzzled expressions. This little guy really has many secrets. What kind of divine ability is that? Hearing the question from the Sky Pillar Saint, the other Saint Kings all shook their heads at this moment. Even the usually well-read and knowledgeable Yin Tian Daoist frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. Looking at the way it evolves, it resembles the demonic techniques passed down by the heavenly demon sect. What? The other Saint Kings were startled when they heard this. To be linked with the heavenly demon sect is no trivial matter. If Jiang Wang really has something to do with them, they would have to take action. But fortunately, Yin Tian Daoist quickly waved his hand. But it's not that demonic technique. This divine ability has less of the demonic aura and more of a mysterious, ancient feel. What exactly it is, even I don't know. Hearing Yin Tian Daoist's words, the Saint Kings calmed down. Their gazes toward Jiang Wang became even more appreciative. At this moment, Jiang Wang descended from the void, his sleeve, robe waving, dispersing the dust in the air. He pulled Zhou Sheng out from the pit. Zhou Sheng coughed a few times, looking at Jiang Wang with a bitter smile. I was too confident. I didn't expect Jiang little brother to have such a strong spiritual power. That divine ability is too domineering. I'm convinced. Jiang Wang laughed and patted Zhou Sheng's shoulder, simultaneously sending the refined, pure spiritual power back into him. He smiled and spoke to Zhou Sheng. Don't blame me, Zhou brother. Zhou Sheng had used that strike earlier, exhausting all his internal spiritual power and suffering heavy injuries. To recover, he would need quite a bit of time. But Jiang Wang directly injected pure spiritual energy into him, causing his dried-up spiritual sea to fill up again, and his injuries began to recover rapidly. Zhou Sheng's face gradually turned red. Looking at Jiang Wang with a touch of gratitude, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Jiang little brother." Jiang Wang's action not only helped Zhou Sheng heal, but also showed no sign of superiority as the winner. He gave Zhou Sheng a lot of face. This made Zhou Sheng's perception of Jiang Wang rise to a new height. It's nothing, just go rest. All right, I wish Jiang little brother can take the first place in this immortal palace competition. At this point, Zhou Sheng's words paused, and he looked at Jiang Wang with some hesitation. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Zhou brother, feel free to say anything. Actually, it's nothing, just, I want to remind Jiang little brother, if you meet Luo Xing, be extra careful. I have a feeling there's more to him than meets the eye. What he has shown so far is probably not his full strength. Jiang Wang nodded upon hearing this and cupped his fists. Thank you for the reminder. I'll leave now. You must be careful. With that, Zhou Sheng was enveloped by the divine light, descending from the heavens, and left the battlefield. After Zhou Sheng left, the battlefield fell silent. Jiang Wang directly sat down on the spot, beginning to adjust the restless spiritual power within his body. What he actually wanted to do at this moment was to watch Luo Xing's battle. But due to the competition rules, he could only remain in the battlefield and use the allocated time to calm his spiritual power. As the spiritual power within him gradually stabilized, Jiang Wang reopened his eyes. To his surprise, he found that the flowers and trees that had been destroyed by the battle earlier had already returned to their original state. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue, privately marveling in his heart. This Azure Xian treasure mirror is truly a good treasure. I just wonder what it would be like when fully activated for attack. Just as Jiang Wang was pondering, the second opponent was also teleported in. As the light curtain dissipated, a figure was revealed within. Jiang Wang slowly stood up, cupped his fists, and spoke. Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Wang, here to seek guidance. Chapter 75, A Stunning Woman, a Fanatic Fan. Intense battles were not only happening at the battlefield where Jiang Wang was located. The battlefield where Luo Xing was situated was also extraordinarily shocking. After all, at this stage, those who could continue to compete all had their own means. Over this battlefield, dark clouds roiled, and thunder rumbled. Fierce bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, forcing the figures on the ground to dodge in panic. If one failed to dodge in time, they would be struck by a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm. Biff. A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out, and that figure was instantly charred black, his breath gradually wilting. With a terrified gaze, he looked at the young figure standing in the void, surrounded by flickering lightning. Luo Xing had long hair flowing down, her eyes already filled with the glow of lightning, with bolts of lightning constantly jumping around her, as if celebrating the imminent victory of their king. You are like annoying insects, knowing you can't defeat me, yet still wasting my time. Luo Xing slowly descended from the sky, her gaze toward the figure below filled with profound disdain. The figure below was also a tough one, clutching his chest, forcing a smile despite the pain. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you are some ancient emperor, able to make me forfeit just with your mouth? The ancient emperor is now a thing of the past. This is my era, Luo Xing. Saying this, Luo Xing paused, her expression gradually turning icy, with a hint of killing intent surging in her eyes. And now you must pay the price for wasting my time. Hearing these words, the person across from her instantly changed his expression, immediately wanting to shout toward the sky. The word forfeit hadn't fully escaped his lips. Suddenly, Luo Xing's figure vanished from her spot, and the next moment, the void in front of him twisted, a flash of lightning appearing. A delicate hand had already emerged from the lightning, gently pressing against his chest. Thunder. A violent bolt of lightning erupted directly from Luo Xing's palm, instantly blasting her opponent to smithereens, blood and black smoke billowing out. The figure was heavily thrown back and crashed down to the ground. His chest was a bloody mess, pitch black. This scene made everyone present gasp, in awe of Luo Xing's merciless strike. In this way, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing each took on the title of champion in the battlefield, continuously welcoming the incoming challengers. Jiang Wang was enveloped in golden light, the heavy and magnificent golden blood energy making him appear like an undefeated war god descending from the sky. With just his fists, he could crush a divine artifact of an immortal emperor. His divine might was overwhelming, unparalleled. In a battle against a body cultivator, the two even smashed the mountain beneath them to pieces. It was just Jiang Wang who lifted that body cultivator and smashed him down repeatedly. So satisfying, I feel like. I don't even want to sleep now. Indeed, the feeling of every punch landing is really exhilarating, overwhelming the opponent with endless blood and vigor. I feel that Jiang Wang will definitely take first place this time. Actually, it's hard to say. Didn't you see Luo Xing? Most of those who fought against him came out severely injured, and many just gave up when they saw him. As the competition heated up, the contest rolled on for 2 consecutive days. Not only did the audience not feel tired, but they were even more excited, wanted to watch this fiery contest continuously. Hey, Zhao brother, didn't you go back to sleep? You've been watching the match this whole time. Sleep? With such an exciting match, who knows when I'll get to see something like this again. Wow, more and more people have come in over these 2 days. Yesterday on my way back, and even today, everyone was basically talking about Jiang Wang. The person replied absent-mindedly, his eyes glued to the match. Of course, hey, look over there. Saying that, he pointed toward the crowd nearby. Following the direction of his finger, many people were gathered not far away, mostly women, but there were also quite a few men. Some of them raised signs, wildly shouting towards the figure wrapped in dazzling golden light on the screen. The signs bore different writings, such as Invincible Holy Body and Jiang Wang the Strongest. The most outrageous one was a Jiang Wang beauty fan, whose sign read, Jiang Wang the Most Handsome and Adorable. Seeing these fervent fans, the person couldn't help but twitch his lips, suddenly remembering something. He looked at the person who had spoken earlier and curiously asked, By the way, why aren't you going? Don't you also believe in Jiang Wang? How do you know I'm not going? I just finished making my sign, and you showed up before I could join. Saying that, he directly pulled out a sign from beside him, which read, Proud of the world, treading the mountain's peak. First is Jiang Wang, then comes the heavens. Jiang Wang, go for it, crush them. He raised the sign and shouted wildly, then plunged into the crowd of fans. Just then, everyone suddenly spotted a streak of blue light flying swiftly from the horizon. Amidst the puzzled expressions, it transformed into a blue lotus. On the blue lotus stood an enchanting figure. Though her face was partially veiled, her exposed eyes, like crystal, sparkled with brilliance. They made the world seem dimmer in comparison. The woman wore a light-colored simple dress, with brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, and a delicate waist. Her veiled face and clear, captivating eyes rendered the world around her dim and faded. Such a woman, with such exquisite grace, was truly a rare sight. As this stunning woman appeared on the square, the once noisy plaza seemed to fall silent in that moment. Although her face was veiled, the outlines visible hinted a near-perfect curve of her cheeks, igniting a wild impulse within people's hearts. That impulse was to reach out and tear away the veil, to witness the world-shattering beauty that could make flowers wilt and the heavens dim. What a beautiful woman! Indeed, I think she might even surpass the Meow Saint. Who is she? With her appearance, she immediately captured the gaze of most people in the square. However, those present didn't see a hint of tenderness in her crystal-clear eyes. Instead, there was a trace of profound coldness that kept others at bay. Who on earth is she? Is she here to watch the competition too? I don't know. She should be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Don't speak. She's coming this way. Chapter 76, Advancing to the Top 5. Prepare to beat my little brother. That stunning woman gracefully moved forward and slowly took her seat at the front of the viewing platform. Everyone watched this scene, momentarily dumbfounded. They did not know who this beautiful woman had come to watch compete. A few young men, who prided themselves on their decent backgrounds, walked towards her, smiling as they spoke. Miss, I am Xiao Yuan from the southern part of the Ruins Valley, and I'm the less prominent clan leader of my family. I wonder if I could have the pleasure of getting to know you. As Xiao Yuan said this, the pride and superiority on his face were hard to hide. The Xiao family was a notable clan in the southern part of the Ruins Valley, and growing up, being the less prominent clan leader had given him countless advantages. Plus, he was talented and had a decent appearance. Today, seeing this woman left him utterly amazed, igniting a desire to get to know her. However, that stunning woman seemed as if she had not heard him at all, her beautiful eyes still scanning the various screens in front of her. She didn't even glance at Xiao Yuan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed, especially as he heard a few whispers of sarcastic laughter. This made him feel quite humiliated. But here, after all, was the Divine Palace, and not knowing the identity of that stunning woman made it difficult for him to lash out on the spot, so he could only leave in disgrace. Yet, Xiao Yuan's embarrassment did not stop others from being drawn to beauty. Many still approached to chat her up. But without exception, all of these attempts were met with her indifference. This inevitably sparked great curiosity in everyone about this woman. Meanwhile, back in the battlefield where Jiang Wang was, a massive golden fist imprint appeared from the sky, carrying overwhelming force as it crashed down toward the figure below. That figure's pupils shrank sharply, face filled with horror. I can see, without a moment of hesitation, he raised his hands high and shouted his concession. As soon as these words were spoken, the golden fist shadow in the sky instantly disappeared. Jiang Wang descended from the sky, turned to the opposing figure with a smirk, and clasped his fists in greeting. Thank you for your mercy. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, the opponent's face showed an awkward expression, gritting his teeth while rubbing the painful parts of his body. Thanks. With the last match concluded, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, bringing Jiang Wang and another person up. Once Jiang Wang emerged from the battlefield, he instinctively looked at the 4 others who came out with him. There were a total of 5 men and 1 woman. These were the top 5 of the Divine Palace competition. They were Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Clan's Jiang Wang, Luo Clan, Luo Xing, Forging God Sect, Li Lingyin, Wind Spirit Sect, Yin Ji Yao, and also from 10,000 Poison Mountain, Yigu. The heavenly sage slowly stood, his gaze swiftly scanning these 5 individuals before he spoke softly. You 4 have become the top 5 of this Divine Palace competition. Go back and rest well, for tomorrow and the day after, you'll choose the top 3 in the first place of this competition. We will obey the sage's decree. The 5 clasped their fists together and bowed to the heavenly sage. Jiang Wang's gaze swept over the crowd, and he immediately spotted the stunning, mysterious woman. Moreover, Jiang Wang was astonished to find that this woman was also looking at him. What a beautiful woman. Jiang Wang's eyebrows raised. The woman's aura and the hint of her breathtaking beauty were the most remarkable he had seen over the years. But just a blink later, the stunning woman vanished from her spot. This left Jiang Wang feeling puzzled. As he was about to leave, Jiang Wang suddenly spotted Luo Xing. The latter was looking at him with a half-smile, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Jiang Wang snorted coldly, ignoring him, and transformed into a beam of golden light, turning to leave. But soon, the crowd saw Jiang Wang turn around and come back. He smiled brightly as he waved to the fans below who held signs for him. He opened his mouth and laughed, saying, "Hello, everyone. Wow, Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang actually talked to us. So down to earth. I just want to touch him." Jiang Wang chuckled and pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve. Countless spirit stones fell into the hands of these fans, and he said, "Thank you for your hard work. Take these spirit stones and enjoy a good meal. I'm leaving." After saying this, Jiang Wang did not stay long and turned to leave, until his figure completely disappeared from the sky. The many fans below were still caught in a frenzy. I want to have a son after seeing this. If my kid could be as awesome as Jiang Wang, I'd be willing to drop dead on the spot. The remaining audience watched Jiang Wang's actions and couldn't help but click their tongues, expressing their amazement. This Jiang Wang really knows how to connect with people. Yeah, even though he's only 5 years old, he treats both his opponents and his fans well, and even his opponents respect him after losing. This makes it hard to judge Luo Xing. These people were talking loudly, and with Luo Xing's current strength, he clearly heard their discussions. He glanced at them with disdain, then looked at Jiang Wang's group of fans, his face flashing with sarcasm. "Since you all think so highly of Jiang Wang, just wait and see how I step on him tomorrow." After saying this, Luo Xing also moved, turning into a beam of starlight and shooting away. Jiang Wang returned to the Green Mountain courtyard and began his training. Now, only 5 people remained, including him. Aside from Luo Xing, the other 3 were all extraordinary geniuses, the best among the younger generation of the Wilderness Valley Immortal Domain. However, this was premised on excluding the young heirs of other super sects and the ancient families. But even so, the remaining few each had their own skills and would not be easily defeated. At the same time, Jiang Wang thought about the way Luo Xing looked at him earlier. I really want to give him a good beating. What he wanted to do most was to beat Luo Xing fiercely, not wanting to leave him for any finals. Even though he thought this way, Jiang Wang did not underestimate him, because he knew that in the Luo clan, Luo Xing must have a very high status. Also enjoying various precious resources, he definitely had many hidden cards. But that was not the most important thing. In fact, Jiang Wang's guess was roughly the same as Zhou Sheng's. That is, the things Luo Xing was currently displaying were definitely not all he had. This guess came from a faint aura that Jiang Wang had caught when facing Luo Xing. This aura surely did not come from the Luo clan's techniques he practiced. Jiang Wang did not know what it was. But the ancient and mysterious aura hidden within it felt familiar to Jiang Wang. "Good brother, what kind of surprise can you give me?" Chapter 77. Fans bicker, 5 advanced to 4. As the sun and moon rotated, the blazing sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon, illuminating all things in the world. Jiang Wang's tightly closed eyes, which had been shut all night, gradually opened with the first beam of sunlight. A golden light appeared in his eyes. He slowly got up and stretched his body. Hearing the sound of his bones cracking, like firecrackers, Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. He looked toward the direction of the Zhongshuan Square. "If we don't count today, there's only tomorrow left. This competition is really dragging on. It's finally about to end." After saying this, he transformed into a golden beam of light and soared toward the square. At this moment in the Zhongshuan Square, a crowd of spectators had gathered densely. The atmosphere of the Creation Immortal Palace was especially hot these 2 days. Countless people were eagerly waiting for the final showdown. And now, Jiang Wang's background was circulating among these spectators. Basically, no one was unaware that Jiang Wang actually hailed from the Luo clan. Several other powerful clans from different regions couldn't help but mock Luo Zhantian. "Young clan leader Zhantian, I really didn't expect your 2 children to be just as outstanding as you. Incredibly talented and strong." "Ha. Yes, the ancient saint body, that's impressive. A pair of outstanding talents. Young clan leader Zhantian is truly envied by all." "Ah." While saying this, they did not forget to give Luo Zhantian a thumbs up. At this moment, the latter was sitting on the Luo clan's war chariot, watching the laughing group with a dark expression. He wasn't foolish. Of course, he could hear their false praises mixed with sarcasm. But the most unfortunate thing was that these powerful clans were about as strong as his own Luo clan, making it impossible to explode in anger on the spot. He could only respond to them with silence. But the flickering lightning at his fingertips was enough to show his current mood. A dry hand patted Luo Zhantian's shoulder. Looking over, it was Luo Wanqiao. At this moment, the latter spoke. "Zhantian, there's no need to pay attention to these things. As long as Xing'er can win first place in this grand competition, she can obtain the true dragon source marrow and naturally enter our secret vault." Upon hearing the words secret vault, Luo Zhantian's initially gloomy face lightened a bit. Luo Wanqiao was the same, and a hint of fanaticism even flashed in his eyes. "Our Luo clan's supreme imperial weapon might just be in the secret vault, or perhaps even our clan's true inherited techniques and divine abilities. With these, our Luo clan can restore its former glory. and by then, these people will turn to dust in the face of our Luo clan's fury. Luo Wancho spoke with a touch of madness in his tone. This also caused a spark of madness to flash in Luo Zhantian's eyes. Then he nodded heavily, turning to look at the Luo Xing behind him. Go, Xing'er, bring your best state to face your enemies. I know, father. After saying this, Luo Xing moved, flying towards the center of the Zhongxian Square. A streak of golden light flashed through the sky, triggering cheers from the crowd below. Jiang Wang is coming. Brother Jiang Wang. Cheers rang out from below, all from the fans Jiang Wang had accumulated over these days. But at this moment, from another direction, cheers also erupted. Looking over, a team of about 100 people was rapidly flying towards the sky, cheering for the starry light. Luo Xing, crush the saint body. Crush them. Luo Xing is the strongest. The fans of Luo Xing expressed their confusion at this. One person couldn't help but shout at them. Aren't you looking for Luo clan's hired fans with spirit stones? Hearing their questioning, the Luo Xing fans all showed disdain. Stop talking nonsense. I haven't even said you're hired fans of the Jiang clan yet. Alas, Lu, you were wrong. How could the scrawny Jiang clan come up with so many spirit stones? Haha, exactly. Listening to these people mocking Jiang Wang, they couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Bah, Luo Xing's methods are ruthless and heartless. You won't support a good person? Hearing this, the Luo Xing fans scoffed in disdain. On the road of strength, power is respected. What face do you have to blame others if you lose? Yes, Luo Xing is powerful and comes from a prestigious family. His future achievements are limitless. Is there anything wrong with following Luo Xing? Haha. Well said. Unlike some people who were thrown out with their mother, this statement completely ignited Jiang Wang's fans into a rage. Shameless. You guys are resorting to personal attacks, huh? So what? At this moment, the fans of both sides were glaring at each other, as if a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, looking as if a big fight was about to break out. Because there were many women on Jiang Wang's side, only a few male cultivators could step up. This once again gave them a reason to mock. If you're not convinced, let's place a bet. I'll wager a Celestial Emperor's Spirit Treasure and bet on Jiang Wang as the winner. One male fan of Jiang Wang angrily shouted at the opponent. Upon hearing this, the other side immediately agreed. Come on, let's bet. Your Celestial Emperor's Spirit Treasure. Huh? I'll bet 50,000 Spirit Stones. Count me in. I also have a Celestial Emperor's Spirit Treasure. And me. I also have Spirit Stones. In this way, fans of both Jiang Wang and Luo Xing took out various precious spirit treasures or pills to cheer for the person they supported. As Jiang Wang and Luo Xing approached the scene, the Seven Peak Masters also appeared in this space. The Heavenly Sage's gaze swept over the group, moving between Jiang Wang and Luo Xing, before slowly speaking. Today, we will determine the battle order by drawing lots. One person will have a bye and wait for tomorrow's fight. All five nodded, and at this moment, the other three could not help but look towards Jiang Wang and Luo Xing. They could all feel the change in the atmosphere today. They had naturally heard the rumors, but now they were watching the two. At this moment, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing were completely focused, unaware of the change in the mood around them. Or perhaps they did not care. Seeing the situation, the Heavenly Sage waved his sleeves, and 5 glowing orbs flew into the air. Choose. As the Heavenly Sage's words fell, Jiang Wang and the others instantly vanished from their spots. Jiang Wang reached for one of the glowing orbs, but suddenly frowned. With a cold grunt, overwhelming spiritual power surged out from within him, and then he slapped back fiercely with one hand. Bang! Jiang Wang's palm collided with another hand of similar size. The violent waves of spiritual energy spread out, making the void tremble. Wow! Everyone below gasped at this scene, and the atmosphere became instantly heated. Chapter 78. By the end of the competition, coldness gradually rose in Jiang Wang's eyes as he looked at the owner of that hand. Looking up along the hand, it was none other than Luo Xing. At this moment, the latter had a strange smile on his face, looking at Jiang Wang and slowly speaking. Hee, good brother, why are you so angry? I have my eye on this, so let me have it. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Good little brother, it seems your parents' education has failed. Didn't they teach you that you have to fight for what you want? Why should others give it to you? Fine, then I'll just take it myself. With that, Luo Xing instantly withdrew his hand, and spiritual power erupted from his body, with lightning flashing in his palm, a wild aura spreading out as he reached for the glowing orb in front of Jiang Wang. Why the rush, little brother? I don't like giving my things to others. Jiang Wang coldly laughed and then lifted his leg, kicking towards Luo Xing's head with a gust of wind. With Jiang Wang's strength, this kick could shatter a giant stone. This forced Luo Xing to redirect his hand from grabbing the orb to counter Jiang Wang's approaching leg. Bang! There was another muffled sound. Jiang Wang used all his strength in this strike, sending Luo Xing flying backward. Luo Xing stepped on the void, slowly stabilizing his posture, and as he looked at Jiang Wang, his eyes were filled with coldness. Having landed a hit, Jiang Wang grinned and directly grasped the glowing orb in his hand, seeming to show off as if. He waved his hand towards the former. Ha ha! Indeed, Jiang Wang is the most powerful. Ha ha, you fools, aren't you stunned now? Our brother Jiang Wang took down Luo Xing with one move. The sea in the sky directly made Jiang Wang's fans swagger and mercilessly taunt Luo Xing's fans. The fans of Luo Xing all had grim faces but still stubbornly shouted back. What's there to be proud of? You just got a slight advantage. Just wait, if Luo Xing fights now, Jiang Wang won't even have the right to cry on the battlefield. Who says otherwise? You're being so smug just at this point. Just wait. Luo Xing was kicked back by Jiang Wang, but gave a cold snort, choosing not to strike back. Then, he reached out and grabbed a nearby light orb, picking one that was unoccupied. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wang couldn't help but show a mocking expression. Then, both of them crushed the orbs in their hands at the same time, wanting to see who they would battle this time. Meanwhile, the fans below were also staring intensely at this scene. They all wanted to know if there would be an epic battle today. As the light orbs were crushed, Jiang Wang also saw the contents inside, and his expression couldn't help but grow strange. He saw only the word empty written in it. As Jiang Wang raised the jade token in his hand, Luo Xing did the same. However, the jade token of the latter had a name written on it. Yin Jiao. Sigh, what a pity. I thought I could see their battle today. Who says otherwise? Their battle would definitely be exciting. If we could see it, it would be worth the trip. This result made everyone feel dissatisfied, including Jiang Wang. It seemed that he was the one who drew the short straw. That's fine. I can enjoy some peace. He comforted himself. Then, the heavenly sage saw that a few people had finished drawing lots and said to them, since that's the case, let the battle begin. Luo Xing turned to take a glance at Jiang Wang, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness, and then directly moved into the Zhongxian mirror through the guiding light. Left out, Jiang Wang could only obediently watch from outside, and it was just as well to see how Luo Xing would battle against Yin Jiao. So, Jiang Wang descended to the ground, and just as he wanted to find a place to sit, he saw a stunning figure. She wore a thin veil and a simple dress, her eyes clear like stars. It was the mysterious and stunning woman he met yesterday. She was here again today. Moreover, most importantly, Jiang Wang was surprised to discover that today this woman had locked eyes with him again. This made him feel a bit perplexed. He stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that she wants to harm me, coming here to scout? It's hard to say. I should keep my distance. I can't lose my life for being lustful. Saying this, he directly gave up on landing and chose to sit cross-legged in the void, quietly watching the light screen where Luo Xing was located. Below, the stunning woman, seeing Jiang Wang's actions, had a ripple in her beautiful eyes but soon calmed down, turning her gaze to the light screen above. At this moment in the Zhongxian mirror's battlefield, Luo Xing and Yin Jiao stood facing each other. The latter was a young girl in a short blue skirt, her long slender legs exposed, round and delicate, like they were carefully crafted by the best artisan. Her light blue hair was tied behind her head, her face beautiful with a hint of spirit in her brow and eyes. Facing Luo Xing, her expression was serious, her eyes filled with wariness. I have watched your matches, Luo Xing, and I must admit, you are strong. Yin Jiao spoke to Luo Xing. Luo Xing merely scoffed upon hearing this. The tone was flat as he spoke. Since that's the case, why not withdraw from the competition? It will save me energy to deal with the lost dog that my family has cast out. Although Luo Xing's tone was calm, there was a hint of mockery and disdain in his eyes. Yin Jiao sighed deeply upon hearing this, then spoke calmly. Luo Xing, I know you are strong, but it's absolutely impossible for me to surrender. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Xing's eyes, and then his figure shot out like a flash of lightning towards Yin Jiao. The lightning in his hand flickered, carrying an incredibly violent spiritual power that slammed down. Swift wind step. Yin Jiao formed seals with his hands and instantly vanished from his original position. Luo Xing only felt a blur in front of him, then saw a swirling blue hurricane rushing towards him rapidly. Oomph. Luo Xing let out a cold huff, and a violent thunderbolt in his hand surged forth, colliding with the blue hurricane. Boom! Boom! The clash of spiritual power sent waves of violent energy surging out, shaking the very space around them. Luo Xing suddenly exerted his strength, and the lightning in his hand surged greatly, directly crushing the blue hurricane into countless shimmering particles of spiritual energy. Without any pause, Luo Xing's fingertips shone suaj dusa lighting, pointing behind him. He had already covered this space with his spiritual sense, having found Yun Jio's location. Swish! However, this strike from Luo Xing still missed, leaving only a wisp of blue wind behind. Chapter 79. The eve of the final battle, the might of Luo Xing. Luo Xing frowned, lightning gleaming in his eyes as he shot into the sky, angrily declaring, "If all you can do is run, you won't be able to win against me." After saying this, Luo Xing began slowly forming seals with his hands, while the spiritual energy in this space started to grow increasingly chaotic. All the spiritual power within him was being drawn out, and dark clouds began to cover the sky, with booming thunder erupting within those clouds. Luo Xing's robe fluttered wildly, tears filling his eyes as his expression turned solemn, and he loudly proclaimed, "This world is only so large. Let me see where you can escape to." After saying this, Luo Xing changed his hand seals suddenly, releasing boundless spiritual power, causing the energy of this space to instantly become violent. Endless thunder began to gather from the dark clouds above. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, followed by countless bolts of lightning descending. It directly transformed this space into a terrifying realm of thunder. The originally towering peaks were instantly flattened, strange stones shattered, and flowers and grasses withered. Luo Xing stood on air, his expression indifferent as he watched the blue light frantically darting below. Yun Jio's figure reappeared, his expression grave as he looked up at Luo Xing, who resembled a thunder god in the sky. His eyes sparkled, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, a look of determination flashed in Yun Jio's eyes. Then he stepped on the ground, leaping into the air, slowly forming seals with his hands. "Luo Xing, this is my strongest trump card that I can use. Give it a try." After saying this, a wild wind suddenly swept through this space. Wherever the wind passed, countless trees were snapped in half. Yun Jio's hand seals changed wildly, and a massive consumption of spiritual power made his face visibly pale. Great wind technique. Frenzied strangulation. Yun Jio changed his hand seals suddenly, unleashing countless waves of spiritual power that exploded from within him, forming whirling hurricanes in the void. These hurricanes were accompanied by endless sharp blue wind blades, cutting through the void and creating numerous gaps. A sky full of wind blades rushed towards Luo Xing in a deadly assault. Seeing this scene, Luo Xing felt the violent and sharp wind blades, and his expression became slightly serious. Again changing his hand seals, the thunderbolts in this space started to gather, forming a ferocious thunder dragon behind Luo Xing. A roar toward the sky. Then, charging angrily towards the distant Yun Jiao. Boom! Endless wind blades collided with the thunder dragon, directly shaking this entire space into collapse. The wind blades were so sharp that they sliced off the scales from the thunder dragon's body. At the same time, as the dragon's tail swung wildly, countless wind blades were instantly obliterated. This space was filled with thunder and hurricanes. Both sides were continuously pouring their spirit power into their own abilities furiously. At this moment, the audience outside couldn't help but suck in cold breaths at the sight. So violent. I didn't expect this Yun Jiao to be so fierce. Indeed, although the battle between Agu and Li Lingyin was also intense, it was nowhere near as fierce as this one between Luo Xing and the other. But that Yun Jiao is about to fall, his body is trembling. Jiang Wang only glanced at the two before shifting his gaze, because he knew that in this battle, no matter what, Yun Jiao would lose. It was better to watch Agu and Li Lingyin instead. Sure enough, at this moment, the two of them in the battlefield had different expressions. Luo Xing's expression was calm. His spirit power seemed endless, continuously replenishing the Thunder Dragon. But on the other hand, Yun Jiao's face, which once held great pride, was now devoid of color. His body began to sway, and his spirit power was now completely depleted. Luo Xing, with a cold gaze, spoke up. "I really don't understand what you call persistence means. They're just annoying bugs. Let me help you find release." As he said this, Luo Xing extended one hand, and violent thunder gathered in his palm, forming a thunder spear, with lightning patterns flickering, emanating waves of devastating aura. "Go!" Luo Xing suddenly hurled the spear, the long weapon slicing through space, creating a ripple. It pierced through layers of hurricanes and endless wind blades, crashing against Yun Jiao's body. Puff! Yun Jiao's delicate body was sent flying, crimson blood spewing from his mouth, and then hit the ground hard. But fortunately, Yin Jiao pulled out a green jade token from his bosom, which was covering cracks. It was clear that this was a defensive spiritual treasure, helping Yun Jiao withstand that blow. But for some reason, a glimmer of joy flashed in Yun Jiao's eyes. Up in the sky, seeing this scene, Luo Xing's mouth curled into a cold smile, then his hand seals changed abruptly. The thunder dragon emitted a roar that shook the heavens and earth, then charged angrily down towards Yun Jiao. Boom! Dazzling lightning and deafening thunder echoed across this realm. The crowd outside, upon witnessing this scene, had their pupils shrink dramatically. Oh no, this Luo Xing is going to kill Yun Jiao. Isn't this too much? You shouldn't be allowed to compete anymore. Exactly. That Yun Jiao clearly has no ability to fight back. Why continue attacking? Isn't this just murder? A wave of condemning voices rose, loudly addressing the 7 saints in the sky. This scene made Jiang Wang furrow his brows. Good boy. You are becoming more and more despicable. Not only Jiang Wang, but the mysterious and beautiful woman sitting below also slightly frowned. Listening to the intense argument below, the Tongtian saint waved slightly and softly said, Silence. Yun Jiao is not dead. Not dead. I can't comprehend how one could survive that kind of attack. Though filled with these doubts, they still found the Tongtian saint's words quite credible. They redirected their attention to the light screen. At this moment, the lightning light began to slowly dissipate. Luo Xing's gaze swept down, revealing a bottomless pit. His divine sense probed into it, but did not detect any life fluctuations. Could it be that I turned him into ashes? At that instant, Luo Xing's heart suddenly tightened, a thick aura of death enveloping his mind. Without a moment to think, Luo Xing's foot suddenly stomped into the void, quickly turning and retreating. But even so, he still felt a chill on his face. Lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Xing's figure appeared over 100 miles away. Luo Xing trembled as he reached out a hand to touch his cheek, then slowly looked down at his hand. A streak of bright red appeared at his fingertips. As the angle shifted, a glaring blood mark appeared on Luo Xing's handsome, chiseled face, now streaming drops of fresh blood downwards. Opposite him stood the pale-faced Yun Jiao. She didn't die. Chapter 80, Furious Luo Xing, True Nature Revealed. She really didn't die. That's amazing. How did she do it? Exactly. She managed to survive under Luo Xing's attack. As Yun Jiao's pale face reappeared on the light screen, the entire audience in the square gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide open. They couldn't help but marvel at Yun Jiao's methods. Most things in the world are reciprocal. Luo Xing's attacks were fierce, immensely powerful, capable of destroying the world. In the same way, those who could persevere against such force, who could escape from his attacks, were likewise strong. At this moment, Luo Xing stared blankly at the blood in his hand, his pupils trembling, seemingly in disbelief. Slowly, he raised his head to look at Yun Jiao across from him and asked, So it was like this? You never intended to compete with my divine power from the start, but instead chose to deceive me and used your speed to fight for your life, right? That's right. Everyone knows your Luo family's 9 Heavens Thunder technique is exceptionally overbearing. I had no reason to confront you in terms of divine power. Yun Jiao paused, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Unfortunately, you couldn't kill me, right? Luo Xing finished her sentence for her. Exactly. Yun Jiao did not deny it, but nodded in agreement. She saw that Luo Xing's strike was merciless. Even if it didn't turn her into ashes, it would reduce her to blood mist. So she directly decided to give it her all and take Luo Xing's life. Although the competition strictly prohibited taking lives, it was Luo Xing who attacked first, so she had no blame. Upon hearing Yun Jiao's words, Luo Xing burst into laughter. But that laugh made others feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Luo Xing let out a laugh tinged with madness, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lightning flashed around him, so powerful that even the space could not contain such violent force. The dark clouds that had dissipated earlier gathered again at this moment. However, within those dark clouds gathered boundless thunder. The wind howled and thunder roared, as if a world-destroying demon was about to be born. Yun Jiao, for the injury you caused me, I will send you to death. Luo Xing's spiritual power erupted completely at this moment, violently surging out from his crown with no reservation. A domineering, violent aura instantly spread throughout this heaven and earth. What? Yun Jiao's pupils quickly contracted upon feeling this overwhelming aura. At the same time, the scene on the light screen gave the audience outside an endless shock. Is this the aura of a peak immortal emperor? Isn't it? That 5-year-old Luo Xing has already reached the peak of immortal emperor. So terrifying, how did he even cultivate to this level? As Luo Xing's aura spread out with no reservation, everyone stared wide-eyed. Even Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow slightly. He also hadn't expected that his dear little brother's spiritual power cultivation had reached this point. Only a thin line separated them. Luo Xing let out a roar to the heavens, unleashing endless violent spiritual power as he furiously struck towards Yun Jiao. With this palm, the power of the immortal emperor at its peak showed no mercy, and it seemed about to take Yun Jiao's life. But at that moment, Yun Jiao suddenly shouted, "I forfeit." In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, directly enveloping her. Luo Xing's fierce palm struck right into the light, the violent wave of spiritual power causing cracks to spread across it. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts raced, feeling as if it were in their throats. They were afraid that in his rage, Luo Xing would shatter the light itself. But luckily, this was within the Zhongxian treasure mirror. It surely wouldn't allow Luo Xing to run rampant inside. Hence, the descending light still managed to take Yun Jiao away from the battlefield. Only Luo Xing remained, coldly staring. When Yun Jiao emerged from the Zhongxian treasure mirror, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Xing's palm hadn't succeeded, its overwhelming power had still caused her internal injuries. Right away, someone from the Wind Spirit sect stepped forward to take her away. The events happening below were all seen by the 7 saints high above in the sky. The burning heaven saint pondered briefly and slowly spoke. Although Luo Xing's attacks are ruthless and merciless, his talent is indeed top-notch. If he could refine his character properly, he could be quite a major talent. However, that kid named Yun Jiao is truly impressive. She has both courage and strategy. With Luo Xing's blow, she must have been frightened, which is commendable. The celestial saint gently fanned his folding fan, looking in the direction Yun Jiao had left. A satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. As the battle between Luo Xing and the others ended, the fight between Li Lingyin and Yi Gu also concluded. Compared to the one-sided oppression of the former, the battle between the latter two could be called a visual feast, thrilling to watch, ultimately ending with Yi Gu's victory. Both were also drawn out by the beam of light. Li Lingyin's complexion turned pale, her lips purple, a clear sign of poisoning. She smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yi, your poison techniques are indeed unfathomable and exceptionally domineering. I humbly submit." Hearing this, Yi Gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clasped his hands towards her without speaking and handed over a pill from his bosom. It was clear that this was the antidote to Yi Gu's poison. With today's battles over, the celestial sage slowly stood up and looked at the 4. "You all performed well. You 3 should go back and rest, awaiting tomorrow's finals." The celestial sage looked towards the victorious Jiang Wang, Luo Xing, and Yi Gu. Tomorrow's battles would be chaotic, but as Jiang Wang departed, he stole a glance at Luo Xing. Naturally, she was also looking at him. Jiang Wang knew that tomorrow would be the time for him to settle accounts with his good brother. Huff! He let out a long breath, having waited so long since the start of the tournament, finally able to vent his frustrations on his younger brother. After saying this, he didn't linger and transformed into a golden beam, soaring into the sky toward Ling Miao Peak. Luo Xing looked up at the rapidly flying golden beam in the sky, a chill flashing in her eyes. Under the dark night, the curtain of night blanketed the heavens. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged in the Qingshan courtyard, slowly opening his eyes. Then he rose slowly, bowed towards the void ahead, and spoke. "Master." With a soft sound of agreement, a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard before Jiang Wang. It was the mysterious saint dressed in a white dress. The mysterious saint looked at Jiang Wang, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction, and slowly spoke. "I must admit, little one, you truly are remarkable, having come this far." Jiang Wang smiled shyly. "This is due to Master's keen eye." Upon hearing these words, the saint smiled, a smile so enchanting it could make the heavens and earth lose their color. "With that mouth of yours, I really don't know how many young girls will suffer because of you." Who said that?" "I'm the most pure and devoted." Hearing Jiang Wang's playful words, the saint smiled again, then straightened her expression. "All right, let's talk about something serious." As soon as Jiang Wang heard the saint wanted to discuss serious matters, he also reined in his smile. The two of them entered a small pavilion within the Qing Mountain Villa. With a wave of his hand, a teapot and 2 teacups appeared on the stone table. The fragrant aroma of spirit tea wafted out from the teapot, refreshing the mind and calming the spirit. He filled both cups with tea and then quietly waited for the saint to speak. The saint stretched out 2 fingers, which resembled jade, delicately pinched the teacup, savored a sip, and then slowly spoke. For tomorrow's battle, you must not act out of emotions. If you feel something is wrong, immediately admit defeat. I can see your efforts. Even if you do not get first place, what I promised you will not be less. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. That's right, if I get first place, I will be introduced to the saintess of the Fortune Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, the image of that mysterious and stunning woman suddenly appeared in Jiang Wang's mind. Actually, I could settle for someone else. That one seemed quite good too. Jiang Wang thought to himself. But still, he spoke to the saint. I understand. Don't worry, master. I won't be overconfident. The saint nodded, then slightly furrowed her brows and continued. You and that Luo Xing are only a thin line apart in strength. In a normal battle, you would have a higher chance of winning. However, I observe that Luo Xing does not seem simple. And plus, given his status in the Luo clan, he must have hidden cards that we do not know about. The saint paused. And besides, the Luo clan was once an ancient family. Jiang Wang nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing him this way, the saint said no more, and then turned her hand. A delicate small mirror appeared in her hand, with mysterious essence swirling around it and many strange runes flashing. Jiang Wang was taken aback. The small mirror in the saint's hand. Isn't this the Tsangshuan treasure mirror? Why did she bring out the Tsangshuan treasure mirror? Does she worry I might lose and plan to help me cheat? Master, if this is discovered by others, you might not be troubled as a holy king, but would I lose my head? Looking at Jiang Wang's somewhat stunned and terrified expression, the saint covered her mouth and laughed, gently patting his head. What are you thinking, little guy? This is not the real Tsangshuan treasure mirror, but it is also a supreme treasure personally refined by our palace master. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Wang nodded and felt relieved. Tomorrow is the finals. Your Jiang family is far from the Fortune Immortal Palace, and I am worried you will miss your family, so I borrowed this mirror from the palace master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. Could this thing connect to my family? Of course. With that, the saint stretched her hand and threw the small mirror into the air. Show! The saint formed a hand seal, and a moonlight beam was directly drawn down, shining upon the small mirror. As the moonlight illuminated, the small mirror emitted a faint buzzing sound, and then a huge light screen projected out. The void before them slowly twisted, and images of buildings and flames gradually appeared on the screen. Jiang Wang looked closely. Wasn't this the Jiang family? Seeing these familiar buildings along with a few familiar figures, Jiang Wang couldn't help but shout. Jiang Yun! At this moment, thousands of miles away within the Jiang family, Jiang Yun was startled by the sudden shout and collapsed directly to the ground. Then, she looked around in panic. Are you dumb? I am here. This scene made Jiang Wang unable to help but laugh heartily. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yun looked up, and to his surprise, a curtain of light had appeared in the sky at some unknown time. Jiang Wang's face filled with laughter shone above it. Hey, it's actually the young clan leader. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Jiang Yun's face, and then he shouted. What? Young clan leader, where? Over there, quickly look up. It really is the young clan leader. Ancestor, quickly come out. In an instant, excitement engulfed the Jiang clan. The space twisted, and Jiang Tao's figure appeared in Jiang Wang's sight. Behind him were Jiang Cixin and Jiang Jiaming, along with other family members. Mother, ancestor, grandfather, grandmother. Upon seeing his relatives whom he hadn't seen for many days, Jiang Wang felt a lump in his throat. Jiang Cixin, full of concern, came under the curtain of light. Looking at Jiang Wang's cute and delicate little face, she couldn't help but ask, Child, why do you seem thinner? How did the competition go? My amazing mother, don't you know? Of course, I punched the young master of the ancient family and kicked the holy son of the super sect. What? You all don't believe it. Master, tell them. At this moment, a warm scene was unfolding in the Qingshan courtyard. But at the same time, in the hall where the Luo clan was, a deep night conversation was happening. Night seems perfect for conversations. Luo Xing sat opposite Luo Zhantian, listening to the latter speak. Xing'er, tomorrow is the final. I only ask you, facing Jiang Wang, how confident are you? Upon hearing the question, Luo Xing's eyes lowered slightly, pondering as scenes of Jiang Wang's battles flashed in her mind. After a while, she slowly spoke. Perhaps 70%. 70%? Luo Zhantian repeated Luo Xing's words, then looked at her, seeming to hesitate about something. After a long time, he finally spoke. Xing'er, my meaning is very simple. No matter what, I do not want to see you two in a life-and-death struggle. Luo Zhantian paused. After all, no matter what, Jiang Wang shares our Luo clan's blood. He is a natural ancient holy body, a once-in-a-thousand-year talent. Losing either of you would be a great loss, and... Father, you want to say, and he's still my brother, right? Luo Xing completed the latter part of Luo Zhantian's sentence. Yes, that's right. Luo Xing did not continue speaking. Sigh. Luo Zhantian's expression was complex. He sighed lightly and continued. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, do not use that trump card. Chapter 82. Luo Xing's Malice. The final battle begins. The night sky was filled with dazzling stars, like the most brilliant jewels embedded within it. Luo Xing walked alone in the garden, lost in her thoughts. Strangely, tiny star-like lights fell from the sky, enveloping Luo Xing's body. Draped in a radiant starry robe, her hair shined exceptionally bright under the starlight. She looked like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Luo Xing's expression was indifferent as thoughts of Luo Zhantian's earlier words flashed through her mind, a cold glint appearing in her eyes. Just an abandoned child expelled from the Luo clan, talking about bloodlines. I see they just can't forget that Jiang family's lowly concubine. Luo Xing murmured softly. She slowly lowered her head, reached out her palm, and then slowly clenched her fist. At that moment, something miraculous happened. The countless stars in the sky seemed to be drawn to her, flowing towards her palm. Feeling the vast sea of spiritual power within her boiling, immense strength gathered in her hand. Luo Xing revealed a slight smile. She slowly spoke. Since you care so much about that abandoned child, then let me personally end his life. The rising sun looked like a long spear, tearing through the sky with a fierce posture. The scorching sunlight poured down on the earth. Today in the Xian Square, the crowd was like an ocean. The number of spectators had reached its peak, because everyone knew that this was the most thrilling part of the recent tournament at the Celestial Palace of Transformation. Now, there were only 3 contestants left, but their rankings had yet to be determined. Everyone wanted to see which of the 3 could claim the first place in this competition. At Wandu Mountain, an old man in a green robe with muddled eyes was watching the contestant Igu before him. This old man was Ouyang, the leader of Wandu Mountain. Ouyang's gaze swept over Igu, then he spoke slowly. Igu, you have now entered the top 3. What are your plans for the upcoming battles? Igu pondered for a moment, then slowly replied. I will do my best to strive for first place. Ouyang shook his head gently. When it comes to predicting good fortune and misfortune, the True Path sect is indeed the best in the world, but the principles of seeking good and avoiding harm are easy to understand. Igu, I ask you now, what is good and what is bad? Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Igu was slightly taken aback and instinctively turned to look at Jiang Wang and Luo Xing, who had arrived early. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, Does the elder mean to say that competing for first place against these 2 is bad, while not competing is good? Hearing Igu's words, Ouyang nodded. The issues between those 2 will definitely come to a head today. Although the rules state that this final is a free-for-all, in my view, it would be better to let them fight it out without interference. Igu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I understand, Elder. I will think carefully before taking action. Seeing Igu nod, Ouyang said no more and waved his hand to the younger man. I will go, Elder. After saying this, Ouyang soared into the sky and arrived before the Xian mirror in the heavens. As Igu arrived, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing simultaneously opened their eyes and stood up, and they looked up at the 7 holy kings above in the sky. The Grand Saint of Heaven also stood up and spoke slowly. Words are useless. Who will win depends on skill. You 3 fight. After saying this, the Grand Saint waved his robe, releasing rolling purple energy that caused the already massive Xian mirror to swell even larger. It seemed like it was going to cover the entire sky. The chaotic mirror surface slowly became clear, reflecting all the scenes below. At this moment, the heavens and earth were the same color, looking extraordinarily spectacular. The Grand Saint waved his robe again, and 3 beams of light descended, enveloping Jiang Wang and the other 2, transporting them upward. Jiang Wang felt a blur before him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. As he swept his gaze across the land, he surprisingly realized that this was an ancient battlefield. Countless broken spears and weapons were thrust into this unknown battlefield among the mountains. The wild wind howled, and yellow sand roared, and it seemed as though there were countless vengeful souls crying out, telling their grievances. Before Jiang Wang could carefully examine his surroundings, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Boom! In the next moment, a loud noise erupted from the very spot where he had stood. Looking down from the heavens, he saw a gigantic palm print appear in his place, sending countless yellow sands flying. Luo Xing stood in the air, looking down with a cold expression. The yellow sand roared, and a faint golden light appeared within it. But soon, this faint golden light exploded, becoming a dazzling radiant sun, exceedingly brilliant and glaring. Good brother, why are you always so impatient? Jiang Wang's voice rang out, and then he slowly stepped forward, glancing at Luo Xing in the sky with a cold smile. He then turned to Egu beside him and said with a grin, Brother Yi, a fierce battle might just unfold soon. How about you watch for a while, and after I deal with him, we can have our showdown. Egu listened to Jiang Wang's words, pondering for a moment, as the scene of his conversation with Ouyang flashed in his mind. Then he nodded directly, taking 2 steps back, clearly stating his position. We're finally about to start. Awesome, these two are finally facing off. A battle of destiny? Shall we continue yesterday's bet, brothers? At this moment, suddenly, supporters of Luo Xing began to provoke Jiang Wang's fans. How could they tolerate this? They erupted in fury. One by one, they pulled out their magical treasures from their cosmic bags. Come on, put on the table. Damn it, who doesn't bet, son? The 2 groups of fans began a fierce exchange of words again. Meanwhile, in the battlefield, Jiang Wang's voice was heard. A sneer appeared on Luo Xing's lips. Coldly, he said, Aren't you afraid the wind will break you? Get lost. Before Luo Xing could finish his sentence, Jiang Wang transformed into a flash of golden light, instantly appearing before him, and then he struck out with a heavy fist, carrying endless golden light. This punch, Jiang Wang used all of his strength, and with his still immature fist, it actually directly crushed the void, as if he could smash an entire mountain. Luo Xing's eyes turned cold, and he crossed his arms in front of his body, while a wild surge of spiritual power erupted at this moment. Lightning flickered, countless runes intertwined and outlined, actually transforming around Luo Xing into a thunder armor. Thunder God armor. The thunder armor instantly enveloped Luo Xing's body. With lightning swirling around it, it looked incredibly solid. Bang! Jiang Wang's fist struck forcefully at Luo Xing's arms, releasing endless thunder. Even the surrounding void began to collapse, revealing the dark chaotic currents inside. As Jiang Wang's fist hit his arm, he instantly frowned. At that moment, he felt an incredibly powerful force transmitted through this thunder armor to his body. A dull sound echoed. Luo Xing's figure was actually smashed down from the sky by this punch. He heavily slammed onto the ground. Wow, one punch sent him flying. Jiang Wang is mighty, strong. As this scene appeared on the big screen, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted among the audience. Jiang Wang's fans in front were especially excited. Each one had a flushed face, desperately waving their signs to cheer for Jiang Wang. Meanwhile, the supporters of Luo Xing turned red at this moment, unsure of how to retort. In the battlefield, from the deep pit created by Jiang Wang's punch, Luo Xing flew out, his entire body covered in cracks on the thunder armor. Luo Xing's expression was gloomy, and then he trembled. The armor on his body instantly turned into countless spiritual, luminous particles that drifted away. Luo Xing looked at Jiang Wang and slowly spoke. I didn't expect that even though you are from the Jiang family, you could cultivate to this extent. The ancestral body truly lives up to its name. Of course, how could I not be worthy of being your brother? Jiang Wang chuckled. Hearing this, Luo Xing suddenly revealed a smile. His tone softened as he spoke to him. We brothers haven't had a proper catch-up since we met. Must we resort to this violence? I haven't asked. How have you been in your humble little Jiang family all these years? Although Luo Xing's tone softened, the sarcasm in his words was unreserved. However, Jiang Wang merely smiled slightly. It's okay. Our Jiang family is indeed humble compared to yours. Jiang Wang paused, and suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. And compared to nobles, we are quite primitive. Every member of the family has one wife. A legitimate marriage. As Jiang Wang's words fell, the smile on Luo Xing's face gradually disappeared. Jiang Wang was directly mocking Luo Xing's mother and himself in front of everyone. According to the timeline, Jiang Zixin was actually Luo Zhantian's legitimate wife from a tribal marriage, and Mo Yun was married back through inter-family ties. Although it was also a legitimate marriage, being pointed out by Jiang Wang diminished her status. That's still better than being cast out like a useless waste. Luo Xing snorted coldly, then slowly formed hand seals, unleashing endless spiritual power. Her eyes were gradually filled with thunderous light. Jiang Wang's smile also slowly faded as he felt the increasingly violent spiritual energy in the world around them. He let out a long breath and slowly formed hand seals. Poor Jiang Wang, today you shall experience the unrivaled skills of the Luo clan. With that, his hand seal suddenly changed. Endless dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky. Within them, bolts of lightning appeared, twisting like silver snakes entangled with one another. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Wrath of the Thunder God. Luo Xing stood in the void, her hair dancing wildly, her face full of solemnity and seriousness. She seemed like a true thunder god, descending to judge Jiang Wang on the opposite side. Thick bolts of lightning intertwined, flashes of thunder exploding. A dividing line slowly appeared in the thunderclouds above, as if a divine axe had split the sky in two. A figure made entirely of thunder descended from the heavens, hair flying and eyes wide with rage. As this figure appeared in this space, the ancient battlefield instantly transformed into a raging thunder domain, endless thunder pouring down and creating deep pits in the ground, releasing black smoke. My God, even from the outside, I feel an endless pressure. The Luo clan's Nine Heavens Thunder technique is indeed exceptionally overpowering. This is just absurd. This strike from Luo Xing would likely hurt even a saint. No wonder he is the son of the Luo clan. Exclamations of shock arose, all astonished by Luo Xing's attack. Jiang Wang squinted at the thunder god phantom in the sky, and he also felt a shiver through his body. Thick bolts of lightning crashed down toward Jiang Wang, but when they were about a meter away from him, they were blocked by his golden, solid spiritual power. Jiang Wang looked at the descending thunder god phantom and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the world seemed to fall completely silent. Endless golden light burst forth from his body, as if a sun appeared in this thunder domain world. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound came out, and a round disc appeared behind Jiang Wang. Within it, black and white little fish suddenly appeared from the void, one diving into the round disc. This round disc resembled a pool, allowing the black and white fish to swim freely within. A dividing line slowly emerged, directly transforming behind Jiang Wang into a Taiji diagram. The yin-yang diagram floated in this world, sending out a unique wave, as if it contained the most basic truths between heaven and earth. Life and death, yin and yang. Yin-yang life and death map. A saintly body manifestation. I have actually seen it today. But didn't they say the ancient saint body has many manifestations? It's coming quick, look. One could see Jiang Wang's hand seal change again. Majestic golden blood energy erupted from the crown of Jiang Wang's head. It transformed into an endless golden ocean. On it, golden lotus flowers bloomed atop the ocean. On each golden lotus, mysterious inscriptions flowed, with endless Tao Ying swirling around them. In the sea of suffering, plant gold lotus. So radiant, truly. Something's not right. Look, it's not over yet. What? There's still more. As the audience gasped in amazement, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment his eyes were completely filled with endless golden light. The handprints shifted once more. A scroll of emerald green appeared out of the void. As endless spiritual energy poured into it, the scroll slowly unfurled. Radiant light burst forth, with mountains, rivers, flying birds, and roaming beasts appearing vividly in the scroll, as if they were about to leap out at any moment. Beautiful rivers and mountains. God, how many wonders does Jiang Wang actually have? Quiet down, keep watching. As three different wonders emerged, Luo Xing also narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt the pressure from Jiang Wang as well. With a cold snort, Luo Xing's handprints changed wildly, and all the spiritual energy inside him burst forth. The peak strength of the immortal emperor was unleashed without reservation. The thunder god's phantom in the sky also solidified once again at this moment. It charged angrily towards Jiang Wang. Be obliterated. Chapter 84. The celestial body of stars, the might of the sacred body. Jiang Wang looked at the thunder emperor's phantom charging at him, and he too was unwilling to show weakness. With three wonders surrounding him, he transformed into a streak of light and shot forward. Jiang Wang roared to the heavens, his golden hair flying wildly. The powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out, and his perfect immortal emperor realm completely erupted at that moment. Light surged, as if to suppress the heavens and the earth. Boom! The ear-splitting explosion resounded across the heavens and the earth. At this moment, thunder cracked, the void collapsed, mountains crumbled, and the ground fissured. It seemed as if this entire world was on the verge of collapsing in that moment. Exciting. Fighting with the body, Jiang Wang is strong. As the violent spiritual energy waves spread out, the crowd outside had completely fallen into madness. They shouted the names of the two. I never expected that this little guy, being born in the Jiang clan, could cultivate to this level. It's truly not easy. The sacred one of heaven, with flowing hair, spoke with keen interest. The great saint of heaven nodded beside him, giving a complex look at the smiling Miao saint. The Jiang clan definitely cannot produce such a genius. This little guy's achievements today are inseparable from his own efforts. That's right. At this moment, the ancient battlefield was already a scene of devastation. Igu stood in an open area, his face full of bitterness, his robes covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. He had just tried to dodge the falling thunder and hid within a mountain. But who would have known? As he hid, the outside world suddenly fell silent. Just when this Igu thought the battle had ended and wanted to go out and take a look, a violent wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, flattening the mountain he was in. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or he would have been buried alive. As the dust settled, Luo Xing's figure reappeared in the heavens and the earth. Buzz! Golden light shone as Jiang Wang, shrouded in golden divine radiance, suddenly burst forth from the void. He slapped out heavily, filled with anger. Luo Xing's gaze turned cold, and he turned to slap out in response. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Both of them shook. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and then stomped hard in the void, quickly retreating. Tilting his head, he looked back with interest at Luo Xing's body and smiled. Good brother, what's going on with your body? Luo Xing sneered dismissively, his body jolted. His robe instantly turned to countless particles of dust, drifting down from the sky. With the robe gone, a blue inner garment was revealed underneath. The inner garment clung tightly to Luo Xing's body, outlining his perfectly sculpted muscles. At this moment, the dark clouds that had shrouded the heavens and the earth began to slowly dissipate. Luo Xing wore a cold smile, slowly forming hand seals. Crack! A crisp sound emanated from within him, as if something inside Luo Xing had shattered. Then, a peculiar wave of energy slowly spread from his body. At this moment, the twinkling starlight descended from the sky, landing on Luo Xing's body. Do you think you are the only one blessed with exceptional talent, a natural holy body? At this moment, Luo Xing seemed to have completely transcended, his eyes filled with arrogance and indifference. This feeling was like a god from the nine heavens looking down at the ants on the ground. What is this overwhelming and peculiar aura? It feels a bit like the power of the stars. The power of the stars, could it be? That's right. Throughout history, there have been very few techniques or methods that could draw the power of the stars. This physique, which can attract the power of the stars directly without any techniques or seals, is precisely the Zhou Tian starry body. It is actually the Zhou Tian starry body. With this change in Luo Xing, the spectators outside erupted in excitement. No one expected to witness the legendary Zhou Tian starry body here. The great saints in the sky were also slightly surprised upon seeing this. It really is the Zhou Tian starry body. Luo Xing from the Luo clan is indeed extraordinary. It is said that the Zhou Tian starry body can draw upon the power of the stars to enhance oneself. Whether in physical strength or spiritual power, both are top-notch. This is going to be interesting. The sky-holding saint said with a smile. The dragon capturing great saint smacked his lips, reminiscing about his own bald head, and said, to be fair, no matter how this kid's character is, he indeed has the strength to stand tall among his peers. At this moment, the ever-silent Marvel saint suddenly spoke. Jiang Wang has not yet fully unleashed the power of his holy body. Saying he stands tall among his peers is a bit premature. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, looking at Luo Xing whose aura had ascended, couldn't help but curl his lips in sentiment. No wonder you act so flamboyantly and overbearingly. This is your trump card. Jiang Wang paused his words. Then a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, if this is all there is, then today you will end in regret. After saying that, Jiang Wang's entire body trembled, and his hands quickly formed seals. A majestic golden blood energy erupted from the top of his head, as if he was transforming into a radiant sun. Bang! He roared skyward, his form like a powerful cannonball, charging upward. With a palm strike, he unleashed force. The golden palm print carried endless blood energy, as if to cover the heavens. Looking for death. Seeing Jiang Wang daring to counterattack, Luo Xing bellowed and also struck out a powerful palm. A black hand descended from the sky, adorned with 7 shining stars, surrounded by countless celestial bodies. Boom! At this moment, it was as if thunder had exploded from the skies. The energies of gold and black surged violently, like a tsunami rippling outward, visible to the naked eye. Crash! The overwhelming energy surge uprooted countless plants in this realm, and the various giant rocks standing on the mountain peaks shattered at this moment. In this clash of their full-powered states, everything was crushed to pieces. In this realm, except for the ancient battlefield below, nothing remained. The mountains that originally surrounded the battlefield now lay in ruins. The ancient creature, Egu, had a gloomy face constantly dodging the massive rocks flying around. My God, are these two really at the pinnacle of celestial emperors? This is how a saint-level battle goes. Luckily, this isn't its Song Xian treasure mirror. Otherwise, would this plaza have been destroyed by the two? The audience was shocked, all of them swallowing hard, marveling at the battle between the two. Buzz! Jiang Wang's eyes shone with a golden light, bright as two blazing suns in the sky. He slightly turned his upper body and then threw a powerful punch. That fist, wrapped in blood, energy, and golden spiritual power, burned like a divine flame, with endless divine brilliance swirling around it, dazzling enough to blind one's eyes. Chapter 85. Phenomenon collides. The immortal king arrives in the nine heavens. Seeing Jiang Wang attack again, Luo Xing let out a cold snort. Again, a palm was slammed out fiercely. The dark handprint looked like it had come from beyond the universe, dark as ink, horrifying, with an overwhelming pressure, as if it shook the very sky. Boom! In their second collision, golden and black spiritual energy swept the sky. Countless voids collapsed and shattered at that moment. Like a yin-yang storm, it spread centered on the two of them. Jiang Wang and Luo Xing crashed back and forth like two gods, engaged in a life-and-death battle at this moment. These two are so abnormal just from fighting with their bodies. Who will emerge victorious? The onlookers couldn't bear to blink, afraid to miss any thrilling moments. As the crowd discussed, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Neither spoke, only throwing punches. Now it had completely turned into a melee. The cold gazes of the two locked onto each other, seeking weaknesses in each other's movements. Jiang Wang's golden blood energy showed no signs of diminishing. His inner spiritual energy surged like an endless sea. And while Luo Xing had some spiritual energy consumption, the radiant brilliance emanating from him continuously attracted the power of the stars, rapidly replenishing his strength and energy. Boom! Jiang Wang's fist landed heavily on Luo Xing's chest. A muffled groan escaped the latter as he kicked out fiercely, slamming down hard on Jiang Wang's shoulder. The two separated, but Jiang Wang had no intention of giving Luo Xing any chance to breathe. He formed a peculiar seal with his hand. A golden giant peak suddenly materialized from his palm, complete with ancient woods, wolves and woods, flying birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, all present. I will suppress you, Jiang Wang shouted, dragging the golden giant peak fiercely down towards Luo Xing. What kind of divine ability is this? How could it be so powerful? Yes, and it was created so casually by Jiang Wang. The appearance of the golden giant peak shocked everyone present. The figure of Yintian Taoist above in the sky narrowed his eyes, smacking his lips, and couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the ancient saint body has not only many manifestations, but also possesses unique golden blood energy, which is incredibly marvelous. It not only can resist all evil, but can also substitute spiritual energy to simulate attack techniques. Its blood energy seems to weigh thousands of pounds, with unmatched power. Hearing Yintian Taoist's words, the other Saint Kings finally realized and nodded in understanding. Luo Xing looked up at the golden mountain peak pressing down on him, and his pupils trembled, because the momentum Jiang Wang stirred up was too grand. The peak towering high above, held in his hand, majestic and imposing, as if a true giant peak had been moved over by Jiang Wang. Boom! The giant peak pressed down, collapsing the void, shattering the earth. This giant peak was too enormous, creating shocking momentum, directly suppressing Luo Xing beneath it. At this moment, the crowd outside gasped in awe, unable to hold back their exclamations. If this giant peak fell on me, I would definitely be finished. What else is there to say? But what's going on with Luo Xing? Won't he be crushed to death? Someone raised such a question. But at that moment, an angry roar resounded through the heavens. Cracks began to climb on the golden giant peak, and then it suddenly exploded. Jiang Wang's figure was also hurled toward the sky, his face serious as he looked down at the unfathomable pit. Suddenly, brilliant starlight shone, and Luo Xing roared to the heavens, his hair standing on end, his clothes torn, his face filled with fury. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Luo Xing's physical strength. What a guy, he actually endured it. Truly fierce. Luo Xing frowned fiercely. With arms spread wide, a unique wave of energy surged from his body. He looked at Jiang Wang and coldly spoke. It's time to end this. After saying this, Luo Xing suddenly changed his hand seal, and a powerful spiritual force spread out. It directly shrouded this world in a veil of night. Countless brilliant stars ignited above the night sky, and massive stars suddenly appeared. But that's not all. As the stars emerged, A bright full moon hung in the night sky at that moment. Deep blue suddenly tilted out from the void. The sea and sky merged as reflected the heavens. A full moon also rose above the sea, astonishingly merging with the moon in the sky. The full moon slowly rotated, waves of violent spiritual fluctuations spreading out, displaying power and mystery. Wow! At this moment, the audience erupted in excitement. It's an omen. Lo Xing has actually cultivated an omen. What is this omen? Country bumpkin. Never seen it before, huh? Let me tell you, this is the famous king body omen. The moon rises over the sea with stars shining in the sky. Damn it, you call me a country bumpkin, but what do you have? The person called a country bumpkin replied angrily, and the one who insulted him immediately fell silent, rolling his eyes and saying, whether I have it or not, it doesn't matter, I've at least seen it. Jiang Wang looked calmly at the powerful omen behind Lo Xing. Seeing this scene, Lo Xing mocked. What, have I scared you, dumb? Or are you ready to accept your death calmly? Hearing Lo Xing's words, Jiang Wang smiled slightly, then slowly spoke. Since you're so confident, today I will grind this confidence to dust. After saying this, Jiang Wang also formed hand seals, releasing waves of powerful fluctuations. At this moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly went wild. Endless golden blood energy erupted from the top of Jiang Wang's head, merging with his own spiritual power to slowly condense a golden giant shadow behind him. This golden giant shadow sat atop the 9 heavens, surrounded by profound yellow energy, overlooking the world, as if a celestial king had descended to the mortal realm. This is the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens. Countless people gazed at the towering figure atop the 9 heavens, their eyes wide, quaking as if witnessing something incredible. Several holy kings in the heavens also appeared shocked, mouths agape. The heavenly Taoist smacked his lips. It's actually the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens. This is one of the most terrifying omens from ancient times, and it's been demonstrated by this young fellow. After saying this, he looked at the mysterious sage, his eyes filled with envy. The mysterious sage has such a gifted disciple, truly enviable. Sigh. The other holy kings, especially the dragon-capturing sage and the heavenly sage, all sighed at this moment. On the battlefield, as soon as the celestial king appeared, he manifested a force that could shatter heaven and earth, slowly reaching out his palm towards Lo Xing, as if intending to suppress the heavens and earth. Chapter 86. Lo Xing's Last Resort. The battlefield transforms. The celestial king sat atop the 9 heavens, dignified and solemn. Beneath that imperial crown, the somewhat blurred face was none other than Jiang Wang himself. At this moment, the celestial king's enormous palm directly pressed down toward Lo Xing, the violent and powerful spiritual force causing the void to collapse. A sharp light flashed in Lo Xing's eyes, and he quickly changed his hand seal. The omen behind him also activated at this instant. The bright moon rotated, and waves of incredibly powerful spiritual fluctuations spread out, as if to crush all enemies before him. The countless stars in the night sky flickered with brilliant light at that time. They seemed to be growing larger in the eyes of the onlookers. What is that? Why are those stars getting so big? Many spectators below looked at this scene, their eyes trembling, filled with confusion. What's getting bigger? They're clearly coming down to smash us. What? With the astonished voices of these spectators, under the night, immense stars began to fall. Each star was burning with flames, crashing down with immense force towards Jiang Wang. Boom! As the anomalies collided, both of them wore solemn expressions. Waves of unparalleled, violent spiritual energy collided endlessly. The countless rubble and debris on this battlefield turned to dust at this moment. The earth shattered inch by inch, and the sky trembled continuously. The most terrifying thing was that this realm began to show cracks, emitting buzzing sounds, as if it couldn't bear this violent force and was about to collapse. Agu's face turned pale, panting heavily. He dodged the countless falling stars in a messy manner. While he dodged these stars, he also had to be careful of the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from the celestial king high in the sky, as well as the collapsing chaotic void and the devastated ground. He now truly understood what it meant to seek good and avoid harm. Originally, having entered the top 3 positions, he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. But now he finally realized, no matter whether he encountered Jiang Wang or Luo Xing, he would be ruthlessly crushed. A casual strike from either could shatter his meager pride. Damn it, is the gap really this big? Just dodging the battle aftermath of these 2 monsters is exhausting. Agu avoided a giant star, and just looking at the bottomless pit it created made cold sweat flow down his face. Just hold on a little longer. If it really becomes unbearable, I'll just give up. Damn, 2 monsters. Aegul looked up at the two in the sky, unable to help but grit his teeth and speak. At this moment, outside, there were continuous exclamations, because now that Songxian treasure mirror in the sky was shaking constantly. The surge of violent spiritual energy spread out, rippling towards the surroundings. Several nearby cultivators were thrown over. This really is worrisome. The heavenly sage sighed softly. Then with a wave of his sleeve, endless, majestic purple energy surged out, forming a barrier from the Songxian treasure mirror. With a snap of his fingers, a beam of spiritual energy shot from his fingertip into the treasure mirror. With the support of this spiritual energy from the heavenly sage, the countless inscriptions on the Songxian treasure mirror became bright at this moment, slowly stabilizing its form, no longer shaking like before. My God, watching from the outside is dangerous. Fortunately, there are these several holy kings here. Exactly, also fortunate that there is this Songxian treasure mirror in the Palace of Creation, otherwise, not to mention this Songxian square, even this peak would be flattened. Is this really the battle of two immortal emperors? What would happen if there were two holy kings? The faces of these spectators were more or less filled with fear, all searching for a safer spot. Meanwhile, among the audience, the previously mysterious and stunning woman had somehow appeared again. She stared intently at the two figures colliding in the light screen. In her autumn water-like eyes flowed a different hue, as if lost in thought. Jiang Wang raised his hand and blasted a giant star apart with a punch, then shouted loudly with the ensuing anomaly behind him. With a reverse grip, dozens of giant peaks appeared in his hand. He smashed them down violently towards Luo Xing. Boom, boom, boom. These giant peaks completely covered the entire sky, leaving no place for dodging. Starry Hand Seal. Luo Xing's hair danced wildly, his expression fierce, and he struck with his hand. Dozens of pitch-black handprints appeared out of nowhere, shattering the giant peaks into pieces. However, Jiang Wang gave no chance for respite. Raising his hands high above his head, his entire body glowing with divine splendor, endless golden blood energy bursting forth, rapidly condensing into a burning sun of divine flame in his palms. Then, carrying the power of the heavenly king behind him, he suddenly suppressed towards Luo Xing. Boom! Luo Xing's eyes widened in terror, his whole body radiating dazzling starlight, as if starlight flowed within his skin. With both hands raised, he forcibly clashed with that blazing sun. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Luo Xing's legs sank sharply, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. His body trembled, and his expression was twisted in fury. Suppress him! Jiang Wang shouted angrily. Then the golden blood energy around him burst forth to its peak, directly driving the blazing sun to suppress Luo Xing into the ground below. At this moment, he was truly furious. Originally, he was planning to find an opportunity to eliminate Luo Xing right here. Even if he didn't kill him, he wanted to cripple him for life. But he didn't expect Luo Xing to possess not only strong spiritual power and physical strength, but also combat skills and experience that were not much different from his own. Thus, Jiang Wang could only unleash all his power to quickly end the battle. Let's see how you turn the tables this time. Jiang Wang thought to himself as he looked at the quiet abyss below, but soon he sensed something was wrong. He felt an overwhelming killing intent suddenly emerge. Chilling eerie. It felt as if it had appeared from the depths of the underworld, making one shudder with fear. Something is wrong. Jiang Wang's heart was alert, and he quickly retreated. Boom! A 1,000-foot chasm appeared in this universe. Endless dark purple spiritual energy violently surging forth. Luo Xing's figure slowly floated up from the depths of the abyss. He looked up at Jiang Wang, his eyes full of coldness and killing intent. Do you have any hidden cards? Jiang Wang frowned slightly. Then he formed seals with his hands, summoning dozens of giant peaks that suppressed down towards Luo Xing. Get lost. Luo Xing's cold, hoarse voice echoed out. His palm reached out, and powerful purple-black spiritual energy surged forth, directly crushing those dozen giant peaks. Wow, what's happening? Why does Luo Xing's aura change? Yeah, it's like he has become a different person. Chapter 87. The Evil Spirit of the Imperial Weapon, a Loophole in Cheating? Luo Xing's transformation left many people puzzled. The few holy kings in the sky couldn't help but furrow their brows at this moment. The silent black-clothed sword sage slowly opened his mouth. He cheated. This aura belongs to an evil spirit. Evil spirit? Where did the evil spirit come from? In the battlefield, Luo Xing's eyes were filled with black mist, and his aura had now turned evil and powerful. The peak aura of the immortal Emperor realm was rapidly climbing at this moment. It directly broke through the sage realm, and reached the level of triple heaven in the sage realm. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Luo Xing couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Looking at Jiang Wang across from him, he sneered. Good brother, what will you do now? Jiang Wang's expression was calm as he looked at Luo Xing and coldly replied. Good kid, you really have the audacity to cheat so brazenly, huh? Luo Xing extended a finger and slowly shook his head. Cheat? Who told you? I merely used the spirit of the weapon. After saying that, Luo Xing flipped his palm, revealing a broken long spear in his hand. This long spear had an ancient bronze color, with peculiar patterns carved on it, emitting waves of strange and unique fluctuations. This is... As soon as the broken long spear appeared, the several holy kings in the sky instantly became agitated. Yen Tian Dao Ran's eyes showed a hint of shock as he tentatively spoke. It is rumored that the Luo clan's great emperor, Luo Shun, even before ascending to the emperor realm, possessed a peerless fierce weapon called the Great Wilderness Spear, and after ascending to the emperor, he personally refined it into an extreme Dao emperor weapon, sweeping through the 8 wildernesses and 6 harmonies. Suppressing the heavens and earth, killing made the sky weep and the land mourn. Everyone was startled upon hearing the words of the Taoist Yin Tian. Are you saying that this Luo Xing has brought the supreme emperor weapon? No way. The spear in his hand, although its aura is strong, does not come close to being a supreme emperor weapon. At best, it counts as a peak holy king's divine weapon. The sword saint in black refuted. Then the rest of the people looked at Taoist Yin Tian, their eyes filled with a questioning intent. The latter gently nodded, then slowly closed his eyes, his hands forming a strange seal. In that moment, it was as if the world had fallen into silence. Taoist Yin Tian began to emanate boundless Tao essence, and a small world emerged behind him, filled with mountains and rivers, flying birds and roaming beasts, strange stones and ancient pines. Everything was present, with people coming and going, and the sun and moon rotating. Suddenly, Taoist Yin Tian opened his eyes, white light shooting out from them. The small world behind him seemed to have been pressed on the acceleration button, and the scenes changed continuously. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers withered and bloomed. Ancient pines grew from seedlings to towering trees. But in the blink of an eye, the tides rose and fell. The seas dried up and stones decayed, and the towering trees turned into withered vines and old trees. After a while, the small world behind him slowly dissipated, and the boundless Tao essence around Taoist Yin Tian also vanished. A pale color appeared on Taoist Yin Tian's face. He spoke slowly. This is indeed not the so-called Great Desolate Spear, or rather, it is an incomplete Great Desolate Spear. Involving the ancient Great Emperor, I can only glimpse a corner. I know that this Great Desolate Spear was originally an ancient ferocious weapon, and after being refined into a supreme emperor weapon, it absorbed numerous strong people's resentments and divine thoughts, and the imperial spirit has been completely corrupted, transformed into an evil spirit. That Luo Xing should be currently borrowing the power of that evil spirit. Wow, this kid is really audacious. He dares to try anything. Everyone frowned upon hearing Taoist Yin Tian's words, unable to help but sigh. But at this moment, the sword saint in black spoke again. Even if it's an imperial weapon's evil spirit, it is definitely something he cannot control. Not to mention him, if a complete imperial weapon's evil spirit were to appear, even we would have no way to deal with it. People around nodded in agreement with the sword saint's words. The great sage Tong Tian spoke slowly. It should be the remnant spirit among the remnants of the weapon. Exactly. This Jiang Wang kid is going to suffer. Back in the battlefield, as the great desolate spear appeared in Luo Xing's hand, his aura rose once again. Jiang Wang looked at the weapon in his hand that radiated endless killing intent and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, playing word games, huh? After that, Jiang Wang made a hand seal again, and a dozen massive peaks appeared in his hand, throwing them towards Luo Xing in quick succession. Don't be so naive, Jiang Wang. Luo Xing shouted loudly, sweeping the great desolate spear out. The wild purple-black spiritual power surged out, directly exploding the towering peaks that were suppressed. Then his figure moved, instantly disappearing from the original spot. Before Jiang Wang could react, Luo Xing, holding the great desolate spear and carrying a murderous intent, appeared right in front of him. Then he swung the great desolate spear heavily down towards Jiang Wang. The blow of the great desolate spear was powerful and heavy, as if it weighed tens of thousands of pounds, collapsing the void and smashing directly onto Jiang Wang's arm. Bang! Jiang Wang's figure was heavily smashed down towards the ground, like a cannonball, stirring up endless dust. Ah, we won! We are the champions! This scene appeared in the light curtain, instantly making Luo Xing's fans erupt in excitement. Everyone stood up at that moment, shouting loudly and cheering for victory. They did not forget to mock Jiang Wang's fans beside them. Is this it? How did your Jiang Wang get beaten? Haha, just a jumping clown. The mocked Jiang Wang's fans at this moment also had no mood to retort. Tension and worry appeared on their faces, their eyes fixed, unblinking, on the glowing screen. They were all worried about Jiang Wang. On the battlefield, Luo Xing laughed wildly, and his aura kept growing. Endless purple-black spiritual power seemed to be sealed within his great desolation halberd, continuously pouring into Luo Xing's body. Seeing this scene, many people frowned at that moment. Wait, isn't this just cheating? Openly and shamelessly cheating, right? Why hasn't the match been stopped yet? Amidst the skeptical noises in her ears, the mysterious and stunning woman slightly furrowed her delicate brows. At this moment, the marvelous saint stood up and looked at the heavenly saint, saying, Luo Xing is cheating. That evil spirit counts as outside help. Why hasn't the match been called off? Upon hearing this, the heavenly saint slowly frowned, a look of urgency flashing in his eyes. After a while, he spoke softly. Gather the 12 pavilion masters and all levels of elders to decide together. Soon, the 12 pavilion masters and hundreds of elders from the creation Immortal Palace gathered in the sky. They began to discuss the issue of this match. I believe Luo Xing's actions are cheating, and the match should be immediately stopped, declaring Jiang Wang the winner and first place in this contest. The marvelous saint spoke openly, without holding back in front of everyone. Agreed. That's how it should be. Many people supported the marvelous saint's words, agreeing that Luo Xing's actions were cheating. But there were also dissenting voices. But I think it's not appropriate. That evil spirit essentially belongs to the weapon spirit, existing within the weapon. That's right. The rules permit the use of weapon spirits. I don't think Luo Xing's actions count as cheating. If that doesn't count as cheating, then what does? A fierce debate unfolded high above. Not only that, but the audience below were also discussing what had happened. Jiang Wang's fans rose in fury, pointing and cursing at Luo Xing's fans. You dare to make noise while cheating? Don't you have any shame? Don't joke around. They have no shame, just like Luo Xing, completely shameless. That's true. The arguments among the saints in the sky intensified, with the marvelous saint eloquently rebutting the others' viewpoints. But at that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed throughout the land. It also reached the ears of Jiang Wang and Luo Xing within the Zhangxian treasure mirror. The competition rules allow participants to use weapon spirits. Luo Xing has not violated any rules, so the match continues. As the voice faded, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a frail, hunched figure slowly appeared, shuffling forward from the horizon. Though the steps seemed slow, the actual speed was incredibly fast, appearing in the skies above the Zhangxian square in the blink of an eye. Huh, who is that? I don't recognize them. They look so important. Could they be the palace master? No way. The palace master's voice isn't like that. The audience looked at the slender figure in the sky, their faces filled with confusion as they asked each other. But the several saints in the sky changed their expressions upon seeing this figure. The dragon-catching saint smiled wide upon seeing this figure and scratched his bald head while laughing. Isn't this the great elder? You're out of seclusion. The elder slowly nodded, his murky eyes gazing at the battlefield within the Zhangxian mirror. Taking a deep breath, he said, Let the match continue. I will personally preside over this final. It's actually the great elder of the creation Immortal Palace? Why haven't we heard about this before? Hey bro, come tell us more. A cultivator dressed in luxurious garments flicked his fingers, and a high-quality spirit stone flew out. In the hands of a white-robed cultivator from the creation Immortal Palace. The latter quickly scanned the surroundings and found that no one was looking at him. So he discreetly approached a few people and slowly spoke. You wouldn't know, and it's normal. This individual is indeed our grand elder from the creation Immortal Palace, named Yushan, also known as the Great Sage of Demon Heaven. About 400 or 500 years ago, he was a well-known figure throughout the ancient immortal realm, but in recent years, he has been in deep seclusion inside the creation Immortal Palace. At this point, a look of confusion appeared on the cultivator's face. I also don't know why the Grand Elder has come out this time. Oh, so that's how it is. As Yushan finished speaking, the onlookers showed some surprise. Wait, what does that old dead man mean? Isn't this showing favoritism to Luo Xing? Who says it isn't? Isn't this cheating? Not only were the onlookers feeling indignant, even the Miao Saint furrowed his brows. Grand Elder, what do you mean? Yushan completely ignored the Miao Saint's words and simply sat cross-legged in the void, gazing toward the front light screen. The Miao Saint frowned and wanted to speak again, but he was stopped by the Tantian Great Sage, who gave the former a meaningful glance. Then he spoke up. Since the Grand Elder has made an appearance, then there is nothing to argue about. Let the competition continue. After seeing the Tongtian Great Sage's glance, the Miao Saint also frowned and said nothing more. However, his surroundings started to faintly ripple with spiritual energy, preparing to forcibly save Jiang Wang from the battlefield at any moment. And in the battlefield, boom! The sound of air exploding rang out as Jiang Wang's figure appeared, patting off the dust from his body. He had heard Yushan's words and could not help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Who is the villain? I can tell at a glance, he thought to himself, then slowly retracted his emotions and looked up at the sneering Luo Xing across from him. At that moment, Luo Xing had a sarcastic smile on his face, and his rank had reached the peak of the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. Looking at Jiang Wang, he slowly spoke. It seems the creation Immortal Palace will still stand on the side of truth and justice. Hearing Luo Xing's words, Jiang Wang could not help but laugh out loud. What? Are you already speaking from the perspective of a victor? Do you really think you have me all figured out? Of course not. You could still admit defeat, ha ha ha. Jiang Wang rolled his eyes, allowed a long breath. It seems you really think you have me all figured out, but I still advise you to admit defeat now, or later don't say I didn't give you a chance. Looking at Jiang Wang's slightly teasing expression, Luo Xing's forehead could not help but bulge with veins. The infusion of evil energy not only boosted his spiritual power. This evil energy, after all, is a fusion of endless killing intent and resentment. With his current strength, not completely losing his rationality is already a feat. But his emotions had long since become extremely chaotic, and seeing Jiang Wang like this instantly enraged him. He shouted angrily, still shouting, when death is near, I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Xing's roar was mixed with another sound. This voice seemed to contain endless resentment and killing intent. After speaking, Luo Xing charged toward Jiang Wang wielding the great desolate halberd, purple-black spiritual power erupting, carrying with it endless might. This strike seemed capable of shattering the entire earth into pieces. Come on! Jiang Wang also shouted loudly, clenching his hands as golden blood energy gathered in his palms, and a long spear appeared in his hands, horizontally blocking in front of him to meet the heavily charging great desolate halberd. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed, and shock waves spread out like visible ripples. The golden spear in Jiang Wang's hand was instantly shattered into countless golden sparks. At this moment, his hair was flying, endless golden spiritual power gushing out without any pause, heavy fists striking madly, raining down on Luo Xing. The latter constantly waved the great wilderness halberd in his hand, his fists colliding relentlessly with Jiang Wang's iron fists. Clang, clang, clang. Clearly, it was the clash between fists and weapons. It produced a series of sounds like refined iron colliding. Jiang Wang's body was like the most resilient divine iron in the world, his golden-eyed gaze sharp as a blade, silent, just throwing punches. Chapter 89. Supreme Bone, Celestial Calamity, shocking the whole place. Luo Xing's expression was equally grim, the great wilderness halberd in his hand dancing wildly, with every swing collapsing a large swath of void. At this moment, a trace of impatience flashed in Luo Xing's eyes, and he suddenly slammed his hand down. Starry Hand Seal. Endless purple-black spiritual power erupted, surging like a tidal wave. The hand seal, formed from purple-black energy, emitted an incredibly powerful wave, striking heavily at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang remained unconcerned, his figure constantly flashing in the void. With both hands forming seals, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, spiritual power erupted from all over his body, and a black blazing sun suddenly appeared in Jiang Wang's hands, grand and powerful. At this moment, Jiang Wang lifted the black, blazing sun, as if he were a deity descending to the world, inspiring a yearning to worship in those who beheld it. Black Sun Seal. Jiang Wang dragged the overwhelming sun, resembling a divine being, and pressed down towards Luo Xing. Boom! Luo Xing howled angrily at the sky, swinging the great wilderness halberd forcefully, wanting to shatter the descending black, blazing sun. But outside, many people had already opened their mouths at this moment, especially those cultivators and elders from Ling Miao Peak, all wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Isn't this the Black Sun Seal from our Ling Miao Peak's 100 Seal technique? Isn't it? Jiang Wang has only been at Ling Miao Peak for a few days, and he has already cultivated this 100 Seal technique to such a level. What a genius! Well done, Jiang Wang, crush him!" Shunlinger shouted loudly, rallying everyone from Ling Miao Peak to join Jiang Wang's fan club, cheering him on. Boom! Black flames surged across the sky, engulfing Luo Xing entirely. The flames burned the heavens, and Luo Xing's figure struggled to break free his robes ablaze with terrifying black flames. His face turned pale, eyes wide with rage, as if endless fury burned within him. Today, I will definitely kill you. Kill me, maybe in your next life. Seeing his goal achieved, Jiang Wang ignited Luo Xing's emotions completely. Now, he would begin to unleash his true methods. Having said that, Jiang Wang slowly closed his eyes and rapidly formed seals with both hands. The spiritual power between heaven and earth began to become violent at this moment. He extended his hand, brilliant starlight shining forth, slowly forming a giant hand of stars, as if the celestial bodies were constantly moving upon it. It was aimed directly at Jiang Wang, crashing down with fury. Good little brother, let me show you what true divine power is. Heaven's catastrophe, destroy the demons. In an instant, divine light wove together, radiating brilliance everywhere. At this moment, it seemed a dazzling sun appeared on Jiang Wang's chest. The brilliant golden radiance illuminated the void, as if at this moment, the 9 heavens shook, the clouds above the heavenly dome were about to be shattered. This powerful and sacred aura spread out, causing everyone outside to shudder with fear, unable to contain their trembling. In this moment, after unleashing the heavenly catastrophe, Jiang Wang appeared like a true god of war, descending into the mortal realm. Wow, what kind of divine power is this? Even while gathering power, it holds such might. Wait, this position on his chest, I think I've read about it in ancient texts. Quick, say it. What kind of divine power is it? The person who spoke shook his head, opening his mouth in astonishment. This is not just divine power. No, it can be considered divine power, but not everyone can learn it, or rather, only a very small number of people in the world can wield it. Stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly is this divine power? It is said that some exceptionally gifted individuals are born with a unique breastbone, which has an infinite array of functions and powers. When displayed, it shines brilliantly on the chest like Jiang Wang's. This unique breastbone is called Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. This is outrageous. Are you saying that Jiang Wang is not only a once-in-a-thousand-years ancient holy body, but also the only supreme bone in the entire ancient valley immortal domain? Currently, it appears so. God, where is the justice? With Jiang Wang's display of power, the audience erupted into fervent excitement. Some even began to feel a tinge of jealousy towards Jiang Wang. Above the heavenly dome, the sky-piercing saint clicked his tongue in awe, expressing heartfelt emotion. I cannot help but admire. This little guy truly gathers the world's favor. As if having an invincible ancient holy body isn't enough, he was born with a supreme bone. The sky-piercing saint expressed this, and a hint of envy rose in his words. The flame sky great sage also clicked his tongue in agreement. Isn't that the truth? It truly is unfair. If I had received such favor, would I still be stuck here? Alas, I regret not fighting harder for it. The dragon catching great sage sighed. Only the marvelous saint had a calm expression, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. At the same time, Jiang Wang was gathering power to the fullest. Brilliant divine light erupted from his chest, shattering the void wherever it passed. The dazzling golden light seemed capable of piercing everything, obliterating all darkness that stood before it. Buzz! The golden divine light clashed with the giant hand of stars. It was like remnants of snow meeting the scorching sun. The giant hand of stars began to melt at a visible rate, and then flew towards Luo Xing amidst his horrified gaze. How can this be? Luo Xing's eyes shook violently, his face filled with disbelief. Zhou Tian star body, Zhou Tian star map. Luo Xing's hand seals changed fiercely, radiating endless brilliant starlight. Before him formed a grand star map, countless stars shimmering, the Big Dipper clearly sparkling above it. Luo Xing pushed the Zhou Tian star body to its limit, wanting to use it to block that seemingly world-destroying light. Chapter 90. The Madness of Luo Xing. Endless starlight flickered on the majestic star map, as if Luo Xing had directly torn a piece of the entire universe away. But the divine light shooting from Jiang Wang's chest was like the sharpest arrow in the world, directly striking the star map. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. The overwhelming heavenly calamity light directly melted the star map, rushing straight towards Luo Xing. Luo Xing's pupils suddenly constricted, fear gripping his heart as an intense aura of death instantly enveloped him. He clearly understood that if he could not evade this attack, he would undoubtedly be wiped out by that ultimate divine light. Blood vessels crawled from the depths of Luo Xing's eyes, and his hand's sign changed. A mouthful of essence blood sprayed from his mouth, landing on the great wilderness halberd in his hand. In the next moment, boundless purple-black spiritual power erupted from the great wilderness halberd, recklessly burrowing into Luo Xing's 7 orifices. This made Luo Xing's already powerful aura surge once again at this moment. The scene within the light screen caused everyone present to wrinkle their brows involuntarily. The heavenly saint slowly opened his mouth and said, "With such a weak foundation, recklessly abusing evil powers will ultimately harm both others and oneself." There was a strong sense of disappointment in the heavenly saint's tone as he spoke those words. The dragon-capturing saint also pursed his lips, touching his head with a sigh. Though his talent is top-notch, it's a pity about his mindset. In contrast, Elder Yunshan sat quietly in the void, his face expressionless. Even his eyelids kept drooping, as if he were about to close his eyes and fall into eternal sleep at any moment. Not only the saints, but even the spectators began to murmur in dismay. If that's the case, can I let my ancestors' divine thoughts enter my body to fight for me? You're right, it's really unfair. Luo Xing is almost at the 5th level of the saint realm. How can he fight? From the direction of the Luo clan, Mo Yin looked at Luo Xing's fierce expression in the light screen. A flash of worry crossed her eyes, and she hurriedly grabbed Luo Zhantian's arm, asking, "Zhantian, do you think Xinger will encounter any accidents?" Luo Zhantian furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on the figure in the light screen. After a long moment, he shook his head. "Shouldn't happen. After all, Xinger has strong talents. I believe he can control the scale." Hearing this, Mo Yun's mood did not ease. Instead, tears slowly shimmered in her eyes. "Woo woo woo, my Xing." Perhaps Mo Yun now regretted instilling feelings of hatred for the Jiang clan in Luo Xing during their daily life. On the battlefield, Jiang Wang's complexion turned slightly pale as he looked at Luo Xing's continually rising aura, helplessly shaking his head. He slowly spoke. "This is ultimately a bundle enwrapped in flames. With one misstep, you'll turn into ashes. Let me shatter your dreams of strength, good brother." After saying this, Jiang Wang changed his hand sign sharply, and the dazzling divine light suddenly trembled, vanishing instantly into the void. The death aura in Luo Xing's heart intensified, his expression changing wildly. He spread out his hands again, purple-black energy exploding outwards, faintly realizing he was about to reveal a star map. But this time, Jiang Wang did not give him the chance. That brilliant divine light suddenly appeared right in front of him. In his eyes, filled with intense horror and fear, it rapidly magnified. "Impossible!" Luo Xing howled skyward, flipping his hand as the great wilderness halberd reappeared, striking down fiercely at the rapidly approaching brilliant divine light, seemingly aiming to block it. Buzz! A violent wave of energy swept from in front of Luo Xing. It turned the entire battlefield upside down. The ground shattered completely, countless sands and dust rising and billowing, making it impossible for the outside world to see the scene inside the light screen. How is this possible? Luo Zhantian slammed the table, his eyes flashing with intense shock as he stared at the light screen, his pupils trembling wildly. "Xing!" Mo Yun let out a heart-wrenching cry upon seeing this scene. Then, with a roll of his eyes, he immediately fainted. The people of the Luo clan hurriedly stepped forward to support him and bring him down. At this moment, a look of terror was also etched on Luo Wanchio's face, and he quickly turned to Luo Zhantian beside him, speaking anxiously. "Zhantian, something's wrong. Quickly bring Xinger out." Luo Zhantian did not hesitate either, who didn't know what was really going on inside now. So he was about to fly forward and enter the Cangshuan treasure mirror himself to rescue Luo Xing. But at that moment, the Grand Sage of Tongtian slightly raised his hand, and a purple spiritual power swept into the Cangshuan treasure mirror. A violent wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across the entire ancient battlefield, blowing away the yellow sand and dust in the air. There stood Jiang Wang in white clothes in the void, his gaze deep and his expression indifferent. Ahead was a bottomless abyss, the surrounding void shattered, and countless chaotic space flows surged out from the broken void. "I know you didn't die. Come out now. Hiding is useless," Jiang Wang said. As his words fell, Luo Xing's figure flew out from the abyss. But at this moment, Luo Xing's clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, constantly spitting out blood from his mouth, looking extremely miserable. In his eyes, there was nothing but shock and fear. It seemed he couldn't understand why Jiang Wang was so strong. "Jiang Wang!" Luo Xing's face darkened. Having been heavily injured, he was unable to fight anymore, but he couldn't swallow his rage. So he clenched his hand, and the great desolate halberd appeared in his grasp again. "I don't believe that you can launch that attack again. Even if you are the ancient saint body, it is impossible. Today, even if my foundation is unstable, I will kill you here. After saying that, Luo Xing let out a frenzied roar. Today, I will definitely slay you. Luo Xing's entire body erupted with dazzling star brilliance, and his body began to turn transparent. Stars began to emerge on his body, with 7 comets forming along the position of the Big Dipper, aligning one by one, releasing endless spiritual power. And the great desolate halberd in his hand, under the infusion of such spiritual power, erupted once again with endless purple-black spiritual energy, and strange symbols slowly appeared on it. It began to release a violent aura, faintly as if countless vengeful spirits were attached to it. Great desolate halberd, awaken. What? This kid is actually trying to awaken the evil spirit inside. Even though it's a broken evil spirit, after all, this great desolate halberd was once an extreme emperor weapon. Can Luo Xing control it? Luo Xing's crazy move directly made the onlookers gape in astonishment. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 91. Swallowing the Evil Spirit. The winner is decided. On the opposite side, Jiang Wang, upon seeing this scene, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he smiled slightly and spoke slowly to him. Good little brother, such a sinister thing you can't control. Let me take care of it for you. With that, Jiang Wang changed his hand seal sharply. In his eyes, 2 deep dark circles slowly covered his pupils, and his aura began to gradually contract. Jiang Wang's expression became solemn, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. With his hands forming a peculiar seal, an ancient and mysterious voice came from his mouth. Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique, swallow. Boom! At this moment, the world hummed, and a mysterious black hole appeared in front of Jiang Wang. The black hole spun, as if even light could be swallowed into it. A powerful and overwhelming suction force erupted, and Luo Xing immediately felt an immense force tearing madly at the great desolate halberd in his hand. Upon seeing this, Luo Xing's face instantly changed, and endless starry light erupted from his body. His arms bulged with veins, struggling against that mysterious, powerful force. Still too naive, good little brother. I told you can't control it. Let me handle it. With that, Jiang Wang's hand seal changed once again. The speed of the black hole in front increased, and a more violent swallowing force erupted instantly. The great wilderness spear in Luo Xing's hand directly slipped out at this moment, flying towards the black hole in front of Jiang Wang. But at that moment, the great wilderness spear stood still. Its purple-black spiritual energy surged, automatically resisting Jiang Wang's swallowing power. Seeing this scene, a faint smile gradually appeared on Luo Xing's face. Can't help but laugh and say, "Ha-ha, the evil spirit of the great wilderness spear feels threatened and has awakened itself. Let's see what you can do. Just watch." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wang directly waved his hand, and the black hole in front suddenly expanded, unleashing an endless swallowing power, causing the great wilderness spear to shake violently. A shadow was actually sucked out of the spear's body by this overwhelming swallowing power, and then it transformed into a dark figure and was swallowed into the black hole. Gah! Luo Xing's laughter suddenly stopped, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth opened wide. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but the words couldn't come out. At this moment, the outside world also seemed to be pressed on the mute button. Everyone's mouths were agape, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. I didn't see wrongly. Jiang Wang actually summoned that black hole again and even drew out the evil spirit inside it to swallow. This is outrageous, simply outrageous. What on earth is that black hole? Exclamations of shock and gasps of breath came one after another. Several saints high in the sky were also momentarily stunned. Even the elder Yun Shan opened his murky eyes at this moment, frowning as he looked at the black hole. What a strange phenomenon. What exactly is that bizarre black hole? The dragon suppression saint looked curious and couldn't help but ask Yin Tiandaoren. The latter stared for a long time and then slowly spoke up. From its fluctuations, it doesn't seem like a divine ability, but its external evolutionary form is quite similar to the celestial demon sex swallowing technique, yet it is far stronger than that magic. After speaking, Yin Tiandao-Ren performed a peculiar gesture, and countless meanings began to manifest in the air. Behind him, a small world unfolded. However, this time, this small world was only a patch of mist with nothing else in sight. Yin Tiandao-Ren was slightly surprised, waving his hand, dissipating the myriad meanings in the sky. With a somewhat astonished tone, he said, "What a peculiar kid with my power. I actually cannot discern what he is exhibiting." Hearing Yin Tiandao-Ren's words, the other saints were somewhat shocked. I'm afraid only those old monsters from the true Dao sect who specialize in fortune-telling can know. Listening to Yin Tian Dao Ren's words, the few saints couldn't help but click their tongues, a touch of emotion surfacing on their faces. Returning to the battlefield. As the internal shattered evil spirit was drawn away by Jiang Wang, the great wilderness spear instantly lost all its luster, heavily crashing to the ground, like a broken farming hoe. Luo Xing stared blankly at the great wilderness spear below. After a long while, endless veins surged in his eyes. He shouted angrily at Jiang Wang, "Give me back my imperial family's evil spirit." Luo Xing's voice was hoarse and frantic, and at the same time, his figure rushed towards Jiang Wang in fury, prepared to fight him to the death. But the latter merely smiled lightly, shaping a seal with his hands, as a black sun appeared in his palm. The black sun seal, carrying boundless holy flames, pressed down towards Luo Xing. "Get lost!" Boom! Luo Xing punched out, and at this moment, his entire arm became transparent and glass-like, the stars flowing and starlight flickering. The powerful force exploded the massive black sun seal, and then it struck violently towards Jiang Wang. "Oomph, too ugly, little brother," Jiang Wang sneered. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his leg high, and with the force of a strong wind, he kicked out violently. Bang! The speed was incredibly fast, and Luo Xing only saw a flash of golden light in front of him, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. His whole body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Another mouthful of bright red blood was spat out. Luo Xing's eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if he wanted to struggle and rise. But before he could even get up, a golden giant foot appeared in his line of sight, pressing down toward him. Luo Xing's pupils contracted violently. If this foot landed, he would certainly be crushed to pieces. Luo Xing gritted his teeth, and the last bit of spiritual power within him was unleashed, tearing apart the space as he fled from a spot. Boom! The golden giant foot crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying into the air. A pale, delicate hand suddenly emerged from the dust, releasing a burst of endless golden light, directly tearing apart the space. The hand grabbed Luo Xing and pulled him out, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Blood splattered. Luo Xing's entire arm twisted at that moment, and he lay on the ground, letting out a mournful cry. "Xing! Wow!" With Luo Zhantian's shout filled with worry, the crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. "The winner has been decided." "Damn, Blackie, speak up." "Yeah, why aren't the fans of Luo Xing saying anything? Are they all mute? I still like your rebellious attitude." "Everyone, pick up your treasures." At this moment, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Jiang Wang's fans erupted in loud cheers, mocking the Luo Xing fans who were all blushing and silent. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, and everyone felt a flash of tears in their eyes. The next moment, Luo Zhantian's figure appeared before the Tsangxian treasure mirror, shouting loudly at it. "Jiang Wang, he is your brother. You must not kill him." Chapter 92. Furious confrontation with a deadbeat father, wanting to kill Luo Xing. Inside the Tsangxian treasure mirror, Jiang Wang naturally heard Luo Zhantian's words. Of course, this was also the first time this so-called father had spoken to him. Jiang Wang stepped on Luo Xing's chest, his gaze fixed on the void ahead as he slowly spoke. "What's this? Now that you see me wanting to kill the holy son of the Luo clan, you're finally willing to speak. When Luo Xing and I were exchanging blows with lethal moves, why didn't I see you step out and say anything?" Outside, Luo Zhantian frowned deeply, his face complicated. After a long pause, he spoke. "I had warned Luo Xing before your battle, and if you two had switched positions, I would still have stepped out." Luo Zhantian paused at this point. "Both you and your brother are the pride of my Luo clan, Wenger. How about—" "Shut up." Before Luo Zhantian could finish, Jiang Wang, feeling an intense surge of anger, immediately interrupted his words. "Who are you to claim you are the pride of the Luo clan? I'd rather not have this mixed bloodline. Today, I'll definitely kill your son. Watch closely." After saying this, Jiang Wang sneered coldly, grabbed Luo Xing by the neck, and threw him high into the air. All of his killing intent exploded at this moment, his eyes filled with deep malice. Luo Xing, thrown into the air, was filled with terror. He could clearly feel the extreme, killing intent emanating from Jiang Wang. "He really wants to kill me." This is what Luo Xing thought in his heart at that moment, and he immediately shouted loudly. "I admit. Seal." Jiang Wang had already prepared for this. Before Luo Xing could finish his words, he quickly cast a strange spell. He directly sealed Luo Xing's mouth. With his words sealed, Luo Xing could no longer complete the conditions to activate the Tsangxian treasure mirror. His eyes turned from fear to despair. "Wow, young master, quickly make a move." Seeing this, the Luo clan members became restless. One by one, they watched the scene in the light screen with their eyes nearly popping out, fearing that Luo Xing would fall into Jiang Wang's hands today. At this moment, Luo Zhantian's face also showed a look of terror. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of lightning and flew towards the Tsangxian treasure mirror. Just as Luo Zhantian was about to enter the Tsangxian treasure mirror, a cold snort echoed. In an instant, it sent Luo Zhantian's figure flying away. Everyone was astonished and looked up towards the sky. They saw a beautiful sage in a snow-white long dress slowly descending, her jade feet lightly touching the void, with a cold expression and eyes as chilly as autumn water. Looking at Luo Zhantian, she slowly spoke. Luo Zhantian, young patriarch, this is the palace of creation. Please keep your self-respect. Miao Sage, please show mercy. Xing'er has the intention to surrender. Please let him go. Luo Zhantian's brows furrowed tightly, preparing to force his way through. Buzz! At that moment, a terrifying pressure of the Saint King realm was released from Miao Sage's body. The coldness in her beautiful eyes became even more apparent. Today I want to see who dares to be reckless in the palace of creation. You! Upon seeing Miao Sage release her pressure, Luo Zhantian's expression changed, anxiously looking towards the light curtain. At this moment, Jiang Wang released all his spiritual power, golden blood energy gushing from his body. With his hands forming seals, a dazzling golden long sword appeared before Jiang Wang. Sword technique, 98,000 swords. In an instant, countless long swords flew out, seemingly about to pierce Luo Xing directly to the core. At that moment, the entire world began to shake violently. In an instant, the space shattered and a withered hand appeared in this realm. With just a gentle poke, Jiang Wang's fierce attack was instantly dissolved. Then, it directly snatched Luo Xing and took him away from this space. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked. Each person's face was filled with intense horror. Did you see that? Someone saved Luo Xing. I saw it. Who is bold enough to break the rules of the Palace of Creation? This time the competition is truly worthwhile. It seems like we've witnessed something extremely rare. It's eye-opening, indeed eye-opening. Everyone looked towards the direction of the surging spiritual power and saw that the great elder, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, now had a figure in his hands. Upon careful examination, wasn't that Luo Xing? The person who acted just now is the great elder. Why? Why did this great elder suddenly jump out? First, he said Luo Xing did not violate the rules by allowing the evil spirit to enter their body, and then he broke the rules to save someone. Isn't that targeting Jiang Wang? Yes. Why is he targeting Jiang Wang? When the crowd saw who acted, many felt indignant on behalf of Jiang Wang and began to voice their concerns loudly. But the great elder showed no intention of explaining, only slightly waving his hand. Luo Xing was then directly sent back to Luo Zhantian's side. Seeing this scene, Miao Sage instantly flew into a rage. At that moment, a fierce wind blew, flowers bloomed in the void, beautiful yet containing hidden danger. Looking at the great elder, she spoke coldly. Great elder? What do you mean by this? The great elder Yun Shan's murky eyes looked at Miao Sage, a trace of disdain flashing in them as he raised his hand to lightly point. The void began to collapse inch by inch, and with just one blow, he shattered Miao Sage's show of strength. A hoarse voice slowly came from his mouth. Miao Sage, do not be angry. The competition has clear rules. One must not intentionally harm lives, and Luo Xing indeed has the intention to surrender. I'm acting according to the rules. Since the holy body has won the battle, there's no need to kill without mercy. Not to mention that they are rooted in the same origin. Luo Xing is also a sky of our palace of creation. I do not wish for either of the two to have any accidents. Of course, this shameless statement from Yinshan is not enough to calm these people's anger, and the noise continues. Miao Saint's gaze remains cold, her delicate hand subtly glowing with light. But at this moment a soft laugh comes through. Elder Yinshan makes a valid point. Putting everything else aside, both Jiang Wang and Luo Xing are indeed talents among talents. Losing either one would be a loss for my creation Immortal Palace. Since the victor has been decided, let's continue. As this soft laugh echoed, the world fell silent. Everyone felt that accompanying this soft laugh was an extremely strong divine thought descending upon this world, as if a high-ranking immortal from the 9 heavens was looking down. This divine thought came from the master of the creation Immortal Palace, Tsangxian. Chapter 93. The first of the competition, the leader of the Immortal Palace. Miao Saint slightly opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately held back. Her surrounding spiritual power gradually calmed, as she glanced at Yinshan with a cold snort. The latter seemed unconcerned, only bowing with clasped fists toward the void. Thank you, Palace Master. Luo clan is grateful. At this moment, Luo Zhantian also cupped his hands toward the void, then took the already unconscious Luo Xing back in the direction of the Luo clan. But as he left, his expression turned complex as he glanced at the young figure within the light curtain. Sigh. He sighed lightly, unsure of what else to say. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang looked coldly at this scene, his gaze fixed on the now withered Yinshan, a faint killing intent surging in his eyes. Old fool, remember this. Yinshan, seemingly sensing Jiang Wang's gaze from the outside, slowly raised his drooping eyelids to look at Jiang Wang. After a long moment, he slowly closed his eyes again and ceased to speak. Jiang Wang let out a long breath, turned to the figure cloaked in black robes behind him, and smiled. Brother Yi, you truly are a true gentleman, not striking unless it is necessary. Igu's lips quivered slightly, momentarily unsure how to respond. Damn it, I really want to strike. Did you two give me this chance? Jiang Wang smiled slightly, and golden blood, energy, slowly spread out from his body. Brother Yi, since earlier, I have felt my spiritual power being disturbed by a domineering poison. So now, do you think I passed your test? Jiang Wang maintained his composure, the golden blood, energy surging and thick, suppressing all evil and sinister spirits, impervious to all methods. Seeing this sight, Igu could only sigh, his hand gesture slowly dissipating. Actually, the moment Luo Xing was rescued, he had unleashed his strongest poison technique. Colorless and odorless, it could even blend into the spiritual energy of this world, allowing one to absorb it and be infected after refining, extremely domineering. I admit defeat, still failed to escape the title of third. Igu sighed, speaking helplessly. His words made Jiang Wang raise an eyebrow. Why only third? He went out before you. Jiang Wang paused, then seemed to remember something, slowly speaking. Since you have already become a disciple of the creation Immortal Palace, you naturally should not fear Luo Xing. If it really comes to it, I can help you deal with him. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Igu could only force a bitter smile and shook his head. Forget it, I know my own capabilities. I won't take what's not mine. After saying this, Igu raised a hand and spoke. I concede and voluntarily give up the title of second. As Igu's words fell, two streams of spiritual light instantly descended, wrapping around the two people, including Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's vision shifted, and when he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the enthusiastic applause and cheers of countless spectators. Jiang Wang, Invincible, Invincible. Facing these frenzied shouts, Jiang Wang smiled pleasantly and waved back at them. At this moment, Yinshan spoke again, slowly saying, This time, the Immortal Palace competition has come to an end. Since Igu voluntarily gives up second place, his ranking should rightfully drop, with Luo Xing taking his place. As Yinshan's voice fell, whispers immediately filled the air in this realm. Even Jiang Wang couldn't help but glance at Yinshan at this moment. Is this old man Luo Xing's father? He thought to himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why Yinshan would be so biased toward Luo Xing. You can't say old people are cunning and slippery. Now, Yinshan not only stood at the top of the power pyramid, but also had skin few could match. Facing these unusual gazes and countless whispers, he seemed utterly unconcerned, as if he hadn't heard or seen anything at all. As for the first place belongs to Jiang Wang. The voice of Tsang Xian Palace Master interrupted Yinshan's words again. But this time, what followed was not a dominating divine thought, but a phantom figure slowly emerging in the void. This figure, though not very tall, appeared incredibly majestic just by standing there. Long hair flowed back, a hand resting behind, standing firm in the void. It was as if the moment this figure appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire realm began to cheer. Salute to the Palace Master. As Tsang Xian Palace Master's figure emerged, all the cultivators present, along with the dozen or so powerful beings above the saint realm in the sky, even the Grand Elder Yinshan, all rose to bow to this figure. You all need not be overly polite. Tsang Xian Palace Master slightly raised his head, and everyone felt a gentle breeze blowing, soft and warm spiritual energy uplifting them. As the Grand Elder said, this Immortal Palace competition is over. All selected students may report to Wyafeng, where elders and stewards will guide you. Yes. As for the top 100, gather tomorrow at Songxian Square, where all the faction and peak leaders will choose you. Yes. Luo Xing, Igu, the rewards for both of you will be delivered to you by the elders. There's no need to rush. Yes. Igu respectfully cupped his hands towards Songxian Palace Master in affirmation. At this moment, the entire realm seemed to fall into silence. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang. Song Xian Palace Master's blurred figure turned towards Jiang Wang's direction. The latter politely cupped his hands, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Wang of the Jiang clan, not only gifted with extraordinary talent, a natural sacred body, but your character and diligence are also among the best of your generation. Your reward will be personally given by me. Within 3 days, after you have completed your adjustments, your master, mysterious saint, will bring you to meet me. Wow! As Song Xian Palace Master's words fell, everyone present showed expressions of profound shock. Even Yun Shan, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened his eyes at that moment, a flash of astonishment passing through his murky pupils. He looked at Jiang Wang with a somewhat strange gaze. Not to mention others, even Jiang Wang himself felt a bit surprised. This Song Xian Palace Master, who only existed in legends, wanting to meet me personally? Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel flattered at that moment. Under the insane hints from Mysterious Saint, Jiang Wang quickly nodded. Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness. May you all be well. I take my leave. Song Xian Palace Master's phantom slightly nodded, then turned into countless light points, slowly dispersing. Farewell, Song Xian Palace Master. As Song Xian Palace departed, the other several Saint Kings also left one after another. Only Jiang Wang and the others remained surrounded by everyone. Chapter 94, Wu Dao Peak. Countless spectators and cultivators surrounded Jiang Wang. Many of them started to approach and ask questions. What a hero born young. I wonder if young hero Jiang has a partner? I am Yuan family's saintess from the northern region of the ancient immortal realm, just 13 years old, also entered the creation immortal palace. I think you two are quite suitable. Shut up, you. Don't flatter your daughter with false praise. Where did you see any suitability? What do you mean? Not only Jiang Wang, but almost all the young boys and girls who entered the top 100 were surrounded by many people. This made Jiang Wang unable to help but shake his head and smile bitterly. After politely declining, he used his weakness as an excuse to escape the scene. He transformed into a golden ray and shot straight into the sky. Feeling the howling wind by his ears, with clouds rolling in front of him, Jiang Wang let out a long breath. Today's battle was undoubtedly the most exhilarating fight he had ever experienced since his emergence. If it weren't for his supreme bone as a trump card, he would have to pay some price when facing the merging evil spirit of Luo Xing today. So refreshing. Jiang Wang stretched his body. At this moment, he felt the spiritual power in his body that had stagnated for a long time, starting to loosen up a bit. I think, combined with the Broken Saint pill, I can directly advance. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a little excited. The rewards of this competition were indeed abundant. Not only the Broken Saint pill that could drive countless immortal emperors crazy, but also the immortal medicine and true dragon essence. But right now, what he looked forward to the most was entering the supreme, divine hall inside the creation immortal palace. Currently, his attacking methods were still too singular. Being able to enter the supreme divine hall and choose some top-notch divine abilities was the greatest temptation for him. With that thought, Jiang Wang flew directly back to Ling Miao Peak. At this moment, Ling Miao Peak was already adorned with festive lights, with both cultivators and servants waiting at the peak gate for Jiang Wang's return. With a brilliant golden light streaking across the sky, the ground fell into a frenzy. Jiang Wang is back, look! Jiang Wang, he brought us great honor. Jiang Wang slowly landed outside the peak gate, playfully bowing his hands to the crowd. Several elders immediately surrounded him, reaching out and probing around Jiang Wang's chest, their eyes filled with curiosity and fervor. Incredible! Incredible! I've never seen a supreme bone in my life. Let me study it well. Don't crowd, let me touch it too. Feeling the rough hands roaming on his chest, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a chill. Just when he couldn't hold back anymore, Shenlinger urgently stepped in to rescue him. Get away, you shameless old men. Quickly let Jiang Wang go. With that, Shenlinger grabbed Jiang Wang's arm, and the two transformed into streams of light and swiftly took off. They returned directly to Jiang Wang's quiet mountain residence. Inside the residence, Jiang Wang did not sit cross-legged and cultivate like before, but directly pushed open the door to his room and lay down on the bed, unable to help but sigh. So refreshing. You must be exhausted these past 2 days. Shenlinger sat at the table, smiling as she looked at Jiang Wang, speaking. Indeed, I really need to rest and settle down. Then good, you should rest well. Don't get too lost in cultivation. Once you've rested, I'll ask Sister Miao to take you to Wu Dao Peak. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows and inquired. Wu Dao Peak? Yes, on top of the 7 main peaks, there's another Wu Dao Peak where the palace master resides. Normally, Only the 7 peak masters can enter. You're truly lucky to meet the palace master. You have to know, I've been in the creation of Mortal Palace for so many years and have never met the palace master. Hearing this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, I'll get you an autograph from the palace master when the time comes. You stop talking nonsense. Look at your face, it's as pale as a sheet. Hurry up and rest. Okay. Meanwhile, on a towering, majestic mountain, stretching into the clouds, there are countless ancient pine trees, strange stones, flowing waterfalls, rare beasts, divine light, and misty fairy fog. Inside an ancient and grand temple, a slender, graceful figure stands within. The perspective shifts, and it is revealed to be the mysterious and breathtakingly beautiful woman wearing a thin veil. At this moment, a voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness, echoes through the hall. Sigh, how should I handle this? Why didn't you ascend earlier or later? But why now, at this very moment? Now I can't bring anything out. How can I explain to that little guy? This voice is quite peculiar, faintly sounding like it belongs to a very young man, yet at the same time, like an elder who has lived through countless years. The stunning woman rolled her eyes. She softly spoke. Anyway, I've already used it. You figured out. If not, just use your original spiritual power to crown him. The effect is the same. Father is so heartbroken. But I have one more plan. What? Why don't you offer yourself to him? I'm sure that little guy won't refuse. You old scoundrel. Fine. I'll go explain things to that little guy myself. Back to Jiang Wang. At this moment, he chatted with Shun Ling for a while, and she then left the Qing Mountain Villa. After Shun Ling left, Jiang Wang lay down on the bed, let out a long sigh, and then slowly closed his eyes. The sun and moon revolved, the sun set, and the moon rose. The bright moon hung in the night sky, though Jiang Wang didn't know when it appeared. Jiang Wang was awakened by a beam of moonlight. After getting up, he stretched his body in the yard. After thinking for a while, he jumped onto the stone platform and began to cultivate. After all, the battle with Luo Xing had consumed quite a bit of energy, and he still needed to replenish his internal spiritual power. Jiang Wang quickly formed a seal, and a mysterious black hole appeared above his head, slowly rotating, emitting a wave of mysterious, ancient aura. He closed his eyes and immersed his spiritual sense into the black hole. Inside the black hole, a terrifying, evil aura was swirling, as if constantly searching for an exit. This was the evil spirit extracted from Luo Xing's great wilderness halberd. But at this moment, Jiang Wang also felt that this evil spirit seemed to have no self-awareness, only some instincts. This is still a broken, evil spirit. I wonder how strong the complete form is. The evil spirit's aura had already reached the later stage of the Saint Realm, and this was only a fragment of the complete evil spirit. If I completely refine this evil spirit, I probably don't even need the broken saint pill to advance, right? Jiang Wang thought to himself. Then he quickly changed his hand seal, and the refining force erupted instantly. Inside the black hole, a series of mysterious, powerful forces wrapped and surrounded the remnants of the evil spirit. The entire black hole transformed into a giant furnace, beginning to refine pure spiritual power from the evil spirit's remnants. Chapter 95, Supreme Dragon and Phoenix Seeking, Ancient Secret Transmission Technique. Feeling the pure spiritual power flowing through his limbs and bones, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. At this moment, the evil spirit also sensed the threat and began to struggle violently. A burst of purple-black spiritual power erupted, causing Jiang Wang's entire body to tremble violently. You dare to sting me here? Just as Jiang Wang was about to continue suppressing the evil spirit, he suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation attacking him. Ooh! Jiang Wang instantly opened his eyes, and with a movement, he turned into a streak of golden light, appearing in the sky above. Boom! The stone platform Jiang Wang had been sitting on was instantly shattered. Get out here! Jiang Wang sneered coldly, forming a seal with his hand, and a black sun appeared in his palm. Black sun seal. Divine fire ignited and pressed down toward the direction where the spiritual power fluctuation had come from. But at this moment, something that stunned Jiang Wang occurred.